is following. If the sun hits him or curses him, the sun will be liable. If someone else hits him or curses him, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, Rothschild will be liable. The Shemim is starving by Rothschild. Rothschild sets it up as it's not a case of when he's refusing to go out. If that's the case of not refusing to go out, you have these after none. Let's say, if we're talking about a case where Adam was condemned to death for refusing to go out, if someone else does it, there's not liability. Okay, but Shesha says, now let's talk about a case where he's not unwilling to go. He's willing to go. He's willing to go. He's going to go. But that's because he's willing to go, but at the end of the day, if someone else comes along and hits him or curses him, why is there not liability for the other? Which is very simple. You have to remember, it's very important. When Adam was condemned to death, what's his status? He's considered to be dead. All right, that's a different case. Someone like Adam was condemned to death by anything, and then Yaakov comes along and kills Adam. What's Yaakov's liability? Zero, right? He killed his dead man. He killed the dead man. So halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says like this. When Adam been condemned to death, or someone else comes along and hits Adam, curses Adam, there's no liability for him, and he turns the dead man. The son that does it, there is liability. Again, let's say this is all the heightened level of relationship responsibility that a child has to a parent. I've been condemned to death, you're right, but he's still your father, so he's still living and breathing right in front of you, and therefore again, you have an obligation to maintain proper dignity towards him. The Gemara says as follows. Let's say you embarrass someone. Stop. Right? I go to Ruvain and I embarrass Ruvain while Ruvain is dying. That's how you're going to sleep. Like you're going to sleep. Someone says, what's the problem of getting embarrassed while you're sleeping? Like you don't know about it. So I know Ruvain's asleep and I put toothpaste on his face. Whatever. I go out, then he's sleeping. So let's just say, interestingly enough, he dies in his sleep. So Ruvain never woke up to realize the embarrassment that's been caused him. So what's the halacha? If I show you my face, I'm tired. Now let's say, who am I tired? The Rashi says over there, she's actually right across tired. Interestingly enough, I'm obligated to pay interest to the heirs, right, to the offspring, because they were embarrassed to recite because once they're really sitting there, then Allah even if you go ahead and you embarrass someone who's dead, there's still liability. Now, why are they doing this over here? Because there's no word to say that if Yaakov goes over to Abraham and hits him or kisses him, the Yaakov's not going to be tired. Why not? Because he cursed a dead man. He cursed a dead man. So when he's sitting there, then even if he does something to someone, and that person's quote is dead, they never realize it. It's the liability. If I embarrass someone while they're sleeping, and they never wake up, I'm still liable to go ahead and get the embarrassment. You don't spring. I'm asking, what's the case over here? You say, go out, what happens? Well, again, the injury to Avram is an injury that's not covered. Therefore, again, there's no liability. Right? The damage is left there. People, also, again, there's going to be no liability. So, you must have a hammer of the arm, the hammer of the excellent. You can't call it, so if we don't look at I believe that even if you injure someone, and you like to hit someone, you cause an injury that's left for a shalakuta, while it's too much, there's no monetary compensation, you get notice, which you might be like, my part of the karma, what do you know? You say that if Yaakov goes on to Abraham, he's touched Abraham, they don't look at his partner. What does that mean, partner? Partner, there's possible knowledge, there's no monetary compensation, but there will potentially be notice. Well, if you know how you the moment, once I start getting it, like that sound over here, and someone would be high moment in the stage, which was, I don't know, you know, fucking none is a you know. That doesn't what it means is Chayiv just means everyone has different liability. Chayiv just means you're liable. So a son will have one type of liability. Like Yaakov, another unrelated party, will have his own liability. Okay, so why is it that another will be part of it, right? Having been condemned to death, Yaakov comes along and strikes him or curses him. Why is it that Yaakov is part of it? John McGraw, the Nasi Ba'amcha Le'Sara. The Pasuk says, it will be against a prince amongst the people who shall not curse. What do we learn from here? Ha'osei Ma'aseh Amcha. Well, only when is the person when he is the Amcha. The Amcha means he's part of tradition. He's a relief, like another Jew. That is someone who is sent to death for a better reason. And not behaving in conformance with the normative standards of tradition. And therefore, again, there is no prohibition to curse such an individual. The Gemara says, okay, I can call it. So I understand cursing. So I'm supposed to say, now by the way, he's actually very important because what this is telling you is the prohibition to curse another Jew is only when they definitely like it. Only when it's going from only when they are behaving, when they are conducting themselves like the Jews should. So the Gemara says, how can you know, but what about hitting someone? Right? What about hitting someone? You compare ultimately hitting to person. For just like persons, only applies to Amcha, and the person is conducting themselves in conformity with one of the Jewish standards. So hitting applies as well. So let's say that's the case, the student should apply for a son. Therefore, even when he's having finishing them to death, that means that what? Avram is not conducting himself to Amcha, like the member of Klal Yisrael. If he's not conducting himself a member of Klal Yisrael, then I'll offer myself. There's no prohibition to him or to curse him. And therefore, the son should be exempt as well. This is what I was like, I'm not going to cause sugar. So, what's the case? The case where Avram did sugar. Avram didn't condemn to death, but he did sugar before his execution. Hakanami Bisha also sugar. So we'll say, so again, if Avram did sugar, then what? He's included back in Amcha, and therefore again, his son is not permitted to curse him or to him. So let's say, this is a Gemara on the right. So what do you see from here? You see from here that Allah for myself, you can Allah for myself. You can do shiva for one, moving again until we learn. And for that, I'm like to look for shiva. Even if a person is on the deathbed, they have the ability to perform shiva. So as you can see from his penalties, Avram is sent to death. Avram will be again being led out to be executed. With the possibility and the window to shiva still open the possibility of the moment that he is such is the power of Shiva, the ability to affect things within oneself or within one's life, literally until your last breath. That's the power of Shiva. But that's number 3. So let's say, he's about Shiva. So he's about Shiva, what should we do? What should we do? Say the execution. Send it back home. So that's easy. Just because a person does Shiva doesn't necessarily mean that you can undo the effect of all of your actions. Sometimes you do things in right, so often you do things in right, and there are irreversible consequences. You can leave a certain way, especially for a protracted amount of time, just simply undo that. And this is the incredible dialectic of Shiva. On one hand, Shiva itself can really undo everything, right? As you might see the guys, so that you do the highest level of Shiva, you must have even if you don't sustain even your intentional ideas can become like mitzvahs. That is true in the spiritual realm. In the physical realm, sometimes the things that I do cannot be undone. They are the outcomes of our actions, the outcomes of our circumstances. You see this all the time as a deal with that. So, it's so often that you offend someone and hurt someone. This is happening for a lot, especially in the context of marriage. Right, do something that is terribly hurtful and destructive, and then what happens? The person says, like, let's say it happens to me this way, and then right? So let's say the purpose is holy. And then what happens? The husband holds it, and then he says that he was wrong, and then he says, so what does he do? He says, I'm sorry. Now, this is the husband's expectation is that we can I'm sorry, what happened? And I was like a magic wand, right? Like magic erase marker, right? I said, I'm sorry, this is genuinely, even like a little tear in the corner of my eye. I'm really sorry. And so it's interesting that sometimes the hypothetical things that turn everything is just like snaps back to what it was. That everything is fine. And then the hypothetical husband realizes that, wow, like not everything is snapping back to what it was. And so it's just because, again, our actions have consequences. Our actions have reactions. So when you hurt someone, you even accept your apology, but it doesn't come to the point. It's all there. There are consequences to our actions. And this is one of the most important pieces so most horrific in life. And this is why, again, living with mindfulness and living with attentiveness is contemplating about the effects and implications of our actions before we do so incredibly and profoundly important. Because understand everything I do as a reaction. And even though I realize the error in my ways and I want to put it back to sleep, I'm going to be about Shiva. Everything will be about Shiva. But what's going to happen after I'm going to about Shiva? What's going to happen if the Satan, forgiveness it is? That's incredible. But yeah, we have to do this. Like, in other words, that's easy to undo. In other words, that's it. You did some things. And there's an irreversible set of consequences. It's not substance emotion. You are about Shiva. And Shamayim, they will absolutely accept you with open arms and a bridge about Shiva. But we're still going to execute because we're like when you make certain decisions, there are irreversible consequences. I will say, how often do we do certain things thinking that that's our mind is going to be deal, but just can dial it back afterwards. And then you do it, and you can't dial it back. And stuck with the consequences. True always possible, but the undoing of the action or the reaction of my actions often cannot be undone. Incredible yourself. So much to be healthy, and that's just everything about this. It's not even not saying that like this. You want to know why you trust the sun to shine with the roots or curses his father? There's something about it. It's already true. But that's because I'm the truth. You have to act in them. And someone else should also be liable for him and for cursing Avram. I'm not knowing the Amcha and the things that I'm very interesting. When you tie it, I'm not for rest of a cursing or for any other Jews, without looking again, it's a Jew who's going to live. Meaning again, what's it? It's back to the idea that someone who has been condemned to death, ultimately, to come up with almost as if they're already dead. It's as if they're dead. So therefore, again, it's hard to reach the liability with someone who's dead. Like, the son is a different obligation. Like, the son is the son. And the son always has an umbrella for another day. Having a study of the Esinaka has nothing to do with whether or not the parent is a parent. You gotta be important. Okay, we can just not a good parent, doesn't make a difference. I'm obligated to go ahead and have a couple. So your parents will go to you have to because you guys son has an obligation to honor his parents. But the rest of us, everyone else, obligations to be dead. Undeterred liability for them guys. You know, you should know now. If that's the situation, the church also be so. And I'll say, I'm against. You need to hard to get after me, so you need to say, no, they look at their own definition as well. Remember, there are elements of Kibbutz Avva'im that are in effect even after the parent dies. As we're going to see, for example, one is now, again, you can put your parents after they're dead because there's no permission in the court. Right? But the Micah, you can't curse your parents after they're dead. So, for example, like the color of the Demo applies even after death of a parent. So you see from here, it's fascinating. Even if you look at Avram as a dead man, right, because he was sentenced to death, even so, personally, we fully believe it. Because the third person that's very big, yeah. There's a lot to say about this, about the concept of people even after death, transcends after death, right? This is why I love the Mice again. You know, this is one of the interesting ideas. Same Kaddish is one of the forms of people of age. There's a lot to discuss, especially a father says, when he says to a child, I don't want to say Kaddish for you. And this child obligated to go ahead of the time and honor that request, but give them disgrace with that request. Yeah, a lot of Chinese like this is a lot about when a parent asks for something, the parent asks for something, that is contrary to halacha. They're like, not for that, 27 years, is that the obligation, the person to say what indicates to us that people are extend even beyond that. So my Havyara, okay, very interesting conversation. By the way, let's remember how did this all start? What was the Shiloh? What was the Shiloh? Right, Adam Yitzchak worked for them, his father, his child, ultimately again, for Malchus or for Clara, when the son go ahead and administer
What a terrible connection.
right? Or ultimately again, you'll see the holiday, this is similar. It's like Adam is being let out to death, and he's Yitzchak the same kindness, if he looks similar to circumstances. It's so funny, one of the circumstances, certainly personally in this case, right? Because the Mesa, person was very active again, also liability. This woman is actually physically breathing. Somehow they look at our work, what's the other out about it? If you tell us that they were in this law, what Paul didn't have been now to get over that. Also, in the Palawai, he was like, general, Hamas on myself, son is not allowed to search and make his father, even if the son is doing so, in the capacity of an agent of grace. That's how I go. Hand translation, how you know the information is one exception. This means this. So on the Torah, it's not most what's the concept. There's one exception. That's one exception. If Adam the father was involved in saving others to worship the Holy Zorah, then this the son is permitted to go ahead and put in the person carry out the punishment of bathing, which makes it relatively routine. Once somebody is inciting others to worship the Holy Zorah, he definitely throw the book at them in a general sense. Okay, so by the way, that is the halacha, and it's what that is talking about. Again, this was actually, this was so how do other people show in the let's say one's parents, but not necessarily doing like over there. I think the need might be on the house, you got the yesterday, even if they're literally being let out to be executed, also know that something with coming up. You're not going to get to hit the parents, you're not going to get to person. Then you got also a problem. Potter. Now, is it clear for a person if you hit them or if you curse them, you're potter. That's why you potter. And the second is you can get already. That's also Shiva, having the kind of the air that I have been checking it out. Those are translated. So it's first parents, right? So let's say each father Adam is being let out to be killed. First of all, that's killing individuals in the law. Even though he's a Russia, each still kills within each still kills person. If each does kill a person, technically potter, if I can just curse a such person. Okay, this is the time says, however, if Adam beat Shiva, and then Yitzchak subsequently killing a person, Yitzchak is tired for hitting a person with courage. Incredible. Even though what? Even though Yitzchak is doing that, even though Adam is doing that, nevertheless, about Shiva is about Shiva is about Shiva. And again, I'm not going to say in halacha, that relation here, other but not the ocean, but in the same region, when it's yet in Boston, or a little bit of rapid halacha that the sun should not be agent of dating to carry as much as to carry out duty of communication. Incredible. Okay, let's go back to Mishnah. Nothing is there. I'm not the other duty, also you're kind of as the answer by the Kabbalah. But we have to read it to us only in the last video. When you wish to get to the beginning of the parent. If the person wishes his father or mother, he is not carried unless the person causes an injury. So you have not to treat the Kabbalah. זה חומר כמתלו ומאחר, שמתלו לאחר מספרים, והמקל לאחר מספרים. But you refer to it as even though normally when a person carries together, there is a tendency that person has over the meaning, but really the only kind of the parents person and kind even when the parents is dead. Okay, incredible. Something about that right. When I say somebody got off the community, like he's stuck with his father Adam, like giving like up. Hot. It doesn't get covered with everything injuries. Not good. Not good for the person who's some level of liability. Only liability perspective of parents, maybe it's part of the company. That's what I'm not going to. I'll be, lack and so on. So the Prophet says, other than what you are. Okay, colorless other than most you must, other than you must kill. So there's the redundancy in the puzzle, right? The beginning of the puzzle says, okay, color as other the S, God's does like a man will curse his mother and his father. Most you must, he's put to death. Why? Other than God, they curse his mother and father. So why do you see the same thing twice? First, the Gemara says the second other than what you teaches me, laughing and stuff. That there's liability for cursing one's parents even after death. Even after death, even after the parent dies, you're not allowed to curse them. If you did. I would have thought, holy is the high, the master of the high, the metallo, since the Mosai, he told us don't have any place. Fitting and cursing, not there in the highest element finding. I am a color in the highest element finding. Different stuff in the parents. There's only liability when the parents is alive. So to cursing the parents, there's only liability when the parents is alive. So it's like, if I get a bunch of extra praise, all these units, to see that there's liability for cursing parents, even the ones who are dead. Furthermore, always, California. Where's the California? Not there, to us above the Amfa, to the Amfa. You are the low power and boy the Amfa. So it's furthermore again, when it comes to Naka, when it comes to hitting someone, you want to be also about the low Amfa to the Amfa. Those are the music like this. It doesn't matter whether it's you ultimately again. Maybe you can form this with the dictates of who is right or not. There's liability for hitting them. There's liability for expressing any other thing. The Gemara says. I'm sorry, no kind of problem. We're not responsible for the answer to answer. No kind of answer. But yet, again, it's not liability. Let's start this one after the dead. How much you know, also much for the answer to the answer. And it is no kind of answer. When it comes to the color, we give them a color is any for a Jew. We use it according to the dictates of Jewish law. But if somebody is not what we call it answer, in Allah for America, there's no liability for going ahead and pursing them. Certainly, there should be no liability for asking that. I'm a Romad, I'll be black and stuff. Once I give you extra things other than what you can do that what? There's liability for cursing your parents even after their death. So I do follow your friend, you have a sort of draw, I'll give you that. First I said that you see this advice in this moment. First of all, son, federal phrase as other than kilo is extra. Because it wasn't what he said before in the earlier part of the passage that you can't curse your parents. What do I do with that last word, other than kilo? It's going to be even after the death of the parent, there's going to be liability. I don't know if Yoshia, my friend, remember, think of Yoshia, he holds that that phrase is not extra. What is there to say? What are we talking about? Here we go. Beside that. The part that says now again, most of the part is actually color as others best in law. Why do you use fish? Why not just say fish? Why fish? Not only the rabbis back Tumtum back you see that even if the father is a Tumtum and there's no Jewish, ultimately again there's still liability for the child for cursing the parent. I say color as others best who will curse his mother and his father, I only know that the liability is to curse both your mother and your father. Others shalom other than that. I don't know if there's liability either. If I curse my father and my mother is not my father, which is my says I will know others emo kilo. If I could then go back to say others emo kilo, so that Yoshi uses that last
anything good about it? What is the best thing about it? Right on the winner.
What that makes it sound like the reading of that pasuk is there's only liability when you curse.
Yeah, what the fuck, dog? Dog, sound like everybody called that shit. Nobody knew how to pronounce it though. Really? Oh, it's no word.
Whenever the pasuk creates a grouping, the assumption over here is, and even people mention together, are still reckoned separately unless the Torah places them together explicitly. What do we mean by this? Minore, Torah says very explicit. What do you mean by this? Minore, not the Yimot of it, most Yimot. The verse says, ultimately, again, from the power of the most Yimot Vida, and we find in the Rabbi stop thinking about Joseph. That's going back to teaching. I'm saying, I don't think about the first one. The second one is very often teaching. You can go across so many of them. Probably just fucking like a normal day. But listen, Homer did not get you in the color. So why not tell the idea of the Torah? They're not getting over the color. How so?
Dude, where can you fucking watch the Olympics?
So they're not get us a brochure of the Anfang to the Anfang by Machiavelli and the Chinese and the Jew. Whether the Jews, I'm calling them, I'm calling that's in the Matalo. Ultimately, again, without thinking about Matalo, because the Matalo, you only try is the person who does the Anfang. A Sava, Machine, Hakal, Mitzvah. We go ahead and ultimately again we compare we try Machine, we compare the Halacha of Hakal to Sava. But just like Hakal, the Pharaohs are going ahead and doing Lema, Honey Today. So it's the same, this time like these other Tanai. So what? Tani Kaga, very interesting so there. Kusi Aka Mitzvah Hakal. So, Yata Mitzvah Hakal. So, Kusi. And I say that, again, remember, Kusi in general, Kusi in Shas is used in one of two ways. Sometimes Kusi just means a guy. That's what it means, just means a guy. This Kusi is the same as this Aku. But in other times, what Kusi refers to are the Kusim. Who are the Kusim? Right? Remember when Shaman said the thing about short exile return fight? He had a good strategy, most strategy, military strategy was, whenever you conquer people, the first thing you do is uproot them from their natural homeland, and you sell them somewhere else. And makes it less probable that they will go ahead and rebel. Okay, so when you exile return fight, you put in their face the Kusim. Where are the Kusim from? There was an outbreak of lions, and they converted. So there's a whole shaila about their conversion. Whether legitimate converts or not legitimate converts. So just bear that in mind. The word says as follows. So Kusi Atam Tzvah HaKal. So therefore it's so Kusi, if you're in a Kusi, you're tight. If you curse a Kusi, you're not tight. Thank you, that's everybody. So Atam Tzvah HaKal. So ultimately by Kusi, you're not tight either in or for cursing. That is says Savua, Kukuli Alma, Kusi Gay, MSA, MSA, and the sense for making this. Anyone assumes that the Kusi were legitimate created. Legitimate created. If that's the case, so my love back with me. So what are they arguing about? So the Marks are actually not called the Torah. One thing is that you compare killing someone to cursing someone. The Marks and therefore getting his authority. The Marks are no much being called the Torah. No, we treat them separately. We as a role not to. Everyone agrees. No much shouldn't have called the Torah. We do not go ahead and compare killing to cursing. The Hakka, the Hakka, so what's really arguing about it here? Mars Savakusin Giri Arayos, and I'm saying Mars Savakusin Giri Arayos. I'm sorry, Mars Savakusin Giri NSA, Mars Savakusin Giri Arayos. What's the Machok? So I'm saying the Machok is ultimately is Halakha Lamesa. What's the Kusin? What's Giri Arayos means? That's Arayos the power, not an iron. Right? So they converted because of the lions. Therefore, they were not legitimate. Other thing is now. They were Giri Enes, legitimate lion, legitimate Giri. So the Gemara says, he hati, how is turning out all the Shara to be Yisrael? So let's say, so ultimately, again, if that's the case, then what do we really say? That the Shara of Kusi is treated like the Shara of the Yisrael, to which the Gemara answers, and Shmanino, that Kisha to Yisrael. That was the one you see, the just focus, and the focus ultimately is, do you compare Hakar to Klala or not? That is the fundamental my focus and told you over here. So let's say, so just Halakha Lamesa, just in the same place here. Halakha Lamesa, what he's asking is that Hakar and Kala are treated differently. Like that, for example, there is a person one's parent, or there's a person one's parent, even after their death, but Halakha Lamesa, again, Hakar, like striking, does not apply after the death of the individual. I close out after the death of the parent. So I do a little back to the last piece. I think I'll get to the tomorrow. And then you stop.
So I've been thinking about my celebrity doppelganger, and I finally found it. It's the nerd emoji. Yeah, I've been a nerd for a really long time. Back when the internet asked women one question, you probably know. Was it hot? Were you hot? Or were you not? Yeah, I was on a scale of 1 to 10. And I was a 9.
All right, so we'll
Yeah,
say
don't laugh. I was 9 years
morning,
old.
good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor, annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shalom Drushos this year. As a Zechus from Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael, our Talmud Torah sponsors for Adar, Abalim Latova, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen on the occasion of his 12th birthday. Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael Shalom Lebracha, a week of learning sponsors, Pauline Catholic College, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah and Zechariah Shalom Lebracha. And our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Adam Blanco, in memory of Moshe Ben David or Moshe Feinstein, that's on the occasion of his yard site, the merit of our Talmud Torah. The Neshama Sav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, the rest of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful before Nasi Yedek. Was the dance? Thank you for my agency for all this troubleshooting. Everything that could possibly go wrong at 5:45 in the morning. I will say, so let's begin. An incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is page 85. We are up to a message we left off on page down on the base 84b, and we left off 6 lines up from the bottom. So let's remember again, we're dealing with a very interesting case. The question that Gemara had is a son allowed to do bloodletting for his father? That was the fundamental shaila. Because on one hand, we discussed the Mishnah introduced us to the idea that if a son injures his father, he's chayiv charek. So the shaila is, what happens if he goes ahead and he does bloodletting for his father? Is that permitted or not? So interestingly enough, we had two opinions from Rav Masno and Rav Dini who both seem to say yes, but then the Gemara quoted two stories of Rav and Mar Braid Ravina who do not allow their children to take out a splinter, to lance a boil, for fear ultimately again of causing a chavura. So the Gemara goes on and says, "V'hadisnan, 6 lines of love, hadisnan, machat shayad, Rita Ba'asakot." Let's just remember again, he's now switching over to the Shabbos. So the Mishnah says as follows: that if you have a small hand needle, a small needle that's used for sewing, you're allowed to go ahead and move that on Shabbos. It's not muktzah. Why? Because ultimately, again, technically you can use it to remove a splinter on Shabbos. One second, remove a splinter on Shabbos. Don't you have to be concerned that maybe in that, again, technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with removing a splinter on Shabbos. What's the concern? The concern is that you may cause it greater injuries. And causing a greater injury, especially one that draws blood, ultimately, again, is an issue d'oraisa. So what do you do? I'm sorry. Maybe it'll cause an injury. And again, although it'll be a shogi, it's not an intentional chavura, but nevertheless, it's a shogi of skila. Which the Gemara says, no. That's different, because if there is a chavura that's caused by taking out of the splinter, that's metalko. That's considered to be a destructive act. So the Gemara says, so that's why according to the opinion that says metalko is pater. That in general on Shabbos when you do something destructive, that is pater. According to the opinion that says metalko is chayiv, even if you do something destructive on Shabbos, a malacha is a malacha. What is there to say? Which the verse is one of the man Shabbos nidor metalko b'chabura chayiv. Who's the opinion who says that metalko by chabura, but if he causes a chabura and it's killful and it's destructive, that's your chayiv. That's Rabbi Shimon. Top of Pehei. Rabbi Shimon Amar Malach Shmutzikol Gufa Patrala. Rabbi Shimon is also the opinion who says that any malacha shmutzikol Gufa, which means any malacha that is done that is not needed for its intended purpose. In other words, that the malacha that results, that's not the malacha that I want. He holds that your potter. Okay, so the word is off. So bottom line, by the way. So what happens in that kind of situation? The word is just suggesting that even if you end up causing a chabura by taking out the splinter, that'll be in malacha shenitzikol gufa. In general, both like local Shabbos, what is local Shabbos? Malachas machshavas means something constructive and premeditated. At the end of the day, you do a malacha, but the malacha itself is not necessary But ultimately, again, it's not us on Shabbos. So that being said, we don't sleep, we don't take out splinters on Shabbos. Right? We leave splinters on Thursday, splinters after Shabbos, out of a fear, ultimately, again, of a davar in the scabbings. Even though it's not for people who thought, we still don't go ahead and do it on Shabbos. But coming back to our previous video, what about a son doing bloodletting for father? So this is a big shame. In other words, again, I mentioned the share yesterday, yesterday, that in all of these cases where you have a son checking the blood sugar for his father, a son going out and being a doctor and operating on his father, doing this procedure. So what's the halacha? So the Shalom Aruch Paskins in Hilchot, there's a whole section called Hilchot Kibud Avayim. Fascinating halachas. In Yerodeo, Simon Reish Mem Aleph. So the Shalom Aruch says as follows: Reish Mem Aleph Gimel, Ramah Gimel. Shalom says as follows: Hayat Chutz Takov La'avi. If let's say again, my father has a splinter. Father has a splinter. The Shalom Aruch says, Lo Yotzi Enu Shema Yavar La'asos Bo Chavura. A son should not take out the splinter, lest he come to cause his father to bleed. Again, it will make his dam, or rofe, let's say the son is doing bloodletting, or the son is a doctor, lo yak is dam lo ovid, lo yaksif lo eder, afas mishum achavim. A son should not do anything to a father that could cause bleeding, even if the intention is for a floor. So let's say that, but I'm not a very important qualifier. Haga, when is this true? When is it true? Sheyesh sham acher lasos. When there's someone else to go ahead and provide the quote-unquote service for the father. About an ancient after lasos, whom it's tired, having manhor makizo, the whole technology of human share lasos. So it says, interestingly enough, if there's no one else there, then the son could do it. The son could do it. But Shlomo gives a very interesting qualifier. He says, he has to get the shus from his father. Fascinating. So in other words, the lechatila, he said a son should not do these things for his father. Like that's the lechatila. Like the evidence there's no one else there, a son could do it, but really he should get the shus from his father before going ahead and doing anything that's going to cause a chabura or cause the drawing of blood. Incredible. And I want to say, this also presupposes that the father is at the mental capacity to give the shus to the father. Let's say again, the father is not at the mental capacity, the son is the caregiver who's there. And again, but I'm not saying it's understood. It's understood that although ideally it's better to have someone other than your son perform these duties, but again, if there's no one else there, even if the father can't give the shus, the son is to make it. Okay, good. We'll come back more of this coming up a little bit later. So it's like top of pay 85A, second line down. Very interesting here. One million Rothschilds. That's the father side of Rothschilds. Then also will the color. Wow, listen to this. Can the son be an agent of the court to strike his father or to curse his father? Now, what does this mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, Bezdin lo aviv, in this height of a nidui umalchus. So what we're seeing now, the question is like this. Let's say again, we have right Avram and Yitzchak. Avram, father Yitzchak is the son. Avram was condemned by Bezdin, was judged by Bezdin for malchus, to get lashes. Or Avram was going to be put in excommunication. Remember again, so now the Shiner is, let's say Yitzchak, the son, is employed by the Bezdin. So can Yitzchak go ahead and carry out these sentences against his father? So again, it's not the son acting of his own volition, it's the son acting as a shliach HaBezdin. So the Gemara says, Amalei, La'acha Miyatilo. So the Gemara asks such fascinating questions. So in general, right, why is, let's say Avram and Yitzchak are not related. Avram is judged for Avram is judged for the excommunication. But let's say part of excommunication was a curse. You would get cursed by Bezdin. So the Gemara says, you're never allowed to do this to another Jew. So can you go over to another Jew and slap them? Can you go over to another Jew and curse them? You're not allowed to so much as someone else stomp another Jew. How are they permitted to flog someone? How are they permitted to curse someone? Because it's beautiful. Elo, kavod shamayim ardi. That's what I say. So why is it that Bezdin in general, right? Anyone in Bezdin is allowed to flog another Jew, curse another Jew, because kavod shamayim ardi. Because the covet that we are obligated to display to our Kodesh Baruch Hu trumps any other covet. That's it. So therefore, again, if someone did something against the Kadosh Baruch Hu and they're deserving of Malchus, we're going to flog them. We're going to flog them. But someone is deserving ultimately again of Nidra, we're going to curse them. And that is an affront to the dignity of the individual. The covenant of Kadosh Baruch Hu goes in and comes before the covenant of any other person. Hachanami kvod shemayim. That's the logic that ultimately, again, a son should be able to go ahead and flog his father, or a son should be able to go ahead and curse his father for Nidra as well. So okay, that's the Gemara is assuming right now. So may say uma mi shemitzuva lakoso mitzvah shelo lakoso mi she'inu mitzvah lakoso in a din shemitzvah shelo lakoso. So what's right? So a little bit of a strange right. So which we'll have to fix. So literally translated, if someone who I'm obligated to strike, there's a mitzvah not to strike them. Someone who I'm not obligated to strike, certainly there's a mitzvah not to strike them. All right, so no idea what the place is talking about. So Mar says, "My love, makom mitzvah." So perhaps both cases in the Brayso are talking about makom mitzvah. There's someone who was deserving of malchus. I see if someone who's deserving of lashes, and what happens? Maybe one Brayso is talking about a son, and one Brayso is talking about someone else. In other words, and the Brayso is saying like this: when it's the son, even though the father is deserving of malchus, nevertheless, the son should not administer to the father. And versus someone else, where even ideally you really shouldn't be hitting any Jew, but when you're working for Beis Din, and Beis Din is obligated to give a person malchus, so someone else is permitted to administer it. To which the Gemara says, "Lo, idi v'idi loshna b'no v'loshna acher." The Gemara says, "No, not true. Doesn't make a difference whether we're talking about a son or talking about someone else." One is talking about makom mitzvah, and one is talking about not a makom mitzvah. What does that mean about say? So, what does that mean makom mitzvah, not makom mitzvah? So the pashtos, what's makom mitzvah? Makom mitzvah is where someone is chayiv malchus from Beis Din. Shalom b'makom mitzvah means someone's not chayiv malchus in Beis Din. So someone's chayiv malchus in Beis Din. As much as we don't like hitting people, you're going to hit them because it's a mitzvah. Both shemai argue. Someone's not chayiv malchus, you're not going to hit them because halacha l'maisa is prohibited. So the Gemara says, this is what it needs to say. Here we go. Uma b'makom mitzvah shemitzvah lahakoso mitzvah shelo lahakoso. So it says, listen to this. Even in the case of makom mitzvah, let's say this. Like Avram ultimately again is chayiv malchus. Avram's chayiv malchus. So now Yitzchak, let's even leave aside that Yitzchak is his son, not his son. Let's leave that on the side. Yitzchak is going to administer the malchus. Even in that case, what is the halacha? Yitzchak is not permitted to deliver more than the mandated number of malchus. Right? There's an issue to flog someone even one more lash than they are chayiv for. So that's what it means when it says, Ma b'makom mitzvah, even in the case where a person is liable to lashes, right? Shemitzvah lahakoso, mitzvah shelo lahakoso. There is a mitzvah not to give them any more lashes than they are liable to. Shelo b'makom mitzvah, when someone is not liable to lashes. So the Gemara says, shelo b'makom mitzvah, she'enu mitzvah lahakoso, eino din shemitzvah shelo lahakoso. So it's only where someone is not subject to lashes. In halacha l'maisa, don't strike them at all. Okay, so we'll say, so therefore again, that's how the Gemara ends off. Now by the way, what do we do with this halacha? So the pashtos, well, we're not finished. Let's finish up first. Tashma. So we'll say, so remember again, keep your eye on the ball. What's the primary shiloh over here? So we've already established about a son administering medicinal healing to his father that could potentially result in a kabul. That was topic number 1 for today. Topic number 2 for today. Can a son carry out the punishment of Beis Din upon his father if the son is working for Beis Din? Is that mutter or not? So that still seems to be up in the air. So the Gemara continues. Tashma. Hayotze v'harik. Listen to this. Avram was condemned to death. Avram the father was condemned to death. Uba b'no v'iko v'kilalo chayiv. And what happens? And his son comes along and hits him or curses him. The son is chayiv. All right. So the Gemara says, if another person comes along and hits or curses Avram, so the other person is going to be potter. All right, so what's going on over here? So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, so again, one more time. Avram is condemned to death. The Gemara says, if Avram's son Yitzchak comes and strikes him or curses him, so the son Yitzchak is going to be liable. All right, if someone else other than Yitzchak comes and curses or hits Avram, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, we ask, why this distinction? Right? Why this distinction ultimately again between the son and someone else? I'm not this is very interesting. The Misarvin Bolotsis say. Okay, so this is fascinating. So we'll say, what's the case? Avram was condemned to death. There was an American we spoke about earlier, much earlier in the chapter, about the process for leading someone out to death, specifically again by skila. Coming into that whole process of leading it out. What's the case? The case where Avram was condemned, but he won't go. Which makes a lot of sense. Right? He won't go. Right? He won't go. So therefore, what do we need to do? We need to prod him. So how do you prod him? You hit him. Right? Or you curse him, so the Gemara says. So that therefore the Gemara seems to be making this distinction as following. If the son hits him or curses him, the son will be liable. If someone else hits him or curses him, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, Rav Sheshes Mukila, B'She'im Misarbin Bo Lotes. Rav Sheshes sets it up as no, it's not a case of where he's refusing to go out. If that's the case that he's not refusing to go out, so let's say, again, if we're talking about a case where Avram was condemned to death, he's refusing to go out to meet his maker, right? He's refusing to go out for execution. So now, okay, the Gemara says, if his son hits him or curses him, there's liability for the son. If someone else does it, there's not liability. Okay, but Shesha says, no, it's talking about a case where he's not unwilling to go. He's willing to go. Like he's willing to go. The shame is out, he's willing to go. If that's what he's willing to go, then at the end of the day, if someone else comes along and hits him or curses him, why is there not liability for the other? To which the Gemara says very simple. So let's say, remember, this is very important. When Avram is condemned to death, what's his status? What's his status? He's considered to be dead. All right, let's take a different case. Someone like Avram is condemned to death by Din, and then Yaakov comes along and kills Avram. What's Yaakov's liability? Zero. Why? He killed a dead man. He killed a dead man. So halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says like this. When Avram's been condemned to death, so if someone else comes along and hits Avram, curses Avram, there's no liability because they hit and they cursed a dead man. If the son does it, there is liability. Again, let's say this is all the heightened level of relationship responsibility that a child has to a parent. Avram's been condemned to death. You're right, but if you're stuck, it's still your father, and he's still living and breathing right in front of you, and therefore, again, you have an obligation to maintain proper dignity towards him. The Gemara says as follows. Gemara says, "V'hamar Sheshes, Baish is an interesting case here. Baishu Yoshan Umeis Chayiv." So let's listen to this fascinating case here. Let's say you embarrass someone. Just stam. Right? I go over to Ruvain and I embarrass Ruvain while Ruvain is dying. Right? While Ruvain is sleeping. Right? Ruvain is sleeping. So I say, so what's the kind of getting embarrassed while you're sleeping? Right? You don't know about it. So I don't know, Ruvain's asleep and I put toothpaste on his face, whatever it is. Right? I go ahead, right? He's sleeping. So I say, so interestingly enough, and he dies in his sleep. So Ruvain never woke up to realize the embarrassment that's been caused to him. So what's the halacha? By show Yashem Kudeis Chayiv. I'm Chayiv. Now, both say, who am I Chayiv? And Rashi says, okay, actually, Rashi read across Chayiv. Is Baishin Banov, Bahai Nami Loshna. So as I say, interestingly enough, halacha myself, I'm obligated to pay Moshes to the heirs, right, to Ruvain's offspring, because they were embarrassed to inside people. So what do you see from here? That halacha l'maisa, even if you go ahead and you embarrass someone who's dead, there's still liability. Now, why are you bringing this up over here? Because the Gemara wanted to say that if Yaakov goes over to Avram and hits him or curses him, that Yaakov's not going to be chayiv. Why not? Because he hit or he cursed a dead man. Hit or he cursed a dead man. But what do you see from here? That even if you do something to someone and that person, quote unquote, is dead, they never realize it, there's still liability. If I embarrass someone while they're sleeping and they never wake up, I'm still liable to go ahead and pay for the embarrassment to the offspring. I'm asking, what's the case over here? what happens? Where again, the injury to Avram is an injury that's not shara pruta. So therefore, again, there's no liability, right? For damages less than a pruta, ultimately, again, there's going to be no liability. So the Gemara says, "V'hamar Rabbi Ami, Amar Rabbi Yochanan, hikach Hashem shara pruta lokat." But we learned that even if you injure someone, and you right to commit someone, and you cause them an injury that's less than a shara pruta, while it's true that there's no monetary compensation, you get malchus. To which the Gemara says, "You're right. My pater de Kamar." What does it mean when we say that if Yaakov goes over to Avram and he struck or he cursed Avram, that ultimately he's pater? What does that mean, pater? Pater, limaman. It means that he's pater from moment. There's no monetary compensation, but there would potentially be malchus. Michlal did no chayi the moment. So again, does that sound like over here that his son would be chayi moment, which would be strange? To which the Gemara says, "Elo dedino hachanami dedino." Rather, both say no. What it means is chayi just means everyone has different liability. Chayi just means you're liable. So a son will have one type of liability, right? Yaakov, another unrelated party, will have his own liability. So why is it that another will be pater, right? If Yaakov comes, Avram's been condemned to death, and Yaakov comes along and strikes him or curses him, why is it that Yaakov is pater? The pasuk says literally again, a prince amongst your people, you shall not curse. What do we learn from here? Well, only when is there a prohibition to curse another Jew? When he is ba'amcha. Ba'amcha means he is part of Klal Yisrael. He behaves like another Jew. But obviously, if someone has been sentenced to death, what does that indicate? They're not behaving in conformance with the normative standards of Klal Yisrael, and therefore, again, there is no prohibition to curse such an individual. The Gemara says, okay, hatinach klala. So I understand cursing. So I'm supposed to say, now, by the way, this is actually very important because what this is telling me is the prohibition to curse another Jew is only when they behave like a Jew. Right? Only when we call them osem ma'aseh amcha. Only when they are behaving, when they are conducting themselves like the Jew should. So the Gemara says, hatinach klala, hakar, what about hitting? What about hitting someone? Right? What about hitting someone? We compare ultimately hitting to cursing. And therefore, just like cursing only applies to Amcha when the person is conducting himself in conformity with one of the Jewish standards, so to hitting applies as well. So we'll say if that's the case, then the same thing should apply for a son. So therefore, even when Yitzchak, right, if Avram's been condemned to death, that means that what? Avram is not conducting himself to Amcha, like the member of Klal Yisrael. If he's not conducting himself as a member of Klal Yisrael, then Allah there should be no prohibition to hit him or to curse him. And therefore, the son should be exempt as well. It's incredible. Gemara says, what's the case? The case is where Avram did tshuva. Avram's been condemned to death, but he did tshuva before his execution. So again, if Avram did tshuva, then what? He is included back in Amcha, and therefore, again, his son is not permitted to curse him or to hit him. So this is a profound Gemara on a variety of levels. So first of all, what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, you could do tshuva until when? Literally again until the end. Like the Rambam writes in Hilchos Tshuva, even if a person is on the deathbed, they have the ability to perform tshuva. So this is in this dramatic case. Avram's been sentenced to death. Avram is literally again being led out to be executed. But the possibility and the window to tshuva is still open literally until the moment that he is executed. Such is the power of tshuva, the ability to effect change in oneself or in one's life, literally until your last breath. That's the power of tshuva. What's lesson number 2? So let's say, he's about tshuva. If he's about tshuva, then what should we do? Stay the execution. Send it back home. So what else do you see? Just because the person does tshuva doesn't necessarily mean that you should undo the effects of all of your actions. Sometimes we do things in life, or often we do things in life, and there are irreversible consequences. You behave a certain way, especially for a protracted amount of time, you can't simply undo that. And this is the incredible dialectic of tshuva. On one hand, tshuva itself can really undo everything, right? Like the Imam says, If you do the highest level of tshuva, the Gemara calls tshuva me'ava, even zidonos na'asasot kizuchuyos. Even your intentional awareness can become like mitzvos. That is true in the spiritual realm. In the physical realm, sometimes the things that I do cannot be undone. There are realities of our actions, realities of our circumstances. You see this all the time, like in human relationships. So, it could happen that we offend someone, we hurt someone. We see this happen a lot, especially in the context of marriage, where I do something that is terribly hurtful and destructive. And then what happens? The person says, let's say it happens to be that the offending party is the husband. Let's say, for argument's sake, right? For illustrative purposes only. So then what happens? Then a husband owns it and he understands that he was wrong. He understands, so what does he do? He says, I'm sorry. Now it's interesting. Often the husband's expectation is that with an I'm sorry, what happens? And I was like a magic wand, right? Like magic erase marker, right? I said, I'm sorry. It was genuine. It was like a little tear in the corner of my eye. Like, I'm really sorry. And so it's interesting that sometimes the hypothetical husband thinks that certainly everything that just like snaps back to what it was, like everything is fine. And then the hypothetical husband realizes that, wow, like not everything is snapping back to what it was. So it's also because, again, our actions have consequences and our actions have reactions. And when you hurt someone, they may even accept your apology, but it doesn't undo the pain. It's all there. There are consequences to our actions. And this is one of the most important sodas to live with in life. And this is why, again, living with mindfulness and living with attentiveness and contemplating about the effects and implications of our actions before we do is so incredibly and profoundly important. Because to understand everything I do has a reaction. And even though I realize the error in my ways and I want to pull it back, you can't pull it back. It stays. Avram may be about tshuva. Everyone may be about tshuva. And once even after Avram becomes about tshuva, what's thing going to say to him? Ashrecha. Incredible. But now we have to do it. Like, in other words, that you can't undo it. In other words, that's it. You did something, and there's an irreversible set of consequences that you have set into motion. You are about tshuva. And in Shamayim, they will absolutely accept you with open arms as a great Baal tshuva. But we're still going to execute you. Because in life, when you make certain decisions, there are irreversible consequences. And I was saying, so how often do we do certain things thinking in the back of our mind it's not a big deal, but just kind of dial it back afterwards? And then you do it, and you can't dial it back. And stuck with the consequences. Tshuva, always possible. But the undoing reactions or the reactions of my actions often cannot be undone. Incredible use of. So the says, if that's the case that I was coming about trust. So it's not really much setting it up like this. Do you want to know why Yitzchak, the son, is chayiv if he hits or he curses his father? Because his father came about tshuva. Because I'm the tshuva. If that's the case that I'm the tshuva, acher nami. Then someone else should also be liable for hitting and for cursing Avram. So I'm Rabbi ba'amcha b'mukim shela'amcha. Very interesting. No. When you chayiv, halacha for cursing or for hitting another Jew, but ultimately, again, it's a Jew who is going to live. Meaning, again, I must say, this all circles back to the idea that someone who has been condemned to death, ultimately, in halacha, is almost as if they're already dead. It's as if they're dead. So therefore, again, it's hard to really create liability for someone who's dead. Right? A son is a different obligation. Right? The son is a son. Right? The son always has an obligation. Again, has nothing to do with whether or not your parent is a good parent or not. It's incredibly important. Right? In other words, my parent is a good parent, not a good parent. It doesn't make a difference. I'm obligated to go ahead and have coffee for them. So with parents, it's like this. Even Avram is convicted to death. A son still has an obligation to honor his parent. But the mindset by everyone else, Avram is considered to be dead. It's hard to generate liability for a dead guy. If that's the case against the son, should also be exempt. I'll say, I'm a days. No, here's the thing. We'll get to this as well. Remember, there are elements of kibud avva'im that are in effect even after the parent dies. As we're going to see, for example, one is now, again, you can hit your parent after they're dead because there's no prohibition of hitting a corpse. Right? But Lamaisa, you can't curse your parent after they're dead. So, for example, like the kala of the emo applies even after the death of a parent. So you see from here, it's fascinating. Even if you look at Avram as a dead man, right, because he was sentenced to death, even so, cursing him, right, Yitzchak, his son, cursing him would still be prohibited, because you can't curse your dead parent as well. So I'll say, by the way, there's a lot to say about this, about the concept of people Abba'im, even after death. It transcends after death, right? This is why Halacha L'Maisa, again, this is one of the interesting ideas. Saint Kaddish is one of the forms of people Abba'im, which has a lot to discuss. Let's say a father says, parent says to their child, I don't want you to say Kaddish for me after I die. And crazy case like that. Parent says, so is a child obligated to go ahead and honor that request, or can they dispense with that request? You have a lot of shilas like this in halacha about when a parent asks for something, that runs contrary to halacha. Okay, but right now, to that point over here is that the obligation, the fact that it's a shayla, indicates to us that kibbud afa'im extends even beyond death. So the Gemara, my hadiyallah. Okay. Very interesting conversation. Bottom line, let's remember, how did this all start? What was the shayla? Like, Avram Yitzchak worked for David. His father is chayiv, ultimately, again, for Malchus or for Klala, can the son go ahead and administer that particular prohibition, right? Or ultimately, again, or hayotzi liharek, which is the similar case, right? Avram is being let out to death. Is Yitzchak the son chayiv if he hits him or if he curses him? So, by the way, one thing we certainly established is certainly cursing him he is chayiv for, right? Because Lamaisa, cursing your parent after they're dead is also a liability. So certainly when he's actually physically breathing. So my idea, what's the bottom line? So in general, halacha l'maisa, son is not allowed to curse and hate his father, even if the son is doing so in the capacity of an agent of basin. That's the halacha. Can't curse or hate your father as an agent of basin, with one exception. Chutz mimesis, shahari amar Torah, osachmo v'lo sechasal. With one exception. What's the one exception? If Avram the father was involved in inciting others to worship Avodah Zarah, then Yitzchak the son is permitted to go ahead and hit him, curse him, carry out the punishment of Bezin, which makes sense also because we've seen once somebody is inciting others to worship Avodah Zarah, we definitely throw the book at them in a general sense. Okay, so by the way, that is the halacha as brought down in Shulchan. Again, Shulchan Aruch, this was actually, good, Rishman Aleph Daus, listen to this. So he goes to the Gemara says, two halachas over here. So, how you avoid the more sha'im gimurim over Avera? Let's say one's parents, the mamish Hashem gimurim, right over Avera. So listen to this. I feel the nigmar kinam lahariga v'yotzim leharik, even if they're literally being let out to be executed. Asur lo lahakosam u'lekallah. You are not permitted to hit your parents. You're not permitted to curse them. Now, interestingly enough, if you hit them or if you curse them, you're potter. Right? Why are you potter? Because technically speaking, they're dead already. Right? So this is fascinating. So if one's parents, right? So let's say Yitzchak, right? Yitzchak's father Avram is being let out to be killed. First of all, that clearly indicates that he's a Rasha. Even though he's a Rasha, Yitzchak still can't hit him, Yitzchak still can't curse him. If Yitzchak does hit a person, Yitzchak is technically Qatar because he hits and cursed a dead person. Okay, listen to this. Rambam says, however, if Avram did tshuva and then Yitzchak subsequently hit him in person, Yitzchak is chayiv for hitting and cursing his parent. Incredible. Even though Yitzchak is being back, even though Avram is being let out to be killed, nevertheless, about Shuvah is about Shuvah. And again, halacha l'maisa in halacha hey, down right shall be other gohimu ader shalokim ala v'yed shiach l'dayanim lo yakya osam v'chein nischay v'od nidui lo yeshliach in dosam v'lo yirda v'lo yachas. So in halacha hey, Shulchan means that the son Yitzchak should not be an agent of Bezdin to carry out malchus or to carry out nuclear excommunication. Incredible. Okay, let's go back to Mishnah. Not finished yet. Because we actually alluded to this already in the last video. When you hit is actually the beginning of the parak. If a person hates his father or mother, he is not chayiv unless of course he causes an injury. So you have to create the chabura. Zeh chomer b'mekala u'b'macher, shemekala la'acha misachayiv, v'macher la'acha misapater. But even though normally we group hitting and cursing parents together, there's a stringency that person has over hitting, namely that hitting you're only chayiv when the parent is alive. Cursing I'm chayiv even when the parent is dead. Okay, incredible. Says the Gemara, let's analyze. So we'll say, so very important halacha. What this means is, like Yitzchak goes over to his father Adam, like gives him like a fast, gives him a patch. It doesn't get a chabur, it doesn't get an injury. Not good, but there's not going to be the same level of liability. There's only liability for striking a parent when you cause a chabur. Says the Gemara, Aviv Hillel La'achar Misa. So listen when the pasuk says, Aviv Hillel Ish Asher Yikala Les Aviv Es Imo. Most you must Aviv V'Imo Kilel. So there's redundancy in the pasuk, right? The beginning of the pasuk says Ish Asher Yikala Es Aviv Ve'es Imo. Pasuk left side, if a man will curse his mother and his father, most you must. He is put to death. Why? Aviv V'Imo Kilel Damas Bo. He has cursed his mother and father. So why do you need to say the same thing twice? To which the Gemara says the second Aviv V'Imo Kilel teaches me La'achar Misa, that there's liability for cursing one's parents even after death. Even after the parent died, you're not allowed to curse them. Listen to this. Shiyachol, I would have thought, since Rabbi the Torah goes ahead and equates hitting and cursing. Therefore, just like striking a parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So to when cursing the parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So we'll say, so therefore again, a pasuk extra phrase, Aviv V'Imo Kilel, to teach that there's liability for cursing parents even once they are dead. Furthermore, Kal V'chomer. There was a Kal V'chomer, Kal V'chomer. Uma Mache Sha'asa Bo Ba'amcha Ki Ba'amcha. So the Gemara says, Bo Chayiv and Bo La'achar Misa. So it says, furthermore again, when it comes to Mache, when it comes to hitting someone, so what does it mean? Asa Bo Ba'amcha Ki Ba'amcha. So what that means is like this. It doesn't matter whether a Jew ultimately again is living in conformity with the dictates of Jewish life or not, there's liability for hitting them. There's liability for striking any other Jew. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, right? Yet again, there's not liability for striking someone after they're dead. So when it comes to Makalo, interestingly enough, the din of Makalo is only for a Jew who lives in accordance with the dictates of Jewish law. That if somebody is not what we call an Amcha, in Halacha L'maisa, there's no liability for going ahead and cursing them. Certainly there should be no liability for after death. Aviv V'Imo Kilel La'achar Misa. So that was again the extra phase of V'Imo Kilel teaching that what? There's liability for cursing a parent even after their death. Alright, so let's analyze. So we'll say, so again, we're going to see this in the Bible in just a moment. That whole phrase of Aviv V'Imo Kilel is extra. Because the pasuk already said before in the earlier part of the pasuk that you can't curse your parents. What do I do with that last phrase, Aviv V'Imo Kilel? That's going to teach that even after the death of the parent, there's going to be liability. So like Rabbi Yoshia, my friend Rabbi Yoshia, who holds that phrase is not extra. What is there to say? What are we talking about? Here we go. Desanya. Ish. The pasuk says ish. Now again, much of the pasuk is ish. Asher kalo es aviv ves imo. Why do you need ish? Why not just say ish? Why ish? Matal ish. The rabbis bas tumtum v'androgynous. The teaching that even if the father is a tumtum and an androgynous, ultimately again there is still liability for the child for cursing the parent. Asher kalo es aviv ves imo, who will curse his mother and his father. Amy ela aviv imo. I only know that there's liability if you curse both your mother and your father. Aviv shelo imo. Imo shelo aviv minayin. How do I know that there's liability even if I curse my father without my mother without my father? To which the Gemara says minayin. Tawilomar aviv imo kila. The pasuk then goes on to say, Aviv imo kilo, Aviv kilo, imo kilo, Rabbi Yosha. So I say, so now you see what's happening over here? So Rabbi Yosha says like this. Rabbi Yosha uses that last phrase. When you look at the beginning of the pasuk says like this: Ki ish ish asher kalo es aviv ve'es imo. So what that makes it sound like from the reading of that pasuk is there's only liability when you curse both of your parents. Rabbi Yosha says, therefore, the end of the pasuk says, Aviv ve'imo kilo, to teach me that part, there's liability even if you curse both of your parents independently. Says Rabbi Yoshi uses that phrase for. Rabbi Yonasan says, "Mashma shnei ke'echad u'mashma echad b'fnei atzmo, ad sheyifrot l'cha kosav yachdav." Rabbi Yonasan says, no, that's not how we read Sukkim. In general, whenever the pasuk creates a grouping, the assumption over here is that even people mentioned together are still reckoned separately unless the Torah places them together explicitly. What do we mean by this? Minale, for us, is very interesting. From where do we know this? Minale, not me umekalo of it most yumas. The pasuk says ultimately again from the kala of the most yumas v'ida, when we buy the rabbos back to the androgynous. That's going back to teach me. That's from the androgynous. Tefach the pasuk first one. The tefach going to ish. Learn it out from ish. The Torah is just talking in like a normative way. But listening, Chomer ben Makeh, meaning Mikalo. So why not highlight the idea that there's a Chumrah ben Makeh as over Mikalo? How so? Sheb ben Makeh, second white line. Sheb ben Makeh asa bosho ba'amcho ki ba'amcho by Makeh bosa. You're kind of eating any Jew. Whether the Jew is Amcho or not Amcho, you're kind of Mashenki in the Mikalo. Ultimately, again, but that's different by Mikalo. Because by Mikalo, the only chayiv for cursing the Jew is ba'amcho. Hasavar makshin and hakal miklala. We go ahead and ultimately again we compare or we makshin means we compare the halacha of hakal to klala. That just like hakal you're chayav for going ahead and hitting any Jew. So to klala, lema hani tonight. So it's the same. These time like these other tonight. So what? The tiny chada, very interesting case over here. Kusi ata mitzvah hakal. So yata mitzvah klala. Kusi. I will say now, again, remember, we're going to get into kusi in general. Kusi in Shas is used in one of two ways. Sometimes kusi just means a guy. That's what it means, just means a guy. Kusi is the same thing as akum, right? In other times, what kusi refers to is who? Are the kusim. Who are the kusim? Right? Remember when Shalmaneser, the king of Ashur, exiled the 10 tribes. So he had a good strategy. What was his strategy? His military strategy was, whenever you conquer a people, the first thing you do is uproot them from their natural homeland and resettle them somewhere else. That makes it less probable that they will go ahead and rebel. Okay, so when he exiled the 10 tribes, who did he put in their place? The Kusim. Where are the Kusim from? Kusa. They were Kusim were all Diabol Gazar. There was an outbreak of lions, and they converted. There's a whole shaila about their conversion. Were they legitimate converts, not legitimate converts? So just bear that in mind. So the Gemara says as follows. So Kusi atam tzvah. So Kusi, if you hit a Kusi, you're chayiv. If you curse a Kusi, you're not chayiv. That's not a advice. So ultimately by Kusi, you're not chayiv for either hitting him or for cursing him. Now the Gemara says Savua, including Alma, Kusim Giri, MSA. That was the assumption we're making is everyone assumes that the Kusim were legitimate Giri. If that's the case, the Gemara says, so my love Rabbi. So what are they arguing about? So the Marsar actually called the Klala. One opinion says that we compare hitting someone to cursing someone who Mars and therefore again his liability. Mars Savar Lomakshin Hakal the Klala. Another opinion says no, we treat them separately. So the Gemara says, well, not true. The Holy Alma, everyone agrees. Lomakshin Hakal the Klala. We do not go ahead and compare hitting to cursing. So what are we arguing about over here? Mar Savar Kusim Gere Arayos. And I'm saying Mar Savar Kusim Gere Arayo. I'm sorry. Mar Savar Kusim Gere MSA. Mar Savar Kusim Gere Arayos. What's the machlokes? The machlokes ultimately is halacha l'maisa. What's the nature of kusim? What kusim Gere Arayos means? That's Arayos is an aleph, not an ayin. Right? They converted because of the lions. Those lions, therefore, they were not legitimate Gere. Other opinion says no, they were Gere MS. Legitimate lions, legitimate Gere. So the Gemara says, so let's say, so ultimately, again, if that's the case, Okay, what does it mean when we say that the shor of a pussy is treated like the shor of a Yisrael? To which the Gemara answers, rather, we'll say, what do you see from here? What is the machlokas? The machlokas ultimately is, do we compare hakah to klala or not? That is the fundamental machlokas unfolding over here. So we'll say, so just halacha l'maisa, just to understand the takeaways from here. So halacha l'maisa, the way we asking is that hakah and klala are treated differently. Right? That, for example, there is a din of cursing one's parent, or there is a prohibition of cursing one's parents even after their death. But halacha l'maisa, again, hakah, right, striking does not apply after the death of the individual. Right? It was after the death of the parent. Sorry if we're a little bit fast on the last piece. We'll take over the mission tomorrow. Commend the staff. Shkayach, everyone.
And I'm being very honest now. You know, there are seminary ways to get to here.
What they will say, it is a chus to be able to flow into. I'm sorry that I'm not able to be that person, but before you get to Hashem, back by Tuesday afternoon, look forward to Nes Hashem to see everyone each year in Nes Hashem to talk over Wednesday morning. So, but it is a chus nevertheless to continue to learn at least virtually. Thank you to all of our sponsors who are listed again in the description on the YouTube channel as well as on the podcast. Today's daf is PayPal 84. We are picking up in Nes Hashem on similar days 83B, and we are picking up Kruei Rosh. So actually, no, I take it back. We are picking up about Orel. Two lines up from the bottom. About Orel owns Yoshe Bazar. So we're again going through the list of people. First, we went through the list of Kohanim who are high Mizbidi Shemayim, or let's say circumstances which generate liability of Mizbidi Shemayim. And then Mishnah created a list, or Brett created a list. There's Abel, a Kohen who doesn't have Odas, and Abel is a mourner. Orel, uncircumcised, Yoshev sitting, so the halach is all three of these things as much as they're prohibited. If a coin does it, is in violation of Allah and not Misabidi Shemayim. It says the Gemara is going to go through each of these one by one. Aral, you know, from where do we know that if a coin does have all that as an Aral, that it is quote unquote only Allah and not Misabidi Shemayim? So the truth is, this is not explicitly mentioned in the Torah. So the question over here is, we did not learn this from the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu, which means it was not explicitly said in the Torah. Actually, but Yecheskel ben Muzi v'Ramnasi. Yecheskel ben Muzi, Rabbi Yecheskel ben Muzi, what did Yecheskel say? Koben nehar orel leif kapach midal 84a, v'orel basar v'yova amikdoshi. It's interesting enough, so Yecheskel says, Koben nehar, again, he's a non-Jew, orel leif uncircumcised parts, v'orel basar. Someone who's literally physically uncircumcised should not come to the mikdash to be served. So ultimately, again, here we see now, again, obviously, this is not a doraisa, but rather, again, this is a pasuk from Navi, and therefore, again, when the Gemara says that it's allowed, really what it means is, Rashi points out over here, so when we say Allah, it means what we call Kabbalah. So if a coin were to work, if a coin were to do the service as a Torah, also was uncircumcised. Now remember again, the case of when a coin is not circumcised is the case of Nesu Achal where they couldn't do a B'sira. Right? Because if someone again should have a B'sira, but remains in an uncircumcised state, there's a whole different layer of liability attached to that. We're talking about over here where this particular coin could not have any love because his brothers had died as a result of the B'sira before. Such an individual, although he is allowed quote unquote to remain uncircumcised, he is not allowed to serve the B'sira. Where do you learn the outcome? Good. Next, Onei. Remember again, Onei is someone, now interesting, but if you notice, you might use both lessons of Onei and Ovel. Now, for our purposes, again, Onei is the state of the period of time between death and burial. The halacha is that a Kohen can't be the Avodah during that time. If he does so, he is Chai. It's a lot. Salah says Imam Nolan, where do you know that from? Only know. Second line from the top, 84a, without the top. It's safe, and the Mikdash will need say, but when you come out, it's the Mikdash and Lokal. Because the Prophet says actually by the Kohen Gadol. The Prophet says by the Kohen Gadol, actually specifically by Aaron after the death of Nadav and Abihu, Aaron cannot leave the Mikdash, and he should not profane the Mikdash of his God. Now, the Prophet is telling you that even though Aaron had encountered and experienced such a catastrophic and overwhelming loss, he was not permitted to leave the Mikdash. He had to continue to do the Avodah. So the Gemara actually something very important. The Gemara says, What do you see from here? It's after the Kohen Gadol who has to continue to serve as an owner. But if someone else were to serve as an owner, they would in fact profane temple service. So from here you see the fact that the Kohen Gadol has to serve as an owner slash although indicates to us that other Kohanim may not serve in that state. Now we'll say, so where the Gemara is holding right now is, therefore, if a Kohen does serve in the state of Ayunos, he's in violation of a law, prohibition. Versus one second, maybe we should make it clear Shabbat. Harkening back to yesterday's dot. Harkening back to yesterday's dot. So remember again, on one hand it says, by Avegos it says Chilel, and by Truma it says Chilel. So we should say, just like if a Kohen who is coming eats Truma, he's chayiv, Nisa b'Yishamayim. So too if a Kohen who's in Avel does the Avodah, he should also be chayiv, Nisa b'Yishamayim. They say just like again by a Kohen who's coming who eats Truma, which is called a Truma for the But again, the case of a coming Kohen who eats Truma is chayiv b'Yishamayim. So just like by Truma is Nisa b'Yishamayim, so too again, Onain should also be Nisa b'Yishamayim, which must be one second. Mix the thing, the colors. First of all, just understand the prohibition for a Kohen to do the Avodah as an Onain is not really explicit. It's inferred. The fact that the Kohen Gadol is not allowed to leave the mikvah but has to serve even in the state of Ayunos tells us that a regular Kohen can't serve in the state of Ayunos. So it's not explicit, it's inferred. So this is something that is learned out from an inference. And there's a principle called Dada Haba Min HaKlal in Dani also B'Tir Shalom. Which the Gemara establishes a principle. What's the principle? Anything that is learned out from an inference itself cannot be part of the B'Tir Shalom. Logically, it's saying this, you know, in order to be part of the B'Tir Shalom, you put a concept and you need to build a bridge between them. If one of those concepts is not explicitly learned out by inference, you cannot use it for the B'Tir Shalom. Jesus says, okay, Yoshek Ninola, next. I don't know that if a Kohen does the Avodah sin, doesn't use the violation of Allah. The passage says, so the passage says by the Kohanim, Hashem chose the Kohen to go ahead and serve. Hashem chose the Kohen from amongst all of the tribes, la'amod, to stand and to serve. What do you see from here? La'amid b'kar t'v'lo b'yeshiva. The task the sacrificial service, temple service, has to be done standing and not sitting. Therefore, if one Kohen goes ahead and sits during the avodah, then halach l'maisa he's in violation of Allah. Next, what about a blemished Kohen? So remember again, so what happens if a blemished Kohen does the avodah? Rabbi or Rabbi, so Rabbi says he's put to death. The Chum say Bashar. It's a lot. Let's analyze. My time to Rabbi. What's Rabbi's logic that he says it's about mom if a blemish Kohen does you have all these kind of Nisa. What's his logic? So the Gemara said, ala parochas lo yavo. The pasuk says that again, if the Kohen has a mum, he should not come to the parochas. And then the rest of the pasuk is the lo yichalel es mikdoshi k'ani Hashem mikadasham. He should not put him on the expression of chilo. Chilo, so the Gemara says, Yolif, chilo b'truma, v'tishava, from balmum to truma. Just like it says, Mala, so just like by truma, if you have a kamei kohen with truma, it's chayim shemayim, afkan the nisa. So if a balmum does the avodah, he also chayim nisa. That's what he's asking. There, shava, chilo, from truma to balmum. The nail of chilo, so we'll say again, like Chazak yesterday. But remember it also says chilo by nosa. Nosa is a few cards. So usually there's a shava between balmum and nosa. So just like nosa is few cards. So too balmum is few cards. Which the Gemara says, Mala, all the cards afkan the cards. You start on the truma havlin. No, it makes more sense to learn balmum from truma than from nosa. Why? It came psul haguf with psul haguf. Because remember again, the common denominator between Truma and Balmum is they both basically dealing with the disqualified Kohen. Right? Balmum, the Kohen himself has a blemish, and Truma is a Kohen who is coming, eating Truma, consuming Truma. So it makes more sense to learn out physical disqualification from physical disqualification. Hadarabo, just the opposite. Nosa havelela mila. Nosa, why? Shekin Kodesh. Nim Higel Nosa, because again it has a lot of commonalities. Number one, they're both Kodesh. Number two, again, it's all taking place inside of the Mikdash. And furthermore, again, it's subject to Higel and Osar. Hello, Mitame Shitach. Ella Mitame Shishimish, Ella Mitame Shishimish Kamar, Sulhagov Mitsulhagov, Kodesh Pnim. You know something earlier? Shipping Kodesh Pnim, we go to Nosal. Again, we should learn how from Nosal rather than from Shuma. Ella Mitame Shishimish Kamar. Rather again, it is better. No, we'd rather learn out in case. We're going to learn out. Ultimately again from coming to Shimish. So who's coming to Shimish? That's the Kohen who is coming who does the Avodah. Again, this is more like we had this yesterday and Sunday as well. So the Gemara says, "Oh, coming to Shimish Kamar, Sulagov, Sulagov." To which the Gemara says, "Kodesh min Pigovenosa, Mikodesh min Pigovenosa." Okay, so let's say so this is Rabbi's line. So every time ultimately again is so again, different ways he's learning out, different possibilities he's learning it out. But when I saw results in the communities. Okay, so remember, try to figure out over here. The Balmum does the Avodah. What is Avodah? Rabbi says you saw again a couple of different possibilities as we learned here. What about the Rabbanon? The Rabbanon Omer Bo, below the Balmum. The Rabbanon say the pasuk says Bo. The pasuk says about this about the Kohen does the Avodah instead of Tumah. It says ultimately again this individual is chayiv himself, but not a Balmum. Okay, that's the logic. So the Gemara goes right there. So the Gemara goes right there. What about the case? Well, since therefore, if I'm not my focus again, Gemara is my focus is not Machia. Does not decide. Kohen Balmum does the Avodah. So Halacha L'Maisa again. What like this is you have this. Right. So I'll just tell you. The way the Rambam passes like the Chacham. And if a Kohen Balmum does the Avodah, it is not he that needs to be Yerushalayim. Rather, again, it is in love. That's like the Chacham. Okay. So next, what about a case of intentional Nidila? So what's the status here? Rabbi over the Nisa. Rabbi says that the key of Nisa that the Chacham Omen Bas Haron. Chacham say that it's a love. Okay. So says Nidila. So what's going on here? My time is Rabbi. What's Rabbi's logic? Why does Rabbi say that ultimately intentional Nidila is Nisa? So Rabbi Abba Gamar hate Ushuma. Here Shava of hate Ushuma. It says hate. Ultimately by Nidila. It says hate by Shuma. Mal Halan. Just like by Shuma. They get about say all the cases of Truma are a Kohen who's coming partaking of Truma. That's the case of Truma. It's just like by Truma, there's a clear needs to be the Shemayim. After Nisa, so to over here, by case of giving an intentional Nidila, so the needs to be the Shemayim as well. The Rabbanon on the other hand say no. Rabbanon Omer Kra, Bo, V'lo B'Midila. The Rabbanon say again, once again, when is there or where is there Nishu B'Dei Shemayim? That'll be the case ultimately again of the Kohen who goes ahead and intentionally does the Avodah instead of Shema. But when I say not Nishu B'Dei Shemayim, and I will say once again, the Rambam passes like to come in again. The Ma'amot, the Mishpat for that is on the Dalit. Rambam on yesterday's Rambam passes like to come in. If a person intentionally goes in and violates the Yidol, and it is not Nishu B'Dei Shemayim, instead it is Yidol. Incredible. All right, so let's see back to the Mishnah.
Thank you.
Remember, again, I will say this was Shabbos is God, right? So the Mishnah said this was the end of the Aleph on the base.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. You should all know that you sound wonderful. Let's not fight over it. Okay, you all sound great. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I'd appreciate it if you follow me back. I have hundreds of thousands of followers on social. I'm a KOL, and you want to connect with me. Secondly, you should know that I have spent more than 360 days live streaming on X Spaces 24/7. You don't know anybody else on X who does 24/7 Spaces, let alone video streaming. So you want to connect with me for that reason. And most importantly, if you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. You will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And that means I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life from 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. I'm proud to say that we have over 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
The first mashal is between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Shmuel is making the Shava of Ba'azar, Karet Dimas, and he's comparing it to the followers of Korah. Just like the followers of Korah killed Nisvi Shamayim, so too again, the Zar, the 9-point does the Avodah, is also killed Nisvi Shamayim. Rabbi Akiva disagrees. Rabbi Akiva compares the Zar to the false prophet. Just like the false prophet is killed with Tefillah, so too the Zar is killed with Tefillah. It says, you know, what's their focus? When I come up to you, Rabbi Akiva, what's the first 5 line on the bottom? He's out 84a. Rabbi Akiva stuff is done in Yumas mi Yumas. The done in Yumas mi Yumas. Oh, Rabbi Akiva says like this. However, if you're making zero shava, do it right. How do you make zero shava? With 2 identical words. So the word is yumas. It says yumas by Zar, and it says yumas by the false prophet. By Adas Korach, by the followers of Korach, the Russian of the prophet is yumos, not yumas. So the Akiva says that doesn't make zero shava with identical words. Then Shmuel says, done in Eglot, then done in Eglot, enough. Rabbi Shmuel on the other hand says, no, it's better to make a Shabbat between Zar and ultimately Adas Korah. Why? Because we were both ordinary people. As opposed to the Zar and the Navi, the Navi is the first of a guy. Right? Remember again, you only need a false prophet gets any kind of legitimacy, is that someone who's proven himself as a guy or others to do that. So therefore, Rabbi Shmuel will say, better to learn ordinary people from ordinary people. So the Zar from Adas Korah, not learn to Zar from the Navi, which the verse Rabbi Akiva, even Shediach in the Fahegos Jordan is incredible. And Akiva says, well, maybe this Navi once upon a time. But once he's now trying to convince Jews to worship idolatry, in the Fahegos Jordan is no more ordinary of a person than this. Right? Very profound. Very profound.
DeFi, I can explain. Okay. Do you know what a live streamer is? DeFi, do you know what a live streamer is?
Identity and your status is fundamentally tethered to what you are here and now. Incredible you saw it. And Mars goes on. So by the way, now, okay, so now we understand that we have a fundamental focus, ultimately in between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva. Fine. Now, but in actually the false prophet himself is my focus, Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Akiva says Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan says Chemek. So what's going on over here? Which the Gemara says, what's in my focus? The Gemara says, Michael, Rabbi Yochanan, the Michael, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan. Anyway, the focus of Rabbi Shimon and Rabbanan. They're arguing that their focus is the focus of Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbanan. What's their focus? Daniel, Navi Shia Skilo. If the Navi tries to convince people to worship idolatry, he's still Skilo. I'm sure of the Chilek. Shimon said, no, Chenek. So the Gemara says, the Gemara says, I'm sure of the Chenek. I, Hanan Tanan, that Yakiva over the Chenek. One second, we have on record that the Yakiva also says Chenek. So you just said before that the Yakiva holds that the Navi tries to convince people to do idolatry, ultimately is killed by Skilo. They have Rabbi Yakiva's on record, and the Mishnah saying that it's a Chiyuv Chenek. Straight to it, not even Rabbi Yakiva. There's my focus on Rabbi Yakiva says, two different Tanoim, one Tanoim, and Rabbi Yakiva holds.
Absolutely, plus Paul. Excellent question. Okay, so maybe a few generations ago, I would have been a diarist, someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal. But what I do is create essentially a time capsule or a timeline using video, so that you can literally go back in my life to any moment of any day for the last 4 years and not just know what I was doing, but also what was going on in world events. And you should know that AI needs human data in order to build its models. And I have more data for AI to be able to create its models than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. Essentially, all of the data that I'm creating will be monetized in the future. I'm creating a giant library of this, and I'd like to do it for the rest of my life. So essentially, you'll be able to see my life in decades from now and go back in time, almost like a time machine, to see what was going on. It's going to be extremely valuable to humans. Just like in the past where people would read history books or people would read someone's diary or someone's journal, I do the same, but I do it using video. Does that answer your question?
We spoke about strangulation a little bit, right? So again, you have the cloth around the neck, tie the pull the ropes on both ends, and ultimately strangle the individual. Again, we'll get more into this later on. So the Gemara says, so who gets Chenek? Again, we'll talk more about the actual penalty of Chenek. Who gets Chenek? When is your Chenek liability?
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. Whenever you watch my streams, I'm literally wearing a merchandise of $100 million coin. Additionally, in the last 100 days, I've helped over 100 people get jobs in Web3. So if I may just interject, I help Web3 24/7.
What happens if you have a judge who refuses to yield to the majority? He refuses. That's called the Zucking member.
Absolutely. Let me explain what I do. I will help you, absolutely. And that's why I say, anybody who wants a mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I'll be happy to help you. This is what I help people to do. First and foremost, if you don't have a resume, I help people to get a resume. If you don't know what a resume is, it's essentially a summary of your contact information, the kind of job that you want, your past career history, and your education. What we do is we get a one-page resume for yourself. Then what we do is we make sure that you have the ability to apply on different job sites, because I want you to not just have a Web3 job, but I want you to have a career as well. And whatever it is you may do, you may be a community manager, you may be a Web3 marketer, you may be a reply guy. If you're a reply guy, I want to make you better. I want to make you a social media manager. If you are a community manager, that's great. I want to make you a brand ambassador. Whatever you want to do, I want to enhance you. And by the way, everything that I tell people is absolutely free. The strategy that we use is free, and I never charge anybody for any of this. I do it out of the goodness of my heart. Additionally, there are a lot of people on here who want to have bigger networks and they don't know how to do it. So what I advise people to do is create a link tree. If you don't know what a link tree is, it's essentially one link that you can put in your X profile that gives links to all of your other social media. I make sure that people create as many social media accounts on these different platforms as possible to have the biggest network that they can. This has a 5-part strategy. First, it allows you to be able to promote yourself on the most amount of platforms. Secondly, it allows you to promote your clients on the most amount of platforms. Thirdly, what it does is it gives you more than 30 different communication channels to get new clients. Fourthly, what it does is it allows you to rank really highly in social media and AI and in search engine. And finally, it makes it very difficult to impersonate you. Once people do this, I look over their profile, I help them with it if they need help. And then what we do is we go and we ensure that they have content on their different social media. Then what I help people to do is be able to pitch themselves with a 30-second, a 60-second, and a 90-second pitch so that they can go into a space and with very little experience come in and say, hi, everyone, I'm a Web3 marketer, and I'd love to promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms. That means you're going to get more DMs about your project, more people buying your cryptocurrency, more people interested in your NFT. If this sounds good to you, please send me a DM. I'd love to work with you. And then I give people a menu that they can essentially send to their customers in order to make 10, 20, $100 a day if they want to, depending on the project. So I do my best to help people to become more successful in the Web3 space while simultaneously live streaming my life. Thank you for letting me contribute.
The problem is that, what does that mean? First one, you have to constantly focus on this high tenant. Now, the US operating under the assumption that tenant is considered to be a more lenient form of death penalty. What that's going to say is, if you kill a scam person, a regular person, not your father, you're executed by silence, a more common form of death. If you kill your parents, you tie with tenant, you're like, you put up tenant, a more lenient form of death. What does that mean? Because, one second, when you kill him under a tenant cow, now that's fine if you understand that tenant in general is a more lenient form of death penalty. However, on the tenant common mentioned, but if you say the tenant is more common, then what is this? Ella, okay, so just like you not over here, here's what I know. Plus it says if you hate your mother and father, you're put to death. Some unqualified death penalty is tenant. Or thanks to God over here, what does it mean you hit them? You hit them and you injure them, or you hit them and you kill them? Which we must be very used to. Element that said, not the ish hames, los humas. Which said, or the eva he called yado hayamos. So also, this is very interesting. Look at the other cases where the person said, hey, and notice the insignificant Russian that the Torah uses. Right? Not the Israelites. If a man hits his fellow and the other person dies, then the hitter is put to death. Or the even if you hit someone with animosity, right? You know, those are head, but you almost when he dies. What you notice, you hope these consequences.
No, I'm comfortable with saying it. I have the heart of a teacher. I'm a teacher. And I like to help to educate people. I'm a certified project management professional. I have successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play with millions of downloads. That has allowed me to have financial independence. Additionally, I'm a rabbi. The term rabbi means teacher in Hebrew. I like to teach. I like to see people better themselves. If you join my community, that's great, but I don't demand it of anybody. You don't have to. If you just want to DM me and get information from me, that's absolutely fine. I don't ask anything from anybody. I absolutely understand what's the reason why you do it. If anything, I like to see people better themselves, but you can ask the 100 people who I've helped in the last 100 days, not one of them has ever been asked for anything. I do my best to improve people, and really the joy that I get out of it is to see people become successful. When they come back to me and they say, Rabbi, I got my first job, it's great. And they're like, okay, but I don't really know what to do. What do we do? And I help them and we strategize. That's a great feeling. And so if anything, I enjoy the feeling I get when I help people.
But interestingly enough, the Torah says there seems to be two redundant symbols. On one hand, it says, not to each one is mostly lost. If you hit someone and die, nobody puts that. And it says, the chomak and nefesh. Right? The Torah says, the chomak and nefesh, right? And that says how it stands. The Torah says, if you kill a nefesh. So it says, chomak, right? It says, chomak ish v'alos. If you hit an ish, a man, and he dies, you put to death. And then it says, chomak and nefesh. If you kill a person, you put to death. Why do you hold those two? The one that this is fascinating. Because of Rahman and Maki Ish isn't what it just said, Maki Ish. If you kill that Ish means a man. If you kill a man, you put to death. I would have thought like this. Havamina Ish, the man mitzvah Kakalo. I would have thought like this. When are you liable for killing someone? You kill a man. Why? Because a man is liable to a whole bunch of mitzvahs. So it makes perfect sense. If you kill a child, you're not liable. You're not liable, right? The child's not liable. Therefore, I'll say, Rahman, come back in there. Different Torah says, no, come back. What is that? You never use any living thing. So if you have to a child, you also tie it. I do less than this because of Rahman, come back in that. The Torah would have just said, come back in that. I would have thought,
excellent question. I'm not the one who hosted that space. That's another account that I have that I don't promote. That's an account that simply records my life 24/7. That's the one that has been live streaming on X since February 14th of last year. So we're just coming up on a year. And those aren't like the audio is important, but what's really important to me from those videos or from those spaces, and you may not be able to see it if you only have an Android account, is it's video. So if you go to that space with an iOS device, you'll be able to see me for 20 hours straight. That's extremely important in my project in archiving the life of a human being. So I don't promote those spaces. I mean, I did repost it recently with this account, but that project is not really promoted by my bigger account, which is this one. So for anyone out there, if you ever want to find that space, in the X Spaces search, just type Rabbi, and you'll be able to watch my life 24/7. If you're ever bored, come check it out. I don't promote that space though. I just let it go, and it's been going now for more than 350 straight days, which is quite an accomplishment. And yeah, I've done it. I do them for 24 hours usually, and then I restart them. So I don't promote them. I don't ask people to join them. The 5 people who join were just random accounts that join. I don't do that because I want people to join those spaces. When I host a space, I'll get hundreds of people in the space. When I have that account join the space, it's really just archiving the video.
There's no chabura, there's no injury. So yes, obviously not good. And I think so. Only I think because of chabura. Which we must market Adam or market. So how do you know this? If you understand over here that market Adam is just means really hitting one parent, and if we high connect, maybe it just means you hit them without anything. How do you know that in order to be liable at that penalty for hitting one's parents, you have to cause bodily harm? How do we know that? It's very interesting. The pasuk says, "Market Adam, market the supposedly one who injures a person, and who injures the animal. Man market the just like if you injure an animal, there's only liability if you cause an injury, that's because you have to cause a wound.
Welcome.
Slap a cat is weird, but when I saw it, you're not trying to
Welcome.
no monetary compensation. Just like market is the only time that you cause an injury. That's the position. Market is also only time to striking the person.
Yo, what up, Levi?
So it's like there's only liability for striking one's parents, one possibility. So it's incredibly important. So it's more suggesting over here that some person strikes their parent, obviously bad, but not a death penalty unless a person strikes them and cause some type of injury. So my skipper, this is one second. If that's the case, that we're jumping out to animals, that you're only liable for injuring animals, you're not because of Habura causing you. If that's the case, if you shove out running, let's say I go over to Ruben's animal, and I'm loading this animal up with a whole load of stones. So I'm not physically injuring the animal, but I'm diminishing its strength. You're telling me there's no liability because there's no physical wound. How can I make the limit? You're going to say that wasn't a question of the Why? Because at the end of the day, I actively diminish the value of the strength of the animal. So you still have to do my animal to don't cause a physical injury. Hello, and in the next heart, so that's the case. I don't really need nefesh. I don't really need nefesh behema. Right? It says right. The nefesh passage by the ways. I don't need nefesh behema to teach me that I have to cause an injury. Why? Because by an animal, the truth is, even if you don't cause an injury, but you clearly do something that substantially diminishes the car on the animal you're going to be fighting. So if I don't need nefesh behema to teach me about animal injuries, then what? So use it for nefesh adam. Use it for nefesh adam. So therefore, what I had so therefore, it turns out interestingly enough that the way we're learning this out, ultimately, again, it's from nefesh behema, right? The maka nefesh will teach me that even by a person, I'm only chayiv if I injure. Like if I hit my parents, I'm only chayiv if I actually cause bodily harm. If a person just hits or slaps and there's no subsequent bodily harm from that, then Allah said there's not a death penalty involved in it. So Moshe says if that's the case, so then what is the heckish between nefesh behema or maka other maka? What was the Russian? Right. Maka nefesh. No, I'm sorry. Maka other maka behema. Right. So what? Obviously, the pasuk juxtaposes injury in animal and injury in a person. So what does that juxtaposition teach you? This is very interesting. This is fascinating. I'm sorry. So therefore, what is the heckish? Maka behema, maka adam. So what is the juxtaposition of injuring a person, injuring an animal? What is that teaching? The first thing the Gemara says is, comes to teach me the ruling of the Bechis. What's the ruling of the Bechis? You guys take a look at Rashi as well. We actually had this before in the Gemara. Look at the Sani Bechis. The Baba Kamal, Liftar Chaybin Yusuf, Shogi Geminat Hashemen, Mamakin and Lokalata. So what's the interesting? So the Bechis says like this. Bechis holds. We know there's a concept of Kimli Bigladimir, right? Which means that Allah Lamaisa, if you do something that generates capital liability, you are exempt from any financial liability. But the Bechis holds like this. Even if you do something to show them, if it's the kind of act that had you done it amazing, you would be exempt from financial liability. Even if you do it to show big, you're exempt from financial liability. Okay? I mean, we're learning out from that message. You might say, that's fine, but when you go to man, that's fine if you hold by coming to this deal. The less they come to this deal, but if you don't hold of the kind of this deal, many don't, or many reject that concept, and they say, the only kind of cut from monetary compensation is when you are liable for death penalty. But if you did something to shug it, and if we're not liable for death, you are liable to death. So if you reject that reward, then what do you do with the heckle? Not the mercy. So remember again, just understand, we're just trying to figure out over here the puzzle juxtaposes injuring the person, injuring the animal. So what do I need that for? To which we might listen to this. Just like what happens if I am the fact even the animal is injured and I'm trying to help with it, and I end up injuring the animal. So if I injure the animal in the context of trying to do it, there's no liability. So the Gemara learns that the juxtaposition is the same thing with a person. If I'm trying to help someone and I end up injuring them, I'm not liable for that. That's the juxtaposition. So the Gemara says, then listen to this case. Then Maushiyat is dumb law. Let's listen to this. Let's say again, let's say right, we have a father Abraham, and Abraham has a son Yitzchak. And Abraham is ill, and he needs bloodletting. If you can remember again, bloodletting was the preferred manner of all medicinal healing. So now Yitzchak wants to help his father. What's the problem? What did we just say? That if a son injures his father, right, he's drawing blood from the injury, he's chayiv kanek. Here, the son's intention is not to injure his father, just the opposite. His intention is to help. So is he allowed to do this or not? So the Gemara says, the Masna Amar Abasa says, yes, it is permitted. Why? It's incredible. Because again, you see another need in distress, you could help them out, especially if that need is your father. What's the shayla? Of course you should help. Rabbi Barchina says the juxtaposition. Torah says the juxtaposition. Just like if you injure an animal in the course of trying to help him, trying to do it different, so if we injure someone in the course of trying to heal them, you are partner as well. So the Lord says, interesting, both of these opinions are agreed, meaning that a son is permitted to go and do bloodletting on his father, even though he's going to quote unquote injure him. But since the injury is from additional purposes, therefore it is going to be mortal. Incredible. So just because this category, just you should know, we'll do this more on Wednesday. But this is a fascinating story because again, let's say again, a son is a doctor and wants to treat his father. He's about to treat his father. Or again, a child is a nurse and wants to draw blood. Or just even not a nurse, a child is caring for a parent, right? And wants to go ahead, just has blood sugar or different things like this. Is a child allowed to do these things for a parent, knowing that essentially you're doing a kavura, the quote-unquote injury in the parent, even though the injury is not for injury purpose, the injury is ultimately for a fool, but is a child allowed to do it on that? Both of the opinions mentioned here seem to indicate the answer. Yes, it's just a shayla. First opinion says, of course it's permitted. Second opinion learns out from the Hakesh, the comparison between Makkah and Makkah Behema. But listen to this. The Gemara says, Rav, Lo Shavik Libre Le Mishkale Silu. So Rav would not allow his son to remove a splinter from his head. Right? So if Rav got a splinter, he would not let his son remove the splinter. Why not? Because again, it could cause an injury. Marbre Ravina, Lo Shavik Libre Le Miftach Le Kapsa. So similarly, again, Mar, the son of Ravina, would not allow his son to literally open up a boil. Why not? Because if he would do it, Chas v'Shalom, If he could do it, or he wanted to lance the boil, open up the boil to get the pus. He wouldn't do it. Why? Because if his son would perhaps be a little bit too aggressive, he could cause an injury beyond the boil. So this is fascinating. So two great Rabbanim who would not allow their children to help them, taking a splinter, lancing the boil, because of concern that it could cause a chabura. You must, 1 second. If that's the concern, that someone may end up injuring someone and of course trying to help them, then in fact did in the sun, then no one else should be able to go out and lance the boil and take out the splinter. Someone else should also not be permitted to take out the splinter or lance the boil. To which the Gemara says, no. Acher shigegas lav, shigegas chelek. Here's the big difference. If someone else is trying to take out the splinter and they accidentally injure me, okay, it's a lav. It's a lav, and it's an accidental lav. My son, if he does it, is an accidental chiyuv misa, chelek. So I will say, so what you see over here is this fascinating tension. So on one hand, when the Gemara asks, is a son allowed to essentially, quote unquote, injure his father for the purpose of healing it? The Gemara's question was with bloodletting. First two opinions, yes, hektish between maki emo. But yet again, you see Rav not allowing his son to take out the splinter, and Rabbi Ravina not allowing his son to lance the boil. So again, we're gonna stop over at this look today, but we'll continue more tomorrow. But fundamental shaila is, what does this mean? So how do you reconcile it? Is it that a mamish hold that is usher, that even if the son is trying to help, that Allah again, a son is not allowed to do anything to a parent which could potentially result in injury to the parent? Or are they just being more machmir on themselves? Is there a distinction between where it's only the son is available to do it versus other people to do it? So that Merit Hashem becoming attractions. But the takeaway, but just important on the soul to understand, we have solidified the first understanding that clearly if a child does strike their parent and causes physical injury, then Allah Chalamaysa, the punishment is kind. Dr. We'll stop there for today. Can't wait to see everyone in person on Wednesday. When it will say it is a source to be able to tell you, I'm sorry that I'm not able to be there in person, but Hashem, back by Tuesday afternoon. Look forward to Meretz Hashem to see everyone in Shir, Meretz Hashem B'Shar Kol Mufakos on Wednesday morning. So, but it is a source nevertheless to continue to learn, at least virtually. Thank you to all of our sponsors who are listed again in the description on the YouTube channel as well as on the podcast. Today's daf is paid down 84. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on the Gimel on the base 83b, and we are picking up a Krue Rosh. So actually, no, I take it back. We are picking up about Orel. 2 lines up from the bottom. About Orel owning the Yoshe Bazar. Remember again, going through the list of people. First, we went through the list of Kohanim who are Chai Misbid Yishamayim, or to say circumstances which generate liability of Misbid Yishamayim. And then the Mishnah created a list, or the Bryce created a list. Then an Abel, a Kohen who does the Avodah as an Abel, as a mourner. Orel, uncircumcised. Yoshev, sitting. So the halach is all three of these things, as much as they're prohibited. If a Kohen does it, he's in violation of Olav and not Misbid Yishamayim. Says the Gemara. So now the Gemara is going to go through each of these one by one. Orel, we know. From where do we know that if a Kohen does the Avodah as an Orel, that it is quote unquote only Allah and not Misbid Yishamayim? So the truth is, this is not explicitly mentioned in the Torah. So it's just the Lashon over here is, we did not learn this from the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu, which means it was not explicitly said in the Torah. Yecheskel ben Muzi, Rabbi Yecheskel Kimurani, what did Yecheskel say? Kol ben nechar orel leif kapach medalet 84a. It's interesting enough. So Yecheskel says, Kol ben nechar, again, who's a non-Jew, Orel leiv, uncircumcised heart, Orel basar. And someone who's literally physically uncircumcised should not come to the mikdash to serve me. So ultimately, again, here we see now, again, obviously, this is not a doraisa, but rather, again, this is a pasuk from Navi. And therefore, again, when the Gemara says that it's a lav, really what it means is, Rashi points out over here, so when we say Allah, really is what we call divrei kabbalah. So if a Kohen were to do this service as an Orel, someone who's uncircumcised, Now remember again, the case of where a Kohen is not circumcised is the case of Mesu Echav Machmas Milah, where they couldn't do a bris milah, right? Because if someone again can have a bris milah but remains in an uncircumcised state, there's a whole different layer of liability attached to that. We're talking about over here where this particular Kohen could not have a milah because his brothers had died as a result of a bris milah for him. So such an individual, although he is allowed, quote unquote, to remain uncircumcised, he is not allowed to serve in the Beis Hamikdash. Where do you learn it out from? Pasuk Yeches. Good. Next, Onain. Now remember again, Onain is someone. Now it's interesting, brother. If you notice, the Gemara uses both lashon of Onain and Avel. Now, for our purposes, again, Onain is the state of a period of time between death and burial. So the halach that a Kohen can't do the avodah during that time. And if he does so, he is chayiv. It's allowed. It's allowed. It says in Rabbi Nolan, where do you know that from? Only know. Second line from the top, 84a, $8. Because the pasuk says it's actually by the Kohen Gadol. The pasuk says by the Kohen Gadol, actually specifically by Aaron after the death of Nadav and Abihu. Aaron cannot leave the mikdash, and he should not profane the mikdash of his God. Now, the pasuk is telling you that even though Aaron had encountered and experienced such a catastrophic and overwhelming loss, he was not permitted to leave the mikdash. He had to continue to do the avodah. So the Gemara actually something very important. The Gemara says, what do you see from here? It's after the Kohen Gadol who has to continue to serve as an owner. But if someone else were to serve as an owner, they would in fact profane temple service. So from here you see, so the fact that the Kohen Gadol has to serve as an owner / Avel indicates to us that other Kohanim may not serve in that state. So now we'll say, so where the Gemara is holding right now is, therefore, if a Kohen does serve in the state of Aninos, he's in violation of a law, prohibition. Versus 1 second. Maybe we should make a Gzir Shabbat, harkening back to yesterday's daf. Harkening back to yesterday's daf. So remember again, on one hand it says, by Avelos it says Chilel, and by Truma it says Chilel. So we should say, just like if a Kohen who is coming eats Truma, he's Chayiv, Misa B'di Shamayim. So too, if a Kohen who's an Avel does the Avodah, you should also be Chayiv Misa B'di Shamayim. And say, just like again by a Kohen who's coming with Truma, we'll just call it Truma for now on. But then again, the case is a Tamei Kohen who eats Truma is Chayiv Misa B'di Shamayim. So just like by Truma is Misa B'di Shamayim, so too again, Onain should also be Misa B'di Shamayim. To which Gemara says, 1 second. First of all, just understand, the prohibition for a Kohen to do the avodah as an owner is not written explicitly. It's inferred. The fact that the Kohen Gadol is not allowed to leave the mikdash but has to serve even in the state of Aninos tells us that a regular Kohen can't serve in the state of Aninos. So it's not explicit, it's inferred. So the Gemara says, so this is something that is learned out from an inference. And there's a principle, interesting, the Gemara espouses a principle. What's the principle? Anything that is learned out from an inference itself cannot be part of the Gzir Shavah, which logically it's saying is, in order to be part of the Gzir Shavah, you need two explicit concepts, and you can build a bridge between them. If one of those concepts is not explicit or rather learned out by inference, you cannot use it for Gzir Shavah. Interesting. Okay. Yoshek Nala. Next, how do we know that if a Kohen does the avodah sitting, that he is in violation of Allah? The pasuk says, so the pasuk says by the Kohanim, Hashem chose the Kohen to go ahead and serve. Hashem chose the Kohen from amongst all of the tribes, la'amod, to stand and to serve. What do you see from here? That dafka avod, the sacrificial service, temple service, has to be done standing and not sitting. Therefore, if a Kohen goes there and sits during the avodah, then halacha l'maisa, he's in violation of Allah. Balmul. Next, what about a blemished Kohen? So remember again. So what happens if a blemished Kohen does the avodah? Rabbi Omer Misa. Rabbi says he's put to death. The chum say bas hara. It's allowed. So let's analyze. My time to Rabbi. What's Rabbi's logic that he says if a blemished Kohen does the avodah, he's chayiv Misa? What's his logic? So the Gemara says b'chsev ach ala parochas lo yovo. The pasuk says that again, if a Kohen has a mum, he should not come to the parochas. And then the rest of the pasuk is v'lo yichalel es mikdoshi ki ani Hashem mikadasham. He should not profane my mikdash. Lashon of chilul. Chilul So the Gemara says, Yolif, Chilo Mitruma, make a Gzira Shava from Balmum to Truma. Just like it says, Man lahavon b'misa, just like by Truma, if you have a Tamei Kohen eats Truma, it's Chaim Yisvidi Shemayim, Hafkan b'misa. So if a Balmum does the Avodah, he's also Chaim b'misa. So that's Rebbe's logic. Gzira Shava, Chilo, from Truma to Balmum. The name of Chilo Minosar, so we'll say again, this is like Chazar from yesterday. But remember it also says Chilo by Nosar. And Nosar is a Chiv Karis. So you make a Gzir Shabbat between Balmum and Nosar. So just like Nosar is Chiv Karis, so too Balmum is Chiv Karis. To which the Gemara says, Mala Alam Bekaris Afkan Bekaris. You start with Truma Havlim. No, it makes more sense to learn about Balmum from Truma than from Nosar. Why? She came Psul Haguf, Psul Haguf. Because remember again, the common denominator between Truma and Balmum is, in both cases, you're dealing with a disqualified Kohen. Right? Balmum, the Kohen himself has a blemish, and in the case of Truma, we have a Kohen who is Tameh, eating Truma, consuming Truma. So it makes more sense to learn out physical disqualification from physical disqualification. Adrabo, so just the opposite. I mean, Nosar Havalei Lamir. No, you should learn out from Nosar. Why? Shekin Kodesh Pnim Pigol V'Nosar. Because again, it has a lot of commonalities. Number one, they're both Kodesh. Number two, again, it's all taking place inside of the Mikdash. And furthermore, again, it's subject to Pigol and Osar. Ella Mitame, I'm sorry. Ella Mitame Shishimish, I'm sorry, Ella Mitame Shishimish Kamar. Psul Haguf, Mipsul Haguf, Kodesh Pnim. I'm sorry, what's the phrase? Adraba. We know several other Leila. Shikin Kodim Pigol and Osar. Again, we should learn out from Nosar rather than from Truma. Ella, mitame shishimish kamar. Rather, again, it is better. No, we'd rather learn it out from the case. Okay, so the Gemara, that's what she hears. We're going to learn out. Ultimately again from tamei shishimish. Now, who's tamei shishimish? That's the Kohen who is tamei, who does the avodah. Again, this is more like we had this yesterday and Sunday as well. So the Gemara says, Ella mitame shishimish kamar. Psul haguf, mipsul haguf. To which the Gemara says, Kodesh Pnim Pigol V'Nosar, Mikodesh Pnim Pigol V'Nosar. Okay, so we'll say, so this is Rebbe's logic. So Rebbe's logic ultimately, again, is an halacha. So again, different ways you can learn it out, different possibilities of learning it out, but l'maisa results in a chiyuv misa. Okay, so we'll say, so remember, try to figure out over here. If a Balmum does the avodah, what is the halacha? Rebbe says chiyuv misa. Again, a couple of different possibilities as to the way he learns it out. What about the Rabbanon? Rabbanon, Amar Kra, Bo, V'lo B'Balmum. The Rabbanan say the pasuk says both. The pasuk says about the Kohen who does the avodah in the state of Tumah. It says ultimately again, this individual is chayiv himself, but not a Balmum. Okay, that's the logic. So the Gemara goes right there. His is the Megillah. What about the case? So therefore, machlokas again. Gemara ends up with the machlokas is not machliah. Does not decide. Kohen Balmum does the avodah. So halacha l'maisa again. What like this is we have this right. So we'll say. So I'll just tell you. The way the Rambam passes. The Rambam passes like the Chacham. And if a Kohen Balmum does the avodah, it is not chiyuv misa b'Yushalayim. Rather, again, it is a lav. It is a lav. So that's like the Chacham. Okay. So next, is it the Megillah? What about a case of intentional Megillah? So what's the status here? Rabbi Omer b'Misa. Rabbi says there's a chiyuv misa. The Chacham Omer b'Azhara. The Chacham say that it's a lav. Okay, so says the Gemara. So what's going on here? My time is Rabbi. What's Rabbi's logic? Why does Rabbi say that ultimately intentional Megillah is misa? So Rabbi Abba Gamar chet mitruma. Zir shava of chet from truma. It says chet ultimately by Megillah. It says chet by truma. Mal halan b'misa, just like by truma. They get about side. All the cases of truma are a Kohen who's coming partaking of truma. That's the case of truma. So just like by truma, there's a chiyuv misa b'dei shemayim. Afkan misa, so too over here by cases of Megillah, intentional Megillah, will be misa b'dei shemayim as well. The Rabbanan on the other hand say no. Rabbanan Amri Omer Kra Bo V'lo b'Megillah. The Rabbanan say again, once again, when is there or where is there misa b'dei shemayim? That'll be the case ultimately again if the Kohen goes ahead and intentionally does the avodah in a state of tumah. But we might say not misa b'dei Megillah. And I will say once again, the Rambam asking like the Chachamim. Again, actually, the Marmot for that, the English part for that is on Amud Aleph. Rambam on yesterday's page, Yom Aleph. Rambam passes like the Chachamim. If a person intentionally goes in and violates mitzvah, then it is not mitzvah shamayim. Instead, it is a law. It is a prohibition. Incredible. All right, so let's see now back to the Mishnah. Zar sheshimish b'mikdash. So remember, again, I will say this was Shabbos' daf, right? So the Mishnah said this was the end of Pei Aleph on the base. Zar sheshimish b'mikdash. If a non-Kohen intentionally, right, serves in the base of mikdash, Rabbi Akiva or b'chenek, the Chachamim omer b'dei shemaim. Rabbi Akiva says chenek strangulation, and the Chachamim say it's misa b'dei shemaim. Either way, not good, not good. But nice. So again, machlokes as to what the punishment is. So let's analyze. Tanya, Rabbi Shmuel omer, ne'emar kan v'azar hakorev yumas. The Nemar Lahalon, Kol HaKorev El Mishkan Hashem, Yomos. So we'll say, so the work over here, so Rabbi Shmuel, sorry, he's Brisa, Rabbi Shmuel says as follows. On the one hand, it says, V'azar HaKorev Yumas. So this is talking about the non-Kohen does the Avodah. Then the Gemara quotes the second pasuk. What's the second pasuk? Kol HaKorev El Mishkan Hashem, Yomos, in Kamnu V'Gvor. So again, this is actually talking about by Adas Korach. But again, in any event, the Gemara quotes another pasuk, and it says, "Whoever comes close to the Mishkan Hashem, Yomos will die." Ma'ala halon b'dei Shem, just like by that second pasuk, it's talking about b'dei Shemayim. Now Rashi points out over here. Look at Rashi. Ma'ala halon. Rashi is right across from Tosos Elon. Ma'ala halon b'dei Shemayim. The Mamasayim v'chamish ish dekorach b'sruf miksib. Remember again, this is by the 250 followers of Korah who were killed, were incinerated. By the way, this is when they brought the Torahs. So they were killed mitzvah shemayim. So interesting enough, that Mishmol is making a Gzera Shava. It says by a non-Kohen who does the avodah Yomos v'azara karev, or I should say Yumas, and it says by Adas Korach Kol HaKorev HaKorev El Mishkan Hashem Yomos. Now they were also Zarim. They were non-Kohen who did the avodah, so they were killed. Ma'ala halon, just like by Korach b'dei shemayim, they were killed back in Shmarach. Afkan b'dei shemayim, so to over here it's mitzvah b'dei shemayim, and therefore again this is Rabbi Shmuel's raya, that if a non-Kohen does the avodah of the Beis Hamikdash, he's killed with misa b'dei shemayim. I Rabbi Akiva says no. Ne'amar kan v'azara karev yumas, v'ne'amar lahalon v'hanovi hahu o chomev hachalom hahu yumas. So let's say interesting. He makes a different Gzera Shava. It says by the non-Kohen who does the avodah yumas, and it says by the Navi. This is the false prophet. The false prophet. These are individuals who try to go ahead and get Klal Yisrael to worship Avodah Zarah. So the pasuk says you must by them as well. And therefore what? Just like by the Navi, by the false prophet. Ma'ala halon b'skila, afkan b'skila. Just like the false prophet is killed with skila, so too the Zar who does the Avodah is also killed with skila. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri said no. Ma'ala halon b'chenek, afkan b'chenek. Now Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri disagrees. In other words, he's disagreeing with Rabbi Akiva about the death penalty for the false prophet. Whereas Rabbi Akiva says it's skila. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri holds that it's chenek. But either way, what we're going to do is we're going to build a Gzera Shava between false prophets, between the Navi, between the false prophet, and the non-Kohen who does the Avodah. So again, according to Rabbi Akiva, that's going to result in the punishment of Skila, and according to Rabbi Yochanan, it's going to result in the punishment of chenek. So the Gemara says, by the way, by Makam Nifagir Rabbi Shmuel Rabbi Akiva. So first of all, before the first machlok is between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Shmuel is making the Gzera Shava of Azara Karev Yumas, and he's comparing it to the followers of Korach. Just like the followers of Korach were killed Mitzvah Shemayim, so too again, the Zar, the non-Kohen who does the Avodah, is also killed Mitzvah Shemayim. Rabbi Akiva disagrees. Rabbi Akiva compares the Zar to the false prophet. Just like the false prophet is killed with Skila, so too the Zar is killed with Skila. So it says, you want to what's their machlokes? Well, I come to forgive Rabbi Shmuel Rabbi Akiva. We'll say first 5 line on the bottom, page 84a. Rabbi Akiva suffered done in Yumas mi Yumas. They done in Yumas mi Yamos. Oh, Rabbi Akiva says like this. If you're making Gzera Shava, let's do it right. How do you make a Gzera Shava? With 2 identical words. So the word is Yumas. It says Yumas by Zar, and it says Yumas by the false prophet. By Adas Korach, by the followers of Korach, the lashon of the pasuk is Yamos, not Yumas. Rabbi Akiva says I'd rather make a Gzera Shava with identical words. Rabbi Shmuel says, done in Hegyot Mehegyot, they done in Hegyot Minavi. So Rabbi Shmuel on the other hand says, no, it's better to make a Gzera Shava between the Zar and ultimately Adas Korach. Why? Because they were both ordinary people. As opposed to the Zar and the Navi again is a chashuv guy. He's a chashuv guy, right? Remember again, the only way the false prophet gets any kind of what's the word, like legitimacy, is if someone has proven himself as a Gavar Abba, as a big guy. So therefore, Rabbi Shmuel will say better to learn ordinary people from ordinary people. So the Zar from Adas Korach, and not learn out the Zar from the Novi. To which the Gemara Rabbi Akiva, Kevin Shediach, Ein Lacha Hegel Gadol is incredible. And Akiva says, well, maybe this Novi once upon a time was a big deal. But once he's now trying to convince Jews to worship idolatry, Ein Lacha Hegel Gadol is there's no more ordinary of a person than this. Very, very profound. Very profound. So the Gemara says like this. So it's almost as if Rabbi Akiva is saying to a certain degree, it's like your identity and your status cannot simply be based on past accomplishments. Your identity and your status is fundamentally tethered to what you are here and now. Incredible Yisod. So the Gemara goes on. So by the way, now, okay, so now we understand that we have a fundamental machlokas ultimately between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva. Fine. Now, but in actually the false prophet himself is machlokas Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Akiva says skiva, Rabbi Yochanan says chenek. So what's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, what's the machlokas? The Gemara says, Michael Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan, and the Plotet Rabbi Shimon, Rabbanan. They're arguing their machlokas is the machlokas Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbanan. What's their machlokas? The Sanyo, Navi Shediach, the skilo. If the Navi tries to convince people to worship idolatry, he's skilled, it's skilo. Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Chenek. Rabbi Shimon says, no, chenek. So the Gemara says, Ha'an, the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Chenek. Ha'an Tanan, Rabbi Akiva over the chenek. One second, we have on record that Rabbi Akiva also says chenek. So you just said before that Rabbi Akiva holds that a Navi who tries to convince people to do idolatry ultimately is killed by skila. They have Rabbi Akiva's on record in the Mishnah saying that it's a chi of chenek. Straight to Rabbi Akiva. Truth is, there's a machlokas Rabbi Akiva said. Two different tanoim. One tanoim said Rabbi Akiva holds that a false prophet is chayiv skila, and one opinion said Rabbi Akiva holds that he's chayiv chenek. Masnisin Rabbi Shimon v'alibid Rabbi Akiva, Raisa Rabban v'alibid Rabbi Akiva. Okay, our Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi Shimon's understanding of Rabbi Akiva, and the Raisa reflects the Rabban's view of Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. So I will say, halacha l'maisa, how do we pass this? In this last case over here, in this last case, the Rambam asking like the Chacham, that if a Zar goes ahead and does the Avod of individual, does not when does the Avod of because the halacha l'maisa is chayiv misa b'idei shom. Okay, I will say, Hajj v'alot elo inan esrafin, Mazel Tov imam. I will say, now we begin on the base, we down on the base. 84. I will say, new Mishnah. Okay, so now what we are clearly doing is we are moving Baruch Hashem, through the various misos based. So now the Mishnah says, these are the individuals who get Chenikel. But there is a score plus triangulation.
And I went on with what I was doing, and I turned around and
spoke about triangulation a little bit, right? Again, walk around the neck, hold the rope from both ends, and ultimately strangle these with the sword. Again, we'll get more into this later on. So remember, so who gets Chenikel? Again, we'll talk more about the actual penalty of Chenikel. Who gets Chenikel? When is that Chenikel liability? Hamakis only. Come on, a person hits his father or his mother. Donate nefesh himself, kidnap someone. Sucking mami al pibezi. So we're going to talk about this, about sucking mami al pibezi. This sucking is the method if you have a situation where the Bezi rules a certain way, and there's a particular judge in the minority. Remember again, the way that it works is like we have no we follow the majority. What happens if you have a judge who refuses to yield to the majority? He refuses. That's called the sucking mami. So again, everybody was put to death with so again, more about that later. Navi HaSheker, false prophet, which again, interestingly enough, ties into what we just learned before. The Mishnah reflects that he ultimately killed with Chenek. Someone who prophesies in the name of idolatry. Rabbi someone who commits adultery. The Zolamei Baskoi. So remember again, this last case is interesting. The Zolamei Baskoi, remember again, we have this case of Allah and myself. A basket who commits adultery is given the unique punishment of srifa. What happens if Rothschild, right? If Rothschild is the basket, witnesses show up, witnesses show up, and they claim that Rothschild is committing adultery. So they're trying to make Rothschild liable to srifa. Now if we get the two more witnesses, if we live in a shimon, impossibly, you cannot have seen Rothschild commit adultery. Why? because at the time you were saying that she committed adultery, you were with us. You went away, you were with us. So now generally again, so even some get a reciprocal punishment, seem to indicate that Allah Almighty, just like they wanted to give her straight up, so to do she can straight up. But we'll see again, we'll see this morning tomorrow, but we'll discuss the idea that the last seeking that is only the best kind of self-interest. The even zoning don't get straight around. What do they get? They get hand. Same idea of Baal. Same thing, the man who commits adultery with the best he's also put that, and that was just the safe as you need for her, rather than injection. Okay, incredible. So how do you know that if one hits, like literally one strikes their father or their mother, that Allah will make them kind of hopefully it's a death penalty. Incredible. For striking one's parent, death penalty. Where do you know this from? It said, Mark your other people. Most Pasuk says, if you hit your father or your mother, you're put to death. Only someone of a stam, in general, it's actually very interesting. In general, whenever the Torah gives you unqualified death, whenever the Torah says you put to death, if it doesn't give a specific type of death penalty, it kind of gives the default discount. We've seen that before already. The default discount. The Gemara says, Emo, the Kotale Mikto. What's that? How do you know maybe even when it says Mark your other people most make your mother and father, because that's the reason why you hit them and kill them. Otherwise, a person hit their parents and kill their parents. That's what is the death penalty. For which the Gemara says, Saradaika, Koto had decided for other different. So here's the problem. The problem is that, what does that mean? First one is the person who kills his father's side Chenek. Now, the U.S. operating under the assumption that Chenek is considered to be a more lenient form of death. What that's going to say is, if you kill a stam person, a regular person, not your father, you're executed by Stam, a more common form of death. If you kill your parents, you're side of Chenek, you're like a more lenient form of death. What does that mean? So, one second. How do you kill an under Chenek cow? Now, that's fine if you understand that Chenek in general is a more lenient form of death penalty. But if you say the Chenek is more common, then what is there to say? Allah, okay, so just trying to unite over here, here's what I know. Pasuk says, if you hit your mother and father, you're put to death. Stam unqualified death penalty is Chenek. Or trying to figure out over here, what does it mean you hit them? You hit them and you injure them, or you hit them and you kill them? Which the rest is very interesting element. It said, not get ish v'meis most humans. It said, Obe'eva hikov yado v'yamos. So also, this is very interesting. Look at other cases where the person said hitting. And notice he treating lots of the Torah uses. Right? Not the issue is if a man hits his fellow and the other person dies, then the hitter is put to death. Or Obe'eva hikov. If he hits someone in a massacre, right? You know, always there, right? V'yamos, and he dies. You notice. You see that there's a qualifier. Pasuk says, no matter what happened, Shimon died. So there's a qualifier, which indicates to us what? The fact that there needs to be a qualifier, Ruvain hit Shimon and Shimon died, indicates to us that in a stand case, where it just says Ruvain hit Shimon. And what does that mean? That means hitting without death. Hitting without death. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so now what I have over here is this thought. So now, we still prove this first one. Remember, there was supposed to be in the show trying to figure out who's liable to someone. First case, the person hits his father or his mother. Where do I know that out from? Not the other people most. The person hits his father and mother. That's not killing them. Because if it was killing them, it would have said Makeh Vayamos. The fact that it just says Makeh is just hitting with an injury. And what's the halacha most must? When Torah gives you an unqualified death penalty, that automatically means Chenek. So he's proven his first line in the show. Incredible. Now, by the way, about the Gemara says, if you get the mitzvah, Makish, make sure the mitzvah will Makeh Nefesh. That's interesting enough, the Torah says there seems to be two redundant secrets. On one hand, it says Makish Vameis Moshe, you hit someone and die. Nobody put the death. And then it says, the Makeh Nefesh. Right, the Torah says, the Makeh Nefesh, if you begin, right, the answer is how it says. Suppose it says, if you kill a nefesh, so it says, right, it says, Maki ish v'meis, if you hit an ish, a man, and he dies, you're put to death. And then it says, Makeh nefesh, which seems like if you kill a person, you're put to death. Why do you both of those psukim? So we'll say this is fascinating. Because of Rahman and Maki ish v'meis, If the Torah would have just said, if you kill that issue is a man. If you kill a man, I would have thought like this. Havamina, ish, the bar mitzvah kafaro. I would have thought like this. When are you liable for killing someone? You kill a man. Why? Because a man is liable to a whole bunch of mitzvahs. So it makes perfect sense. But if you kill a child, you're not liable. You're not liable, right? The child's not kind of mitzvahs. Therefore, different Torah says, no, what is nefesh? Nefesh means anyone, right? Any living thing. So even if you have someone kill a child, you're also chayiv. Because of Rahman Komak and Nefesh, if Phil would have just said Komak and Nefesh, I would have thought like this, Havamina, Afilu is falling. Afilu ben Shmona. I would have thought that it is to kill a fetus. Right? Whether this is in utero, right? Or a fetus that has not yet been proven to be viable, or a baby was born after 8 months. Now, the Gemara operates under the assumption that a baby born in 8 months is a non-viable, it's not going to live. So I would have thought that you would be chayiv for killing even a fetus that's not proven to be viable, or a fetus in utero, or a baby born in the 8th month. The Gemara says, therefore, it's tzrichi. Therefore, Allah I need both. So interestingly enough, so Komak Nefesh teaches me I'm chayiv for going ahead and killing all viable things, right? In other words, it's different things. Really, I need both, right? Because if it would have just said Makish, I would have thought just adults. Therefore, it says Kol Nefesh. But if it just said Kol Nefesh, I would have thought any living thing, even if it's not viable, commercial, you're only chayiv if you kill a viable entity. Therefore, the rest of you need both of them. You need both of them. The Ima, Afa Gablo, or the Deshabilo. Going back to parents' things. Now we've established, I love on myself, if a person goes ahead and hits his parents' concentration, this guy uses his parents. Maybe I should be liable, even if I hit my parents and don't cause an injury. I don't cause a wound. Umar says, just for the act of hitting, there should be a death penalty. But 1 second, Alama Torah we learned, if you hit your mother or father, you're not chayiv until you cause an injury. It's very interesting. If a person, let's say, slaps his parent, there's no injury, there's no chabura, there's no injury. So again, obviously not good, but not chayiv misa. Only chayiv misa if you cause a chabura. To which the message, so how do you know this? If you understand over here, the makya just means literally hitting one's parents, and every high connect, maybe it just means even if you hit them without an injury. How do you know that in order to be liable death penalty for hitting one's parent, you have to cause bodily harm? How do we know that? This is very interesting. The pasuk says, makya adam, makya behema. The pasuk supposes one who injures a person and who injures an animal. Just like if you injure an animal, there's only liability if you cause an injury, like you have to cause a wound. And you go and you slap a cow, all right, it's weird, but Lamaisa, you're not chayiv, there's no penalty, there's no monetary compensation for that. Just like Makya Behema, you're only chayiv if you cause an injury. So the juxtaposition, Makya Adam, you're also only chayiv for striking a person if you cause an injury. Incredible. The Tzuba, Zimra says, Ma Makya Behema Ad Abed Bachabura, the Tzibba Nefesh, Makya Adam Ad Abed Chabura. So too again, there's only liability for striking one's parents, one causes an injury. So it's incredibly important. So what the Gemara is suggesting over here is that some a person strikes their parent, obviously bad, but not a death penalty unless a person strike them and cause some type of injury. So I'm asking for Rabbi in 1 second. If that's the case, that you're jumping out to animal, that you're only liable for injuring an animal if you manage to cause a chabura, cause a wound. If that's the case, let's say I go over to Ruben's animal and I load Ruben's animal up with a whole load of stones. So I'm not physically injuring the animal, but I'm diminishing its strength. You're going to tell me that there's no liability because there's no physical wound. How can I make the law mechayiv? Are we going to say I'm not chayiv? Of course I'm going to be chayiv. Why? Because at the end of the day, I actively diminished the value and the strength of the animal. So you see, you have to eat my animal if you don't cause a physical injury or chayiv. Hello. So if that's the case, I don't really need nefesh. I don't really need nefesh behema. Right? It says nefesh. right? The nefesh pasuk, by the way, is makin nefesh behema. So I don't really, this is interesting, I don't need nefesh behema to teach me that I have to cause an injury. Why? Because by an animal, the truth is, even if you don't cause an injury, but you clearly do something that subsequently diminishes the crop on what you're going to be fighting. So if I don't need nefesh behema to teach me about animal injury, then what? So use it for nefesh adam. Use it for nefesh adam. So therefore, what I need to hack it. So therefore, it turns out, interestingly enough, that the way we're learning this out, ultimately, again, it's from nefesh behema. Right? So making nefesh will teach me that even by a person, I'm only chayiv if I injure. Right? I'm only if I hit my parent, I'm only chayiv if I actually cause bodily harm. And if a person just hits or slaps and there's no subsequent bodily harm from that, then Allah said there's not a death penalty involved with that. So if that's the case, so then what I need to hackish between nefesh behema or makya adam Russians. Right. Makya nefesh. No, I'm sorry. Makya adam makya behema. Right. So what? Now, obviously, the concept juxtaposes injuring an animal and injuring a person. So what does that juxtaposition teach you? This is very interesting. This is fascinating. I'm sorry. So therefore, what is the hekish? Makya behema, makya adam. So what is the juxtaposition of injuring a person, injuring an animal? What does that teach me? The first thing Gemara says is comes to teach me the ruling of the Bechizkiah. What's the ruling of the Bechizkiah? Take a look at Rashi. We actually had this before in the Gemara. The Baba Kamal liftar chaybe misos shogi b'minat hasholim ma'makim elokalaka. So what's very interesting. So the Bechizkiah says like this. The Bechizkiah holds. We know there's a concept of kimei b'dradamid, right? Which means that Allah if you do something that generates capital liability, you are exempt from any financial liability. But the Bechizkiah holds like this. Even if you do something b'shogi, if it's the kind of act that had you done it b'mezid, you would be exempt from financial liability. Even if you do it b'shogeg, you're exempt from financial liability. Okay, and they were learning out from that hekish. The Gemara says that's fine, but that's fine if you hold like Tanah Bechizkiah. The less they Tanah Bechizkiah, but if you don't hold of the Tanah Bechizkiah, which many don't, or we'll say many reject that concept, and they say the only time that you're putter from monetary compensation is when you are liable to a death penalty. But if you did something b'shogeg, and if we're not liable to death, you are liable to pay. So if you reject that limud, then what do you do with the hekish? Not the murder. Remember again, just to understand, we're just trying to figure out over here the person supposedly injuring a person, injuring an animal. What do I need that for? To which we might listen to this. Just like what happens if Ruben's animal is injured and I'm trying to help Ruben's animal, and I end up injuring the animal. So if I injure the animal in the context of trying to do it, there's no liability. So the murder that's the same thing with the person. If I end up trying to help someone and I end up injuring them, I'm not liable for that injury. That's the juxtaposition. So the murder says the level. Then, listen to this case. Then, so let's listen to this. Let's say again, let's say we have a father Avram, and Avram has a son Yitzchak. And Avram is ill, and he needs blood letting. You're going to remember again, blood letting was the preferred manner of all medicinal healing. And now, Yitzchak wants to help his father. What's the problem? What do we just say? That if the son injures his father, right, he's drawing blood, his son injuries, but here the son's intention is not to injure his father, it's the opposite. His intention is to help. So is he allowed to do this or not? So the Gemara says, so Master says, yes, it is permitted. Why? Again, you see another year to help them out, especially if that kid is your father. What's the child? Of course, you should help. Rabbi Amar, Makya Adam and Makya Behema. The Rabbi Rashina says the juxtaposition. So it says Makya Adam, Makya Behema. The juxtaposition. He teaches us what? Makya Behema are the forefather. Just like the injured animal, in the course of trying to help, in the course of trying to do is your father. Makya Adam, you're the forefather. So if you injure someone in the course of trying to heal them, you're a father as well. So everyone will say it's interesting. Both of these opinions are agreed, namely that a son is permitted to go and do bloodletting on his father, even though he's going to quote unquote injure him. But since the injury is for medicinal purposes, therefore it is going to be mortal. Incredible. Incredible. So it's like, so this by the way, this you should know. We'll do this more on Wednesday. But this sugya is a fascinating sugya because again, let's say again, a son is a doctor, he wants to treat his father, he's about to treat his father. Or again, a child is a nurse and wants to draw blood. Or just even not a nurse, a child is caring for a parent, right? And wants to go ahead, test blood sugar, like different things like this. Is a child allowed to do these things for a parent, knowing that essentially you're doing a kabura, they're quote unquote injuring the parent, even though the injury is not for injury purpose. The injury is ultimately for refuah, but is a child allowed to do it or not? Now, both of the opinions mentioned here seem to indicate the answer is yes. It's just a shayla. First opinion says, of course it's permitted. You have to, a second opinion runs out from the Hakash, the comparison between Makkah and Behema. But listen to this. The Mercy Rav, Rothschild liberated the Mishkale Silu. So Rav would not allow his son to remove a splinter from his head. Right? So if Rav got a splinter, he would not let his son remove the splinter. Why not? Because again, it could cause an injury. Marbri Ravino, Rothschild liberated the Miftach like Kapsa. So similarly, again, Mar, the son of Ravino, would not allow the son to literally open up a boil. Why not? Because if he would do it, has to show him. If he could do it, or he wanted to lance the boil, open up the boil to get the punch. He wouldn't do it. Why? Because if his son would perhaps be a little bit too aggressive, he could cause an injury beyond the boil. So this is fascinating. So two great rabbanim who would not allow their children to help them taking a splinter, lancing the boil, because of concern that it could cause a kabura. You must 1 second. If that's the concern, that someone may end up injuring someone and trying to help them, then it's not just the son, then no one else should be able to go and lance the boil, take out the splinter. Someone else should also not be permitted to take out the splinter or lance the boil. To which the Imam says, no.
Yo, what up? How are you, Big Dog?
Here's the big difference. Someone else.
Shalom, what's good, son?
Okay, it's a lot. And it's an
accident. Excellent. Dude, just living life. How'd you find out about me? Which place you remind me?
So on one hand, the Gemara asks, the son allowed to essentially injure his father for the
An anime server? Okay, very well. Did you watch the? Cool. Did you watch the Super Bowl?
Yet again, you see Rav now allowing his son to take out the splinter, and Rabbi not allowing his son to launch the boil. So again, we're gonna stop over this.
Are you kidding me? They have vacation to Latin America. The entire halftime show was in Spanish.
That Allah again, a son is not allowed to do which could eventually result in
Dog, I had an Australian in here. You know the Australian, there's going to be an NFL game in Melbourne next year? All right. Very well. All right. What about the Winter Olympics? Do you know that there are 56 Australian athletes competing?
And causes physical injury.
Baby, I'm into everything cool.
I'm going to finances, money and politics.
All right, well, I'm into. All right, well, I'm in everything, baby, and that shit's cool too. All right, have you been on Twitter Spaces recently? Yes or no? Go.
No.
Why not?
So I was
I just pray my business.
All right, I mean, it's something you can listen to. You don't have to like do anything, but it's 24/7 Web3 discussion. Are you into cryptocurrency?
About 14 runs up from the bottom, 2 dots.
All right. Well, and you're not in the Web3 Twitter Spaces? Okay, but what about like meme coins
I'm not in holding board.
or
I used to play with mini coins, especially on Rothschild. I remember that it was back in the day.
What if a coin so what's the halacha?
okay, what kind of business do you run?
Or not chayv nisi b'yushalayim?
Oh, very cool.
So
You have a
again,
big
remember,
heart.
this is Rav Barhuna asking us from Rav Sheshes. And Rav
Yeah,
Sheshes responds, he says, "Learn the Mishnah."
I think it's like it's about like I'll not something that just
Very well. Do you know what raw comedy is? Dog, it's Australia's biggest open mic competition. Man, you don't know anything about Australia. No, I'm just busting your balls. Do you not know what raw comedy is, though? Dog, you got to get on board. It's Australia's biggest open mic competition. Do you know what comedy is? Who's your favorite Australian comedian? Okay, who's your favorite American comedian? That's hilarious that you think about. Okay, excellent. Do you know who James McCann is? He's from Adelaide. Yeah, I know. I'm having to teach you about your own country.
So again, if somebody went ahead and violated prohibitions,
I mean, am I not? Am I not? I'm over here teaching you that you have 56 Olympians in the Winter Olympics. I'm teaching you. Do you know about the JJJ? The music, radio.
Here's a perfect case.
Fuck yeah.
Nothing. See, here's the case where Baruch Hu said,
I feel like there's
I saw he got his ass whooped.
Remember how we defined that case? What case of office is that this is a person who committed multiple acts of crimes. I should say, he violated the same crimes.
There you go. Do you like UFC?
Now, for crimes, Beis Din doesn't execute the person, but Beis Din does give malchus. Such a person is deserving of he's a repeat offender.
All right. All right, very well. Are you excited for the White House UFC event, July 4th? Doug, I'm into everything cool. I'm into everything cool.
But yet again, we killed the guy, or
Really?
Doug, Nico, the guy from Venezuela. Yeah. What about him?
Remember again, that case was different because
Yeah, dog. We've known this for a long time.
So remember again, also, here's an example.
It's arguable. We basically kidnapped their leader and staged a coup. And now we're running the country. We've done it to essentially every Central and South American government. Yeah, we basically have large corporations that want the resources of those places. They come in, they change the leadership, they put in some puppet leader, and that puppet leader does everything that the United States does.
The answer is Rab Ligmar. Remember again, that's where
We're done.
again they asked the question.
All right.
Rab didn't know the answer.
So, yeah, I mean, we're all related. We're all related. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone, thousands of us globally. It's a pretty common name within the Ashkenazi Jewish community. It's like having the name Kennedy. Baby, they're a part of me.
Now, if Shishis responded, if Shishis said the answer is obviously, but the answer must be no. So,
By DNA.
I'm sorry.
I have familial connections. That's even closer. Baby, this is the biggest event in global history. I don't work. All my food's taken care of for me. I'm financially independent. I mean, what more do you want me to do? This is what I enjoy. 100%.
Okay, or I should say at least liable to the death. Liable to death at Hanoi.
I could be traveling the world. I enjoy traveling. I really am a homebody. I like to learn. I like to be entertained. I like to be comfortable more than anything. So I make my time streaming my life 24/7 and meeting new amazing individuals who don't know anything about their own country like you. Now, let me ask you this, my man. I'm just busting your balls. What are your thoughts on Robert Irwin? I'll wait. You don't know who Robert Irwin is? Dog, he's like the biggest celebrity in Australia. Dog. Do you know who Steve Irwin is? All right, so he has two children. Bindi Irwin, his daughter, and Robert Irwin, his son. Yeah, dog. So just living like a pimp, that's what I'm doing. Going into Twitter spaces, telling people about what I do. And well, of course it's going to change in a couple of years. Yeah, I know the best investment strategies in the history of humankind. It's called data. Aside from data, though, if you want to make a quick buck really as fast as possible, get into pump fund and just whenever a coin is launched, buy it immediately and sell it within like 3 minutes. And you'll essentially every single time make at least like 1 or 2x. And then you just keep doing that. And no, most of them do. Right when they launch, they all go up. And so you just buy them right when they launch, and then you sell them within a minute. It's basically a cheat. It's a cheat code. Yeah, absolutely, it works. Well, yeah, because you didn't sell soon enough. Right?
So this is very interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So basically you say to yourself, I'm going to ape into a coin. I am going to only be in it for 1 or 2 or 3 minutes until it 1x's, 2x's, 3x's. Then I'm going to get out. And so you just have to be happy with taking small exactly, but that adds up very, very quickly.
You are potter.
It's a cheat code, dog.
I didn't
Dog, I know all the cheat codes. Again, data. Data is the biggest cheat code of them all. Data is more valuable than petroleum, dog.
All these things. So now you do with data.
Train AI with it.
So, but again, if any of these
You know about AI? I mean, you know how valuable AI is, right? Well, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data, specifically human data, overtook petroleum as Earth's #1 resource.
Failure to do so.
So, I mean, how much money do you want to make?
But again, this doesn't apply to the list that we just made.
Dog, you create your own data.
Failure to do so results in culpability.
Yeah, dog. So you basically recognize that human data is the most valuable asset in the world. And you create your own. You basically generate your own human data and recognize that it will be extremely valuable in the future. It's the #1 resource on Earth. It's more valuable than gold, silver, oil, cryptocurrency. Human data is #1. It's more valuable than water. It depends how much of it. It depends how much of it you have. There's another person in here. He recognizes it. His name's Spirit Man. Spirit Man live streams is like 24/7 on YouTube. He's been doing it for like 300 days. There's a lot of value in that data. I've been doing it 24/7 for like 1,500 days. There's a lot of value in that data.
But if it's there would be
The different social media platforms pick. They pay you for it. No, you still own it.
The answer seems to be horizontal.
So
and offers up a company showcase
right, and then you get paid from that.
Rashi says over here, remember.
Yeah, I mean, but you have to recognize views can make you money. The data itself can make you money. Endorsements can make you money. There are multiple profit streams from this. It's not just one profit stream. That's what makes it so valuable.
It says explicitly that if a non-Kohen engages in sacrificial service against certain form of sacrificial
I think there are some people who are
actually the same.
Of course. Well, no, that's not necessarily true. A lot of influencers bot themselves. In fact, the majority of influencers bot themselves so that they have what's considered a larger audience, and then they get more money from it. But the #1 job in the United States that a young person wants to be is an influencer, and that is now the #1 job as a global desired career. It used to be athlete. It used to be like football player or basketball player or soccer player. It's no longer. Influencers taken over. You can do whatever you want. You can talk about whatever you want. Literally, whenever you turn on the camera, money starts to get generated. It's like a free money glitch. Yeah, or whatever. I mean, like I'm I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. All I have to do is wear their shirt, which costs me nothing. I'd have to wear a shirt anyway, and have their pillows and comforter and stuff, and I generate money. Enough.
That Allah, when I say if a person does the avodah in the state of Tumah, he is chayiv misa b'gul shamayim. Which, in that way, if we take that approach, it doesn't make sense why this is so you can't make it today's right? Like,
they don't. All you have to no. I disagree with you on that. What it takes is consistency. Consistency is the key. I mean, if you want to consider consistency as skill, I agree with you there. You could be someone who has 1 million views on one video, which is fine. You can monetize that. But what's much more valuable is 1,000 views over the course of a year. And you might say, but why? Because you have a lot more content over if you create an entire year's worth of footage for people of the future to be able to study. Absolutely. Like, let's take it like this. You could have like data is very important. Like in the past, okay, let's put it like this. People in the past would write journals and diaries, and they would say like what the weather was like and what was going on in the world, and they would talk about their passions and their dreams. And you could have perhaps 100 pages of a really famous person, which is valuable, or you could have a lifetime journal of someone with maybe 10,000 pages worth of journals, and maybe they might not be famous immediately, but the fact that they had so much content over the course of their life becomes the backbone of many of our history interpretations. Like they're able to shape history due to their words. Maybe they weren't president, or maybe they weren't the king of England. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. From the 1970s until the late 20s, like the late noughts, and so for like 30 years, and that's become the backbone of the global television archive. And she worked for Apple Computer, and she and her family basically used the funds that she made from Apple to be able to take on this project. And now the reason why much of our video archive exists is because of her. So she may not have made huge amounts of money over the course of her life. She did, though, because she had Apple stock and stuff. She lived comfortably. But in 100 years, she'll be seen as an icon.
The Kohen is lacking, or he's coming. It's different.
That's exactly right. It already can. I can give AI a 12-hour video of mine, and it gives you minute-by-minute timestamps of everything that was going on, an analysis of the language, and summaries. I mean, it's incredibly powerful.
Remember again, the first thing when the coin comes into the base of English in the morning, Oklahoma, come to the base of English in the morning, they go to the queue, they go to the big sink.
I think that it seems like everyone on the knows, and therefore do really well. But it was high expectation. You know what I mean?
You have to understand, it's about influence. If you're not live streaming right now yourself, but if you do it for 10 years straight every single day, you'll be a millionaire. Just about guaranteed. If you do it 24/7. And here's why. Because you'll have people who come to you to say, hey, I've seen what you're doing. I like your content. I have this cereal I want you to be a spokesperson of, or this clothing brand I want you to be a spokesperson of, or I want you to drive this car. And you're going to get on podcasts and you'll get interviews. You will see perhaps exponential growth. You didn't know who Mr. Beast was 10 years ago. You can go back and look at Mr. Beast's first video, which is like in 2014, and he looks much younger, and he's just like, hey, everybody, I'm making a video for myself in 10 years. You do what you need to do, baby. It's your world. I just live in it.
Remember, again, you have in a situation now. Today, we know this is just hemophilia. So we know, and again, obviously, genetically different. So, let's say the coin had older brothers who died as a result of this evil. So you recognize that now, again, that there's an issue. There's such a coin, but such a person not be obligated to have this evil, which is fine. It's not going to steal up, but he's not allowed to be the obligated. So any of these three people really are not allowed. So Orel, Onen, and Yoshib are not allowed to be the obligated. But if they do so, not Chimis to the Shemayim, rather again, it'll be a loss. Balmul, that's it. What happens if a blemished coin does the obligated? What's that law? Rabbi Omer B'Misra, the Chachamim Omrim Ba'as Hara. So Rabbi says, Nisa to the Shemayim, and Chachamim say Allah, fascinating. Okay, so again, we'll see all of this later on in the Gemara. But Hazid bin Ila, let's say somebody intentionally committed an act of evil. Remember again, evil is misappropriation of temple property. So let's say someone actively, purposely went ahead and took things like this property from you. This Rabbi Omer Rabbi says, Nisa to the Shemayim, the Chum say no, Ba'as Hara, it's allowed. How old? So let's say now that's our whole list. Now let's dissect this. Number one, so the first person in Yisi Shemayim lineup, first guy is the first guy in Yisa Shemayim lineup is also the person who eats untied produce. So let's know where exactly do I know that from? Gomer Shalom B'Shomer B'Lo. So listen to this. How do I know that if someone eats tavel that is chayim yisrael b'yisramayim, tichsib lo yichalu es kodshe b'nei Yisrael asher yarimu laHashem. So literally it says, do not profane the consecrated items of the Yisrael that will be raised to Hashem. Future tense. The Gemara says, "Ba'asidim litrom hakosov medaber." The Torah is talking about produce that is going to have time removed. What's the definition of produce that is going to have time removed from it? It's called tavel. And the Torah says over here, do not go ahead and profane it. Do not go ahead and profane it. And the Torah prescribes death penalty. So the Gemara says, Yolet, well, actually, the Torah doesn't describe death penalty. Here's what happens. Yolet, chilo mitruma. Make it zero shava. It says chilo by tavel, and it says chilo profane by truma.
Yo, what up, baby?
So it says chilo by truma. It says chilo by tavel, and we say malaha.
Yeah, so you're over here. I'm telling you, like the way to success, and you get it, but you don't. Okay, so 10 years ago, Mr. Beast, well, maybe like 12 years ago, he was worth nothing. He was living in fucking North Carolina, and he had nothing. Now he's a billionaire. He kept up with that dream. And I'm just saying to you, like, you want the easy way. The easy way is creating content.
Why don't you start the lush of also?
I'm absolutely. Well, so you have to recognize it's the idea that it is human content that makes it valuable. AI cannot replicate the data. People think of it like this. You know how people pay a lot for handmade things like watches and cars? Like the most expensive cars are the ones that are made by hand. The reason why is because it doesn't involve machines. People are willing to pay a premium for that. It has more value. Additionally, look at art. Like people could be like, well, art can be created by computers, and it can be, but it's not as valuable as art that's been created by great artists. And the reason why is because people value the human touch, and the same is true with content. Yeah, you can create really cool videos using AI. There's no doubt about that. I think it's great. I do it all the time. However, no machine can recreate your reaction to it accurately. It's not real. And people recognize that. When they know that it's AI generated, they know that it loses, at least the human beings, it loses much of its appeal. That's one of the reasons why people value going to concerts and being able to see the actual artist, as opposed to listening to AI music or computer produced music. It's because they can connect with the human. And we're at the point where, I mean, if you've heard of the theory, it's known as the dead internet theory. It's where much of the internet has already for at least the last near decade been replaced by robots and been replaced with artificial intelligence, and thus we're moving more and more away from human content, and people long for that. People love that. Look, I can just tell you this right now. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got like 5 different people in this stream who just like being around a human. They could be just live streaming to like some AI model or whatever, but they don't. They like the human connection.
So therefore, again, Gemara says these are all the similarities that exist.
And that's just in this Discord. I've got another 20 different YouTube streams that are going, and random people in there who just literally like to know that it's a portal into someone's life and it's real, that anything could happen. That's the thing. It's anything could happen and it's real. It's part of history. Anybody could say like, hey, we're just going to, play anime or play a cartoon or play perhaps a movie, but that's predicted. It's generated. Anything could happen in this stream. I could say anything. Any random person could come in here, and that's exciting.
Interestingly enough, Truma, I remember talking about this. But when I say another, Marcy therefore suggests why not take stars? Because Kabbalah and Nosar had commonality.
In many ways, yeah, there are similarities to that, and then you don't get in trouble, and people like that. That's right. I mean, look at old photographs. Okay, people like old photographs because it's like a snapshot of history. And that's what these live streams are. It's a snapshot of history. People will study this decades and centuries and millennia into the future to understand what life was like in 2026 and 2025 and 2024 and 2023 and 2022 and 2021 and into the pandemic. I mean, that's going to be really important for society.
You're right, but there are more similarities between Tevel and Truma than there are between Tevel and Nosar. Therefore, they make you consider Tevel and Truma.
In many ways, but it's not just about my life. It's about world history events. 24/7, I keep the radio on in the background that captures the news world events because there's been evidence of historical revision, and I don't like that. I like historical accuracy. So I want somebody to be able to go back in my stream and know exactly what was going on, not just in my life, but what was going on in world history. And if somebody tries to manipulate that in the future, somebody can go back to my stream and say, no, that's not how it played out. Yeah, I mean, 24/7, I'm live streaming on YouTube.
Goes ahead and
dude, you don't even know this? Okay, go to at the top of this stream, or pardon me, at the top of this Discord. Do you see under welcome there's a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams?
How do we know that halacha l'maisa?
Okay, click that, and then do you see a link in there?
How do I know that if the Tamei Kohen eats truma tehora, that
Click
halacha
that link.
l'maisa,
Look
again,
how many live streams I have going on YouTube right now.
V'shomeres mishmartim, v'lo yisur harav.
Right. So you can see my life from 360 degrees, 24 hours a day. And you may say, well, Rabbi, you only have like 100 followers on each one of these accounts. I know. I recreate an account every few months or so that I don't lose it all. If somebody wants to come in and ban my account for copyright or some other misinformation, whatever they may want to do, I don't lose all of the data. So it's basically redundant, and I have many different streams, and that I get paid for those on some of the platforms. And more importantly to me, far more importantly, the money doesn't matter to me. I don't even collect it. It just sits in a pool. What's important to me is the fact that my life is. I mean, I live comfortably. That's all I care about.
So again, therefore, Allah l'maisa, when we speak about consumption
I'm taken care of. I don't have to worry about. I don't have a boss. Nobody wakes me up. That's the key. That's the freedom that I enjoy. I don't have a boss. Every single person in this world has a boss, but I don't. Exactly, but I don't. Nobody wakes me up. I do whatever I want. I wake up whenever I want. I eat whatever I want. I'm able to communicate with anybody I want. I mean, I have religious restrictions, but those are ones that are, imposed on me traditionally. And if I wanted to, I could break them. I recognize that I have the freedom to do that, but I enjoy the fact that I'm part of a religion, and that's important to me. And every single person on this earth, every Israeli, every Jew has at some point eaten something non-kosher, because the fact that some things are really difficult to detect, like a small aphid in broccoli would be considered non-kosher. Okay, so nobody has a perfect record in this world, but I do my best to buy kosher, eat kosher, and maintain a kosher status, and have for as long as I can remember. Thank you. I do my best to. I do my best. If you're wondering what just closed down, I just have to restart one of my cameras that is in this stream. So, when are you going to start streaming? That's my question for you. Yeah, and you know what? Okay, but I mean, that's part of the reason why people might like you. Okay, so you're a business owner right now, and you do your best to help. And let's just be honest, in 12 years, you're not going to be a billionaire, right?
So the boss says, speak to Aaron and the sons.
You want to be, but there's like, come on, be a realist. You're not going to be a billionaire in 12 years through your business. Like if you, no, wait, but that's a very good point. But no, come on, let's be realistic. You started a business. You might be a millionaire. Right, but even a millionaire, the odds of you being a millionaire in 12 years, I don't know, 25%, 50%, something like that. Okay, multi-millionaire. Let's say 100 millionaire. The odds of you being 100 millionaire in maybe 12 years are pretty low. You'll probably get up to like 12 million, 15 million, 30 million, and get comfortable. Absolutely. But if you just said to yourself, you know what? If I just took, I don't know, $10,000 or $20,000 and had a nice setup where I could stream my life 24/7, I would be a billionaire in like a decade.
Have to do again with the body of the individual. Both are a state of
I mean, look at Mr. Beast did it. Why can't you?
So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, it's also rare. It's almost like a coin was and a coin was truma.
With if you bought it yourself, you could easily be Mr. Beast in 12 years. No doubt. No doubt. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mr. Beast is the biggest botter on YouTube. His company bots him. Yeah, I mean, does he buy the bots he did in the beginning? There are arguments for that. Okay. You can recognize that if you were to say, I mean, you're a millionaire, so you have a business. If you were to say to yourself, all right, well, I'm going to just have a live stream going. You don't always have to be on the live stream. Like right now, I've got like 20 different angles, and of them, I just walked over there. I was on like maybe, I wasn't on this one, I wasn't on that one, I wasn't on these, but I was on 3 others. You don't have to be on camera every single second of your life. That's not necessarily super important. It's the fact that anytime anyone wants to stream, they can. Even with Mr. Beast, with as much content as he has, if you're really dedicated, you'll watch all his stuff within a few months. Every single video of his. The same is untrue for my streams. You would literally, to watch every angle that I have to spend a century dedicating your life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to watch all the content that I've created. And it would even take longer than that. And that's just I've just been doing this for like four and a half years or so. Just think about how much content I will have the opportunity to have made if I do this for 50 years.
So remember again, if I don't need this process to teach me, that a Kohen who does
I mean, I don't have brothers or sisters. I'm independent. I mean, my cousins recognize that the data is really important to me, and I would say generally my family is very positive towards it. It's like archiving human history. That's a very cool thing.
So again, like I said before, last week, this past week's
Just like you showing us where the requisite have some stuff in the radio background, but it's all transcribed. Everything like you go to radio.
Absolutely, 100%. That camera behind me is listening to the radio and transcribing every single word that comes out of it. And you can even get it now. This is pretty I think phenomenal. Like there are some more advanced YouTube videos that I have. Like basically YouTube is always adding different features. So in the future they'll be able to make it so that all my videos are 8K, and they'll be able to make it so that I've already seen this, where they have voice 1, voice 2, voice 4, like however many different voices are going in a different video, you're able to get the transcript of each one of them individually.
Yeah.
So like right now, like the video will be transcribed, but also my voice will be transcribed and your voice will be transcribed.
Means you must understanding that if a cone does the abode without it doesn't, then is possible.
Basically, in the direction of YouTube, YouTube's already being used as AI to upscale videos.
Cone who does the abode without the
Exactly. And what absolutely. And once you get to 8K, the human eye cannot perceive anything more in depth than that. So we kind of hit a ceiling for what a human could even be able to detect with the naked eye. And we're not that far away. I choose not to at this point. Here's why. I mean, I could have. Yeah, I mean, I'm very look. Before I started streaming, I was with a lot of women, and so I have like a memory bank of just excellent relationships with really beautiful women, and I know that when I go viral, which could happen any single day or any month or whatever, I'll be the most famous person on earth. Or arguably, I'll have more data than any person ever. I have more data than Mr. Beast. I have more data than T-Series. I have more data than PewDiePie. I have more data than all of them combined. You could combine PewDiePie and Mr. Beast and multiply it by 10, and I have more data than they do. And I'll be able to use my role as a global leader not only to be able to improve it, but have any woman that I want. I'll be the most eligible bachelor on earth, and every woman on earth, no matter like this is something that I've learned. No matter how tall a guy is, how athletic they are, how rich they are, the thing that a woman wants more than anything is to make her fucking friends jealous. And the best way to do it is to get with a really famous dude. Fame is an incredible aphrodisiac to women in many ways. It's the most powerful aphrodisiac. Every woman wants to be with the most famous man on earth. It is. Absolutely. Every woman exactly. But essentially what I can give women is the opportunity to be remembered in the annals of history. Just like if you wanted your name in the Bible and you did something your name is in the Bible. In the same way, if I find you to be attractive enough, you'll be on my stream and you'll be remembered in the annals of history. Hundreds of millions of years into the future, when humans have been able to travel interstellarly and intergalactically, somebody somewhere will say, I want to see what life was like back in 2026 on Earth and know what was going on and what someone's life was like. Just like we had cave paintings or hieroglyphics or Renaissance paintings. Everybody wants a snapshot of what history was like in the past. And in the same way, my streams give people that opportunity. And any woman out there, if I were able to say to somebody, hey, would you like to be in a Renaissance painting? Absolutely. They would go for that. They'd want to be on the world's largest live stream as well. Now, do I live stream my life because I think it's going to get me a lot of ass? Absolutely not. I've had a lot of ass in the past. And it's great. It's wonderful. But at a certain point, you know, there ain't no pussy like new pussy. You always get bored. You want to move on. What I don't get bored of is live streaming my life. And that's really, it's power. I'm able to talk about world peace. I'm able to talk about futurism. I'm able to talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, cryptocurrency, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial superintelligence, artificial general intelligence, things like
Can I bring something like I have a thought that all of life right now is taking today.
That's correct.
And then you have a continuous stream on you as a one individual. when it's already been recorded. So like having a differential value in the market, like to have someone 30 years.
Yeah, excellent question.
What's the unique setup?
Absolutely. People live stream their life. They don't archive the live streams. What makes mine unique is I archive mine. So if you're a Twitch streamer, and that's cool, and you're live streaming, and all the people on Twitch are live streaming right now, and that's really neat, right? Their streams erase after 14 days. And if you have a premium account, their top tier is 90 days. It's gone. It's like it never happened. Even with people who are like, hey, I'm going to do the world's longest YouTube stream. That's cool. It's not archived. And YouTube says that. Been there, done that. It's a difficult thing to prove. And additionally, the Guinness World Record Company is about advertising, and a lot of the things that I stream are copyright infringements. So like today, I watched the Super Bowl. That is not something that you're supposed to be streaming on YouTube. Did I do it? Yeah. And I just have a way around the copyright infringement, which is playing multiple things at the same time. Exactly. And that allows me to get around things. But I mean, like, I have friends of mine who have Guinness World Records, and it really hasn't done that much for their project. So I know that is something that I'll have officially in the near future. I don't really sweat that one out. What I think is really important, and what's important to me, is just maintaining the consistency of 24/7 streams. And every 12 hours, I restart my stream and I start a new one. And that means that it's archived, that you can literally go back and watch what I do. The person in here, Spirit Man, what's important of streams, and he's recognized this. He has to restart them every 12 hours. And he and I have been looking for people who do what we do, basically archive their streams every 12 hours. He's the only person I've ever met who is archiving their stream every 12 hours like I do. And he's been doing it 250 days. I've been doing it for about 1,600 days. He does it from one angle. I do it from 20 angles. I'm not putting him down. I'm saying if I wasn't doing what I was doing, his stream would be the most important stream in the world.
Why can't the code do it? Why is it on the most basic level? We could be concerned that
yeah, I would say so. And then I do it on so many different platforms. I don't just do it on YouTube. I do it on Rumble. I do it on Twitch. I do it on YouNow. I do it on Billy Bill. I do it on so many different streams. I do it on Instagram. I've been live streaming on X, on video live space of X for 360 days. No one's ever done that we can find an X space for 365 days on video. I mean, I have more video content on X than any person ever.
But when you have such profound closeness to any other experience.
And you have to understand how valuable this is going to be to people of the future. To understand aging, like I have myself on here for like basically 5 years of my life, and people will be able to study my aging, my eating habits, my drinking habits, my breathing habits, my sleep habits, which I think will be really important, because not a lot of people stream themselves when they sleep. Every aspect, behavior patterns, every aspect of human interaction, every aspect of human existence is essentially archived on this stream and will be able to be studied by people in the future. It's incredibly valuable data. It isn't. It isn't. Well, I appreciate that. And so what I'm saying to you is, you're a business owner. I understand you got to run your business 100%. What stops you from just getting a computer, a cheap computer, and then every 12 hours just archiving your life? You can always mute it if there's something that you don't want to have on camera, or you can stop the stream, or you can go into another room and talk with someone.
Like how do you archive your life? Like after you film it, like in stream it? you send some friends to upload
It's automated, yeah. So like basically when you do a YouTube stream, so long as it's less than 12 hours, it's automatically archived. If you don't want it, then you delete it. So all you'd have to do is just get a computer if you don't already have one. You create a YouTube account. I recommend also creating a Rumble account, a Twitch account, and a Kick account, because then you'll have 4 times the audience. And when you first start, for the first few months, very few people are going to check you out, but then people will start to follow you. And every time you go live or start a new stream, more and more people will follow you. I mean, I have 2,100 people in this Discord. I have not had this Discord the entire time that I've been doing this. I've only had it for about 2 years or so. And I have 2,800 people in here. It's the middle of the night in the Western world, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in here, 6 people in here, not including you, who are, like dedicated to what I'm doing or in their own way, or just like being around me. They like not being alone. They like having a connection with people. It's really a beautiful thing.
What if a Kohen does get involved in a ritual state of impurity?
Really?
So what's the halacha?
Hey, actually, in some, what do you normally do?
Yeah, so usually when I awake, I first say a prayer. I then wash, do the hygiene things that I need to do, go to the bathroom. I do record a lot of that footage, but I can't upload it to YouTube because it's against their terms. So I just have it on a GoPro, or sometimes on Instagram or X. They have different things that you can put up. No, it's no big deal. If I shower, a lot of times it's just from the waist up. I sing in the shower, so that's content. Then once I'm done with that, I have my morning prayers that I say. So I down to fill in, like we Orthodox Jews do. After what's called chakras, which is morning prayers, I teach a class anywhere between 1 and 3 hours. Like this morning was 3.5 hours on what's called nida, which is basically how a woman how a woman is able to keep kosher and basically a clean state of purity while she's having her period in a marriage. And I go through, it's not always on that, but that's just what today's lesson was. But it's a class about Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism. And I've been doing that at least for 1 hour every single day for the last 44 days. To some extent, yeah. But it's not just like me with my eyes closed. It's literally, I go through biographies of great Kabbalists of Judaism, and I read their biographies on camera. And then what we do, that's not what it is. It's more about it's about meditation. It's more, yeah, I know. Certainly. I mean, it's not like what you would think of with magic. It's more about studies of how to get closer to God and how to become enlightened, those kinds of things. And it's really the history of that as well. So I do that. I also have a lesson in Yiddish that I do every day. So if you know what Yiddish is, it's essentially German Hebrew hybrid language that was developed in the Ashkenazic world in the medieval period. So we have a Yiddish lesson. Then I have a video that we watch. A different video that we watch every day from basically a Hasidic dynasty. And so I've been going through all of the short lessons that are on Hasidic dynasty, of which I'm a part. Then what we do is we have an open topic. So like today was about women's issues, and it could be anything. In previous days, it was about like butchering of animals. It's been in the past as well about like AI, how AI affects us as Jews. I mean, it's all very religious, and so I do that anywhere between 1 hour and 3 hours every single day. Then I go into sometimes longer, like today's was 3.5 hours. Then I go into Twitter Spaces. So if you know what Twitter Spaces are, they're basically like usually they're audio rooms, but sometimes they're video rooms like the ones that I host, and they have things called chill-in shows where you can go in and talk about yourself and promote yourself and promote your project. And so in the last 100 days or so, I've gained like 3,800 followers on X just doing that, which is a lot. These are real people. These are not bots. They're people who are familiar with what I do and are positive towards it. And so I'll do that for a few hours. Certainly have coffee and eat and, those kinds of things. Then I have people come in here in the afternoon, and then it gets into the evening. And then I play games with the people in here, usually every single night. And we catch up on our day and how everything went. But then we have games that we play. So, like with Miss Aquarius who's in here, we play bowling every night. We do a bowling game. But then with some other people in here, or they're not in here currently, we'll play pool, we'll play golf, we'll play like Go, if you know what that is. We'll play dominoes or dice. We'll play like they're mini games, so they're easy to run on your phone, and they don't like overtake your computer, and they're just pretty fun. I'm 40.
Now, Rav Shishis responded. Rav Shishis said,
okay, well, you'll be 40 someday, and you'll have a lot of this knowledge as well.
I'm sorry.
So, we do that, and then basically, then it's time to go to bed. And then before I go to bed, I'll either put a podcast on or some kind of history lecture. And then also 24/7, I have Jewish history lectures going on. So if you see in that other stream that I have, there's like someone talking on there. He's a rabbinical colleague, and I have his classes that are going 24/7. So literally, you can come into my stream, and there are a few things going on at once. There's basically Jewish practical law discussions. There's 24/7 as well, radio going that basically is archiving global history events. Then we have podcasts that I watch, something like almost constantly. I've also got some other music that plays low in the background of some of my streams to just so I avoid copyright strikes. And then I'm live in a bunch of different Discords as well. So I'm live in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm live in like half a dozen other Discords. And the people who see me in those Discords either come in here or they'll see me from YouTube. So basically, anybody can come in at any given time. Now, if you're like, well, usually when I see you, there aren't many people coming in. And that's true, because it's 2:36 in the morning in the Western world. But if you come in when it's daylight, I'll get over the course of any given day at least a dozen or two random new individuals who come in here, and we connect. And then I also coach people, I mentor people, and assist people in Web3 and getting jobs. So I review their resumes if they have them. If they don't have them, I help them to create a resume. I help them to create different job application accounts, and then I help people be able to promote their projects in Web3. And the way that I have them do that is I have them create a link tree, and then about 30 different social media platforms, everything from Reddit, Imager, Instagram, Threads. Well, so that they can promote their own token. What this does, when they create all this different social media, it's a 5-part strategy. 1, it allows them 30 different places to promote themselves. 2, it allows them 30 different places to promote their clients. 3, it gives them 30 new communication channels to be able to connect with new clients. 4, it allows them to dominate social media, search engines, and AI. And then 5, it makes it really difficult for them to be impersonated. So they do that, and I look it over, and once it's good, Then I help them to join different communities in Web3 on X, on Discord, on Telegram. Okay, certainly. Do you have a link tree?
It only applies to certain types of applications.
Okay. Absolutely. I'll send you what I send to everybody. Do you have an X? Okay. So that's okay. And so I recommend that you create create a business account for each of these. So just for a moment, I'll send you a message on X.
That has another sacrificial
All right, or not on X, on Discord. All right, and then I'll just send you what I send to everybody, and this will change the game. I mean, this, especially for your business. I mean, I know that like you're already a millionaire, which is great. I mean, that's wonderful, but this could push you to being a multi-millionaire pretty easily by just promoting your business better. Like, if you don't have an X for your business, you're not communicating well with people in the open world, and you've got to recognize that, you know, nobody, like, you could run paid ads. Exactly, you can run paid ads, and that's fine, but why not allow these free websites to do the work for you instead of paying some SEO? Instead of paying some SEO company tens of thousands of dollars a month to be able your company, just do it yourself. So what I want you to do is go read through the message on Discord that I just sent you, and you're going to say, that makes complete sense to me. Now, I know I put in there how to get a job. I know you don't need a job, but just read through what I sent to you, and it should make complete sense on Discord. Check your Discord messages. I recognize that. I appreciate that. I am only allowed to have 1,000 different friends on X or on Discord, and I'm already at the limit. But I did send you a message so I can message more people. So go read what I. Okay, well, okay, so what you have to do at the very top, you see of your Discord, there's like a blue like chat icon. Click that, and then all right, so go and read it, and you're going to say, this is the key of how to market yourself, and it's all free. Thank you. I have a heart of a teacher. I mean, Rabbi means teacher in Hebrew, and I've been a teacher in the past, and I get a lot of joy in seeing people become successful using information that I help to share. I get a great joy out of that.
Otherwise, the only time that there wasn't the din of tumah, ultimately, again, is if it was.
You know, it's a shame. Like, people like people, what you see from here. Right. I'm just being very inflammatory
Absolutely. So we can talk about all that. Read what I just sent you, man.
That seems to answer the original question that Rabbi asked the Rothschild. That was our original question. If a Kohen does the abode in a state of tumah, is he chayiv misa b'dei shamayim? And the answer seems to be a resounding yes. To which the Gemara said, "My love misa." Don't we see from here that if a Kohen goes ahead and offers up a carbon in the state of tumah, he's chayiv misa? Lo ba'ashara. No. It's not an issue misa. Actually, it's a lav. It's a lav. The Gemara says, "Elazar nami la'ashara." So you're going to say that if a non-Kohen does this, he also would only be in violation of a lav. Rashi says over here, "Elazar nami hadidai kinan hamakdele in zaros." So the issue over here is, remember, we're grouping all of these things together. So if you're telling me now that if a Kohen offers up in a state of tumah, it's only a quote unquote only a lav, not in the days. So what does that mean? If a non-Kohen does this, it's also only a lav. Well, that can't be. The Pasuk says explicitly that if a non-Kohen engages in sacrificial service, in certain form of sacrificial service, he's put to death. So Gemara says, you're right. Hakidisa, hakidisa. They're not treated the same. Not treated the same. Nechlal, the Gemara just makes an inference over here. Nechlal, the Yotzek Ubolel. Excuse me. So the Gemara says Nechlal, the Yotzek Ubolel Lav Nami Lo. So the Gemara says, well, interestingly enough, we can infer from this that ultimately, again, Yotzek, remember, Yotzek is the pouring of the oil, Bolel is the mixing of the oil. Lav Nami Lo would also not be like Wakirashi. Where it says, Yotzek Ubolel, but the Kamer Makir Lav Ba'almahu, the Isbei. So apparently,
doesn't it make sense?
Yes, it's not even allowed. To which the Gemara says is actually about
I'll do it.
as hardly Yotzek Ubolel Minayin from where the Gemara is allowed.
You're welcome, big guy. I'm here to help you. So you run into issues, let me know. Everything that I tell you is free, and you'll never have to pay for it. So if you do that, you'll change your life.
And do not desecrate. So the Gemara says you're right.
I
Okay,
agree.
interesting. So apparently, Midoraisa, there's no biblical prohibition against someone who is coming, pouring in the oil and mixing the oil to a covenant mikvah, but rather against it to Rabbanon, and the pasuk is an asmachta. But ukras Allah, basically, Gemara is the kasha le'elohim shebemisa. So the Rabbi says over here, okay, pretty explicit.
I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play.
To which the Gemara says, it's a refutation. It's a refutation. So we'll say, it appears that the conclusion of the Gemara is that halach l'maisa, if a person, if a coin does the which now, by the way,
Well, when we first met, I was 30
that
something.
makes sense why the Mishnah says, right? What is based in? There's no based in liability. But what can they do? What's their license to do so? Since this coin is chayav misa b'dei shamayim, therefore halacha l'maisa.
All right, I mean, I'm not
The other time,
that much older than
essentially be
my 30s.
pretty
I'm
incredible.
44 days out from it.
I was going to say, I'll also point out that there's something very interesting, another like nugget of information that halacha l'maisa appears when it comes to doing sacrificial rites or service. At least according to the Gemara here, I have to look up what I'm asking. I don't know offhand, but according to
Guess
how
what?
the Gemara passes over
It's
here,
the same when you hit.
it's
It's the same when you hit 25. It's the same when you hit 30. It's the same when you hit 40, and it'll be the same when I hit 50. God bless. It's the exact same thing. It's just another day.
There are services that follow after, but Shechita itself is a self-contained avodah. It doesn't follow the Shechita.
No,
Interesting
no, I think that you can reverse aging and also perhaps be able to use mind uploading technology to be able to live indefinitely. So I don't really see aging as anything that really affects me.
So you're saying you have a way to become immortal?
Exactly. Essentially, it's known as, well, there's life extension technologies. There's also reverse engineering pharmaceuticals, but there's oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, peptides, nootropics, to get you to be like 120 years old. But with age reversing pharmaceuticals, someone who's 120 might have the body of a 50-year-old, but eventually your body's going to break down. And when that happens, then there's something known as mind uploading technology, which is already being experimented, which is where you, with your consent, you scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. For later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you is that there may be a future of digital immortality.
Remember again, you are just going out of the myself. Once again, it seems to be the
Thanks,
difference
Rabbi.
between the coin who does the
It's very
I can tell you this, I've been doing this for 4.5 years, and I've had many of these conversations. Sometimes I have multiple of these conversations within an hour. So I have rehearsed it quite a bit.
I think you have a high experience.
Thanks, baby.
He's coming. Different types of
I never tried
Cerebral license, please invite me.
I do that
someone
enhances your ability to learn things.
I have not been on that close-minded to it by any means.
Fascinating. Okay. So the Gemara says weiter. Shalom. This week this morning.
And this morning, amino acids derived the brains of animals.
Unwashed hands and feet is high and Nisa.
They might not be kosher.
If you do the avodah under
If
the
I mean, do you eat it?
The Kohen allows his hair to grow.
You get the peptides,
Okay.
your muscles. It's a muscle injection.
Yeah, so generally that would be considered kosher under most halakhic determinations. Kosher, generally the way that you're thinking of it, has to do with eating or drinking and hygiene and how it's derived. Especially if the animal. Yeah, I mean, we have many people within the Jewish community who have to inject insulin, and perhaps they have to inject testosterone. That's all kosher, absolutely.
There's a lot
Okay, that's fine. What animal? Okay, that can run into, you can run into an issue with that. However, even some vaccines have some type of pig extract. Yeah, there's that too. There's at least within Judaism something called pikuach nefesh, which is the doing something to either for the protection of the human life. So if you can make the argument that this is the only type of way to be able to protect your life, there's an argument to be made. But that's still probably considered somewhat experimental, and we just have to wait a few years, and there'll be some kind of synthetic version of that we wouldn't have to get it from a non-kosher animal, perhaps a synthetic way. All medicine basically evolves like this, and especially to avoid it having to be made by a non-kosher animal, so I'm not too worried about that. It's something that it's just a matter of years for scientists to recognize that there is a market for it. I mean, not just Orthodox Jews who live by this. It's Muslims who keep many of the same criteria through halal. So that's a much bigger market for this type of technology than Judaism is. The people who run these pharmaceutical companies many times recognize that these types of technologies are going to have their experimental phases, especially with types of animals like this, but eventually there are kosher alternatives that arise.
The Torah is talking about produce that is going to have tithes.
There's something else that's synthetic that's more often the brain piece. I'm not going to injected is
well, actually,
there you go.
Prescribe definitely. Here's what happens.
So it's insufflation.
It says scribble by Tevel, and you say Malaha. Just like if someone Truma, whether it's a sound.
So you lost like 8 pounds. That's great.
They're put to death. So Zir Shabbat.
What it does is that and you have which is lower inflammation.
Is it a GLP-1?
It's also GLP-1 it's like
There you go. And so, like, that having to inject something like that might have some issues. But just to show you the advancements in science, like now GLP-1s in the United States are available orally. So you can just take a pill. So it just takes time. And I'm someone who doesn't really want to take risks when it comes to my health. But I will once, usually about 7 years has passed, certainly am open to different pharmaceuticals, different therapies. Once they have been able to kind of work out the kinks, and in the same way, I think that the technology that I talk about, things like teleportation, space elevators, space tourism, are very similar. Like, I don't want to be the first person to teleport, but once 1 million people have teleported and I know it's safe, then I'll do it. Yeah, I mean, there are people who are going to want to be, for lack of a better phrase, the guinea pigs of this, and some of them are going to have some complications. It's inevitable. I don't want to be one of those people. But once I know that thousands of people have done it, I'm willing to do it. When trains were first developed, people didn't really know how the train would work, and they would think that their brain would fly to the back of their head if they got onto it, if they were going at such a speed. Many of the same types of questions arose in terms of air travel, but all of those issues have been worked out in the past 100 years or so. And as someone who believes that life extension and perhaps reverse aging and maybe even mind uploading technology are reality, I'm in no rush to be able to utilize any of these different types of technologies.
And therefore, it makes more sense to compare or to make the Xer Shava between Tevel.
Like, essentially what I'm saying is that because the idea of reverse engineering exists, and I think, once it's available to the general public, I'll be able to utilize it. There's no time limit on my life. I don't fear death. I know I could die. I certainly know I could die. But I think I'm at a very interesting point in society where we will be able to extinct death. Well, essentially not die. And if you think about, that makes us a new type of species. We no longer are Homo sapiens. We're something new. Because Homo sapiens die. That's part of being human. But if we don't die anymore, we're a different kind of species, and we evolve into something different.
Furthermore, furthermore again, Emo had to be the clubs. Right? You can't remedy Bosa by putting it in the club. You can't remedy Kevlar putting it in the club. Truma, right?
All right, so have you created your link tree yet?
You're not allowed to eat it. So ultimately, again, he can go to the next
Baby, I embrace solutions. I reject excuses. And you could create all of that stuff within a day or two. Come back to me, and then I'll look it over. I'll make sure it's good. I'll make sure it looks professional. Then we'll move on to the next step.
Between Tevel and Nosa as well. to which the Gemara says Hana Frusishim. You're right, but there are more similarities between Tevel and Truma than there are between Tevel and Nosai. Therefore,
it was a test when I was in junior high, and it was extremely high. It was 160.
Tevel and Truma, then Tevel and Nosai. And therefore, again, that would be just like Truma.
Yeah, but yeah, but I mean, I don't. I do stupid stuff all the time, so I think that I might have just had a good day, or it was a test that I was perhaps well acquainted with taking. I really think that someone who has an IQ of 160 one day could have an IQ of 130 another day, simply because testing differs. But I have been exactly 100%. But I have had the ability in the past to show extremely high levels of intelligence.
From where do we know?
But again, let me with that. You know what? It's interesting that you say that. Yeah, a lot of times I go into these spaces and people are like, "You speak too quickly," or "You sound too posh." I was told that within the last 3 hours. I go into these spaces and people speak really slowly, and they're not used to speaking really quickly or reviewing the types of technology I discuss. I mean, I talk about really futuristic topics, and I've got excellent. Well, I can tell you, when I go into a space, I have something that I've rehearsed for the last for some time, and most people don't have their pitch rehearsed as well as I do. But this is what I tell them. Hi everyone, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you'll ever meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life from 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. I'm proud to say that we have over 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. And when people hear that, they're like, what the fuck was that? And I recognize that. Not everybody has their pitch down that well. Not everybody's...
Like we never really see that in their lives.
I agree. I agree. In fact, I got a nickname. People call me AI. They literally come in and they're like, Rabbi, we know you're AI, but we would not, or we know you're not AI, but we would not know that based on how you speak. We literally have to go into your profile and see that you're live on camera for us to know that you are not a robot. And I recognize, okay, I mean, I can speak slowly and I can adjust my message to the audience. But in general, I got things to do. I got people to see. I've got goals to accomplish, and I don't have time to mess around. So I want to be fast. I want to be to the point, and I have a lot to cover as well. And a lot of times, these people don't have the time to be able to listen to you. But if they do, and they say, "Wow, Rabbi, that's really fascinating. Please keep talking," I'll say to them like something like this. In addition to being an app developer and a rabbi, I'm a futurist. I'm someone who likes to study the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like teleportation, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, intergalactic travel, things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, cryptocurrencies. That's exactly right. I mean, I come from, I would say, a successful family, but we're no different, perhaps, than anybody else. And I have I've studied a lot. So let me finish my pitch and then we'll go through all that. Things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, cryptocurrencies, things like Santa Claus machines, replication, things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing goal, and I'm really excited to be able to witness it. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting to be able to archive. In addition to talking about subjects such as these, I like to talk about things like life extension technology. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was probably about age 80. I want to increase that with your consent, utilizing different resources such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, to get you to be 120 years old. But 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you don't want this, it should not be forced on you. But if you want, you should be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you is that there may be an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts? When I say that to people, I can tell you, I've got it rehearsed. Like, you can tell, like, I've said it more than one time. But people are just like, okay. Why wouldn't you be? The fact that we won't die, perhaps, in the future, what's not to, that's amazing. Every civilization. Absolutely. They want to know about the next meme coin or the next token, or how you can get them, $5 for a job. I'm someone who doesn't give fish away. I teach people to fish. And I want somebody to be able to put food on their table because they earned it, not because somebody gave it to them. That's why I give them a structure to be able to be successful. And in the last 100 days, I've helped over 100 people to be able to get jobs in Web3 and careers, not just in Web3, nurses, teachers, translators, I mean, one guy is from Iraq. He was in construction. Now he works for the United States Embassy in Baghdad as a translator. He's working on coming to the United States. I've got another guy who was in Tunisia, who had a dream of coming to the United States. We talked about it. A year went by. He came into the stream. He's in California. We're basically neighbors. Basically, like, I'm able to change people's lives, and that's really exciting. I've had people who are nurses who don't like being nurses who have been able to quit their jobs to be able to pursue Web3 just as a social media marketer. People pay them because they created 30 different social media platforms, and people pay them to promote their different projects. I'm about solutions, not excuses. And so many people are about the here and now and the making a quick buck. And that's cool. I understand that, but I'm playing out the long term. I have a mindset like someone similar to Mr. Beast, who's like, hey, if I keep doing this consistently for 12 years or whatever, I'm going to be a billionaire. I think that if I do this for exactly, but I really feel this way. If I do this for 12 years, I'll be not a billionaire, but a trillionaire. Oh, 100%. I think I might beat them there. And the reason why I say that is I'm talking about $1 trillion in the bank. I'm not talking about stock options. No, I'm talking about cold hard cash. And if people recognize that I can revolutionize. Yes. Well, so I have what I need. I live comfortably. The plan would be essentially to create a 501c3 which is in the United States a tax setup where you essentially create a charity or not-for-profit. And we have essentially like a global fund to be able to help the people of the world with desalination, with agricultural drones, hydroponics, vertical farming, housing, all the things that I talked about, and really revolutionize people's lives. And that's what I would like to do. And that's what I want to live stream. It's an incredibly interesting project. And when people say, all right, Rabbi, so you're going to make us all rich, how are you going to do it? It's not just one way. It's in 4 different ways that I see it currently, and it could expand, but there are 4 revenue streams. There's the data monetization, which is giant. Data is worth more than petroleum. Basically, what I'm saying is that I'm sitting on an oil derrick. I'm sitting on a gold mine with all of the data that I have. Secondly, there's the social media. I have more social media than any person on earth. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever, and much of every single one of these accounts has a lot of content on it. I mean, tens of thousands of posts. As we're speaking right now, I'm posting to Instagram. What am I posting to Instagram? I just literally post videos of myself with songs over it, and it gets likes. It just organically, I get 25 likes per video. I'm talking, and it's not even playing my voice, but I just play a song over it, just some popular song, whatever it may be, and I get interactions that way. And I can tell you, I have so much content, it will take generations of people to go through it all. It's just a giant treasure trove. And so I'm going to be able to monetize that. Additionally, endorsements. Yeah. No. Then they're going to become famous. You want that data. It's important for you to do it.
But you can take credit.
No, you can't. Nobody cares about that. They care about you. You're the character. It would be like this. Do you know what Sesame Street is? Okay, you know, with like Big Bird and Cookie Monster and Bert and Ernie and all those guys. Okay, so there's something called the Children's Television Workshop that runs all of Sesame Street, but nobody cares about that. They care about Big Bird, and they care about Elmo, and they care about Cookie Monster. They care about the people on camera, or the beings on camera. Does that make sense? So let's say you were to pay some Filipino person $1 an hour or $10 an hour or whatever you want. That's fine. That person is going to be the one who becomes influential, and then they'll eventually break off from you and do their own thing independently and just live stream their life. And you will have given them all of the tools to become influential, but you won't have any of the influence that they have. They basically will have been able to be the creators. And just to finish up on how else I plan on making people rich, endorsements. So I currently am a spokesperson for $100 million cryptocurrency, and I'll be able to basically not just endorse cryptocurrencies in the future, but things like Honda and Pfizer, Deutsche Bank, and the NFL or whatever else I want. And I really anticipate wearing like an F1 suit, if you've ever seen like an F1 driver, and just while I'm on stream, be able to promote these different companies 24/7, take all the money from that and put it in the 501c3, basically the big pile of money. And then the final way I'll be able to do it, I'm at the epicenter of cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is a multi-trillion-dollar industry. And what I say will turn to gold. I'll have the Midas touch. Basically, any single cryptocurrency that I endorse is going to green candle. So what I'm saying to you is, when I say that there's a very good chance that I may be the world's first trillionaire, and even beat Elon Musk, that you may say, wait, but the Tesla stock's worth a lot. Okay, I understand that. But I'm saying he doesn't have a $1 trillion in the bank. I'm talking about having $1 trillion in the bank. That's what I consider to be a trillionaire. I don't care if you have real estate or... Yes, that's fine, but he doesn't. That's the thing. I'm not talking about perhaps anticipated profits. Look, if the Queen of England... No. He is generally secular. He does not have a Jewish background. He's South African. Okay, what about it sounds Jewish?
So what happens? Every day comes the first thing when he washes his hands and his feet.
Okay. I mean, there's no Elon in the Bible. What about it?
The hands represent how you accomplish in this world.
Oh, I mean, I can say this. It has Hebrew origins, but like the term Musk is like not any Jewish background. I can say as well. There is if I recall, and it's been a while since I've done the etymology on names, but I believe there may be, I think it's in the book of Judges. There may be, but it's not like a popular Jewish name. It's not David. It's not Mordecai. It's not Chaim. It's not Michael. It's not Moshe. You know what I'm saying? Like it can be. I mean, it's really it's either an American anglicized version of some Hebrew names.
That's supposed to flesh out. There should be no external mediums to bring about joy, because you don't need it. It's a tremendous. We need to find different kinds of like Jewish. That's all you can bring out.
I mean, it has Hebrew. It has Hebrew roots. So you're right, it does. But is it a popular Jewish name? No.
It sounds like Eli.
Now that's absolutely true.
Discover the greatest simcha in the world emanates from closeness to Hashem. That's where the greatest joy comes.
Yeah.
The Kohen, who has the unique privilege to serve.
But I mean, Elon and Eli are different names, obviously.
Does not need
This
is one that invalidates the other one. This Kohen, the simcha, has the company of pure, beautiful, unadulterated closeness.
But
people don't realize how they come from like an IQ jump from like 100 to 160. Like this is 160, right? Like when we made it around.
yeah, I mean, I was yeah, exactly.
Closest to our Kodesh Baruch.
Yeah, like
you give us some key.
I don't get like lonely because like there's so many people you can really like fully
Beautiful.
like be bros with, you know what I'm saying? Because like people are close. When you kind of gotta like slow down for people, but you can't speak with people to get through sometimes without explaining it.
Certainly. I mean, I don't feel lonely here, and I've got people who literally sleep with me. And
But maybe you can just be stupid, right? You can just call one of these stupid and just make jokes all the time.
so to the name Elon, just because someone has a name which I believe is like Oak Tree, does not necessarily mean that they. It certainly doesn't mean they're Jewish. Michael Jordan's not Jewish. He has a Jewish name or a Hebrew name. Michael Jackson, arguably, there's arguments there, but. People like Moses Alou, Hebrew is one of the root languages of many people for the last 3,000 years, but there are also many variants of it. So I can tell you this: Elon Musk is not openly a Jew. He has been to the Western Wall. He has Jewish children because he's reproduced with some Jewish women, but he himself is not openly known as a Jew. Even though he has he has done that. I mean, I don't know how much Hebrew he knows, but just because his first name is of Hebrew origin does not make him Jewish. The only way that he's Jewish is if his mother's Jewish or he's had an Orthodox conversion. That's the only way. No, he could do it. So basically, he would have to live within an Orthodox community for a year or two and keep kosher and essentially learn Torah, learn Talmud. I wouldn't learn it all, but at least dedicate himself to that. It's really not that hard. The big thing is, well, it's not. Just not, he wouldn't be able to drive on Shabbat, and he wouldn't be able to work on Shabbat. I mean, there are some keep kosher, those kinds of things. But if he wanted to dedicate himself to that, he absolutely could.
It must be that a Kohen who does the avoda in a state of tumah.
I don't know. But recently I'm getting into like magic and all that necessary stuff. And that's the dollar, isn't it that magic of joking around? So it must be.
It is not chayiv misa b'dei shamayim. Incredible. Is that true? That just because Hashem says it's possible, we don't exact punishment from such an individual. What about the following case? But Tanan, Misha, what of a shana beis matnis must all keep up. So again, we just saw this in Shav. This is done. What did you add a certain number of times? Keep on. Like you put it in the cell. Again, a cell that's small that you can't sit down.
Now, back to Elon Musk. his name, like Musk. I don't know. Like a lot of times people change their name, especially their last name. So I can tell you that I've been at Shabbat tables where the question has been raised: is Elon Musk Jewish? And um, the overall consensus is no. But that doesn't mean that, like, perhaps he couldn't be if he wanted in the future. And Elon has had a huge increase in its popularity as a name. In 2008, it was the 3,310 most popular name, but it's increased incredibly over the course of 10 years, 885. So it's become more common, and then it's become likely more common from the Jewish community as well, especially because it has Hebrew roots. But it's not one of our more common names within Judaism. Though there are some Israeli businessmen certainly who have it, but the big ones, Moshe, Shlomo, Solomon, Samuel, like those are more common. Daniel, Michael, certainly, like you can get into Zechariah and those kinds of names as well. But I think that the name Elon is definitely growing, and Elon Musk has certainly had an impact on that. But as I just from his family history, he hasn't reportedly been known as a Jew, and we as Jews don't practice Judaism in secret, and he has openly said that he's secular. In fact, he is very, I would say he has a lot of Christian, he has now he's Jewish.
He still killed this guy, right? He killed this guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, we're all agnostic because nobody really knows. But yes, Sam Altman, I mean, there are arguments to be made too. Some people who say that they're Jewish are not Jewish, halakhically, by Jewish law. About 50% of all of Israel is not Jewish by Jewish law.
But when I saw
their mother's Jewish, or they had a Jewish conversion, a kosher conversion, an Orthodox conversion. So there are a lot of people who are consider themselves Jewish because their dad's Jewish. They're not Jewish. They can't marry my daughter. That doesn't count. And so, there are a lot of those cases in Israel. And then there are a lot of people, like 20% of the population that's Muslim or Christian or something else. So less than half of, like, if someone were Israeli and they wanted to marry my daughter, I would have to have a look at their familial genealogy to ensure that they were Jewish. And if they weren't, they would need a kosher conversion.
That asked from Rav Sheshes. Now, Rav Sheshes.
So for Elon Musk, even though he may have a name that is Hebrew, and he married like an Israeli, or he didn't marry an Israeli, he produced with an Israeli, there are arguments to be made depending on his wife or the baby mama's her genealogy, that child may still not be considered Jewish. It's complicated, and things happen, especially when we get into migration of people, especially from the Soviet Union to Israel, or reform or conservative people who make Aliyah, which is essentially moving to Israel, and they recognize that their children cannot marry halakhically Jewish children, then they have to convert. So a lot of them go to other countries and just get married, which that's fine. They're allowed to do that, but they don't have Jewish marriages. Or they don't have, or at least Orthodox Jewish marriages.
Pouring oil on a mikvah, that's Yotzei. Bolel ultimately again is mixing the flour with
a regular
process. Certainly knuckles would be baked
At
up.
the end of the day, they can make all this money paying on that. At the end of the day,
Adding salt.
I actually believe that we my purpose, and that's spirituality.
Magic, bringing the
Like, yeah, I see that you have that, like,
so what's
you have like you have the money and the spirituality.
Well, I don't know.
What about family? Do you find family as something emotionally, something you want?
Oh,
Or
absolutely.
like you feel like you're ahead of that period too? Like,
No. No. I'm not above that by any means. I'm a man, and that means I can reproduce into my 90s. There's no time limit on it. So I could find a wife who's 25 years old and be able to settle down and have a huge family with her. And that's probably what I'll do in the future. My power is not based on a biological clock like many times a woman's can be. And I'm somebody who recognizes that I will.
I could be wrong, but I heard that cells degrade when you age.
Yeah, but you'd still be able to get some viable options at even age 90. There are men who are near 100 years old who have fathered children. So I'm not worried about that.
How like you use your sperm like that's like DNA,
No,
like aging,
that's not how it works. You still have viable sperm at age 80 or age 90 even that is just as good as a sperm that you had when you're 18 years old.
It only applies to certain types of sacrificial
100%, absolutely. And we see this happening now. Robert De Niro just had a child. He's like almost 80 years old. His wife is 25. Child's fine. Same with Al Pacino. Al Pacino just had a child. He's in his. Okay, so then you run into issues where there's a higher rate. There's a higher rate at a problematic pregnancy, where because due to the age of the woman, there are more complications that can happen. But some of those can be avoided, perhaps with surrogacy.
Right?
But there's surrogacy options. A woman can freeze her eggs and then essentially have in vitro fertilization and use a surrogate and basically have the same odds in many ways as she would have had if she had had that child at age 20.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking, the females like egg cells, but I only heard about the sperm cells on ChatGPT, because I don't decreases on like male sperm. So I didn't look at this itself, so I needed to look into it, because that worries me, and then like I get older, because I thought about doing something similar like you, like just.
But again, this doesn't apply to the list that we
There's
just
a very long foundation and everything, and then when I'm like, oh, well, this doesn't really matter. But
would have to go ahead and watch it.
Yeah, I mean, even still, all you have to do, sperm's very easy. All you need to do is find basically just one viable sperm, and you can impregnate a woman, an egg. So they'd be able to basically, you would ejaculate into a petri dish or essentially get a sample for you. And even if you were 90 years old and 90% of your sperm was not viable, still 10% is. And you have hundreds of millions of sperm cells. Or at least tens of thousands of viable sperm, but more than that, even at age 90. And you just need the laboratory basically to use one of those sperm cells to impregnate an egg, and then you're going to have a child in 9 months. It's just biology.
So again, so now the Gemara coins works to go ahead and offer up a carbon, burn it on his day in the state of Tumah, he would be chayiv. In other words, the only time that there wasn't the din of Tumah, ultimately again, if it was b'chutz. But if it's kind of like when you see a couple in the state of Tumah, is the Yisa. Now again, the Kashis were talking Yisa B'Yishalayim. So that seems to answer the original question that Rabbi asked the Rav Sheshes. That was our original question. If a Kohen does the Avod in the state of Tumah, is he Chayim Yisa B'Yishalayim? When you're like, I love Yisa. Don't we see for him that Kohen goes ahead and
I mean, yeah, I have a plan. I don't have it down to an age though. I'll go viral. I'll travel the world for a few years, do a lot of good, set up all these not-for-profits, basically have a harem of chicks who I slay, just a roster, have a good time, and then eventually find the one for me. And then, exactly. And I would not be able to do that without beta. In fact, if I wanted to, absolutely. I think that every woman in the world would want to reproduce with someone. I mean, I do it for good reasons. I want world peace. You know, I honestly have less faith, for lack of a better term, but less. I don't find IQ to be as important as emotional intelligence. To me, emotional intelligence is far greater. I have even higher emotional intelligence, so I can tell you that I've taken emotional intelligence tests and been the highest person that the test has ever seen. Now, there are ways to play that as well, so I kind of knew I was kind of going for a very high score. But if anything, I have extremely high emotional intelligence, and what that allows me to do is be able to empathize really well with people, to be able to communicate really well with people, to be able to teach really well. And to me, that interpersonal communication is far greater, a far greater determinant of success in the world than simple IQ. We see a lot of people with extremely high IQs in society who are nomadic, who are antisocial, and just because they may be able to calculate something quickly or accurately does not necessarily mean that they're going to be successful. What we do see, so many of them do, but it's not necessary, and some of them don't. Some of them have perfectly average IQs, and they've just set up desks. I would tell you this right now. I would say most. I would disagree. I think emotional intelligence is more important. And we could argue that one. But basically, once you get the job, it's about how you're able to network within it. And emotional intelligence, if you're highly liked, if you're highly sociable, you're going to get more promotions than the person who's just smart.
Okay. So now we're going to go back and the version will get you into a different section, right? So now it's not.
It's not about performance legitimacy and building. It's about rising up the hierarchy.
And that's
like
absolutely, and that's how you become successful.
In this context, today.
And then there's also some factors that need to prove your also agreeableness, the lower your agreeableness, it seems like the higher you
I wouldn't necessarily. I am. I wouldn't necessarily say that that's always accurate.
If you're like low enough where people don't really hate your guts, if you're higher,
Certainly. I mean, there's some cutthroatness in that. You need to have fortitude. You need to have determination. You need to be aggressive. Yeah. And I think risk taking certainly has plays a role in that. I really wouldn't underestimate emotional intelligence, though. Give me someone with a really high emotional intelligence in a job over someone with a really high IQ any day. Any day. And here's why. They're going to be able to understand the environment faster. They're going to be able to make more people happy in a shorter amount of time. And when it comes down to moving up as for a promotion, the person with the higher emotional intelligence is going to do better. I mean, it's like the same to say, give me someone who's attractive over someone who's just average looking. The person who's attractive is going to move up in the ranks far faster. Now, if you're looking for someone who's going to be able to come up with some equation where perhaps their human behavior doesn't have as much of an impact, give me the person with a high IQ. I'll take that all day long. But if you want me, if I'm picking someone who needs to be intelligent and emotionally intelligent in order to be able to get a promotion, give me the person who is emotionally intelligent. They're going to be able to lead a team better. They're going to be looked up to as a leader. They're going to be followed. They are going to have accountability and integrity and a dedication to excellence and a dedication to mission and teamwork. Much better than someone who's just very smart. And that proves out. If you look at coaches and even CEOs, they're generally not the people with the highest IQ. They're the people who've been able to navigate the company in the best way. Now, there is some nepotism to that. Last names. Yeah. I agree with you. No, there's no doubt about that. They're both important. Which do I think is more important to success? Emotional intelligence. They just do. Because that's practical. Any computer, if you give me someone with high emotional,
the EQ operates at a more different layer where you can jump to different jobs, better opportunities, so you get to better rooms. You're not stuck in that one place. So that's basically what you're saying in that networking.
Yeah, I mean, I see it as this. IQ will help you to perform well on tests. EQ will help you to perform well with people. And businesses are not tests. Businesses are people. And that's why people with high emotional intelligence do well. But also someone's attractive. You can give me someone who is attractive with high emotional intelligence. I can tell you that person will be CEO of their company within a decade or two. I mean, that's a killer combination. Even if they have an average IQ. An IQ, especially with AI nowadays, can in many ways be replaced, or at least the field can be leveled, because maybe someone previously who wasn't that good at writing a paper or doing a math equation can just plug that, or to code, can just plug that into AI, and AI has a far higher IQ than even the smartest person in the world. And what the high IQ person cannot do is the reverse of that, to be able to go to some kind of machine and create a really good emotional quotient, a really good emotional, improve their emotional intelligence. That's something that you learn by doing. It's about behavior. It's about how you relate to other people. So someone who, let's just take someone who is average intelligence, they can go and use AI to make it seem like their intelligence is much higher and have the job results of someone who with a higher mental acuity, and then they would be able to use their emotional intelligence, their interactions with those around them and their environment, and being able to adapt to be able to be far more successful than the person with a really high intelligence quotient, which basically gets limited now because AI raises everyone's intelligence, and the person with a high IQ is unable to replicate the same results that the person with the high EQ had, because there isn't a machine that allows them to be able to improve their emotional intelligence.
I think that now it's still good because like we're not only on new immigrants, once we're new immigrants, then having a high IQ means that
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. I'm in agreement with you.
And then like EQ, there's EQ and also I see AI
Yes, it is. Absolutely. Yes, it is. So eventually we may kind of all become the same drones in the future, with some type of brain computer interface. But until we're there, the fact that people with high emotional intelligence can have a high IQ using AI is a game changer. And I can tell you this: if you gave me someone out of college who had, let's say, average, like what would I think? Would I rather have extremely good looking, extremely high emotional intelligence, or extremely high IQ? I would take extremely attractive over both of those other two. There's something still about aesthetics that are very important to society. People want to be around good-looking people. So even if somebody's not that smart, that person may rise to the top because they're very good-looking. But what, especially with plastic surgery and different therapies and such, you can cheat, exactly. So that it depends how much money they have and basically what they want to do. But give me someone who has high emotional intelligence, who use AI, which basically raises their IQ, and they're going to be a very successful individual.
I'm just thinking Bill Gates, Larry Page, like they don't like this cookie models, and they go and they also very high
I disagree with the emotional. I disagree with them. I disagree with the emotional intelligence of Bill Gates. He's always been seen as a nerd. He's connected himself with basically bad players in many industries. He's not seen as very personable. He's not seen as cool. in a lot of ways, I don't think he has very high emotional intelligence. In fact, he just had to apologize for, in Australia, he made a statement for some of his network that he felt that was not a apt use of his time, so to speak. They've all been set up, so I hate to say it, but Elon Musk, his grandfather owned an emerald mine. Bill Gates, his father was one of the heads of Planned Parenthood, and his mother was a trustee on the board of trustees of the University of Washington. His grandfather was a banker. Jeff Bezos, his grandfather was one of the heads of DARPA, which created the internet, which created GPS, which created like hologram technology, like basically really advanced things. So he's been set up. His family comes from like extremely wealthy ranchers. Sergey Brin, Larry Page. I mean, they basically were set up in many ways with Google. Or they were basically put in an excellent position. Someone like Larry Ellison or like Steve Jobs. Like Steve Jobs is an interesting one. He was adopted, but he was adopted to a upper middle class family, and his location helped. He was in Silicon Valley. It absolutely does. And you know, you look at, he also set himself up with really important players. But if you look at the success of Apple Computers, it's not because of Steve Jobs. It's because of Steve Wozniak, who frankly is like the brains behind it, but isn't one of these super mega rich people. I mean, he's very wealthy, but not in terms of looking at becoming a trillionaire, which you would expect. But Steve Wozniak wasn't as personable as Steve Jobs was, as it's been discussed. Steve Wozniak was the brains, and Steve Jobs was the salesperson of Apple Computers. Exactly. I'm in agreement with you. That's an excellent way to put it. Steve Wozniak was the IQ, and Steve Jobs was the EQ. But frankly, all of these guys are all westernized men. People in India and in China who have far IQs and far higher EQs, but because of their location, nobody knows who they are.
Location is the biggest
Right, but I'm in agreement with you, and that gets into your social network, and it also gets into what kind of opportunities you have in education.
I think the internet is also helping us bridge that location barrier, but still a major factor. You're born in Africa, you're super smart and hardworking. It's very unlikely you would be like a billionaire.
Look at Elon Musk. He was born. Look at Elon Musk. He was born in Africa, and he's almost a trillionaire. So you can't necessarily say that. I understand, but he was born in Africa. I agree with you, but I would say that he would still be a multi-millionaire if he never left Africa, because his grandfather owned an emerald mine. I mean, that's like being born on third base, and you know, being happy that you hit a home run. It's like you were born on third base. It's not that impressive. I mean, give me someone who literally started from either a low income family or middle class family, and they built a business up, and they came from nothing. That's really an interesting story. Someone whose grandfather was an emerald mine.
And Trump, that was like when he was actually, and then I question on real estate, like in New York, he gave it over to Trump.
with a negative with a negative reputation. He was known as a slumlord, basically that he wouldn't take care of his properties or the people in there. Like, oh, 100%. Exactly. Very bad reputation of that family. Well, I mean, we take our beginnings, certainly biblically, but going back to 18th century Germany, and it's been about connections ever since. And, you know, we're a central power within the world and have been for 300 years. Absolutely.
So you're bringing up a guy, you're bringing up a Mishnah.
Also, sometimes it's like I have really interest in studying like
Absolutely. 100%. Well, I am.
like you already how right? Like you don't really need to study other powerful people because you already have these.
I mean, I would say that my power is potentially still to be determined. My man, I've got my friend here, Riser, and I know you said it was getting late for where you are. Riser, this is I am from Australia, but I have to rip on I am does not know what raw comedy is, so we had to teach him about that. We had to teach him about the funny people in Australia, so he's got some work to do. Riser, how you living, pimp? Yeah, I'm awake and I'm slinging dick. Yeah, did you watch the Super Bowl? It started at 3:30 Pacific time. Extremely boring. I mean, I can tell you, I watched all the highlights, and the one team scored 12 points. So the Seahawks, who eventually would win, they scored 12 points in the first half, and the Patriots scored 0, which is generally like, meaning no touchdowns in the first half, which is pretty exceptional. And then we had a situation where we had some scoring in the second half, but it was what's called like garbage time, where like like the other team's not trying that much; they're already up like 2 touchdowns. They could really share this. So yeah, and then there was Bad Bunny, who did the Super Bowl halftime, which none of it was in English, and there were a lot of people pissed off about that. I watched that, and I didn't know what he was saying. I watched the whole thing, but I watched it later on, and it was very boring. I shouldn't say it was very boring. It's actually really exciting. I misspoke. What I wanted to say is the reason why I found it boring is I don't know Spanish that well, and it was entirely in Spanish, and there was none. I shouldn't say that. Wait, maybe like a little bit of Lady Gaga. She performed as well, and there was a little bit in English, but it was like just like a few lines, and it was 13 minutes long, all in Spanish. But I thought it was really cool. So like they made him like Bad Bunny go in like different environments, which was cool. And they had somebody get married during it, which is pretty interesting. But here's the thing: it wasn't supposed to be Bad Bunny. It was supposed to be Taylor Swift. And the reason why Taylor Swift didn't perform at the Super Bowl, nor will she ever perhaps, is because when you are a Super Bowl performer, there are some caveats. You don't own the footage. And Taylor Swift, as you know, is like really big on owning her own art. But the NFL, it's a bunch of billionaires, and they could care less about Taylor Swift. She's just a $1 billionaire person. They have combined like $600 billion amongst all of the 32 owners, or maybe not that much, but pretty close when you combine them all, and the works of their teams and everything. I mean, they don't. That's right. She doesn't get to film it. The NFL is the one who films it, and the NFL gets the footage. And that means 30 years from now, the NFL can use her footage, and she doesn't have a say in it. And she wants control over it. Another major issue is the people who perform in the Super Bowl halftime do not get paid anything. They do it for free. The reason why they do it for free is because it automatically, essentially, makes their music the next day become number one on all the streaming sites. So they see the performers see the benefit of it. And Taylor Swift is already basically number one in most things in streaming. I mean, it's not like she needs more record sales or anything. So she doesn't see it as that beneficial to her. And she, as you know, I mean, they all want to become billionaires. She already is a billionaire, so she doesn't necessarily need that much more money. To her, what's important, from what I've read, is control. She wants control over her art. That's why it was such a big deal when she bought her music from her Braun and that conglomerate, that she had control over her art. This happened within like the last year, and she doesn't. I mean, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, I mean, that's why we talk about how important data is to people. But she wants control over her art and her data, and she doesn't want to give that up to the NFL, even if it's only 13 minutes of a show that she would give. She wants control over it. See, the thing is, she wants to be able to use the halftime show to promote herself, and the NFL does not allow you to do that. She wants to be able to take different highlights and use them in the future. Hey, this is when I performed at the Super Bowl halftime show. Here's a song that I used. I want to put out an album for that. None of that is your data. It's all owned by the NFL, and they are very protective of it, and they don't let you use any of it.
That's a strange
well, a lot of times the NFL is really protective of what people say in regards to what they call the shield, that NFL logo. And if you have, like, let's just say, just an example, Kanye West performed at the Super Bowl like 10 years ago. And he goes off the deep end, whatever, like a couple of years ago, or last year, whatever. And then he goes and starts using his NFL halftime show to promote himself. The NFL doesn't want to be associated with that. And if the NFL doesn't own that data, then Kanye West is going to be able to put that out and basically detract from their from the NFL's brand. If the NFL does control it, then Kanye West cannot come out and really promote himself with that content. Does that make sense?
So it feels like collective over his NFL footage, anti-Semitic merch or whatever, and be like, that was
Seems to like try to chase
in the United States, if she wanted attention, she would have done the halftime show. She gets no money for it, and she doesn't control the data. And I know that they were in discussions of it. I mean, let me get the specifics
the next step
of what exactly went down. Taylor Swift, Super Bowl, why doesn't she do it? What does it have to do with her controlling the data or the footage, and also you don't get paid? What's the deal? And also the billionaires don't really need me.
Then all you're left with is your innate kedusha.
All right.
All you have is your innate kedusha.
So,
you're like a baby. You're like a baby, a spiritual baby.
Taylor Swift has not performed at the Super Bowl halftime show, and her decision stems from a combination of factors related to value, respect, and all priorities. All right, take care. Excellent, my friend. Peace. While the NFL, take care, my friend. While the NFL does not pay halftime performers, relying instead on the exposure and global reach the event provides, Swift reportedly rejected the opportunity because she didn't want to perform for free, especially given her status as one of the most influential artists in the world. She doesn't need exposure, as she commands massive audiences and record-breaking sales on her own.
I disagree with the exposure thing. You're still like the value of warming up the Super Bowl. I get you money, but still like it doesn't hurt you to do the exposure of 100 million people.
There were reports that she requested ownership of her performance footage and rights to promote her own projects during the show, which the NFL reportedly refused. This aligns with her long-standing fight to control her music masters, including her recent acquisition of the rights to her first 6 albums. For Swift, ownership isn't just about branding, it's about creative and financial control. However, in a recent interview with Jimmy Fallon, Swift clarified that the real reason is not about rights or money, but about her emotional investment with her fiancé, Travis Kelce, who plays for the Kansas City Chiefs. She said she's too focused on his performance throughout the season to commit to choreographing a high-pressure halftime show. She emphasized, "This is nothing to do with Travis. He would love for me to do it. I'm just too locked in." I mean, come on, that's what she says. It's about she's not going to get any money. I mean, I'm not Taylor Swift's spokesperson. I'm just saying that it's about she's not going to get any money for it, and she doesn't get to control the music or the rights to the show.
She doesn't get money for it. She gets paid by
I get that.
But I don't think football fans want to listen to her music anyway.
I would. I love this one.
Really?
I mean, they're like, she has like maybe 5 songs that I really like, which is a lot for an artist. Do I buy her shit? No. Do I listen to her shit on Spotify? No. But she has some classic songs that I really like, and if you look at my playlists over the course of my life, she's been on some of them because I think that she puts out some hits, no doubt about it. She has now. But again, you know, that's all very subjective. But the idea that she would bring in a huge female audience to the NFL Super Bowl, it can't be understated. She would bring in a lot of people and a lot of interest, more than Bad Bunny. But I'll say this, Bad Bunny brought in a huge audience globally. It was the top viewed halftime show in history.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
He's the Pornhub chart. He's nothing else. What other charts do you know that he knows?
Fair point. I guess. I mean, I don't know. You might know more about music than I do.
Oh, I think he does. I think he does, but I don't think he knows charts all that well.
take you.
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
the hands.
Oh wait, I do. Wait, hold on. Yeah, he is.
I'm an adult.
He's good with Instagram news. He's good with Instagram news. If something happened on Instagram, Zoot's gonna know about it. He knows about Australian pop charts. I'll give him that. We have had that discussion, and then he and I went through the Billboard Top 100 for the last year of 2025 to see who would win the top song in Australia. I mean, like, we have had those discussions. I'm not denying that, but he's not someone I would. Like, I don't know if he could name 5 Bad Bunny songs. I agree with you. My question for you is this: are you ready to lose your trip?
I listened to one Bad Bunny song and it was fire. I'm not sure. I don't know what song it's for, but what do you think that the NFL considers this like Spanish, like conundrum before? Do you think they like, hey, look at Spanish audience and freaking watch it, so more viewers already have everyone in America watching it?
That's correct. That's correct. They have been expanding the game, especially in Latin America, and just globally. So they're having a game in Rio de Janeiro next year with the Dallas Cowboys, and they had one last year in Sao Paulo, and the year before Sao Paulo. They've previously had preseason games in Mexico City. They're looking to expand that footprint. It's free money to them. And also, they're taking these teams, these NFL teams, globally. So also they're playing in Melbourne next year. The LA Rams are playing the San Francisco 49ers in Melbourne. And they're going to play 3 games in London. They played in Dublin this year. They played in Frankfurt this year, Germany. I mean, they're like every season, there's a certain part of the season where they play a bunch of games internationally, and the games are on at like 6 a.m. Pacific time. And I watched them too, believe it or not. Like, yeah.
People in Berlin are like going to the stadium at 6 a.m.
No, they're broadcast in LA at 6 a.m. So I guess in New York they'd be at like 9 a.m. But they're like in Frankfurt. They're played at Frankfurt at like 5 p.m. And people watch these games, and I know I do. And they're also lining up these teams to be connected with different teams. Like Kansas City is becoming like Sao Paulo, Brazil, like their team, and the Jacksonville Jaguars are becoming like London, and the Pittsburgh Steelers are becoming Ireland, and the Buffalo Bills are becoming Toronto, or already basically Toronto, and the Seattle Vancouver connection is pretty big, and there's one other one that's big.
Is that actual sport of like football and American football popular in different parts of the world?
Well, they're trying to increase it. Because it's free money. They see all the money that the Premier League's making, and they say, look, why can't we, like, for too long has soccer been cutting into our profits? Why don't we start cutting into their profits? And so they've been doing that. There's another team. Oh, Dallas Cowboys and Mexico City. That's been like a huge connection too. And like for as big as.
Can I pause? So like, why would they want to host a game in Mexico City? Like, or like South America, wouldn't it be more profitable for the stadium? I mean, I guess there's like kind of two revenue angles to it. There's like the actual ticket sales for like game person, and then there's like this other thing, the money that you get from having a bunch of fans all around the world.
I mean, Mexico City is one of the largest cities in the world. Sao Paulo is one of the largest cities in the world. Why not have your home team like Dallas, but also be able to add all of Mexico to the fan base?
Yeah, sure. And you just play like 2 games there all year.
If that. Mexico is very much like a Dallas connected country, and the NFL hasn't played an NFL game in Mexico City, only preseason. But even just with preseason, you get generations of people who are Dallas Cowboy fans, and they're doing the same in these other countries. And so with Bad Bunny, he basically opened the halftime show to a Spanish-speaking audience, and the NFL basically was like, "Look, we're going to try to get Taylor Swift. If we can get her, that's great. We'll have a ton of women watching our halftime show and the Super Bowl in general. And if we can't get her, we're going to go with Bad Bunny, who is technically American because he's from Puerto Rico, and we're going to get all of the Spanish-speaking countries like really involved in this, and if they see it as a win-win." Now, my question for you is this: are you ready to lose at Scrabble?
Yeah.
Excellent. And I excellent. Dog, I gotta be honest with you. William Montgomery is not that funny.
So again, that's set up. But where do you find this?
Can you hear me?
Somebody goes ahead and steals the utensil. Services release an intercept. And now you're told that someone's about to kill them. So the pasuk says, so it's a little bit of a play on words. So remember again,
what the fuck is Riser doing? Riser, you jerk yourself off all fucking day. You sleep 13 fucking hours. I give you open invitations. You decide to come in at 4 fucking in the morning to jerk yourself off publicly. It's incredible. Like, isn't it amazing? Riser, can you hear me? Riser, yeah. Hold on, we'll talk about it. But isn't it amazing? Hold on, isn't it amazing? It's 4:14 in the morning, and all the people I have in this Discord.
Next. The Gemara says, woman goes down.
There's 2 people talking.
But the other people are real people. I mean, I can just tell you, I did this for a long time, just alone, and it's really nice to have other people who are in here. All right. So here's why William Montgomery has been sucking recently. He is not a very consistent performer. Here's a few reasons. Number one, he doesn't memorize his sets. I understand, but he comes up and he just reads off a note card, and also he misses about 1 or 2 performances every month on Kill Tony nowadays. And it's because he can't come up with. No, it's not because he's touring. He has a contract with Kill Tony, and he comes up with the excuse that he's sick because he can't come up with material. And
so you're telling me he came up with jokes every damn week for years, and now all of a sudden that he's super popular, he's unable to come up with jokes.
Well, he did it as an alcoholic and a cocaine.
That sounds like it doesn't help. Yo, Jesus Christ.
He was eloquent. And so the person, the Jewish man, committed this avera with this non-Jewish woman. So what is his punishment on that?
Walking my dog.
I forgot. You forgot alcohol.
All right, well, you do that. I'm going to get some coffee. And then I'm going to whip your ass. Does that sound like a plan?
Oh, you need stimulants to go to whip?
It's decaf, dog. It's decaf.
So he quotes over here the pasuk from Malachi, where the pasuk literally says again, Yehuda rebelled engaged in an abomination.
Openly admits that he needs to perform enhanced stimulants on hard rides.
Kodesh, that is love, and Baal Bas El Mechar, had relations again with the daughter of an El Mechar, an alien god. Right, so so this was the dream. So in his dream of Kahana, so again, just to follow the progression over here. Someone asked Rabbi, what happens if a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman and no one caught him in the act? So again, no one's allowed to kill him, obviously. David can't even do anything. What's his punishment? Ex post facto, what's his punishment? Rav couldn't remember. That night, Rav Kahana has a dream. And in the dream, he sees this pasuk. So what happens? Amalei, Hachi Yikayu. So Rav Kahana told Rav the dream. Rav said, oh, as a result of that dream, Ad Krei Rav Ligmare. Rav remembered the teaching. He remembered the ruling. And he, apparently, again, the pasuk jogged his memory because we're going to see the drush comes from the pasuk. But the Yehuda rebelled. What's that? This is the first idolatry. So to it says, whereas an abomination was done within Klal Yisrael, Yerushalayim. This refers to homosexual activity. Because Yehuda has profaned the sanctity of Hashem. Zu Zona. This refers ultimately again to a zona, to a harlot, to Omer, Lo Yeh Kadosh. Also again, so the Rabbi of your Malachi is taking Klal Yisrael to task for all these different things that they've done. Lastly, Ubal Bas El Mechad, that relation is literally again with the daughter of an alien god. What does that refer to? Zeh Haba Ala Kusis. This refers to a Jew who has relations with a non-Jewish woman. That's what it means to have relations with the daughter of an alien god. Have relations with a non-Jewish woman. And what does it say afterwards? Yachreis Hashem leish asher ya'aseh va'ona milokei Yaakov u'magish mincha Hashem tzivakov. So this is the punishment. So what's the punishment? Here we go. In Talmud Chacham, the Jew who committed this transgression in relations to non-Jewish Talmud Chacham. So then what? Lo yiyeh lo er b'chachamim va'ona. His son will not be a Talmud Chacham. So again, literally translated. So if he's a Talmud Chacham who had relations with his non-Jewish woman, and it means literally again, his son will not be amongst those who are awake.
How your puppies? Puppies.
And roll with you.
How your puppies?
So again, the punishment for a Talmud Chacham who has relations with a non-Jewish woman.
How are your puppies? It's a pun.
Well, that's one more, right? Kohen who, and if he's a Kohen, lo yeh lo ben magish mincha Hashem.
Overextended stay?
Number one,
is this with the dog where they keep the ovaries but still get neutered essentially?
And no person is
you don't neuter.
I know, whatever, spay.
But a man is a man, the person is a human being. We all have our weaknesses and we all have
So is that what?
So she does. Yeah, she saw the ovaries right there of the uterus, but there's only one place in British Columbia that does a ovary-sparing spay, surprisingly. And I think ovary-sparing spays are important because
Hormonal?
by removing, there's a lot of hormonal things that happen that the ovaries are important for their overall health. I've heard. I don't know if this is scientific.
So basically, she had a hysterectomy.
And this is irrelevant. The son knows about the
What's a hysterectomy?
It's an excellent question.
Certain things that fundamentally
Is a hysterectomy in a dog, like a canine hysterectomy, the same as an ovary-sparing spay?
It's not one of like the arios that's punishable by use or by
Seems
something
like it
else.
would be.
Remember again, this is
Or
kind
it's
of
close. Oh yes, yes. A hysterectomy in a dog is the same as an ovary-sparing spay. So you should have just said she had a canine hysterectomy and I was a hysterectomy and I would have known.
that it imprints on my trust. I could be the greatest Chacham in the world, but if I do this,
I mean, I know
I could be a Kohen. But if I do this,
procedures for moving or
result.
but
I am
you
in morality, as manifest by having relations with these other women.
keeping the hormonal balance of the animal is
punishment. It's just,
based on the benefit of doing that.
it's just the way that it works. Such an incredible Gemara.
Does she have a clone?
No, she didn't even
have a cone even after surgery. Like she didn't, this happened like years ago. She didn't
Does she still get a period?
This refers to a Jewish man who has relations with a non-Jewish woman.
She
Does
in a sense, yeah, she still has what's there's like a term for
Does she bleed around your house?
no, she used to, and I had to put on diapers the first 2 times, but since the uterus has gone, there's no bleeding, so it does get swollen when it's mating time or whatever, and so yeah, no bleeding anymore because the dog died diapers are really annoying.
So the grandfather, the father,
How old is she?
And straight enough, I guess not straight enough, but he had her first job period when it was blindness, which was like some rare moon cycle.
Oh, I know what that is. Like where the moon is orange, but isn't it like there's a special effect? It's like the when the moon is red.
Everything you buried it,
Yeah,
raised back out of the ground.
this
Again, it raised back
when
out
the
of the ground.
moon orbits through
Summer,
the shadow,
also show you how you
or
So you
Right.
realize this
it's
must
like
be
a
the
lunar eclipse.
Sidney, Kabul as Chama you cover, Schoba Papash,
And,
the Shari Yushalayim. Because you know,
Yeah, it was very rare of them. I think they're not like insane.
just like it takes the time
Happened,
to bury
like,
it down, these
at
particles,
least,
you just throw it by the side, so to
I
your
wouldn't say
body
once
will
a
be
year,
thrown by the
once every
side.
couple of
Not
years.
very
But yeah, it's rare,
but nevertheless.
and it just
Really
happens.
every year. That is rare. And that was like first ever period on that day. It just like really stressed me out because I was like, what? I've never experienced like the lunar
How old is she?
She's like 3.5.
Oh, she's pretty young. Now, here's my next question. That's not even a question. I just want to say it. So normally when I make my fucking videos on that one account that like only you have access to, that I don't promote, I just like do my lip syncing or whatever. I normally never get anybody who likes my shit, and I kind of like it that way. I don't want people to know about that account because it's kind of like, I don't want to say a secret account, but it's like I don't want it to get banned and I don't want it promoted or anything like that. Okay. But I recently, just in the last like 48 hours, kind of just was like, you know what, I'm gonna just, instead of me lip syncing all the songs, I'm just gonna have the music going over my video of me just doing whatever I'm doing. And I get so many fucking people who like my shit because I'm putting out so much content. I've got like 10 followers on that account in the last 24 hours and like 150 likes, something like even more than that. And I find that to be interesting. All right, next thing I want to review. Okay, so I don't do lip syncing just because it takes too long for me to make sure my mouth is moving at the exact same time of the video. And like I'm making the videos right now, talking to you, and I play a song over the video. Like, just go to that account and you can see what I'm doing.
again, remember, that
Prodigy, progeny, baby.
relations with non-Jewish women for a variety of reasons, morality, intermarriage, all these things. So they've kind of threw the book at this relationship. So I said, if you have a Jewish man as relations with a non-Jewish woman, you're chai about Silchos Nida. Number two, Shifcha. For a Jewish man having relations with a Shifcha, which is the Raisa. Number three, Gimel, Goya. There's a biblical prohibition against having relations with a non-Jewish woman. And ultimately, Aleph is Isha. She's married. She's married. Ultimately, it's adultery.
Isn't that crazy?
Rabbi came along and he said, it's not
No, I mean, I thought about creating a bunch of videos. I'm doing it on my own. So basically, can you see it's just me talking, but it just plays a song over it?
They're immoral, and therefore they didn't really have a monogamous relationship. Yeah. Therefore, it didn't make sense for the instead, it makes more sense for
Here's the thing, I'm just getting a lot of fucking interaction.
But Lamaisa, they still had an institution of marriage, and they still had a monogamous relationship. Therefore,
anyway,
man has a relationship with a married
next question. I've been like 500 in the last like 3 days.
The severity of a Jewish man having relations with a non-Jewish woman.
No, it's not that. I'm kind of joking with this. Well, each video takes me like a minute and a half to do, and I don't have to do anything. I just have to have it. I just have to hit the button, basically. And I'm not doing it for people to like me. I'm just saying a lot of people do. If I look, okay, I'll just give you statistics of the last month. And keep in mind, I've only been using this strategy for like the last few days, but man, I got another person with my shit.
And now what happens? Shimon is a
bunch of hot chicks too.
You got. Can I kill
let me go to my. All right, here we go. My activity. Likes.
By their own sense of religious exhaustion. I can't tell you again how incredibly
your activity notifications. Insights. Here it is. All right, I've gotten 39,000 views. That's a lot of fucking views. 39,000 in the last. Yeah, I mean, combined. I'm up 1,000. I'm up 1,500%. I'm up 1,500% on views and 1,500% on profile visits. I've reached 27,000 accounts. What I'm saying is just, it's like, I'm up like 1,300 interactions. So I've got 372 likes, 26 comments, 8 people have saved my shit, 468 people have shared my shit.
They engage
well, whatever it is, I'm just saying that like, it is like some of my, I don't know, it's just like before I would never get any interaction, and I've been doing this, now I get like a lot more interaction, and I'm literally just making these videos as we speak right now, so it doesn't cost me anything, like it's not like I even have to you get fucking limited or banned very quickly.
Why not? Because
well, that's what I'm saying. Or I say, why don't you tell me when I'm getting in trouble so that I don't push the limit? Or tell me You're not allowed to use this feature for the next 24 hours or whatever.
So the Jewish man
Does that make sense?
and kills the Kanoi, he's potter. He's potter.
Instead, exactly. Instead, what they'll do is not tell you anything, and then you log into your account and it'll say you've been banned for inauthenticity or whatever.
When did all of this happen?
And I can't stand that shit.
Went ahead and,
All right. With that being said, are you ready for an invitation?
Bilam was unable to successfully serve. So what does Bilam do?
As I previously said to you, it's decaf coffee. I mean, I don't even know. No, it's reverse caffeine coffee. I put depressants in it.
Essentially, the Malbec.
No, it's got tranquilizers in it, dog. I put extra tranquilizers in it. He's been very unimpressive recently.
They're sentencing us.
Riser, I'm just going to be honest with you. Yeah, it is. And I'm not saying that they're going to not renew his contract because he's still. Are you serious? I have the worst fucking thing. Because he still is someone who is like something that the audience still likes, but he's just not as funny as he was. He used to be funnier, and if you're like, you mean to say that cocaine and alcohol made him funnier? Yeah, he played more along the tone. He's got like a few bits that he does, like Tony he'll be like, all right, William, what have you been up to recently? And he'll be like, Tony, I've been doing my row machine. He's like, oh, cool. What else have you been doing? He's been like, and I was doing puzzles, and I was on eBay. And he'll be like, what else are you doing? And he'll be like, I was hanging out with my dog, and like all kinds of shit like that. Like he'll get really excited, but he doesn't do that stuff as well anymore. And are you gonna go, or are you gonna sit here and jerk yourself out? Oh, so you're not even gonna go?
Who allowed you to marry the daughter of Yisrael? You hear this incredible chutzpah? So he says to Moshe, tell me, is this woman mutter or usher to me? And by the way, before you say usher, which I know you're going to say, who allowed you to marry Tzipporah? Who allowed you to marry the daughter of Yisrael? Incredible. So the Gemara says, Yisrael and halacha. Moshe Rabbeinu.
All right, I want to ask you, how do you think Canada's going to do in the Olympics this year? Firstly, have you watched any Canadian coverage of the Olympics? Do you watch it on CBC?
Has nothing to say.
Yeah, they have like not really on it.
So what happens?
Right, I've been trying to watch it on CBC. Yeah. A lot of their shit is on the app. And it's not that, at least in the United States, it's not that easy to do it.
Literally again, the brother.
I have really been trying to watch it.
Was the son of Elazar,
And
grandson of Aaron. So Moshe Rabbeinu was his great uncle.
Really
So father of my brother of my father's father. But currently by the time he did
anything. So long as it's in English, I'm okay with it.
You came down from our
You don't want to walk that anybody for
If a man has relations with a non-Jewish woman, you're allowed to kill him. Again, with all the
right. I mean, I don't know what they're saying.
You're right. Now I remember. But he said, train the Igarta, the one who reads the letter, he should be the messenger. In other words, Pinchas, you're the one who remembered the halacha, so therefore, again, you're the one who should carry out this. Shmuel says, no, it's something different. Shmuel says, Pinchas saw something different. Literally translated, there is no wisdom, there is no understanding, and there is no counsel.
This is going to change Bad Bunny's fucking career. I hear him on the radio right now. They would like never play him on the radio on this station. They'd only ever play like English speaking people. No. I'm saying, but I'm listening to an AM station. Like they never play music, let alone like non-English speaking music.
So the Gemara says, but Yitzchak Amar Rav Elazar.
You know, I forgot he was in it. What did he do? That's right. Did he speak English?
Moshe says, yeah, that's the halacha of Moshe Sinai. But Moshe says, you remembered it, so you carried it out. In version number 2, Pinchas never even, Moshe forgot the halacha. Pinchas didn't consult him. Pinchas just acted. There was tremendous desecration of God's will occurring, and Pinchas just acted. Because when there's a Chilul Hashem, all other conventions and all of the frameworks simply go out the window. The Gemara goes like that. So Pinchas got up, and he took a spear. This is very interesting. The Gemara says, now, the fact that it says Pinchas got up and he took the spear indicates that Pinchas did not have a spear with him. Where was Pinchas? Pinchas was in the
with
here that you do not bring weapons into the base medrash. I'm sorry. You do not bring it into the base medrash. So this is really very interesting. So by the way, this is, if you think about it, what's the logic of not bringing weaponry into the base medrash? The base medrash is where we go ahead and prolong life. Weapons, go ahead.
So you didn't watch any of the Super Bowl?
There's a lot of interesting contemporary discussion.
I slept through the whole thing. I was going to join. This is where I watched it.
That's what she got a spear. Now,
I watched.
It was like the West Coast time.
It wasn't. It was played in Santa Clarita, in San Francisco.
No, well, they started the game like a tour early. They started at like, I guess 3 hours.
Now, so it took the tip of the spear, hit in his clothing, and it was like the shaft of the spear as a walking stick.
Honestly, I had like last year, previous years, like really wanted to watch it, but this year I did not care.
Well, I'll tell you this. I fucking watched the first drive. And I could tell it was going to be a boring game. And I slept, so don't consider yourself missing out. But then I did something really interesting, which I don't know why I don't fucking do this anymore. I mean, I guess because it's cool. But then I watched, I watched I watched all the highlights. So you watch every single play, and then I watched.
Even the holiest of people are permitting relations with non-Jewish. Incredible.
I watched every play, and
6 miracles occurred in December. So number 1,
what else did I do? I watched every play,
and literally Zimri is having conversations with Cosby. So one would have thought that Zimri sees Pinchas, just almost basic like normal level. One would have thought that Zimri would have stopped.
Just a minute. I watched every play.
And he should have cried out, right? Especially when he saw that Pinchas was getting ready to kill him, but yet he didn't cry out.
Oh, it didn't let me put my fucking word down. I watched every play, which was 23 minutes of footage. I watched Bad Bunny with no commercials, which was 13 minutes of footage. And then I watched the top 10 commercials. They were terrible. So I was like, wow. In like less than an hour, I literally feel like I watched the whole Super Bowl, and I didn't have to watch any of it. And normally, I like to watch it. It's like an American tradition. But frankly,
And the Malach says again at the same time.
I don't know any Bad Bunny. The two teams aren't of interest to me. So it's just one of those things.
The game sucked.
Right. And I could kind of tell that. That's why I started watching it at the beginning. And I could tell just how the teams were playing. I really could. I was like, oh, they're not very good at all.
He is a Kanai with righteous indignation.
I mean, for people that say the NFL is rigged, I mean, they could have been more entertaining.
When it says,
yeah, and then last year's game was like the biggest blowout in fucking Super Bowl history. So it was. They haven't had a good game in like a few years.
Yeah, by the way, the Shorish of Palal, Lamed, means to judge. So literally again, that
Baby,
was judging like
baby, I'm gonna beat you 10 games in a row.
Like rebuke pressure. How can you do this to people? Two ring leaders, and everyone else is responsible. So picture Malach
for sure, no doubt. No doubt.
He's being disrespectful. So he says, leave him alone.
Zoot and I have been playing.
He is the son, he is the Kanoi. The son of another Kanoi. Who is the guy who shaped Levi? He's the descendant of Levi. Remember again, after Dino was abducted and raped by Shem, Shimon and Levi went out and killed out all of the men of Shem. So he says, Pinchas is a Kanoi, the son of a Kanoi. He is one who removes the divine wrath, the son of one who removes the divine wrath. So that's reference to Aaron. In the aftermath of the rebellion of Korach, stopped the plague with the Ketores. Incredible. So I said, someone point out something amazing over here. What do you see? That what the Rebbe Shalom cares about more than anything is that we look out for each other.
You're good at doing that.
And he's probably even willing to excuse other trespasses. By love for Pinchas is literally acting in a chutzpah fashion towards the Shema.
Are you serious?
Oh, that's awful. That's not good.
He's being a chutzpah. He's a chutzpah. He needs a little patch, but understand why he's doing it, because he loves Klal Yisrael. Because he's pained by what he sees happening to the other Jews. That's
how many of any country? How many Olympians, Winter Olympians, can you name?
God to task for the mistreatment of Jews. Who says, "I'll take it. I'll take it. Leave him alone. He is a Kanoi, the son of a Kanoi, just like Levi and Shimon did what they did for the dignity of your sister." Just like Aaron did what he did for the dignity of others. Also, I know.
No. We're competing this year.
When you stick up for the dignity of another Jew, when you are there for another Jew, when you live to put yourself on the line for another Jew.
Zero figure skater.
So the other tribes began discouraging.
Have you ever known anybody who had played curling?
Rashi says over here. Rashi says.
I do have some guy I went to school with for 12 years was competing
So look at this guy. His grandfather was a priest for Avodah Zarah. And this guy, the grandson of a priest of Avodah Zarah, has the chutzpah to kill a tribal prince.
But I mean, have you ever met anybody who has been a curler?
No.
That's really interesting. I haven't either. And it's like a really rare sport that, like, I mean, nobody in the United States plays it. And I find it interesting that basically it's just so rare that, like, you are somebody who is like in the heart of fucking Winter Olympics world, and you can't even name somebody who fucking plays curling or whatever curl.
He gets recently gets the covenant.
It's like shuffleboard, but bigger.
Yeah, I know people who play shuffleboard, but nobody.
I think shuffleboard should be in the Olympics.
Dude, I think pool should be.
I mean, if ping pong is in the Olympics, it's really like open doors. There should be a lot more in the Olympics.
Changes something. Life changes you.
Wow, really?
I'm giving you the covenant of peace. That you should find peace in life. That you should find tranquility. That you should not have to live with the guilt of what is, because what you did was 100% correct, 100% warranted. And even though you know that, the trauma is still there. The Baruch Hu seeks to soothe the aching soul of Pinchas by giving him bliss, shalom, the covenant of peace. Incredible. The Gemara says, Pinchas, you will have this kapara. Ultimately, you will have this kapara. You act.
You're really
should be a kapara. Isn't that incredible? The fact that Pinchas was willing to stand up and do that which was right. The fact that Pinchas was there to defend the honor of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that is a fuss for many faklad and so for many generations to come. Our Ma'aser said, Zar Zir Masnayim O Tayish Malach El-Kum Imo Dala Meos Esrim Ba'ab. So Gemara says, let me close the pasuk its entirety. So the pasuk is from Mishnah. Zar Zir Masnayim O Tayish Malach El-Kum Imo. So what does this mean? So the Gemara says, Dalit Meos Esrim Ba'ab also Russia, also So apparently, Zimri one active relations with Cosby, but he had a lot of active relations. Literally again, 400, right? Dalit Meos Esrim Ba'ab, 424 active relations. Now obviously, he didn't have 425. It means that he engaged in a lot of immorality that day. The him to lo Pinchas Achetash Ashkofo. And Pinchas waited until Zimri finished. Well, obviously not until he finished, because remember, you have to catch him in the act. But he waited until he was fired out from multiple times.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
He waited for Zimri to have 60 acts of volitions. Okay, so apparently again, so Zimri engaged in so many acts of immorality that his testicles shriveled up. Okay? And Cosby was filled with zera, with semen, so much that she became like a saturated field. So again, whereas engaging in a bit of
that QI really fucked the whole left side of the board.
Immorality is so rampant. What Zimri and Cosby did is they unleashed tidally of immorality into Cosby. So they themselves must have engaged in acts of morality multiple times.
No, there's still the
Look, Cosby, in fact,
right. I agree.
Shvila Noy, Bas Sur Shma. So why do they call her Cosby? Shekizba Ba'adia, because she lied to her father. Remember again, her father told her she could only have relations with the head of the Jewish people, and she had relations with the tribal prince. Cosby Amzeh. And Cosby was filled with so much hatred for Cosby. She said to her father, Cosby, allow this people to be destroyed for me or by me.
That's a word. That's a
let them be slaughtered. She was willing to give herself.
I'm ready for it.
Well, but she was willing to give herself for the destruction
12
of
totem? You think 12 is good? Oh, okay.
If you look in the secluded places, that's where you'll find Shvila Noy. Now again, why do people go to secluded places? Because they want to engage in immoral acts. So if you want to find Shvila Noy, look for the secluded place between the reeds. My by Ba'adi Kalfi, the Kani Shvila Noy. My by Duff Sully.
This could be a major mistake. This could be a major mistake.
Shvila Noy was so immoral that she even cast aspersions of her mother. Incredible. I'm going to be open. Kamisha Shemos Yeshlo Zimri. Yeshlo Zimri, right? There were. Yeah, I'm sorry. Kamisha Shemos Yeshlo. 5 names were given to the tribal prince of Shimon: Zimri, Ben Salo, Shaul, Ben Aknanis, Shlumiel, Ben Suri Shaddai. Zimri, why was he called Zimri? Ashanasa Beitza Kivetza Muzeres, because there's so many acts of relations that his testicles shriveled up. Okay. Ben Salum, Ashevisti Avonos Shal Mishpachto. And ultimately, again, Ben Salum, Rashi says over here, Hisli Garas Shiisko Yisapu Lashon Kisla. And he caused Shayu Marich and Atzma of Haz, so he caused the iniquities of his families to be spoken about. Shal Shaul,
oh, that's good. That's a fucking
bitch.
That was really good.
Not
bullshit.
Umashmo,
That
what
is
was actually his name?
Oh,
Shmuel ben Tzuri was actually Shmuel ben Tzuri Shaddai. Also, I just point out something really amazing. If you think about it, his actual name wasn't Cosby, right? It's Zimri, right? Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, right? Zimri.
What are your thoughts on this lead that I have?
Multiple acts of immorality, but his real name was Shmuel ben Tzuri. It sounds familiar because remember again, he's the Nasi of Shimon. We just read his name by Hanukkah, which doesn't seem so long ago. There's tribal princes. Notice if you think about it.
Oh, that was great.
Like, the name itself is so holy. Shlumiel.
I almost
means
played it better word,
I create a sense of peace and spiritual tranquility and harmony with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. In other words, I try to live my life in consonance with Hashem, so I have shalom. Right? What do we all want in life? I want shalom with Hashem. And as a result, Tzuri Shaddai. Hashem is my rock. Hashem is my rock. So you're talking about a person whose actual name represented so much kedusha. Shlumiel, I make shalom with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I live a life in harmony and consonance with Hashem, and as a result, Tzuri Shaddai. Hashem is my rock. He's my anchor. And yet you see something amazing. That someone so holy could literally again drop to the depths of depravity. And I will say this is a lesson we keep seeing over and over and over.
Did you know that there was a streaker
at
at the Super Bowl?
Says, you're not believing yourself into the day that you are. Because otherwise I might think, so as before also, that certain things are beyond you. You're not pushing the
I also saw a thing. I don't know if this was really true, but a guy made a bet and won like $300,000 by guessing that someone would run on the field, and he was actually the person who ran on the field. I don't know if he got to keep the money, but that seems like a really easy way to make a lot of money.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Small decisions.
I've talked about that before. Why would not rig pay some guy like another $1,000 to go run on the field?
There's a whole bunch of other things that happen along the way.
Walk away a billionaire.
Dude, you could fucking destroy me.
And that's why again, that constant sense of vigilance. I'm about to do something. What is it going to do? Where is it going to put me? What direct does it lead me on? This constant awareness, constant vigilance. Again, it's not going to protect me from making mistakes because we all make mistakes. I'm always aware of what direction I'm going on. I put myself on like that. I can save myself from those steep falls of life. Right? The most like, wow. Okay, Shkrat, we'll start over for today. Tremendous stuff. Wishing everyone an incredible day. Look forward to seeing everyone. Kol Tov and Shkrat.
So even though I don't think that William Montgomery's been funny recently, I'm still obviously his biggest fan.
Good morning.
But he's not. He has not been that funny.
All of our sponsors for this morning here to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors, our annual Talmud Torah sponsors, Tafshin Hey.
I don't know what I get here from,
Sorry for dedicating all of the shiurim and
it's the funniest meeting in a while.
Talmud Torah sponsors for Adar,
Yo, dog.
Alina Latova, Terry means the in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kansky Hirsch, and Yosef Hakoin, the Ziv, Levin, and Bergman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, and our week of learning. Paul and Kathy Pollock, memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah, Ben Zechariah is called Rothschild in America, Talmud Torah, Dennis Shamus, Rabbi, and the families in the
Big dog, you're up.
Ridiculous thing. Who I mean, you're saying that they must be.
The guy who streaked this year, though, was smart. So he didn't get a public indecency charge. He kept his pants on.
So if one steals a
You only got a picture of NFL game below, like,
and the Kalo Bekosis,
Probably picked up a
or
small
one goes
charge.
ahead and curses now, comes and literally curses with sorcery. So someone uses some type of sorcery, or
Was it in the middle of play?
what it means.
Yeah.
One
Well,
goes ahead.
like,
And
it was in the middle of it. It didn't interrupt the play.
Zealots have the ability to go ahead and take this.
Maybe.
And how long did he get? How long was he running before he got attacked?
He made some moves on some guys. And that's one game in a row, just in case you were keeping track of him. He was able to dodge some people, and then they eventually like slid down and they stopped him.
I want to see some like electric rollerblades, just like kind of like speed advantage, like get away with it.
How do you have rollerblades on grass?
Zoot, cutthroat, zoot, cutthroat.
Right? And they see Mamish engaged in the act, they're allowed to go ahead.
Oh, you started the game? Don't play anything. Don't play anything. Zoot, cutthroat.
Again, the only way to kill him if they catch him in the act. But afterwards, again.
Zoot, what did you think of Bad Barbie or Bad Bunny? Yes, you did. We watched part of it together.
Zealot is permitted to go ahead and take his life. Again, more Joshua.
What up, baby?
Okay. We practice.
What happened?
So it's 3 person.
Yeah, it's 3 person, and it's trick shot. Doug, what are you talking about?
Split a skull with Gizrin, which are again pieces of wood. So again, we're gonna these are just pecan. Okay, we'll see pieces of wood. These are shishim for mikdash. If you have a non-kohen who's serving the base of mikdash.
And your ex-girlfriend was there? Was it the girl from the adult bookstore?
Really, there's a lot to unpack in this mission. So let's go. Says the Gemara.
Did you munch your box?
So the first Mishnah taught me was that if somebody steals a kisva, so again, what's a kisva?
Oh, so she's down to fuck. Wait, this is the crazy girl, though, right?
So again,
Penalty. Penalty. Because it is. Next question. What do you have to do? I don't know. Oh, yeah, you're right. Is that how it works? Literally, again, you should not stand while the base. Nice scratch, dude. All right, so Zoot, you got her number. That's tight. Did you want your box?
In this case, so stealing of a cliche, ultimately should be put to death. So that's the first thing. The person who goes ahead and
isn't this the crazy girl who stole all your money?
Next, the Gemara says,
Dude, I like how I keep asking that question and you don't answer. You had to pay for her heroin habit? Not the same girl, okay. So who is this bitch?
Ultimately, again, the kosin, the sorcery, should go ahead and curse again to its creator, and the one who endowed it with its power. So therefore, again, the case of kosin.
So who is this?
With sorcery. Okay. Next.
How long did you guys date?
12 hours. Yeah, both of us. So of course, the one that really catches our attention
2 months?
dramatically is that Mishnah says that if a man goes ahead and has relations with
Okay,
a guy,
how'd you lose your
I
phone?
know I told you though, so I kind of like a zealot. Now again, remember, so we defined what a zealot is. A zealot is someone himself who's Adam Kasher, right? As Rashi pointed out over here.
Yo, dog, remember that time I asked you a question and then you were dead fucking silent? Like, why are you such a bad communicator? How did you lose your phone?
Jewish man in this act, that gets into the act, they're allowed to take his life.
Oh, hilarious.
All right, so let's analyze.
What are you doing? No, dog, it's where he gets blown. The orgy place.
What happens if?
No, it's wait, it's his adult bookstore.
We're no zealots around. And so the person is non-Jewish woman. So what is his punishment under those circumstances? So Rabbi forgot. So the Gemara says.
And you lost your fucking phone at this place, and you had to admit where it was?
Did you tell police where you lost it?
Do you think somebody?
Relations again with the daughter of someone asked her out. What happens if a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish?
Did you tell her that you were a finalist for Raw Comedy? Of course you did, dog. Good job, man.
That night, Rav Kahana has a dream, and in the dream he sees this puzzle.
Did she say that's tight?
So Rav Kahana told Rob the dream. I said, oh.
What did she say? She said, congratulations. I can't believe someone who's that funny could be a finalist for a whole fucking state.
But the Yehuda rebelled. What's that?
Someone who doesn't know how to respond or talk to anyone.
Are you in love with this bitch?
Because Yehuda has profaned the sanctity of Hashem. Zu Zona. This refers ultimately again to a zona, to a harlot, to Chidu Omer, so again, so the Nabi of your Malach is taking.
You're not in love with this bitch.
All these different things that they've done. Last,
I don't care about
he had relations literally again with the daughter of
I just
what does that refer to? This refers to a woman who has relations with a non-Jewish woman. That's what it means to have relations with the daughter of an alien god. Have relations with a non-Jewish woman. What does it say afterwards?
What's that, baby?
So this is the punishment. So what's the punishment? Here we go. So committed this transgression, relations to non-Jewish women is a Tam Chacham. So then what?
Your whole what?
Will not be Tam Chacham. So again, literally translated, say he's a Tam Chacham, he had relations with his non-Jewish woman, and it means literally again, his son will not be amongst those who are awake, like those who are right in the Talmidim, and nor will he be able to converse with the Talmidim. So again, the punishment of non-Jewish woman, ultimately, again, it's one of us who's come to that's one more line. In Kohen, and if he's a Kohen, lo yelo ben magish mincha l'Hashem. Son will not continue to the path. Literally, again, his son will not bring the carbon mincha. So this is a couple of very interesting ideas. Number one, assessing talking about relations.
Dude, there are a bunch of types of. No, you should. He's not. He's not. It's not worth that much, but it'll be worth 10 points. It just makes it really difficult. Okay, so there's a kiss shot. It turns off the like protractor thing. The like line.
I would never do that. Yes, you would. Given the opportunity, you would do a lot of different things. And even the greatest of fall into the web of immorality. Really important facility. The other interesting idea is if you notice the fact
So it's so difficult to see what
his son will not be a Talmud Chacham. If it's a Kohen, his son's not going to be Kohen. Meaning what? That I think it's specifically immorality.
I agree.
And specifically increase itself.
It's cutthroat.
You're winning.
An immoral father cannot
You are
raise
winning.
a whole son. And this is irrelevant. He knows about what the father does. Doesn't know about that there are certain things that fundamentally taint.
Well, to be honest, I don't know how to play defense.
What's fascinating about this is like it's not one of like the arisals that's punishing.
Do you masturbate openly? Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Zoo, you are the most horny motherfucker.
That it imprints on my choice. I can be greatest Talmud in the world, but if I do this, my kids
You're
not
even
going to
so select,
I can
like,
get caught. But if I do this, if I am wrapped up in morality and manifest myself in a happy relationship with women, by definition, that is going to impact my ability to raise and
I
inspire.
like how Zoot's quiet.
Punishment. It's just the reality.
Did you say,
It's just
Tim?
a fact. It's just the way that it works. Such an
Oh, yeah, baby. Zoot's done. So I'm basically fucked.
Plus, it says he has relations with the daughter of an alien god. Does not hold his daughter have a daughter? This is the first this is incredible. So remember again, one of the kings of Klal Yisrael of Judah was a man Yehoiakim. Yehoiakim, unfortunately.
Zoot, so you didn't watch Bad Bunny? I figured you would know everything about Bad Bunny. You'd be a Bad Bunny homer. You'd be like, dude, I saw that Pedro Pascal was there, and Lady Gaga, and Jessica Alba, and Ricky Martin. Did you know Ricky Martin played?
And another thing that happened to you. Now we'll see what that means. Shmuel tells an incredible story. Zikino to be played. So I'm very prayed up. They found the skull, and the skull ultimately again was cast to the side of a city.
It's cutthroat.
And something else. Now, I didn't realize that this was the skull of the king Yehoiakim. So what
Dog, I'm about to dominate.
Buried the skull. Every time he buried it, the skull raised back out of the ground. Again, it raised back out of the ground. Okay? Amar high. So you realize this must be the skull. Did
I lose because of that? Dude, that game sucks. No. Let's play cutthroat, but no fucking trick shot.
But nevertheless, again, he said, you know what? It's not right. Even though
let's try it.
Deserves, all this stuff. At the end of the day, he's still a king. And as a king, he deserves some level of covet in the way that his remains are treated. So what happens?
Zoot, what the fuck are you doing?
Listen to this. So Shakli Karcha Bishirani.
Okay, well, it's
That's
how are you playing this game right now if you lost your phone?
That's interesting. There's a skull in silk in a box. Okay. So she decides to talk to her neighbor about it. I'm a little say. So she said,
isn't that like an important thing to say? Where did you find it?
Skull of your husband's first wife. Apparently, again, this marriage is second marriage. Right? Your grandfather was married before.
Where did you find
The
it?
neighbor says to the current Rabbi, this must be the soul of your of his
In
first
between
wife.
the
You look
seats?
and what happens? And clearly, your husband cannot forget
The
about
life you
his
live
first wife.
is so
What
wild.
did the wife do? Shagarta l'tanura l'kasa. She took the stove, threw it into the oven,
Yeah.
and it was incinerated.
So what? Was your girlfriend, your ex-girlfriend, at the fucking right there? Go at the
You won't be very
adult
humble.
theater.
Number two, again, clearly,
What a shot!
I'm sure she's
Her partner? So she's in a relationship?
They were Kohanim. They made their base
With a dude?
If a man has relations with a kusis and a Jewish woman,
Oh, so
he
this.
is chayiv because of nashga. Four things.
Did she say that?
Now, by the way, what's nashga? We'll see in just a moment. So nashga is nun is nida. Nida. Now this is
Scale of 0 to 10, this bitch.
Again, remember, the basic
Why not?
we're trying very hard to ensure that Jewish men have relations with non-Jewish women for a variety of reasons: morality, intermarriage, all these
Right, you
things.
go.
So they tend to do the book of this relationship. So they said if you have a Jewish man as relations with a non-Jewish woman, you chayav al suchal's nida. She's a nida. Number two, shifcha, for a Jewish man having relations with the shifcha, which is a daraisa. Number three, goya is a typical prohibition against having relations with a non-Jewish woman. And ultimately, Aleph is Isha's Ish. She's married. Ultimately, it's adultery. Okay? Yes, Rabbi, Nashgaz. Rabbi came along and he said it's not Nashga, but rather it's Nashgaz. Again, he agreed on the first three. Need the Shibcha
Is
Goya.
that a good thing?
Soda. He takes out Isha's
Quit with
Ish.
these fucking distractions.
Why did this happen? Isha was less than. Because apparently the Kusim were not so marked on marriage. They were immoral. They're immoral, and therefore they didn't really have monogamous relationships.
Yes.
Therefore, it didn't make sense to make Isha's Ish.
Dude, STFU, dog.
The first thing you would say,
You're not helping anything.
But the nice they still had
So, Zoo, this girl's a 4?
and they still had a monogamous relationship. Therefore, if a man has relations with a married kusis, it's Isha's Ish.
She's a 4, and that's why you dated her for 2 months?
Now we're beginning to kind of pull this out a little bit.
She's terrible looking?
The severity of a Jewish man having relations with a non-Jewish.
All right, so she's a 4.
Other days been nashka, either way, or nashka, based on nashka. So either way, it's very bad, very bad. To the point that the Mishnah says.
All right, so she's a 3?
I know, the zealous, as you define in the Mishnah. Catches a Jewish man in the act, he's committed to go ahead and take his life.
I don't know.
So the Gemara says,
So was she a 4 when she had brunette hair?
Somebody comes to ask us this shayla.
Right, she's a 3.
We do not actually instruct them to do this. So Rashi says over here, Amr of Kista, Kanoi haba limloch bebezdi, Shas Maise, Yivka bo, this is very interesting. So let's say again, let's say Reuben is having relations with the Kusis. And now what happens?
Well, I can tell you, Zoot dates her. She has a terrible sense of humor.
Like, Reuben is having relations with the Kusis. Can I kill him? So the halacha is, Beis Din does not instruct him to do this. What Rashi points out over here is, because the
did you tell her that you've got to get checked for chlamydia or gonorrhea? Yeah.
I can't tell you again how incredibly dangerous this is.
Did you tell her that you are patient 0 for a new strand of super gonorrhea that you developed from the adult theater? Or no, it was like an orgy hotel.
We don't instruct people to do this. So if someone comes to Beis Din and asks, says, "Should I do this?" We tell them, "No, don't do it. Don't do it. This is unique."
So in Australia, did they not teach you to answer questions when people ask them?
So the Gemara says, somebody asks, right? Literally, somebody asks Beis Din. Right? Shimon comes to Beis Din.
All right, well, I don't see you making that shit. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? That was some bullshit. That was the worst shot.
Zimri was a tribal prince of Sheba, had relations with Cosby on Midianite.
Good job, Zoot.
They engaged actually in
Not
public
really
action.
around.
Good job, Zoot.
Zimri. Pinchas kills Zimri and that's
Baby, I don't know.
This is the story that gives rise to this concept of
You're the same guy who lost his phone at an adult theater and went to the police over it, and you thought you got pickpocketed. Who the fuck wants to stick their hand in the pocket of some dude at an adult theater? Like, dog, I don't care if you have the newest fucking iPhone. I am not sticking my hand in any dude's pocket. Fuck it, it's not
because Pinchas has the bit of a road. So
The guy actually returned to the police
even though the law says that a Kanoi is allowed to kill someone who's having relations with an Amaris. But again, it's not part of the legal system. It's
right next to a big old cum stain.
Has a bit of a road.
So, Zoot, do you masturbate openly at this place?
Kanoi, he's potter. He's potter. It's incredible. So had Zimri turned around and killed Pinchas, Zimri wouldn't be chayiv. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter.
Do you masturbate openly at this place?
When did all of this happen? Balak, the king of Moab, and
That's
hired Bilam.
absolutely disgusting.
Bilam was unable to successfully.
And that doesn't make you...
Lure the Jewish men into immorality.
Is that legal in Australia to openly masturbate in an adult theater?
So what happened?
Dog, that's why Pee Wee Herman lost his fucking career in the United States, because he got caught doing that. He was like a giant television, children's television star. Who got, oh, are you fucking serious? That was unreal. That was an unreal miss, dude. Dude, you had the win. Dude, you had the win.
You're just sitting here doing nothing. You're sitting here being quiet. Ma'asa, what did Zimri do?
I like how slow Riser is. Riser, you gotta.
24,000 people. But it's like Cosby. Anyone who was a Midianite princess.
Yeah, but he's distracted by Pee Wee Herman. He's distracted by Pee Wee Herman. Because he's got like a friend now. Zoot's fucking... Zoot... That's a great question. Like...
Okay.
That's where you're gonna find their love.
Dog, you have a better chance of finding love at the fucking police station.
I'm even greater than Moshe.
How does that go in?
I'm the second born son, the second born child, and Moshe is the third born child. I'm even greater than the leader of the Jewish people. So what's that? Larissa. So Zimri returned, took Cosby by the hair.
You have it, movies and TV show, dog. His name is Paul Rubens. And I know he's now your new hero. Zoot's like, it's not weird to masturbate in adult theaters. Pee Wee Herman did it.
So he says to him, tell me, is this woman
yeah. Legal one. Riser, Zoot, what the fuck? Get off of Wikipedia and get in this game. Zoot, what the fuck are you doing? Zoot. Zoot, you have 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Zoot, come on, man. Zoot, what the fuck? Zoot is so in, what is the word?
has nothing to
Zoot
say
is
in this.
what the fuck is the word when you don't care about others? Zoot is so inconsiderate. Thank you. Zoot, you're so inconsiderate. I have to say though, that was like the most baller shot I've ever seen you have on this hole.
He saw everything that was happening, and
Zoot, that's gonna be your fucking. He's your like hero.
So Moshe Rabbeinu was his great uncle. So father of my father's father.
Are you proud of that? Is he gay?
Moshe Rabbeinu, you taught us. When you came down from our Sinai,
I don't think so. He just was known as a pervert. But even what he did was not that big of a deal. It's not like he, like there are a lot of people do other way worse. No, he was not doing that. He just got caught masturbating in an adult theater. Adult. Just like Zoot.
Shmuel says, no, it's something different. Shmuel,
I think it was in Florida.
So Shmuel says, Pinchas says something different. Literally translated, there is no wisdom, there is no understanding, and there is no counsel. Neged Hashem, opposite Hashem. What is that?
Give me this fucking win. Give me this fucking win.
You can't act. The Talmud can't act without consulting your rabbis.
That's a miss, Riser. That's a miss. Can't believe Riser missed. I cannot believe Riser missed.
So the Gemara says,
I like how you refer to yourself. Nobody understands who gets to go in.
Saw that the Malach was coming because there's so much morality going on. The Malach was just destroying, was killing everyone.
Look how good a shot this is.
Two different versions of the story. Version number one, right? Well, everyone agrees. Moshe Rabbeinu forgot the halachos. In version number one, Pinchas reminds him of the halachos. Moshe says, "Yeah, that's the halacha of Moshe Nissi, right?" But Moshe says, "You remembered it, so you carry it out." In version number two, Pinchas never even Moshe forgot the halacha. Pinchas didn't consult him. Pinchas just acted. Pinchas just acted. There was tremendous desecration of God's name occurring, and Pinchas just acted.
Yeah, baby.
Hashem, all other conventions simply go out.
Dude, he's written more. He wrote more science fiction material than any person ever. So,
Pinchas got up and he took the spirit. Pinchas did not have a spirit with him.
he's written. He wrote more than any person. He has more published material than any person in global history. Now, in answer to your question, yeah, I don't read that shit, so I don't know. Not to say I don't read science fiction, but L. Ron Hubbard is his own like religion, so I don't get into that.
Science fiction is where we go to go ahead and prolong life. Weapons go ahead and curtail or shorten life. There's a lot of interesting contemporary discussion about this, of course. There's a lot of things about weapons. So what did Pinchas do? Now, Pinchas understood that
At the adult theater?
right? He could not frontally go at it with Shevet of Shimon. He was out. So what did he do?
So he went to adult theater, the comedy club, and the police station?
So what did he do? But let's say pay days on days. I told you, 82B. Now, so he took the tip of the spear, hid in his clothing, and he used like the shaft of the
Right,
spear.
did you like your shot?
He goes to the area where Shevet of Shimon is.
Do you really?
Listen to this. Pinchas says, why should Shevet leave
I think that it's one of the worst. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Beautiful. Riser, that was one of the best shots I've ever seen.
Any less than you. So they said, wow. Right? The Gemara says, Amr, Yinichalo.
Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
Look at this. Pinchas is here. He's here to satisfy his own needs as well. Let him in. Nichnas, so the Gemara says, Nichnas, Etiru Pushin as Hadar.
Riser, how many athletes from Australia do you think are competing in the Winter Olympics?
Incredible. Rabbi says she should be 6 miracles occur for
What's the population?
69 million.
Pinchas walks in.
No, it's like
Zimri sees Pinchas.
I'm gonna say like 150.
it's not 69 million. It's like
But it didn't stop. It didn't stop.
20 million.
Wow,
It's like 20 million.
He should have cried out, like especially when he saw that Pinchas was getting ready to cry out. He didn't cry out.
If it's only 20 million, I'm gonna say like 100.
It's like 54, 56.
As they were actually engaged in the act of relations. And the sword like again,
How am I in
another
front of
miracle.
him?
He lifted them up on the
How-
spirit, right? And he did not
How am I in front?
The Malach came and lifted up like the lintel, the doorway, because again, he was out miraculously. holding
How am I in front?
On the spear. So the Malach came up and lifted up the door so he can get out.
Oh, no, I'm not in front. Zoot and I are tied.
And the Malach then again at the same time was also kind of wreaking havoc. He was killing out people who were immoral, and that kept everybody else distracted while Pinchas killed Zimri.
Yeah, baby. Dude, your shot sucks. And unless you get Riser, unless Riser hits your ball, I'm gonna put you out of your misery.
He is a criminal with righteous indignation.
No, he didn't. Are you sure about that, son?
Yeah, by the way, Shorish of Halal means to judge. So literally again, that Pinchas was judging HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
Just the absolute worst thing that could happen.
Two people, 2 leaders, and everyone else is going to be held responsible.
Basically.
So they say, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, leave him alone, leave Pinchas alone. Kanoi ben Kanoi.
That's what I'm talking about.
The son is the Kanoi, the son of another Kanoi.
Hit his ball.
Ultimately, again, who is the Kanoi? Shevet Levi. He's the descendant of Levi.
So you're gonna have to make one shot here.
After Dina was abducted and raped by Shem, Shimon and Levi went out and killed out
Are
all the
you
men of Shem.
fucking
It says
serious?
Pinchas is a Kanoi, the son of a Kanoi.
Nice. Actually, I will be trying.
He is one who
I
goes
can't
ahead
believe I
and
missed that shot.
Unless
he's one who removes
There's
the
no way
Shabbat,
Zoot makes this
the
shot.
son
Come
of
on,
one who removes the Shabbat. So that's referenced Aaron. Aaron, in the aftermath of the rebellion of Korah, stopped the plague with the Torahs. Incredible. So let's say, so point us
Bad Bunny has a bigger chance of becoming an English
the
version
overall
of
cares about more than anything is that we look out for each other, is that we advocate for one another. And His Baruch was even willing to excuse other trespasses if he sees that we are motivated by a love for Klal.
Dude, did you watch Happy Gilmore 2?
Acting in a twisted fashion towards His Baruch. He pointed to my welcome already to like push him down. His Baruch is leaving alone. Leave him alone.
Dude, are you a bigger Kendrick Lamar fan or Bad Bunny? Go.
Understand why he's doing that. Because he's pained by what he sees happening to the other Jews. That's what motivated him back, and that's what motivated him. He has such incredible abbas, so that he cares about his fellow Jews so much.
What are your thoughts on that? I don't need to memorize the percentage. It's about feel, baby. I didn't memorize shit. That's a terrible shot, Riser.
So I know Pinchas is doing what he's doing for the dignity of Klal Yisrael.
You gave me-
the dignity of the Jew. when you are there for another Jew, when you're willing to put yourself on the
Zoot,
line for another
that's a
Jew.
bad shot. That's one of the worst shots we've ever had the opportunity to witness. Look how good this shot is, though. Are you fucking serious? Look at this shot, folks. Look at this shot. It was okay if you know Spanish.
Pinchas's mother was from Israel.
Look at this miss, folks.
So Pinchas's mother was one of the daughters.
I thought it was okay. I thought it was pretty. It was like had a lot of shit going on. But do I think? I mean, I bet if you were a Spanish speaker, it was really good. But I mean, I don't know.
So the cause of
he needs a PR
he's like Zoot. Zoot would put out the shit he puts out.
Go and extend this covenant.
It's like, how dare this kid ever not say he represents the U.S. and try to hold team, blah, blah, blah.
Even if it's a mitzvah, the act of taking life fundamentally changes who and what you are. Baruch who says, I want Pinchas to I want him to
He said about the bad bunny thing.
The person is the
Here's all cheese that it wasn't in English.
totally justified. Right? But they live with that
I mean, I get that. But
it changes you.
I would have preferred it to be in English, of course, but I understand that NFL is going for a certain market. And I can see them having the Chinese one in the future.
Even though you know that, the trauma is still there. Kadosh Baruch Hu seeks to soothe the aching soul of Pinchas by giving him grace.
All right, I've got one. Zoot's in it. Zoot's already in this game. Riser, you have an invitation. This is only 3 holes. It's just some old game that was started and we didn't finish it. Zoot, you're up. I bet you Zoot doesn't know this is a game, which I understand. Zoot, you're up, dog. Zoot, you're already in the game. Just look at your games that are already going. There you go. Hit it. Go. Zoot, just go. Hit the ball. There you go. That was good. That was really good. Really good.
He had a lot of activations. Literally, again, 400, right? Dalet Meos, the Esim Va'arba, 420 for activations. Now, obviously, he didn't have 425. He means that he engaged in a lot of activations.
Don't hit my ball.
Just trying to strap him into the water to walk out.
But he waited until he was tired out.
That was baller.
Do some comedy for us.
He waited for Zimri to have 60 acts of volitions. I
mean, I thought what he said about losing his phone and hooking up with some formerly brunette 4. Pretty funny, but
Zara was seen so much that she became like a saturated field. So again, whereas
they help you to be able to think on your feet. So we could have them right now.
So they themselves must have engaged in acts of morality multiple times throughout the day.
Did Zeus actually give us a single innocent problem?
Absolutely not.
Her name, the name of this midnight princess was not Kanti. What was
Like, we
her name?
still haven't got
Shvila
a
Noy.
single minute
Bas
of
Sasha. Lamed Krishma Kazi. So why do they call her Kazi? Shekizba Ba'avia.
Gentlemen.
Remember again. Her father told her,
Gentlemen, what'd you think of my shot?
how did the Jewish people? And she had relations with the tribal prince.
Gentlemen. We'll start with Riser. Riser, what'd you think of my shot?
She said to her father, Cosby, allow these people to be destroyed for me or by me. Cosby, Shachot Osam.
I don't understand why you.
But she was willing to give herself for the destruction of cloudy stuff.
That's bullshit. We all got a full one. That I don't think has ever been done.
Are you serious? You guys all made it?
Yeah, I don't think we've ever done that.
If you're looking at secluded places, that's where you'll find Shvila Night.
Oh, it's actually a hell of a thing because it's actually go first.
You want to find Shvila Night? Look for the secluded
And you'll
places.
see why.
You're gonna try to water bump me like a bitch?
What is she doing
Go
out there?
to the corner and you're going,
What
well,
does she
and there's nothing you can do.
Maybe Zoop can.
Except you can rock into the sand that kind of shot.
Yeah.
Incredible. I'm gonna go from Kamisha Shemos Yeshlo Zimri. Yeshlo Zimri, right? There were yeah, I'm sorry. Kamisha Shemos Yeshlo. 5 names were given to the tribal princes. Zimri, Ben Solomon, Shaul, Ben Aknanis, Shlumiel, Ben Suri Shaddai. Zimri, why was he called Zimri? Al Shanasa Beitza Kibetza Muzeres, because there's so many acts of relations that his text don't shriveled up. Okay. Ben Salum, Al Shehisli Avonos Shal Mishpachto. Then ultimately, again, Ben Salum Rashi says over here, Isli Garas Shehisko Bisapu.
That's garbage.
And he caused Shayu Ma'arich and Atzma Vaz, so he caused the
That's a garbage shot. It's one of the worst shots you've ever seen. Folks, I remember. Oh, stay right behind that fucking cow. Baby. Zoot. Zoot being wild. No, you can't water bump me. You know it.
His name was actually Shlumiel ben Suri Shaddai. Also, I just point out something really amazing. If you think about it, right? So his actual name wasn't Cosby, right? It's Zimri, right? Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, right? Zimri was a descriptive.
Look how good a shot that was. Riser, what are your thoughts on that?
Because remember again, he was the Nasi of Shimon. He just read his name by Hanukkah, which doesn't seem so long ago. The tribal princes.
Are you fucking serious?
By the way, like the name itself is so holy. Shlumiel means like Shlomiel, right? I create a sense of peace and
that's a miss.
And harmony.
That's a devastating miss.
In other words, try to live my life in consonance with Hashem so that I have shalom. Right? What do we all want in life? I want shalom with Hashem.
Sexiest shot ever. Riser, what are your thoughts on that shot, baby?
So we're talking about a person whose actual name represented so much kedusha. Shlumiel, I make shalom with
No, he couldn't have.
Hashem is my rock.
I still have a bigger lead on you. Dude, we tied? That's garbage.
Which is no matter how holy a person is, right? Like we spoke about this last week. The Mishnah Allah says,
just shit happens when you party naked. This one has 5. I know, Zoot. As I previously said, just one of those things.
Such is the nature of the human condition. So you see to yourself, what do I do with this? It's very simple. This is why we have to look at. So we have to understand that everything we do matters. Remember the smallest, most innocuous decisions, pulling on a particular data, and that ultimately leads me somewhere.
Right, so you can go, you're going to jerk yourself off raw. That's a miss. That's a miss. One of the biggest misses we've ever seen. Terrible shot. Worst fuck.
we're susceptible to surge. We're susceptible to failure. And that's why I can't
You guys are shut talking,
vigilance. I'm about to do something. What is it going to do?
Go, baby.
Where's
Get
it
it, Zoo.
put me? What barrier does it lead me on? This constant awareness, constant vigilance. Again,
That's a
thank
miss.
you for making mistakes.
Riser's got a miss. He's going to hit the corner.
I'm always aware of what direction I'm going on.
I need one of the greatest shots in the history of the game.
From those steep falls of life. Right, the most like, wow. Okay, Shkrat was that was over for today. Tremendous daf. Everyone, Kultov and Shkrat.
It's certainly not that. That's a garbage shot. That's absolute garbage. Make it. Riser has one of the easiest shots ever, and he left it short. He left it short. I can't believe he left it short.
This year.
Are you guys gonna get it?
Answer that question is no.
You might not.
I need one of the greatest shots in the history of the game right here. Fuck that.
In memory of Mr. William Ziv Zev
Two block and ball.
That will be sponsored for today. Adam Ponto, in memory of Moshe Ben Amram. Moshe Venus. His yard site is today on Zion. Other beautiful dedication and whose Hashem we have the ability, opportunity, and privilege to be able to learn the beautiful Torah Kedosha each and every day. Look at the merit of our Talmud Torah, all the Shem Savan Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all of those.
I played this whole and so long.
Riser, did you know that Zoo came in here right before? I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Do you want me to bring you a time machine to show you the thousands of times that you played it?
We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Tes. Sorry, at the Gemara.
That was the best fucking shot on this hole I think I've ever seen.
Just to orient ourselves a little bit. So the Mishnah spoke about a very a murderer who got mixed up with other people. So quite literally, again, the group got mixed together.
I think mine would have been better had your shitty ass ball not been in the way. Zoo, get it. Make one of the best shots you've ever seen. I like how it's censored, Zoo. Zoo. Oh, Zoo, get it.
So what concert did you just check? I have to like walk it out.
Kill them passively. Kill them passively, which the Gemara asks a very simple question. By the way, what exactly is the case over here? Do you understand that there's
Riser, what did you think of my shot? Riser, what did you think of my shot?
Then have this problem.
Yeah, I totally fucked up a lot.
Who are the affairs? Ruben's who is this group? So you may not hear him sharing subchita. If you tell me that
Riser, what'd you think of my shot? Newfie is fucked. Newfie is fucked. And now Zoot's gonna fuck up. Newfie is fucked, dog.
A group of other people who are just sharing, just innocent people. And literally, we don't know who's Ruben and who's the rest of the innocent Chevra. So of course, the kind of comment makes sense. That's kind of comes everybody's potter. So what are you going to do? What are your options over here? Either put everyone to death or put no one to death. So obviously, in that scenario, we're going to put no one to death. The Sioux, people.
Yeah.
Let's analyze this. We're actually talking about everyone else is a person. Circumstances, you're going to put everyone together in a keep and you're going to put everyone in a jail cell or whatever.
Oh, get it, baby. Get it, baby. Get in the hole.
Doesn't make any sense.
Look,
so what
everyone knows that the top professional golfers
what is the case of the murderer?
Snipe through the sheet.
Group of people. What is that case? It says the Gemara.
And I'm one of those people.
That's a terrible shot. One of the worst shots we've ever had the opportunity to
Okay, so here's the case. The case is Ruben. Right? Ruben
I love how Zoot
Reuben is
just
an individual who is
had a
Rothschild,
terrible
a
shot.
murderer, but Shalom Nigmardino. Nigmardino means that his judgment was not solidified. Not solidified. Now, what does that mean? I should say, wasn't completed. So Beis Din knew how they were going to rule about this particular case.
Oh,
So
look at this shot, though. I'm sorry, that was
did not get around to actually
that
issuing
was beautiful. Beautiful.
Remember, we saw this, that in a capital case, if Beis Din is going to condemn someone, what's the halacha? You couldn't adjudicate and condemn that same day. Remember, what was the job? You had to sleep on it. So you could very easily
One of the
have
best
a
shots
case
we've
where-
ever had the opportunity to ever see, ever to witness. This is the Bad Bunny of shots.
And what happens? He escapes. He escapes.
Did you guys know that I'm the biggest Bad Bunny fan in the history of the world? I loved his performance in Happy Gilmore too.
Other murderers whose
You
judgment
didn't say a word of English on that movie either.
we don't know who's who. So what do we do in this kind of scenario? So watch this. Rabbanan says in Al-Bafana, Kubran Turin. So the Rabbanan, look, you cannot go ahead and pass a finalized verdict on someone unless, of course, they are present in front of the case. In other words, or essentially, stated a little differently, you can't pass a verdict in abstention.
Zoot, that's a terrible shot, and I think we all know it. Are you guys ready for the best shot you've ever seen on this hole? Are you fucking serious? That was very close to missing. But it didn't. But it didn't. It was beautiful, and everybody knows it. I know it. You know it. Zoot knows it. Riser knows it. That's short. Maybe hit my ball. Thank you, Riser. Riser, thank you for the bump.
So everyone else besides Ruben already has a verdict passed against them.
Zoot's jerking himself off in a fucking adult theater. Zoot,
Man, that just like sounds like a creepy place.
well,
A little green dot.
he has a new hero called Ruben. He's fuck. Oh fuck.
You cannot allow everyone just to be talked about.
Why is it like?
What do we know about this guy?
Because he uses all his data to download fucking
You can't actually execute them. Why not?
number 11 on the Pornhub list.
According to even Ruben, right? Who did not have his
Bonnie
verdict
Blue.
against him. That's a technicality. They basically didn't get a chance to go to
This is gonna get rated, by the way.
Incorrect.
There's a suffix about his status. Because we know how basically was going to rule. So if you read this as you literally have a
Remember what time we had to wait for Zoot?
So he said this. Let everybody go free. You can't do that because the murderers. Therefore, what do we do? We go ahead and we put them into an enclosure, essentially incarcerate them, feed them barley, and their stomachs will explode. So kill them passively. So it's like, so this is the first interpretation of a Mishnah, Rabbi Avo, and therefore it really turns out that halakha l'maisa.
Slept for 15 hours, like 2 days in a row.
So
I've never slept that long before.
Therefore, again, you have Ruben essentially who's quote unquote.
Doesn't your dog have to go to the bathroom?
Because you have a not guilty party mixed in with a whole bunch of.
I mean, I take her out when I gotta go to sleep.
There's no sense but
But she has to go 15 hours without going to the bathroom? Or eating or
I
drinking?
understand you can't pass the verdict. I got it. But at the same time, they're all murderers. So
The answer is yes.
She was fine. She wasn't even
feeding their body. Okay.
flying out the door, and she was sleeping too.
No. But Adam declared, I will not forgive
She
you.
was good.
So Rishlakish said,
You fucking love that dog so much, don't you?
Right? Had gotten mixed in with the whole other Hebra. Everyone will agree
Like,
that
I'm not saying it in a bad way.
I'm saying
But like, you truthfully love your dog more than I think most owners love their dog. And I think that's sweet.
we're supposed to be going so. So
Oh, yeah. No,
that
she
is
is.
simply Rabbi Avo says like this.
Amazing.
Is she your first dog?
That the verdict cannot be passed in abstention.
No.
And the lack of a
I had another.
also, in
Oh,
Halacha.
okay.
One of two states. You either hide or you're part of
Terrible shot.
Right? There's a part of it going in the kitchen. There's no other place in the world where there's so therefore, again, and they've always said like this. The lack of
Perfect.
by definition says what? You're potter. Which means therefore, if we're talking about a person and Reuben is getting mixed in with the whole family, and Reuben doesn't have to be married in, everyone else has to be married in, it goes without saying that everyone will agree that of course the covers will be potter, because you can't execute.
There's no way you're going to make this.
Wow. What's the case of the earth?
You know who the champion is? We both won?
Dude, the case of it has nothing to do with people.
How? We were tied.
Oxen, again. Shalom Nigmadino. So I've been goring ox. I've been goring ox. Yeah,
whatever.
The final psak.
Dog, I'm gonna smoke you.
And what happens? It gets mixed in with other shlorim. Nigmadino. Okay, so that's the halacha. Condemned ox, right? Or I should say, condemned the feather of oxen and the ox that has not yet had its margin.
Are you going to accept my invite, or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw? Hey, it can't. No, I'm not. So you used to have a dog. And you have
Like the Canadian Craigslist alternative
of the Gigi.
In the same way that the owner cannot
And I was just supposed to have this dog, and
the shard that doesn't have its margin gets
the owner was like a DJ to like dropped off the dog, like oh, going on DJ for a and then he just like ghosted, and then we weren't sure if we were gonna be able to fix the dog, even though the dog is like super skinny, like super skinny, and super well trained, but just not the healthiest dog in the world. And then we were scared kind of to, we really liked him, but we thought
Who is
JJ was gonna come
Who is
back,
we?
So
Who's we?
we're a little. What?
Who is we?
Like me and my family.
Oh, okay.
This is a person. Reuben was about to be
like 8 years ago.
delivered. He got away from this and somehow before he got delivered, he got mixed in.
Yeah, he was like, oh, I gotta come back for the funeral, because my friend got James mom. Never the dog, and I got stopped at the border. And I was exactly right off, but he just never went back. So he had a dog for like 4 years.
Come on.
It was always good. And then I drove to across the country with them, where I currently live. But then he died because that told me to give him this chick medicine that killed him. That's really devastating, traumatized.
So listen to this. So therefore, Rabbi says the truth is this makes sense. Because remember, again, there was a statement about the Mishnah. Rabbi Yossi says, even if Abba Chalafta was a great tzaddik, right? Even if Abba Chalafta was mixed into the group, the halacha would be the same. So what does this mean? Take a look at the top Rashi. He had the Tani Allah. Taking the Rish Lakish, being the Shmuel. Kamosif, Ihahi, the Haidu Ahirim, the Maslisim, the Rothschild Kamar. The Haidu section is Arab, Bohoka.
Did you see that here in the U.S.?
Lindsey Vaughn, dog. Her name is Lindsey Vaughn. Her name is Lindsey Vaun.
Lindsey Vaughn, yeah. Character name.
The person who got mixed in was
and then she's like, I got Steve, and then she made it two turns down the hill, like totally
even if the person
God, like
everybody was a murderer except for one person.
she's like
one person.
God, totally wrecked.
Do you know that Lindsey Vaughn is Tiger Woods' ex-girlfriend? Do you know that Lindsey Vaughn is Tiger Woods' ex-girlfriend?
Are you fucking serious?
1,000%, dog. That's who we got after all those chicks from like Applebee's and whatever the fuck her name is, Norda, whatever. Jesper Parnovik's fucking nanny.
I don't even know more.
Oh, you don't fucking know Jesper Parnovik is?
From their collective
No, I was not in the loop. Tiger Woods is like
who shot the arrow. Now the arrow went and killed someone, but we don't know what's
considered.
I know he was shanking girls more than shanking golf.
Yeah, because he was a really good golfer, dog. He would shank that money, baby. Look at this shot.
Both are going to be putter. Remember, Yossi?
That's true.
Rabbi Yossi says even if one of the two guys was Abba Chalafta, in other words, I never thought like this. If it's Reuven and Abba Chalafta,
Did you copy your persona from Austin?
Yeah, I did.
Or we don't know who it is.
How many American Austin
You know,
Powers?
Mike Myers is Canadian.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm the American Austin Powers, and I do know that Mike Myers is Canadian.
Okay, so you're basically fighting other Canadians.
I'm really biting off James Bond.
Whenever you have any level of ambiguity about the identity of the murderer,
Like a 16 version
is
of
always reticent to execute.
James Bond.
Yeah. That's what Austin Powers. That's what Austin Powers is, dog.
The murderer is somewhat ambiguous. We just can't carry through. Even in the case, two guys driven Abba Chalafta is a good dog. You're standing together.
Look at this athleticism.
You can't say logically. I'll say logically. Who's the killer? It's got to be Reuven and Abba Chalafta. Even in a case like that, we won't execute anyone because of identity ambiguity. If you look at Josh in just a moment.
Is that the excuse that you're going to give for your shitty play?
Never knows that your phone performance just goes completely off the rails.
I think you can come back and win.
Just despite these like egregious conditions, I think I do it.
We'll see if there's on this also. You think to yourself, well, why wouldn't we say that if Abba Chalafta is there, Abba Chalafta is there, right? What's the logic? So obviously, the logic is that when there's any identity ambiguity when it comes to a capital case, we have no choice but to pass to everyone. But there's also something else that's interesting. The Mishnah Pekiava says, do not believe in yourself.
That's a miss. And I'm really proud that it's a miss.
You should believe in yourself. Person should believe in themselves each and every day. So
that's just a miss. It's a terrible shot. And everybody knows it.
Sometimes like you see a particular idea and you're
Don't
like,
worry.
I would do that. Don't say that. Because
were you supposed to say red one?
Yeah, I was, but I came up with a strategy, a winning strategy, a multi-billion-dollar.
Oh, look at that move. Sorry.
Somewhere,
Okay, you just got absolutely there.
If you didn't have a proclivity to do
Miss.
It's game over for you.
Get out of here. Get out of here with your 2%. Get out of here with your... Hey, dog. Get out of here with your 2%.
tremendous
Imagine someone
a little bit too self-assured, and a little bit too confident about
at
things that
2%
we
like
always
my
never
device
do.
still
Let's say,
full
oh,
day
gold
medal championship gaming athletics demonstration.
I would
Yo,
never,
can you
but I would never do that.
Can I move?
Beyond me. And somehow, Baruch Hashem, I found
No,
the
time.
I found the ability to go ahead and do it. The nature
God.
of man is we find ourselves kind
You
of
need more blood on your hands?
I don't want to hear your fucking excuses. And I have shit to do.
We should be about ourselves and more vigilant we are, and the more honest we are that the truth is giving out.
I have to pray, I have to teach a class, and I have to shield myself on X.
Now again, going back, circling back. So now you understand what Rabbi Yossi was afraid, right?
Thank you. When are you gonna play? When are you gonna be back?
That's talking about.
I did not ask you to leave. I just said I have shit to do. But why don't you come back tonight?
Even if one of the guys like the Godlad does, he'd say, of course, most of the Godlad does, the other guy. No.
Or are you gonna sleep for 15 fucking hours, back to back days? Same here, dog. And it's because of you.
And it's American, and you got mixed with other shvarim.
I publicly blame you. No, you're cool. We enjoy each other's company. We keep each other up. I understand. All right, big dog. Let's end on a high note. Why don't you come back tonight and watch fucking William Montgomery?
So the Gemara says, this is not by people.
He's on Kill Tony, douche. He's on Kill Tony, douche.
No, we're not going to actively kill them.
His dog. I'm the biggest William Montgomery fan possible, and that's why I understand. It's like somebody who sees their favorite artist not live up to their potential. They can certainly say that they could be better. That's how you know I'm a true fan. With Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny's gonna caddy for him. Okay.
Do you think that the first languages, however, like they picture languages draw something like have a hieroglyph, something that represents something?
No, and I think that's the dumbest thing I may have ever heard in my entire life. I think they were more like mimes, like all body language.
But it could only be birth after the Gumartian, then the offspring is going to be also. Let's say
That's not what I said. You asked, do you think the first language was like hieroglyphs or whatever? And I said, no. I think it would be body language before that. Body language is more primitive. Yeah.
Let's go back for just a second. The Gemara said that if the cow that killed someone gave birth to his offspring.
So why don't you come back? Why don't you come back for Kill Tony tonight? All right. Hey, when are you launching your coin, or is it just like another thing that you just burned out on?
Now, if that's the case, the Gemara says.
No, you are the what? You. I will tell you this, my friend. You are not a good project founder. Does your project have a Reddit account? Yes or no? Go.
In which case, the fetus has the status of the mother. To which the Gemara said, similarly,
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't.
So let's talk about
You no, but whenever you have a post, you can put it on Reddit, or you can post with that account on a cryptocurrency subreddit.
the mother and the fetus as having been sodomized.
I don't think they're like
They do. They have some subreddits that are shilling subreddits for meme coins and micro coins and things like that.
If the mother was sodomized, so ultimately again the fetus has the status of being sodomized as well, therefore can't be offered up as a carbon. So yet you might make the distinction. It sounds like
So what's your Reddit username of the greatest cryptocurrency ever?
Before or after the Gemara did. But in reality,
I don't have one.
That's what I'm talking about. You're over here sleeping for 15 fucking hours. I've given you the blueprint. I've given you the textbook strategy on how to be successful. And you're like, okay, well, I could just jerk myself off all day, and that's what you're doing.
Pregnancy happened after the event. After the event.
Doug, I'll quote you directly. And I quote, Bad Bunny is my hero. He is the official spokesperson of the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. I cannot wait to create a Reddit and a subreddit to promote my coin. And William Montgomery has had lackluster performances recently, unquote. That is a direct quote of yours.
Let's talk about it just a second. So if you have this case over here,
Riser, who won the Super Bowl? Go.
For that matter, again,
Yeah, that's correct, dog.
Either way, the mother.
That's absolutely fucking correct. Okay, the next question that I have for you is, why don't you come and watch Kill Tony? It's on at 6 p.m. Yeah, I do.
Did you know that Jeremiah Watkins has his own stand-up show that's evidently Kill Tony?
What's it called?
Stand up on the spot.
Everybody knows that.
Jeremiah Watkins.
Right.
Do you like Jeremiah Watkins?
In order for the mother to become pregnant, in order for the mother to become
Honestly,
pregnant,
but
has to be
I don't mind.
has to be a father. Right? So
Okay, why don't you like him?
The assumption over here is that the father is an innocent party, which means that in this there's two forces.
Dude, if you ever watch old Kill Tonys, the old band used to interrupt so much that it became annoying.
Two forces.
I think Jeremiah was one of the players in that thing.
So now
Yeah, that's why I said it.
Operating under the assumption that what?
Right, so you know.
Yeah, dog, I've watched 300 fucking podcasts with that man.
Okay, yeah, he wouldn't
Dude, so much.
And he wouldn't make it funnier.
No, sometimes they would. Sometimes their shit was funny as fuck, but they just interrupted so much. It would be like somebody taking swings. They'd take 10 swings and one would be funny. The one that they would have that was funny would be really, really funny. But it's like, dude, you interrupted 9 other fucking times. It wasn't worth it. There was a reason why they didn't move them to Austin during the pandemic. They said, like, Jeremiah Watkins in his interviews said that he just got a call one day from Tony Hinchcliffe, and he was like, yeah, we're basically deciding to go in a different direction, and we're moving to Austin, and we're not going to be, doing the show anymore. Right, exactly. And but Jeremiah Watkins did have the opportunity to do stand up at the crypto arena, or it was at the Forum actually, and he did a good job. And no, it was a Kill Tony at the forum.
So again, if you hope so, this whole thing makes
And they're doing a Kill Tony in May, and another one in LA at what was it? At Intuit Dome, and I looked up tickets, but they went right away. They went really quickly. And I'm sure they wouldn't let me live stream from there, so it would kind of like you can't even have your phone at those fucking things. But one day I want to see Kill Tony. Anyway, and it's gonna be on Netflix. Did you watch the one that they had on Netflix from January? No, you didn't. You didn't even see William Montgomery perform. Yeah.
And you're an employee of
I will do it under one condition, and that is I don't have to do an Australian accent.
I'm the one doing it. I'm like, you're the guy.
But exactly. So I would be like, crikey, who left this device on a chair in the adult theater, and why is it so sticky? I can't believe that this device is stuck to the chair. I'm trying to get it off, and I can't. I'm going to go ask one of my colleagues to see if they can assist me. Excuse me, can you please help me to get this device that is stuck to this chair removed? Why, sure, I'll help you. So as we both attempted to remove this device from the cushion, we recognized that this was a bigger job than for just two people. So we went and got the manager, and the manager said, wow, that is a really stuck device. I wonder if we could get a tool chest and see if we can get a crowbar to perhaps unlodge it from the seat cushion. So we got a crowbar and had to use 3 different people's leverage in order to get this device unstuck from the cushion. Fortunately, we were able to do so. When we turned the phone on, we saw a desktop wallpaper of an obviously identifiable Bonnie Blue, and the ranking of Pornhub was kept track of in a very diligent way within the browser. So I said to one of my colleagues, who do you think would have left this device in the adult theater? And their response was, there could be only one person. It's the guy who fucks all the 4s in this adult theater routinely. And I said, why do you think this phone was left in the all-gay porn part of the cinema? And my colleague said that there's only one person who regularly attends this area of the theater, and their name is Zoop. So we took the phone and we decided that we would take it to the front desk. We certainly used some latex gloves to be able to ensure that we didn't make contact. And all of a sudden, the phone went off as a ringtone, and the ringtone that we heard was Pornhub theme music. It went and we tried to answer, which we did. And on the other end, it just so happened to be Zoot. Zoot, how are you?
Hello is the adult theater. I'm at the police station and I find it here.
Why, yes, Zoot. We found your device. Can you please ensure that you could describe some aspects of the phone to us so we know that it's yours?
Yeah, so very, 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 very detailed spreadsheet on my phone that dates back to 2013 or so. That is keeping track of porn actresses and my notes there. It's basically my own record associated with my legal name, and that would be one ID identifier. There's also detected GPS coordinates. You might visit daily either the bookstore or the strip club and the comedy club, which was a unique triangulation that would were my particular route. So I don't know.
Why's your phone so sticky?
I mean, I was in the adult theater, and somehow somehow some goofy substance. Someone was behind me. I don't know if they had to do with it. There was no one in the theater, but it could have been a ghost of some kind. There was a lot of noise and colors. The screen was there. It was a wild situation, and I learned from it as a person.
Seemingly, can you please answer us the question why you're in the? Of course not, but it seems as if you're in the middle of several simultaneous mini games, but you've abandoned them all. Is there a reason for that?
I typically want to do as much fun and suffering on tries Rabbi as possible by infuriating them, not responding to anything, cutting out every single time I possibly interact with them for no reason. Does that answer your question?
Oh, most certainly it does. Well, we've got this phone. We're going to leave it at the front desk. We're going to put it in a Ziploc bag, and you're free to pick it up whenever you wish.
That'd be terrific. And not to press this any further, but if you're free, maybe on Wednesday, come down to the comedy club. I am a little bit of a renowned sensation here in Australia. I don't know if you've heard of me, but you will, because I'm going to the top, even though I've never said it in my entire life. You will hear me at the top. You're welcome to come.
Oh, sounds wonderful. There's this, I was making all these fucking different videos, and one of them, I forgot to put sound over it, and so it was just a little snippet of where Zoot and I are talking. And Zoot asked me, "Do you know who opens for me?" And I say, "Yeah, the same people who close for you. They're known as the Crickets." And I thought that was so funny. And I thought it was hilarious that like the video caught that part of it. He thought it was funny too.
I like the concept of thinking renowned enough to have an opener.
He's starting to think so. I like how this has gone to his head. Like, he's getting his old ex-girlfriend, and he, like, mentioned it to her, and she's like, hey, I'm in an open relationship. I'm a 4, but, let's get back together. I mean, I don't know. I wish the best for him. I absolutely, positively, though, his comedy career exploding. Oh, we didn't ask him, did he perform? I'm sure he would have told us, but he told me last week, he's like, I'm going to perform and I'm going to, he had a political statement he was going to make. And I was like, I don't know if that's a good idea. And then he was like, I'm just going to go up and bomb. But he didn't, he should have told us how he did. Anyway, he's a sensation. He's an absolute sensation. He's sweeping Australia, sweeping the countryside. Everybody knows it. And I really think that Australia's comedy scene will be put on the map. I did say this. If I go viral, when I go viral, the Rhino Room of Adelaide will be like one of the comedy hubs of the world. Like giant. It will be giant. There'll be people who will like camp to just go there. It'll be like the new comedy mothership of Australia. Do you know where he's going to open the second one?
I don't know.
That's incorrect. Though he's talked about it, but it's not New York. At least most recently. Okay, guess again.
Florida.
Incorrect. Guess again.
It's not in Texas, or it's not in California. Give me a hint, like west or east.
I'm not giving you a hint. I think that you can chunk this one out.
Vancouver area, Seattle.
Incorrect.
Am I hotter or is my closest guess?
You didn't really guess it. You just assumed that he wasn't going to be doing it somewhere, but I didn't say yes or no.
California.
A minority of the scholars.
No. Warmer. Word.
Says this now makes more sense. Rabbi Shimon says the group should be judged with skila. Like even though what? Even though the
Apparently, Joe Rogan got this is like 8 years ago.
I looked into it. We were gonna advertise on this podcast in 2016, and so it was like pretty early. Still never spent anything. But I wasn't the one doing the negotiating. We were doing it for somebody else. So it didn't get as far as I would have. Like, when I do it, I fucking go right to the source. I was like, how much is it? But at that time, it was something like, we had a conflict. Like, he was still doing ads for, like, he wasn't doing Fleshlight at that time, but I think we found out he was, or, like, the owner of the business found out he was doing Fleshlight ads, and I don't know. And he also didn't know who Joe Rogan is. We had an SEO guy who came in and was like, hey, I see you're doing billboards. I see you're doing radio ads. Have you ever thought about doing Joe Rogan's podcast? And the owner of the business was like, who's Joe Rogan? And like, if you don't know who Joe Rogan is, you're not going to want to pay anything to do this podcast. But I looked into it a little bit. And to see him to go from Fleshlight ads to, he can do anything that he wants. It's fucking amazing. Now, I have a question for you. That one guy who was in here earlier, right before you came in, he was like, right before you came in, there was a guy in here. Yeah. Apologies. I thought you were saying yourself. Yeah. And I'm serious about this, and I don't understand why anybody doesn't believe me, but if you do something long enough, you will eventually, I think, be successful at it. Now, it's difficult to do things long enough, but we'll take Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan just kept doing this fucking podcast, and he's been doing it now since December 26, 2009. So that's like 17 years, and or close to it. And he's he has like more than $500 million. Now, Mr. Beast, who started in like 2014, is now a billionaire. Why don't you do the same? Like, you're someone who is always looking for a business, and I think the business is right beneath your nose, and it's yourself. And if you say to yourself, look, if I do this for 10 years, even like, what would I say for you? I would just say to you, just start a podcast. And if you're like, okay, well, where do I get guests? It's really easy. You just go on Kick and you say, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? And dude, 95%, in fact, I never got anybody who said no. Every single person I ever asked to be on my podcast was on my podcast. And if you do one of those podcasts every single day for a year, you'll be the next Joe Rogan in your own way in 10 years.
Sometimes I like you have to say
I told you that this
Hold on. You didn't tell me to start a podcast. I already had a podcast long before I knew you.
That doesn't detract from what I've said about continuing on with your podcast consistently.
Yeah.
And restarting it. I did. I don't know how my podcast. I had a podcast, and it was going well. And I had an amazing concept for a podcast where I would interview different artists and not necessarily only artists, but the first guy I interviewed was a comedy artist, and the person was a animal healer, third person DJ. Some other artists and I did do 6 episodes, and it was very fun. I enjoyed talking to people. One of them was another artist.
Did you ever have on a state comedy finalist of South Australia?
There's a pasuk in the Torah, and this is how the pasuk is.
I don't know if anyone would want to listen to that conversation. I've talked to them privately, and I enjoy talking to them too.
The Father ultimately understands what it is that He is.
But yeah, I don't know.
So that is the way to get. By the way, that is codified.
Listen, I just do not. Like talking
but it's obligated to point it out with the sensitivity. I got what the Father is doing.
Was your podcast video? That's baller as fuck. Okay, I mean, that's what you're always trying to come up with. Hey, I'll start a car company. By the way, that zero emission, the Zen car, that was pretty cool. Though the fact that no noise, that gets dangerous with blind people, so it should have some kind of noise. But I thought it was really cool car. Yeah, that's why Teslas have to have a sound, at least in the United States. No, but they in the United States, an electric car has to have a sound. I mean, it's not just blind people; it's children, it's anybody who just can't hear the vehicle.
All right.
Okay, fair enough.
But I thought it was cool. All right. So you gave up after 6 episodes, and that's cool. I can tell you why I don't do my podcast anymore. It takes too long for me to upload it. I just found that to record one.
Us begin by thanking all our following sponsors for this morning.
Hold on. My big thing is making sure it's on YouTube. If I do it on Spotify, if I have it go on Spotify, that means I have to download it from YouTube and re-upload it on Spotify, and that takes too long.
Whatever
the Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ben.
Wait, and that takes a long time.
Adam Plunka, in memory of Moshe Ben Amber. Moshe Ben is today on the side of Amber. Beautiful dedication. We have the ability, opportunity,
Oh, I mean, maybe it's just the way that I did it. I didn't do. Oh, that was another thing. I didn't want people to have to stop their stream. Like a lot of the people I was going for were streamers, and so the advantage of me interviewing them was they didn't have to stop their stream. They could just do it while they were in the stream. So I didn't have to send them a Google Meet or anything like that.
We're picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Test. Sorry, at the Gemara.
Well,
Test on day 79. Just reorient ourselves a little bit. So the Mishnah spoke about a very interesting case.
No, it is.
Well,
so why don't you do a podcast?
Got mixed up with other people. So quite literally, again, the group got mixed together, and apparently we don't know who is who. So the Kama said, everyone is sponsor. Everyone is sponsor.
What happened?
Comes on Rabbi. This is no, what do we do? Constant awesome kippah. We go ahead and we bring them all into an enclosure, space. Rashi points out feed them party.
Are you being serious?
To explode, essentially, kill them passively.
Yeah.
Kill them passively. Which the Gemara asks a very simple question. Manachir. By the way, what exactly is the case? We understand that there's Reuven, right? Obviously, we can't identify who Reuven is because if we're able to identify him.
You're serious.
Have this problem. But the Shiloh here is who are the Achims?
Okay, I don't want to go into it.
Who is this
uncomfortable? So I thought you were being funny. You had a traumatic brain
injury?
injury?
That we're talking about that Reuven gets mixed into a group of different other people.
Like an event happened to you?
So Reuven is a he's going ahead and he is getting mixed in with a group of other people who are just shares, just innocent people. And literally, we don't know who's Reuven.
Oh, okay.
So of course, it kind of common sense. It kind of comes to everybody's pocket.
Don't want to get
So what are
into
you
that.
going to do?
All right, well then I understand. But you're someone who's like, I want. Why don't you live stream your life?
I'm going to put no one to that. But still, the holiday Rabbi Huda. Furthermore, again, let's analyze this. Of where one person will say everyone else is.
Dude, it's the same.
Everyone together. Again, like in a jail cell or whatever, incarcerate everyone together and just leave them burn until their stomachs explode, knowing that the majority of people in this group are innocent doesn't make any sense. So what is the case of Russians out of the What is the case of murder who gets mixed in with a whole other group of people? In the area of usual. So here's the case.
That's absolutely true. I was going to say that you have like 300 hours of yourself recorded on the stream.
Now, what does that mean? I should say, wasn't completed. So Beis Din knew how they were going to rule about
which is really cool, and they're really interesting conversations. We have some excellent discussion. Project Looking Glass, and we go into the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and business ideas. There's everything from bear scare to all of our history with Zoot. Of any person who has a lot of himself on the stream, it's Zoot. You should know the guy in here. His name is Spirit Man. I think I told you this. He does what I do on YouTube. He doesn't do it from as many angles, and he hasn't done it as long. But he's done it like for almost 300 days.
The problem, of course, is that what? We don't know. What do we do in this current scenario? So watch this.
I mean, he has like 300 followers on YouTube, which is not. I mean, that's to be expected. I've told him that. That's if you're not being promoted, that's about what you're going to be looking at. He is very. I mean, you can look him up on. If you want to look him up on YouTube, his YouTube channel is Spirit.
So because we're never classified with no other option, what do?
And you can see his setup. His setup's a little different than mine. Mine is because I have so many different streams. Mine's like you can see my whole body. His is generally like from the waist up, but he does sleep on camera. I mean, he really does do like basically what I do, except from as many angles and not promote for as long. But like, I think this is becoming more popular, which is tight.
We're stuck. So therefore, the Tanakh Comment says the only thing to do in this situation is allow everyone to go free. Rabbi says, and this says, no. You cannot allow here. What do we know about this guy, bro? What do we know about them?
Well, it's the leaning. Like basically, if we know anything from Edward Snowden, he said everything's being recorded anyway, so why not just try to monetize it? I would not be the first person to do this, though. I'm the first person to archive it as much as I do, and from as many angles. That's the thing. There may be someone out there. Well, there are people out there who have just done live streams for a long period of time, or like nature cams that are live streamed on the internet, but they don't get archived. And that's what's important about mine. The fact that every 12 hours, I restart my streams. That's what's important about Spirit Man. Every 12 hours, he restarts his streams. So you can go back and view any day of his life for the last almost full year on his streams. That's really important. And
therefore, again,
no. Isn't that wild?
There's no choice but to exonerate the
and then people don't
I understand you can't pass the verdict. I got it. But at the same time, they're all murderers. So you do.
I have a theory that they do have it. They just don't allow people to get it. Okay, so if you want to see his stream and how he's set up,
so Rothschild says that can't be the case.
Maybe
He's actually talking about person murder. It got mixed into the whole other everyone
maybe. So his thing, if you look up Spirit, Peaceful Revolution, you can see his deal.
So Rabbi says that is something.
And he does a hunger strike.
Everyone agrees that
though he eats so. Yeah, he's Canadian.
And the lack of a Gemara din, by definition, means also, in halacha, is either one of two states. You're either chayiv or you're pater. Right? You're either milchiks or you're.
Dog, when I found out, somebody came in my stream. They're like, "Oh, I know somebody who does what you do," and I was like,
and we've always said like this: the lack of a Gemara din,
I've been
by
looking for
definition,
somebody,
says what?
and I tried to get his attention for a few
We're talking
days,
about a person,
and
Reuben
he
is
just
getting mixed in with
wasn't
the
touching.
and Reuben doesn't
But I
have to
finally did.
everyone else has to command him. It goes without saying that everyone else that's the first thing that's going to be punter.
Well,
Because the chevra, when you know that
But
there's
did you
a
see his
party
stream
mixed
or
in
no?
there. Therefore, he goes, Halacha, what's the case here? Halacha, I'm sure she already know. She's already
All right, well, why don't you fucking look it up and follow him?
Oh, fascinating. Rabbi says, the case of the kid has nothing to do with people. He said, what does that have to do with? Oxen. It's a case ultimately.
All right, so look up Spirit Peaceful Revolution.
Halacha l'maisa, you have an ox. Shalom nigmadino. So I have a goring ox, right? A short ox. I have a goring ox.
Yeah, dog.
The ox is going to be condemned to death. The final psak was never delivered. And what happens? It gets mixed in with other shvarim. Shnigmar dinon. Okay, so that's the halacha.
But it was so nice to find somebody who goes through the same issues that I go through, like troubleshooting and making sure your mic works and falling asleep on camera and eating on camera, and like he has some IRL video, but he's like, it's too hard to do IRL while you're live streaming. It's a lot of data, it's lighting, it's power. It's just like, it's way easier to just do it from your house. I'm like, I agree. And he is someone who is working, trying to do like world peace, which I think is really cool.
Therefore, if a shard that doesn't have its command gets mixed in with the rest of the group,
Spirit Peaceful Revolution.
Mixed in with a group of guilty shvarim, and there's only one option, which is what? To go ahead and exonerate the entire group. Exonerate the group. Okay. So the Gemara said that's the Rabbanah. That's right. Last slide. So you the Savar, Konsin also the Kiva. Abuda says no, that can't be the case. Again, they're all guilty.
What does that mean?
They're all guilty.
I mean, but he eats, so I don't really understand that part of it.
Sharm didn't have his Gemara in. Doesn't change the fact that all of them are in fact guilty.
Incorrect. Incorrect. Somebody saw my stream on YouTube and came in here and we were talking about something completely different. We were talking about Kabbalah and then so Jewish mysticism, and then I explained to this person later on in the conversation what I do, and he's like, "Oh, I know somebody who does that," which caused my heart to sink because it was like, how long have they been doing it? And how many different streams? And they're like, I don't know. And then I found, and then he's like, look up Spirit Peaceful Revolution. And then I did. And that's how I met this person. And then I sent them messages. And a few days went by without any response. And then he came in. And then we got to talking. And we talked for like 5 hours or something the first night. And then we like exchanged messages and stuff. And I was like, we have like a common goal. You should live stream in my stream, or at least be in here or in the Discord. And he's been in here just about every day since.
Therefore, Rabbi says this makes sense. Because remember again, there's a statement about the Mishnah. Rabbi Yossi says, even if Abba Chalafta was a great tzaddik, right? Even if Abba Chalafta was mixed into the group, the halacha would be the same. So what does this mean? Kamosef, the Maslisim Jerusalem Kamar. The Iros reaction is Arif, Bohoker, or Masosnes Arif Kamar. How the time of the Rice Alki, the section is Arif, Kulam, Safidu, Abba Halafta, Kulam Turim. So Maya Fidu, Kulam, so listen to this. So the Gemara says, now Rabbi Yossi says, even if a person was Abba Chalafta, now what Rabbi Yossi seems to be saying was like this. There's will say, imagine for a moment that the person has a Abba Chalafta was a big tzaddik. So you can say, even if the person, let's say everybody was a murderer except for one person. Even we don't know who's who. So Yossi says, even if the person who got mixed in was Abba Chalafta, still the halacha applies. Now, what that seems to be saying is he said so, but obviously Abba Chalafta is not. Nevertheless, Rabbi Yossi said, even if Abba Chalafta was mixed in.
All right.
So what does that mean? Rabbi says,
Dude, okay, yeah. So thing that I see people do a lot is they say on X pages, $1,000 giveaway, and they just don't ever give away $1,000, or they'll give away $1,000 worth of their shitty coin, or what they consider to be $1,000, and
someone shot an arrow.
no, there's no like.
What don't we know?
And this makes me think a lot. Like, there's no like giveaway police or like giveaway authority or contest authority. Yeah, but these aren't big enough to like qualify for that. And
both are going to be.
Yeah, but these guys are in fucking Nigeria. Like nobody's gonna fuck with them.
Yossi says even if one of the two guys was Abba Chalafta, in other words, I'm not talking like this. If it's Ruvain and Abba Chalafta,
but wait, but
someone shot an arrow, and the arrow went ahead and killed Shimon, but we don't know who it is. So you'd be tempted to say, oh,
absolutely. If you, the key is you just want to put it in the title of your Twitter space, and then you get people to join. But it doesn't say like we're going to be giving away $1,000 today. It could be we're going to give away $1,000 150 years from now.
All part of the same
Right. And then they, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, basically, people just sort of lie that way. Dude,
just always medicine to execute. In general, I love this medicine to execute anyone. I love this come up when the identity of the murderer is somewhat ambiguous. You just can't carry it. Even in the case, two guys who have a kalafta, they're standing together, an arrow shoots from between them, kills Shimon. You have to say the logic person, who's the killer? Who's the killer? It's got to be Ruvain or Abba Chalafta.
I mean, that's what people are doing, and I see people do that all the time too. Raise their how many people are in their space to the point where I see if I ever see giveaways, I don't even fucking pay attention to it. And then when they do giveaway, they're like, "Hey, we're having a contest. Be the first person to repost and like and bookmark and." We're going to do a giveaway at the end, and then they just pick their friends, and it's like, you know, they don't ever really give it away. They just, it's just for show. So, you know who Brendan Schaub is? Exactly. So he gets in trouble for doing this, and I don't know if he's being sued over it, but there's an investigation on him. So this is what he does, and I thought of you when I heard about this scam. Because you fucking love scams. And you know I fucking love this guy's downfall. I'm all right, so I know you do. So here's what he does. And he's done this like 2 or 3 times, and people are catching on to him. And he's not the only one to do this. This is a big thing that influencers are doing. So what they do is they say, hey, we're going to have a truck giveaway, or that's what Brendan Schaub does, or we're giving away a car. I'm going to give you what Brendan Schaub does. He goes, we're doing a truck giveaway. All you have to do is buy a piece of merch on our merchandise site, and you're going to be entered to win. And you could be automatically entered if you send us a postcard or something like that. So it's no purchase necessary. So what he does is he gets all these loser douches to go and buy a fucking hat of his or a t-shirt of his or whatever it is. And then Brendan Schaub drives the truck for like 6 months, and after every show he goes, we're giving away the truck. Like, all you have to do is buy a piece of merchandise. And he makes money on the merchandise. He makes pretty good money on the merchandise. Then, once they're going to do the giveaway, he gives the truck away to a friend or like a colleague or confidant or something, and he says, "Oh, we did the truck giveaway. You know, like thanks for everybody who entered." And then the person who won the truck then sells the truck and takes the cash for it and gives it back to Brendan Schaub. So basically, Brendan Schaub's making all this money on the merchandise and not losing that much on the truck. Does this make sense? Right. And so there are some states where like they're like even more intense about this than others. But this is what happened in Brendan Schaub's. Like I think it was his second truck giveaway, or his I think it was. So it was when he was in LA, and he's like, "Hey, we're doing this truck giveaway or whatever. All you have to do is buy a piece of merchandise or whatever." And the guy who won in Colorado, and he was like a truck, what would I call it? Like someone who does modifications on trucks, which is exactly what Brendan Schaub does. And guess from what state Brendan Schaub is?
The arrow goes and kills someone. So the Gemara says, even if one of the guys,
Colorado, where the guy won. And so all these people are like, dude, you just literally found somebody who does truck modifications in your like home state and just gave him the truck. So he then moves to Austin. He comes to Austin and he's like, "We're doing another truck giveaway. It's $100,000 truck or whatever." And they do the same thing for 6 months. They just say, "Everybody buy this truck or whatever." Hello. Everybody buy this truck for 6 months, or everybody buy the merchandise for 6 months. And then everybody buys the merchandise. And then they're going to do the truck giveaway. And wouldn't you know it, they give away the truck. And of all the states, there are 50 states, they do Canada as well. Where do you think the winner's from? Like they're not from Colorado, but they're from Texas. Which is like, all right, and so he gives away the truck plus $10,000. And wouldn't you know it, the next day, the winner, quote unquote, was some like pastor or something. The winner, basically truck or put the truck up for sale in Florida, in the same city as where Brent Schaub's manager is based out of, like in Palm Beach or something like that. And so all these people are like, dude, you are running such a fucking scam. And then he doesn't, and then, so he actually had to put a post up on his Instagram saying, "Hey, I didn't know that this person was just going to straight up sell the truck immediately. I had no idea about this. But you should know, like, thank you to everybody who participated or whatever." All these people are like, dude, you are just scamming people to get people to buy your ass merch, which nobody wants. And then on top of that, the way that he fucking does this is just stupid. Like, I don't even know why this is considered illegal. I don't think it is. And he'll say this, like when the contest first starts, hey, if you buy a hat, that's one entry. If you buy a hat and a shirt, that's 2 entries. But by the time you're getting towards the end of the lottery, they'll be like, if you buy a hat, it's 500 times the entries. And if you buy a shirt, it's another 500 times. So if you buy a hat and a shirt, it's 1,000 times the entry. Yeah, like, he just makes up fucking numbers, and anybody who like has a brain would never fucking participate in this. And then you go to the website to actually see, and it's like all the people who bought the merch, they have reviews, and of the reviews, let's say he's got 20 things you could buy. Of the 20 things you can buy, there are only like 5 reviewers, and they buy multiple shit, and they all give it 5 stars, and they all have these like fake reviews on them. And I mean, he's a huge scammer. I fucking can't get enough of his shit, though. I am absolutely obsessed, and the reason why I'm obsessed is because his subreddit is so fucking funny, dude. I'm all in, dog. I'm so in that I'm obsessed with a podcast that is obsessed with his podcast. I'm obsessed with it. It's called 10 Minutes of Shab. I fucking stream this 24/7. I've watched every fucking episode. I'm in their subreddit or I'm in their Discord. Like, you have to imagine when you have a popular podcast that's based on how shitty your podcast is. That's some like fucking that's some oh yeah, a ton of them. Yeah, that's some Inception shit. Yeah, so here's his fucking. I am so into the dude. I wish somebody else I knew fucking was into this guy's life as much as I am, because. But I'm glad I found the Discord because those guys are more obsessed than I am. So all I have to do is type in giveaway, and like, oh, there are a bunch of threads about the giveaway. Last giveaway of the week, y'all. Scam giveaway is over. He's already an anticlimactic winner. He admits he doesn't even like the car. The car giveaway by an expert. So they have this guy like explains like what this scam is.
After the event, the pregnancy happens.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Then with the things like this. If the mother is pregnant and gave birth before the marked in, or whatever it was delayed.
Oh, dude, that's the funniest shit about this. There's a whole language that you learn to speak when you fucking start watching the guy, and it's even Wikipedia. It's called Schwabanese, and there's like fucking funny. You literally learn like new English because they fuss up so many words, and then people just use it to mock him in his subreddit. It is hysterical. It's absolutely hysterical. And the thing is, for as shitty as he is, he's not the worst person on his own fucking podcast. The guy he teamed up with is a 4-time sexual predator, according to the Los Angeles Times. This guy raped chicks, like in when they like basically they're like Los Angeles Times articles about how Brian Callen is a serial rapist. Like it's ridiculous. So these guys have this podcast, and it is such a clusterfuck. They used to do it when they were in LA. They used to do it from like a really nice studio that Howie Mandel paid, like they would rent from him, and it was like but then Joe Rogan moved to Austin, and these guys were basically losing their notoriety. No one wanted to be on their show anymore because Bob is seen as a total douche, and his partner is seen as a rapist. And so they're like, dude, nobody wants to be on our show anymore. Maybe we go to Austin, and it'll change our careers. And Joe Rogan said to Brian Callen, move to Austin, it'll change your career. So Brian moves to fucking Austin, buys a house in the middle of nowhere that's way too expensive for him, and he's like having to pay a mortgage in Austin and a mortgage in California because he's basically he was married. Then these allegations came out, and his wife divorced him because he was cheating on her, and so he's got to pay alimony to her, $25,000 a month. Like I fucking know everything about these assholes' lives, and he has to pay like her mortgage and stuff. So he's got 2 older kids, and then he met a new lady, and she lives with him in Austin. He's got 2 younger kids. Then there's Brendan Schaub, and this guy has nothing going in his life. Everything he touches turns to shit. He says that he was in the NFL, but he was not. He did play Division I football, like 3 plays, like nothing the NFL wants. Then he gets in the UFC, and he goes 10-5 in the UFC. He was on the UFC show, The Ultimate Fighter, during their like really big year, but he wasn't that good of a UFC fighter. But he was the first professional athlete that they say that had a podcast. So this podcast that they had, The Fighter and the Kid, used to be really popular, especially when podcasts were new and Joe Rogan was doing his thing. And Brendan Schaub became the #1 guest in the history of the Joe Rogan Experience, and he could use that as leverage on people to be like, hey, come on my podcast, I'm the #1 guest on the biggest podcast in the world. So people would do that. But then they found out that Brendan Schaub was just a grifter, and he was cheating on his wife with all these girls, and that all came out, and his partner turned out to be a serial rapist, so they just were like two bad guys. And then, so they moved to Austin. Now that they're in Austin, remember I said they had like a really nice studio in LA. In Austin, they can't afford any of that shit. So they do their fucking podcast from like a storage unit, and it's not even like dedicated. The storage unit is not dedicated to their podcast. It's really dedicated to like Brendan's cars. So they're doing this podcast, and there's like all kinds of noise that's going on, air conditioning and fire alarms that go off. And these guys are trying to make this as serious as possible. Now, Brian Callen, the reason why he doesn't leave the podcast is because he's paid $25,000 per month to be on this show, and Brendan Schaub has to. That's the beautiful thing. They used to get millions of viewers. Now every week, whenever they show, it's always 40,000 viewers. And the thing is, they're just botting their own. They're botting their own podcast to try to keep numbers up so that they can continue to get sponsors. And so they have these sponsors who come in, but then if you, for sure. But they absolutely do. So they're always getting new sponsors. Like nobody's ever consistent. And whenever they get a sponsor, you have to understand these guys have a subreddit of nearly 200,000 people. That's a big fucking city. I mean, not like a giant city, but it's like a small, medium-sized city of people who just love to shit on this. And anything that they do. Yeah, exactly. And so there's like this whole lore, there's a whole language. Like, and the thing is, one of the things that they do is they say they refuse to read the comments because Joe Rogan says don't read the comments. So they do everything that Joe Rogan says. And the thing is, if you read the comments, it's just people who are shitting on them the whole time. And the thing is, they're never going to turn this podcast around. Once you have a podcast that goes from 1 million people watching it per week to 40,000 bots, it's dead. Nobody wants this fucking thing. So Joe Rogan does not have them on. He has them on. Well, he doesn't have Brendan Schaub on as a guest anymore. The only time he has him on is when they do fight companions because he can use his expertise, quote unquote. But not really. Joe Rogan knows a heck of a lot more than Brendan Schaub does about fighting. Joe Rogan has seen more fights than anybody ever, basically. And Brendan Callen just kind of comes along. So Brendan Callen, I'm misspeaking. Brian Callen, Joe Rogan said, move to Texas, it'll change your career. So Brian Callen moves to Texas under Joe Rogan's guidance, and Joe Rogan was like, put out a special from the Comedy Mothership, and then you can start doing like big arenas and stuff. So Brian Callen puts out a special, and it bombed. Not as badly as Brendan Schaub bombed, but still really bad. To the point where Brian Callen can't sell out like even moderately large places. Whenever he does a comedy club, it's always like $5 tickets and 2 for $5. Like basically, like they're not even like comedy clubs don't even care about him anymore. And Brendan Schaub totally gave up on comedy because nobody was coming to his shows anymore. And so it's just these two guys that are on this sinking ship, and it's absolutely hilarious. This fucking subreddit. I check this subreddit, I'm not kidding, guys, 50 times a day. I mean, I check it all fucking time because it is so funny what people put together. I check it 50 times a day. Maybe not 50, but like at least 20. No. They refuse to acknowledge that this fucking subreddit exists until recently. They finally had somebody on, who is like, you guys know that there's a subreddit, right? And they're like, we don't really know that much about Reddit, not really. Like, people have told us about it. And they're like, no, you have to lean into this. You have to understand that there is a giant audience out there, and some of the stuff they put together is really funny. So why don't you feature it on your show and try to win some of these people back? And so they have been doing that a little bit recently, but the thing that I absolutely love about this Brendan Shaw, it's so fucking hysterical that I say this, but he is absolutely obsessed with his kids' sports to the point where it's like it becomes entertaining how much this guy cares about his kids' sports. Now, it'd be one thing to be like, well, maybe he's just a really good dad. Really good dads don't cheat on their mom and don't do it like all the time like he used to. Additionally, it'd be another thing to be like, well, maybe he really cares a lot about his kids. No, because when his kids fuck up, he like tears them to shit. And he last year got thrown out of a game, thrown out of a little league game, and it made so much media attention. It got on TMZ. Like who the fuck is in a t-ball game and gets thrown out and gets on TMZ? But this guy does. So he's obsessed because he thinks exactly. And once he left California, all the dads in where he was living, Calabasas, were just making fun of him about like, oh, thank God he's gone. Basically, this guy sucks. Anyway, but they weren't like nothing about his kid. Like the kid, he does his best to keep separate. But there's this like this bomb that's gonna go off one of these days. His son is like 9 years old. His other son is like, I hate that I know, 6 years old. And then he's got a daughter who's like a designer baby, and she's like gonna be 2 or something like that. And it means that like both his parents are like the dad is Brendan Schaub, who looks like Turkish or Latinx or something. The mom is Mexican. They say that she's born in the United States, but then in other interviews, they say she's born in Guadalajara. They say that she came here illegally. Just like, you don't know what to believe with these people. But yet their daughter is blonde hair, blue eyes, meaning you're able to like choose some of the characteristics of the baby. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, it'd be one thing if it were like, well, how's his wife? Is she like a nice lady? No, she's like a wannabe Kim Kardashian girl who is like trying to be an influencer, and nobody gives a fuck about her. And so it's like these two. It's like this incredibly messy situation that 200,000 people can't get enough of. And I know it's a lot more than that. And then there are people who are in the comedy world who are watching this all the time. Like Shane Gillis comments on it, and like Steve-O comments on it, and Tony Hinchcliffe comments on it, and like Brian Redband, like all these people know that like this is like the worst it's the worst podcast ever. The people, all they do is talk about the most lame shit. They talk about children's sports, and the funny thing is about the children's sports is Brendan, because he's like a failed like football player and UFC fighter, and he failed. There's like this list of things that he failed at. It's like 25 things deep. That he is putting all his eggs in one basket for his kid to be a professional athlete. And yes, his kid is pretty big right now as a 9-year-old, but once you start getting into kids like going through puberty and stuff, he's just going to be a regular kid. And on top of that, when he's playing sports against other kids and they start to find out that the whole internet thinks that your family is a huge laughing stock, it is a terrible situation for a child. So there's like that element to it that is just going to implode on itself. So on top of that, the reason why as well I get really into this is because the guy puts out a lot of content. Like there's a reason why Joe Rogan. He puts out 9 hours of content a week, which is a lot. And Brendan Schaub puts out a Monday show that's 1 hour. He puts out a Tuesday show that's another hour. He started a new Thursday show that's another hour, so that's 3 hours. He's got another show on Thursday that's 4 hours, and he puts out a show on Friday for 5 hours. So he puts out like 5 hours of content a week. So there's a lot to make fun of him for. But the thing is, he's not a really smart guy. He doesn't have any great takes. No one who is a good podcast guest wants to be on his show because these guys are just such a joke that he just doesn't have anything to talk about. And these people in the subreddit, if the subreddit didn't exist, I would never care about this podcast, not in a million years. But the subreddit is so funny that people make memes about him, they make videos about him. Dude, they do parody songs about him that are just absolutely hysterical when you get into the lore. To the point where there are several other podcasts that are dedicated just to this guy's podcast. So one is called 10 Minutes of Shab. They do another one called Raccoon Tweeties, which is like semi-related. There's another one. This guy Unique does it. So Brendan Schaub. This is Brendan Schaub's show. They talk for the first 10 minutes about what's going on in Little League Baseball, and then he spends 50 minutes talking about like world events, but not world events, like Instagram news. And then he goes to different Instagrams and shows their videos on his stream. Basically, he steals other people's content and shows it on his stream. So what somebody did was they took Brendan Schaub's videos and put it on their stream, and they were like, "Hey, this is this guy's podcast, and I'm going to now comment on it." Brendan Schaub didn't like that, so he sued this guy with what he calls his monster lawyers, these beasts of legal minds, and this became a really important precedent in actually the YouTube world on like how much content could you use of another person, and Brendan Schaub ended up losing to this small little podcast, small little like YouTube account, and then Brendan Schaub like appealed the decision, and that's where they stand. But basically, like this guy has a dying podcast. He sues little YouTubers who like make comments on his stream. He is obsessed with children's sports. His wife would leave him, but she can't get anybody better. She's absolutely vapid. His co-host is a serial pedophile, or not? Shouldn't say that. Hold on, that's a different story. His co-host is a serial rapist. He does another show with a guy who got caught texting and sexting underage girls. So he has two co-hosts on different shows. One of them, the LA Times said was a rapist, and the other one is a pederast, or at least somebody who would ask underage girls to send him like nude pics. And this guy's like in the middle, and it's absolutely the biggest clusterfuck of a podcast that you could ever think. It's not interesting. Every time I put it on, I say, I absolutely hate this fucking podcast. But once it's done, I go to the subreddit, and it's like 50 new things about all these people who are making fun of this guy, and it's hysterical.
There was an interesting exchange. Now the Gemara ends off with something fascinating. The Gemara says, if you notice, by the way, the exchange between son and father is very interesting, right? That we shouldn't say that.
Dude, I'm gonna send you what I sent to Zoot. And this is a it's like it's all the lore that you need to really understand what's going on. Do you know who Bobby Lee is?
Why? Because Strafe was more common than Skill. And his son said, "Father, don't say that." That was his lashon. Father, don't say that. Don't say
Isn't
that.
he a podcast? He's involved with these people somehow.
Sharp one, which means Rabbi Huda, you're a very smart young man. Tabate Aleph, Lo Tima Le Labucha. Why are you talking to your father? The message is going to see here. So ultimately, again, Shmuel is taking Rabbi Huda for how Rabbi Huda spoke to his father. So Moshe is one very beautiful things happening. Number one, generally, so if you see something, say something. If you see something, say something. Now, it's never something personal. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that. Is that the Stevie Wonder guy? Yeah. These guys are all related, and there's this huge lore of Bobby Lee in this. So basically, if you go to the thing that I just sent you on X, it's called the Schwab Chronicles. There's a lot more than this. I misspoke. I misspoke on Discord. Apologies. So if you go to, you just watch these things one after another, and they're absolutely hilarious. Like, people literally use the guy's own words against him. He'll be like Brendan Schaub will say, I hate when people mention their kids' sports. It's like nobody cares about your kids' sports. He literally will say that in one of his podcasts. And then the next 300 podcasts in a row, all you hear about in the first 10 minutes is about Little League Baseball and like youth football. And it's like, dude, did you not fucking hear yourself? And this guy's just become an absolute laughing stock. All right, so in terms of Bobby Lee, this is so funny. So Bobby Lee has a podcast, I'm sure you're aware, Bad Friends. And then he also has one called Tiger Belly, exactly. And Brendan Schaub, because Brendan Schaub's a horn dog. Do you know who Kalila is? Okay. Well, they're not. That's, you know, it was his girlfriend and they broke up. All right, so while they were still together, and Brendan Schaub was married, he hit up Kalila, basically trying to like hook up with her. And she's like, not interested. Aren't you married? Like, and there's this other girl named Annie Letterman, who is a stand-up comedian at the Comedy Store, and Brendan Schaub. There's this lore that basically after one of their sets, they exposed him in the worst way, to the point where they force him on the show and like confront him. That's what the chronicles are. That's what I said. And so Brendan, so basically Annie Letterman and Kalila and Esther Kavitsky, they have a show called Trash Tuesday, where they just go on and gab about chick shit. Well, there's one episode, Annie Letterman was Trash Tuesday. So this one episode, they didn't mention any names, but Annie was like, yeah, I was at the Comedy Store recently, and this comedian, we won't name her, was like, hey, do you want to walk me to my truck? And dabbing at this person, they didn't. And Kalila's like, oh, I know who you're talking about. That guy messaged me on like New Year's Eve a few years ago, asking me like if I wanted to hook up, and I was like, aren't you married? And they're like, yeah, what a like classless move. And but they never mentioned his name. So what ended up happening was the whole subreddit, because all these podcasts are basically related. They're comedy podcasts that evolve around the Comedy Store in LA or the Comedy Mothership in Austin. They're all very incestuous. And so the Fighter and the Kid subreddit finds out about this, and they're like, oh, that was Brendan Schaub who did this. So people made movies, made fucking compilations about it, made like parody songs, and then the songs were actually really good, so like they actually caught on with people. They have people making Spotify channels. There's just all this content. And so basically everybody started making fun of Brendan Schaub because it's like, dude, you are cheating on your wife with these comedians and they're on to you. So they asked Brendan Schaub to come on the show, or he asked to be on the show, and he comes on the show and he's like, "Yeah, I just want to get everything in the open, and like basically like I don't like the bullying or whatever." And they're like, "We didn't even mention your name. Like, the fact that you're here right now is you basically taking credit for these things, but we didn't say your name. We didn't. We just basically said there was just one guy at the comedy store, and the reason why everybody knew who it was Annie Letterman said, "What do you think? Like, you're gonna walk me to your truck and I'm gonna suck your unfunny dick?" And the fact that she said unfunny dick meant that like everybody knew it was the comedian who nobody finds funny. And so he gets on Tiger Belly and basically says, "Well, I hired a bunch of hackers basically to see who was behind my subreddit because obviously it's become really popular and I have no control over it. And it turns out that I think it's you guys. I think it's from the Tiger Belly group." And they're like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "I just had some hackers like dig into Reddit, and they said that the people at like Bobby Lee was behind this." And Bobby Lee, if you know anything about Bobby Lee, he could barely turn on a computer. And he's like, "I don't even know how to turn on a computer." Like he's like, and they asked Brendan Schaub, they're like, "Do you even know how Reddit works?" And he's like, "No, I don't." And they're like, "You do recognize how difficult it would be for us to be like managing your subreddit and like hacking into your system and everything?" So it's this mishmash of stuff. But if you like, you know, all these players are, they have this lore. Did you see in Discord? I sent you a message.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So like for instance, I'm gonna watch one with you. Okay, do you see it says the race? So,
part one or two.
so let's watch them both. We'll watch the part one. I'm ready when you are. Oh, one more thing. You're gonna be like, "What is PF Chang's?" So, Brent, and what are home? Yeah. And what are homeless cats? So there's this one. Like Brendan Schaub has no respect for any type of negativity in his world, and so this one time he had a fight at like some UFC fight, and he got his ass kicked. And then afterward, he went to a PF Chang's, which is like a a Chinese restaurant that's like a chain. And when he got to the table, they had like a waiter there, and the waiter was like, "Oh, like I'm a big fan of UFC. Like, how'd everything go?" And Brendan Schaub was like, "Oh, I don't really want to talk about it or whatever. Like, could have gone better." And this is right after the fight. And so the waiter was like telling Brendan Schaub like how he could have fought better. And Brendan Schaub in some later interview was like, "Look, I don't give a shit about, after I lose a fight, like what your fucking opinion is. You're just some server at like PF Chang's, basically." And then he had this other interview that he did where he's like, "Look, if you're a detractor of mine, I don't care about your opinion. It's like you're a homeless cat. Like I could give a shit about what you are." So the lore has become that like this group of 200,000 people in the subreddit, they are homeless cats who work at PF Chang's. And so you'll see a lot of like descriptions about this, about what he does is like of these people who are like cooks in a Chinese restaurant. That's the lore. Okay. With that being said, I'm ready when you are. Tell me when you hit play.
All right, on go. 3, 2, 1, go.
I am. Oh, you're not gonna watch it?
I started watching it like 30 minutes long.
It's 11 minutes long.
This 15 minutes long, and the next one's 13 minutes long.
Okay. All right. Well.
I don't know
All right. Well, it's. I'm telling you, there's a lot of content here.
I will investigate. Do you know what happened to Alex Jones?
The BBC reporter.
He had his own he had his own media thing in there.
No, dog. It's a she. Alex Jones is a BBC reporter.
No, Alex Jones, the guy on Joe Rogan.
Oh, you mean episode 911?
What do you say?
Episode 911 of the Joe Rogan Experience?
Probably. You know, he has a very interesting.
Dog, look up episode 911 of the Joe Rogan Experience and let me know if I'm right.
I mean, how many other Alex Jones are out there?
I don't know, but I just named another Alex Jones, who's a woman reporter for the BBC.
I was Joe Rogan. Yes. Eddie Bravo. Oh, okay. Wow, they made it private on YouTube. That's horrible. Yes, that's it.
What happened to Eddie Bravo?
Yeah, dog. It was just on the fucking. I'm in all the Joe Rogan shit, dude. So people are asking this, dude. Why doesn't Joe Rogan, instead of having on like Peter Thiel and all these fucking weirdos, what billionaire people, why doesn't he go back to like who he used to go? He used to have on Eddie Bravo. So last time Eddie Bravo was on was 2 years ago, and I believe it was a fight companion. Like they only have Eddie Bravo on when it's like something like fight related because he's like into that 10th planet and everything, but nothing like he used to have him on when he would just have these wild theories and stuff, and he would just start talking about aliens and stuff like that. And they basically said that Joe Rogan now has gotten into this world where he's trying to become a billionaire, and his the people around him are like really influential people. They're the president, they're the head of the FBI, it's like the head of Palantir, it's Elon Musk, it's Mark Zuckerberg, and he's like basically not doesn't want to disrupt what they're doing. So, and he knows that Eddie Bravo is a threat to that. So he hasn't had Eddie. Because Eddie Bravo will cut the shit and say, dude, this is a bigger state. And this is what I've been talking about for a decade or more than that, 2 decades of being Joe Rogan's friend. And Joe Rogan knows that. And he's going to say, basically, like, you have on all these guys, but you don't confront them on it. You just let them go and talk about their book or whatever. And, it's like you're basically what's the word? Like you're selling out, or the phrase, you're selling out to them. And, Joe Rogan doesn't want.
Doesn't he have a point a little bit? Like billionaire people are easily questionable.
Oh, dude, I mean, the Joe Rogan subreddit's pissed off at him. They feel very disappointed in him, and they're like the way that Reddit
Kissing ass with all these billionaires now.
Dog.
Really
Yeah. I mean, if you know anything about the history of the Joe Rogan experience, he used to have his own set of forums that were like Reddit, but just his own. But then people like basically would make like all kinds of like racist remarks on it and stuff, and he didn't want to have that as a reflection of him, so he shut it down. And then everything went to Reddit, and then Reddit is run by faceless moderation teams, and the moderator of the Joe Rogan experience, the Joe Rogan subreddit, his name is something. I mean, I could tell. No, absolutely not docs. But it's like something Rink, like Operation Rink or something like that. And he's only been a moderator for 2 years, and he's Canadian, which people aren't happy about because it's like, look, this is an American podcast. This is like, why is it somebody from another country is running this like giant, like the biggest podcast in the world, but also someone who hasn't been here. I'm in agreement with you on that, but many of the topics in the Joe Rogan subreddit are American politics, and so they feel like, hey, why do we have this fucking Canadian guy running this? And he's the top mod, and then all the other moderators have only been at like 2. It used to be much more political until this Canadian guy started running it, and he even put out an announcement: we won't have political discussions anymore in the Joe Rogan subreddit. And then he faced a lot of backlash, so he had to reverse that.
Okay. I mean, it's not the moderator's job to filter
I agree, but this was like 2 months ago. They put out this big long message because it was mocked in the Fighter and the Kid. It was mocked. Like all of these subreddits are very similar. Like once you get into Joe Rogan Experience, then you get into Kill Tony, then you get into the Fighter and the Kid and Bad Friends and We May Be Drunk and the Matt and Shane's secret podcast. Like they're all the fucking same. Or they're all the same. It's like the Rogan verse. It's the podcast world. Theo Vaughn, Tim Dillon, they all become the same thing. Anyway, 2 months ago, they came out with this big long letter saying we will no longer allow political discussions to happen. And so all the people who put out like stuff that affects Americans primarily, they wouldn't let any of that discussion happen when this used to be one of the biggest places to have it. And the subreddit faced backlash, and basically all these people saying that it's been corrupted and that they've got this Canadian who is at the top and he won't let anybody in. People say, hey, why do you keep taking down our political posts? He says, because the moderators decided on it, but he's the only moderator basically who has any say. And if you know how Reddit works, it's very mysterious, like who gets to be a moderator and then who gets to be a an administrator who like actually works. Well, yeah, I mean it's Connie Nast, and then from there it's I forget the parent company of that, but it's basically this like giant magazine conglomerate, and then also Sam Altman, who owns 10% of it. He's also OpenAI. I mean, it's like Sam Altman got 90 or what is it, something like 60% of all ChatGPT responses are just from Reddit, and like 30% are from Google.
Sam Altman had some really shitty dog shit startup. That was the premise of it. I mean, theoretically, it's not like a terrible idea, but like for it to be a standalone application, like pretty god-awful idea, in my opinion. That's why it didn't take off. Do you know about a startup? Is basically the premise was that it's like a the notion was that people will share their location in the future and broadcast their location to everyone in the future. And yeah, it failed miserably. But also, I guess the concept did catch on to Snapchat and Instagram recently. Like Instagram at least recently integrated the location sharing, which I am not too fond of. It's like no. Yeah. Fun Sam Altman fact.
Interesting. One time I tried to, so like at least with Snapchat, I was trying to go viral on Snapchat, and I had more Snapchats taken from my house than Disneyland did. Like there were 2 spots in Orange County that were bright red, and one of them was my house, and the other one was Disneyland, and mine was bigger. Oh, you know how they have like a Doppler map? Like, it's like a heat map of where people are taking Snapchats.
Okay.
So there were 2 dots in Orange County, and mine was bigger than Disneyland.
How much are you drinking Snapchat?
I created a bot on like 6 different devices that every second it would create a new Snapchat and upload it. So, like Disneyland didn't have that much going on at that time. It might have had like, maybe like 3 people per minute uploading to Snapchat, but definitely not 6 people, and not continuously and not overnight and stuff. And then I took a screenshot of it, and then I.
Did you get banned or something, or did it work?
Yeah, it worked. So I was able to create, like, when you looked at the map, it was like one of the most dense areas for people to be Snapchatting in the entire world. It was like I think it got even pink. Like it had so much. But Snapchat is at least such a bad um, way to communicate with people. It is like I don't even know how you don't have like a page where people can look at your shit. You know what I mean? Like Instagram, you can look through somebody's feed, or TikTok, the same. There's no version of that.
They added a feature like a couple years ago that is like you can save your Snapchat to like your profile so you can archive Snapchat. But that didn't exist for a long time.
Okay, I mean they could have certainly changed it, but like you can only like save people's Snapchat. You can't create your own content where you'd be like, hey, I'm gonna well, you could make videos, but and so what I would do is I just had this bot that just would create I have like a significant amount of my life on Snapchat that's just been archived, and but you know how like they get popular snappers? You know what I'm talking about? Like there's this section where people like can make money and monetize it.
Yeah.
And like that's really difficult to do. To go from like anonymous Snapchatter to really popular is just and on top of that it was like a lot of kids when I didn't want to be like no kid is going to make me go viral. Who will make me go viral? Some pretty big influencer on Twitter or Instagram or YouTube or something like that. There's a much better way. So
I feel like you can't hashtag anything. The only thing that you can do is Snapchat is tag a location and hope other people, which no one basically does like search that location.
Yeah, you can do so what I would do is I would create giant groups of people. You could have up to 300 people in a group, and you could have like different groups. And so I would have all these huge amounts of people, add them to different groups, and then spam them constantly until everybody in the group like dispelled and dispersed and like left. And then the only people who were in it were like fucking people in the Middle East. Like the Middle East is really big for Snapchat for some reason. Like Saudi Arabia is giant for it. I don't know why, it just is. So anyway, I tried that for like a long period of time, and then I even got Snapchat Plus, which was it allowed you to use a computer to Snapchat. And I did all the Snapchat, the filters, all that shit. I did it all. I mean, I know.
That was boggling my mind for so long. Why is there no website Snapchat on? This thing has existed since like for a decade, and they don't have a website. And then they finally added a website, and I was like, wow. Awesome. And then I never used it.
And it still sucks. And it's not even, to me, it's literally just to get data on people. It is not to go viral. It's not to communicate. Like, let me ask you this. Let's say you had an opinion on Bad Bunny's halftime show. Okay, so what would you do on Snapchat? You'd create a 15-second video of yourself, and then what? Send it to your friends? That's it? But nobody can search that.
Yeah, no, there's no way for anyone to interact with things in a public way. Like, send your Snapchat to 500 people, send it all to them individually, and they can reply to you individually. There's no public interface. So it's really just like a peer-to-peer message.
Agreed. And that's why I did not find it to be beneficial. But I did try to milk it for everything that I could, which was like, okay, I'm gonna fucking compete with Disneyland, which was like the biggest thing that I could find around me. Like I was bigger than Santa Monica Pier, I was bigger than Beverly Hills, I was bigger than Los Angeles, and I was bigger than Disneyland. Disneyland's like the big place where people Snapchat. Now I couldn't keep it up, meaning I mean I could actually, I shouldn't say that. I could keep it up, but it was just fucking bots just snapping my fucking life for like maybe I did that for like a week, but nobody cared. Like I didn't get a fucking like out of it. I didn't get anybody who like reposted it. There's just no interaction on it. And I was just like, this is stupid. This is basically for people to just share their location and share their facial information. There's no interaction. There's no like let's say you were trying to start a movement of any kind. Snapchat's the worst fucking place to do it. It's like nobody's gonna see your shit. And I know they do have like promoted snaps, but those were I didn't like you had to be an influencer or like an approved influencer, and I wasn't any of those things. And so all I found that the thing that I would do is just add a bunch of people to a group Snapchat of 300 people and then just spam the shit out of them. And then they all would disperse, and then I would just do it again. And I haven't found Snapchat to ever be really beneficial. So I'm sure it would be if, the big thing about Snapchat, why people found it to be beneficial is they allowed, you only had to be 13 years old to use it back in the day. And I still think that's true. And they said that your facial stuff wasn't saved when it all was saved. And, and then people would send shit to each other. That's like, and it hasn't changed. It's not a very good platform.
Do you think people are being busted for murder because of their Snapchat?
No. Oh, maybe for the location information. But the big one with that one is pornography. I think that's a giant one. And I think that you get two people who are like 15 years old and they're sending each other, like things they shouldn't be sending each other. And then, yeah, and they both are charged with being possessing child sexual abuse material, and then they both have like big records. It's absolutely stupid. That this has always been a stupid one to me. If you're a 17-year-old person and you take a picture of your genitalia and save it on your phone, that's illegal. Like it's considered having like child sexual abuse material on your phone. It's child pornography. I think that's a ridiculous thing. Like that's and kids are charged with that all the time. It's absolutely ridiculous. But they don't have a different way to go about it. And all right. So I mean, they could. I don't control that stuff, but they don't because it's more people to prosecute. So there's that. So I've never found Snapchat to be a viable way to share my shit. The best way that I have is X. X is definitely the best. And I've been doing this now. 110 days, 100 days tomorrow. So I'm at 99 days and I've gotten 3,800 followers. And I don't even do it every single day. And I mean, that's really good. Additionally, I'm closing in on 1 entire year of doing X Spaces 24/7 on video. So like nobody does X Spaces 24/7. Nobody does it. And nobody does it on video. And nobody certainly does it on video 24/7 for an entire year. So I'm pretty jazzed about that.
I agree with that.
I think that's a cool thing that like you could literally.
Is there 38 people in that thing, or is that like a good number?
Oh wait, that's different. No, that's a great question. You would think that 38 people are watching me simultaneously. No, that means 38 people have viewed it.
Oh.
You mean on my X, that pink thing?
Yeah.
But that's
yeah.
You would think that because that's how all the other platforms work, but no. And that's what I thought when that's
I mean, like other numbers where they say like 400 people are there, does that just mean views total, not actually people in there?
at least with the pink ones, yeah. So like when you see somebody have 50 people and it's in pink, that means 50 people have viewed that. But that's not even what I'm talking about. That's a different thing that I do. That pink thing. I'm talking about X spaces. So, like, I have 2 videos on X going simultaneously. One is just that video that's like always on. Then another one's an X space that I'm hosting that's also a video. So I have a lot of data stored on X, and it's on a different account. But like, I think it's really cool. There's an entire year of my life on X. Like, I think that's baller. I think it's really cool that people would be able. You can certainly do it for the last 4 years on YouTube and on Instagram and some other places for long periods of time, but I've never been able to do it on X for this long and not get banned. I would always get banned for one reason or another, but fortunately, I have not been banned from that, and that's good.
Let me back to Alex Jones. Do you know of his Sandy Hook fiasco?
I only know the BBC woman.
Like what the news has said or whatever?
No, the BBC presenter, Alex Jones.
So you didn't watch the Joe Rogan 9 episode 911?
Perhaps at one point it was maybe on my YouTube algorithm, but I don't recall what that
So
is.
you're not super familiar with Alex Jones.
The BBC reporter, yeah, but the other person. What about
the person I'm talking about?
Okay, so I'm familiar with in general with what you're saying. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So he was like heavily scrutinized in the media for calling Sandy Hook the school shooting a hoax. And first, do you know anything about the Sandy Hook shooting?
I know everything about the Sandy Hook shooting.
Are you being sarcastic?
No, I know he. Allegedly, the person who you're referencing lost their entire media empire and was sued for like billions of dollars, and then had to lose their website. Elon Musk bought it. All that.
So you do know some stuff about it.
I mean, what I've said, I don't know if that's all true. I don't know. I know that at Sandy Hook, there were some questions about the parents there, especially one parent in particular who was laughing right before going into a press conference. And I mean, yeah, go ahead. What about it?
I didn't know anything about the Sandy Hook shooting before a few days ago. I looked it up on Twitter, and I saw this a compilation of all these things that were very questionable about the event. And just to name a few, like you said that one parent who was laughing and chuckling before going into a serious speech. That was like very suspicious, and that guy in particular was at least like there's video of him advertising himself as a crisis actor with various footage of himself acting as a crisis actor for whatever. There's people circling the building. There's like a fundraiser set up the day before. By circle the building, people walking through the circle building organized. There's like a sign-in thing on the construction sign. People just supposedly sign in. The media that was covering was very filtered. It was demolished. A lot of questions surrounding the bodies. The kids. Years later, there's photographic evidence of the kids grown up who are not actually
killed. There was houses allotted. Like the list goes on. And as I don't schools demolished. Like all these very questionable things. Just like my mind was blown when I was looking at that Twitter post. I thought like, oh, Alex Jones calling it Sandy Hook shooting fake is just like absolutely absurd or whatever. But once I saw that shit, I was like, Jesus Christ, it was very suspicious and questionable. And but yeah, it was just it came to my head. I was watching YouTube trial of Alex Jones and asking AI about it, and because of all the scrutiny of criticizing the authenticity of Sandy Hook, he got taken to court. And then the Sandy Hook people sued successfully with no appeal for $1.5 billion. And basically Alex Jones is like really in debt for life, basically. $1.5 billion. He was also like they finally started seizing his assets and selling everything. He was also encouraging his followers to go buy these some supplements that was owned by his father's company. Like dodge payments. And basically, he's in a huge inescapable financial burden from criticizing Sandy Hook shooting, which is pretty wild in my opinion.
You mean to tell me you interrupted Brendan Schaub talk to discuss that?
Well, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I understand.
I didn't know I didn't interrupt the Brendan Schaub.
Yeah, you did. You said, I don't want to watch 30 minutes worth of...
an hour.
We could have been watching... Let's watch the Brendan Schaub shit.
No. You can explain it. I will look it up and come back to you.
All right, here's the
subreddit.
Okay, so if you look through all that shit, I'll be happy. Zoot would come to me and he'd be like, you know, when he has absolutely nothing and he's just letting shit, like, he'll just be like, who's the biggest, who's the worst, who's the favorite, who's the, you know, and I get that. Those are cool questions. But he goes, who's the worst comedian of all time? And I would be like, well, aside from you, Brendan Schaub, he's got the worst ranked comedy specials in the history of IMDb. He has one comedy special that's a 1.7 called You'd Be Surprised. The reason why it's called You'd Be Surprised is because Brendan Schaub was on the Joe Rogan Experience, and or actually Joe Rogan was on the Fighter and the Kid, though it took place at Joe Rogan's studio. So they basically did a Fighter and the Kid episode from Joe Rogan's studio, and Joe Rogan was like, look, you're like a talented individual and you're funny, but you're gonna lose like your ability to like speak, and you're gonna get CTE and everything if you continue to do this, continue to fight. And they were talking about this one other fighter, and they're like, Joe Rogan was like, how do you think you would do if you went up against this other fighter? And Brendan Schaub's like, I think you'd be surprised. And then Joe Rogan goes, I think you'd be surprised, because he would whoop ass, basically. And so Brendan Schaub, as a kind of get back on Joe Rogan, called his comedy special You'd Be Surprised. And it was on Showtime. It was like a big comedy special. And everybody told him, don't do a comedy special. You've only been doing comedy for like 2 years. You don't have enough material. But Brendan Schaub was getting thrown all this money, and he's like, no, I'm going to do it. So he goes and does this comedy special. It gets a 1.7 on IMDb. People shit on it. They say it's the worst special in history. All right. So then Brendan Schaub goes and does other podcasts and I shouldn't say podcast, other stand-up. And eventually he's going to do his second stand-up special. And he entitles this one Gringo Poppy. If you know what that means, Gringo is like a defamatory term for a white person. And he's like basically calling himself like the daddy of all like defamatory term for Americans or white people, but it's kind of it's used kind of interchangeably. And his comedy special comes out, and it actually turns out to be pretty racist and against like people who are like Latinx. Even though his wife is Mexican and his children are half Mexican or whatever, it's kind of racist against them. And anyway, so with that being said, he puts out these two specials, and then I'm going to summarize the videos that we're going to watch. So Brendan Schaub comes out and is like, there's this discussion with this other comedian, and the other comedian says, I bet I could beat you in a 100-meter dash. And Brendan Schaub's like, absolutely, no way. And they get to talking, and like the other comedian's like, I'll bet you $1,000 I can beat you in a 100-yard dash. 100-meter dash, and Brendan Schaub like, absolutely not. I'll just show you. Like, I'm a former football player, UFC, all this other shit. So there's all this hype for this race, and Brendan Schaub is like really cocky about it. He's like, no way I'm going to lose, etc., etc. And they have this race, and basically Brendan Schaub's this guy who's kind of fat, and the fat guy beats Brendan Schaub in a 100-meter dash. But instead of Brendan Schaub admitting like, hey, you were faster than me, you got the best of me, he fakes an injury. Whenever Brendan Schaub isn't going to succeed in anything, he fakes an injury. So when he says that he was going to try out for the Buffalo Bills, he says he tore his hamstrings. When he was in this race and he was losing, he says he tore his hamstrings. Whenever he says he's going to lose in anything, he says he tore his hamstrings. And he said that recent. Oh, he said he was like coaching Little League baseball or just like a parent helper. And the kids were like going to tag him out. And he said he tore his hamstring, basically like so that he had an excuse for why he didn't perform as well as he wanted to perform. And so you'll see this is like a 30-minute video, but it's all of his talking about this and everything. I mean, there's another video of them that is just, this is just par for the course with this guy. You can never believe what he's going to say, and he's oblivious to everything. All right, so they, the fighter and the kid hired a producer. They had like a contest. No. They had somebody write in to the show long ago that said like, hey, I've been really getting motivated by your guys' podcast, and I've lost like 100 pounds by just like listening to it while I'm on the treadmill. And they ended up like inviting this guy to come move to California and become one of their producers. So this guy, his name's George. George is the guy who lost the weight. So George, there's this video of them. This is so funny. There's this video of Bert Kreischer, who was on the an episode with Brendan Schaub, and Bert Kreischer was like, they're just talking, and George is like, yeah, I lost like 150 pounds or something, and Bert Kreischer's like, wow, that's really good. So what's the plan now? And he's like, well, I've got a lot of excess skin. And Bert Kreischer's like, oh, like, so you're going to get surgery for that? And, George is like, well, I mean, it's a lot of money. It's like $10,000. And Bert Kreischer's like, well, I'd be down for a third of that. And then Brendan, because he's George's boss, doesn't really have anything to say. He's not like he's paying for his medical or anything like that. Brendan Schaub's like, okay, well, I'll pay for a third of it as well. So Bert's like, okay, so we've got a third from me and a third from you. So you need to work on the other third. And then the other producer of the show was like, I'll give you $1,000. So basically, they got $7,000 together. When easily Brendan or Bert Kreischer could change this guy's life and just get him to surgery. They're like kind of being cheap about it. And then instead of when at the end of that, when they're together, Bert's like, oh, I love you guys. You guys are the best. Like let me know when you need that surgery. Instead of allowing George to like get that last few $1,000s together and get the surgery, Brendan Schaub just fired him. And so they just he didn't even have the money to get back home. He had to basically like beg, borrow, and steal to be able to get money to go back to where he was from. So like that's just how Brendan Schaub operates. Like instead of following through on what he has to do, he'll just fucking fire the guy. And I mean, I just find this to be extremely hilarious. And he's going to be putting out a new episode this morning at like 9 a.m. It'll come out. And the comments on the show, absolutely, like they just roast the fuck out of him. And they there's this thing. Okay, so Brendan Schaub buys comments and he buys views for his show. So he'll buy like 40,000 views for his show, and then he will buy like 100 comments. And these comments are not high, they're not like valuable comments. And there's this like classic version of what happened where like imagine you were given a spreadsheet and you had like number 1 comment, your episode is really great, thanks for sharing. And number 2 was I really like this episode, thank you. And number 3 was this is some really great comment. This is some really great content. One of them, but you would remove the number before posting that. You wouldn't put like 1. This is really great content. So one of these people put, it says it's, and this has become such a big like inside joke that whenever you use this number in the subreddit, it automatically puts this bot account up, and it says just one moment. Let me find it. Let me find the exact phrase. So you can imagine like okay, here it is. Here it is. It says 35. Period. Your YouTube videos are truly commendable, and I must applaud you for your fantastic work, for the fantastic work you're doing. I was introduced to your channel this week, and I genuinely appreciate and derive great satisfaction from visiting it. I eagerly await the opportunity to see more of your remarkable work. Have a wonderful week and continue to produce exceptional content. So it would be one thing if they just put the post that is just like totally vague and fake, but they put the number 35. So whenever you put the number 35 anywhere in the subreddit, this fucking bot comes up, and it's just, I have so much that I could tell you about this motherfucker. And I only started learning about him about this time last year or so. They were still in LA, but they were going to make this move. You could sense they were making the move to Austin. And, if you know anything about the Joe Rogan verse, it's like these people who we're talking about, and they all make fun of these guys so much. And, okay, so there is another podcast called 10 Minutes of Schaub that dedicated 24 hours to watching the Gringo Poppy, the stand-up special of Brendan Schaub, for 24 hours. Like, you know how much dedication you have to watch a motherfucker's, like, they got it to the point where they have it memorized. Like, and the thing is, when when Brendan Schaub put out this special. Normally, if I'm just going to ask you, Rez, you know a lot about stand-up comedy. How long is a special? Generally.
All of our sponsors for this morning here today.
Exactly. I mean, that's a great number. It's 24 minutes. So basically, it's like basically an extended like Instagram reel. Like it's not even that long. And all these people make fun of it. Do you know who Steve-O is? Okay, of course you know who Steve-O is. So Steve-O got obsessed with this. Tony Hinchcliffe got obsessed with it. Like, to the point where Steve-O was like, I got so deep into this thing. Like, there's this huge lore about this guy. Everything he does turns to shit. Just one moment. And I know you're like, dude, I don't fucking care. But the fact that I'm in it means you have to be in it. It's like, it is so funny. Okay, so I'm just going to go and look at their most recent,
but all right, that's fine. 2, 4, 6,
okay,
8,
so
10,
Fire in the
11
Kid,
lines down from the top.
if I just go to,
Kind of starting like towards the middle of something.
there's a whole Wikipedia just on this podcast, like
incarcerating someone because you don't
like
know
it's
what
deep.
to do with them.
It's really
So remember
fucking,
again,
and I'm not
what's
talking
the
on
relevance?
Wikipedia. Somebody created their own like
What's the relevance of that for us?
Wikipedia
The
of
relevance
this.
that for us is as follows.
Okay,
We're dealing with
so
a case
here's
where
one.
Shimon, and Shimon looks like he's going to die, but
All right.
hasn't died yet.
Here's a perfect example of what this guy does. He wants to be like a truck guy, like where you know, like have like a truck channel, and I'm gonna look it up right now. Brendan.
Exactly what
You think, dog, dude, he's been there, done that. There's a whole lore about that. It's called All Gas, No Brakes. No, that's not what it's called. It's called Drive Fast, All Gas. Dude, and it hasn't posted in 9 months. But he does. No, you have to understand. Brendan Schaub's truck, this guy, I'm going to send you, this isn't long, and it's really entertaining. You'll see. He was on Fox. Here it is from TMZ.
Like a temporary allowance.
Let me see if
it's an outlier. It's not
I see
an outlier. Why?
Okay, here it is. Here it is from TMZ. And like when your shit's getting covered by TMZ, you know, like you're looking kind of ridiculous. All right, my friend, can you go to your Discord messages?
There were 2 times where someone did something and Moshe Rabbeinu did not know what to do.
And let me know when you hit play.
One of them was Mechoshish. The person was Mechal Shabbos, violated Shabbos before I had in public. And the second was the Megadev, was the person who blasphemed HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Listen to this. The Gemara says as follows: Yodea Haya Moshe Rabbeinu, Moshe knew that the Mekoshish Mechal Shabbos. Moshe knew that he was Chayiv Misa Shneimar Mechalaleha Mos Yumas, because everyone knows that the punishment for Shabbos desecration is death. Hello. So Haya Yodea Be'ezim Yisrael. What did Moshe Rabbeinu know? Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know which death penalty should he get. Shneimar Kilo Parash Ma'yashav Aval Gadev Lo Ne'amar Bo Elo El Lo Ne'amar Bo Elo Farishon Al Pi Hashem Shelo Haya Moshe Yodea Im Hu Ben Yisa Kol Tikar Imla. But by the Gadev, Moshe Rabbeinu had no idea.
Yeah. Hey, fortunately, he wasn't hurt, but like he flipped. No, that's a different one. And if you see where he flipped his truck, he just flips it. There's in a car within 100 miles of him. He flips it in the middle of the desert, and like these guys, it's just anything this guy does turns to absolute shit. and it is so funny. Like his okay, here's one. So he had a producer. He's had a ton of producers. He either, if it's a female, ends up having sex with the producer, or if it's a guy, the guy ends up becoming really successful. So he had this producer named Mark, and what he would do is Brendan Schaub would have his producer middleman between like what he calls baddies, like hot chicks on the road will sleep with Brendan Schaub, or he basically went to his producer, and so that there wasn't a paper trail between Brendan Schaub and the girl because he's married, he would go through his producer. So the producer, this guy named Mark, ends up just being this middleman to just basically hook Brendan Schaub up with chicks. And eventually, Brendan stopped paying Mark, the producer, like what he was owed. So Mark left. And then Mark has become a pretty big star. He was in a Super Bowl commercial last year. I think he was in a Super Bowl commercial this year. And he was just on Saturday Night Live. And he's in an A$AP Rocky music video. Like, that's pretty big. Like, whenever you leave this guy, you actually become pretty successful. Brendan Schaub's other previous, one of his producers, she does a non-nude OnlyFans and brings in like hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. She became like really popular at OnlyFans, but for just doing foot content. And then like anybody who's anything becomes very successful only after leaving this podcast. Okay, so I am going to. So then there's this thing that they do. Oh, this is terrible. All right, so Brendan and his wife are running low on money. They're like, they moved to Austin and they bought a house in Austin, which was less expensive than in California, but they weren't expecting. So Texas doesn't have income tax, but it has like twice the property taxes of California. The property taxes and California property taxes are very high, but Texas's are way higher. But that's offset by the fact that there's no income tax. So Brendan Schaub gets this like giant bill at the end of the year. And he's like, "What the fuck is this? I thought it would be cheaper living here." And it's like, it's not. And or I mean, it's barely. But he like basically didn't like do the calculation. He just heard Joe Rogan is there, and I'm gonna fucking pick up and leave everything and move there. And so he and his wife are like having to like come up with new ways to make money. So what they'll do is they'll find somebody who does something popular on TikTok or something like that, and then literally just steal it word for word, step by step, everything. They'll just steal it and try to like grift on it. And so they do this couples content, and it's ridiculous. And you'll learn how he speaks. It is, I mean, it's fine. Like, nobody speaks perfectly, but he has this way of saying things. Like, he doesn't say Super Bowl. He says Super Ball. It's a Super Ball. And it's like, that's not the Super Bowl. It's absolute epitome of drifting on the internet, and everybody he encounters, he pisses off. You know who Dana White is, right? Exactly. So Dana White hates Brendan Schaub, and that's why he doesn't let him do anything UFC related. And but Brendan Schaub's always like, "Oh, we're friends. We're close." Even though Brendan, like, one time Dana White was asked, "Why don't you have Brendan Schaub like to a UFC event or something?" And Dana White's like, "Oh, he can come. He's just got to pay for his ticket. Like, we're not gonna let him represent the business." And But I will say this: sometimes Brendan Schaub comes up with like a win. Like last weekend, he was in New York City. I hate that I know all this. He was in New York City for the Ring magazine awards, where that not the king of you know that guy, not the king of Saudi Arabia, but like his right hand man. He's behind all the sports. You know who I'm talking about? The excellency guy. Do you know who I'm referencing? All right, so there's like this one Saudi Arabian guy who's like a billionaire who is funding all of these like big boxing fights between like Logan Paul and all the those like influencer fights. Well, anyway, that guy was there, and Brendan Schaub did a roast for it. It's I mean, I can't really describe it. You got to check it out yourself. But it's absolutely the funniest fucking shit. And then when you're in it, you're in deep. Like, and I remember when I didn't know what this was. It's just Reddit would always send me this subreddit, like subreddits you may like. And I was like, I don't know why it keeps pushing me this fucking subreddit. And then I looked at it and I'm like, this shit is stupid. I don't understand any of this. Why are these people not speaking normal English? Like, and then I just one day something clicked and I was like, oh, this isn't a normal subreddit. This is literally a hate subreddit of hundreds of thousands of people who hate this guy. And so, okay, I don't want to take up much more of your time, but I will do it with one more thing. So Shane Gillis talking about the subreddit. Shane Gillis, subreddit.
We will not go ahead and switch the evaluation.
So you know who Shane Gillis is, right?
Evaluated the situation. We said that okay, Shimon's gonna die.
Yeah.
And then
all right.
Shimon's condition improves. Right?
I am now
also. So we'll go ahead and do another evaluation for monetary damages. And if Allah afterwards, Shimon's condition worsened and he died. So that law is
if I can.
We'll go ahead and we'll make, so again, in that case, this was already a monetary judgment against Ruvain. We'll make Ruvain pay the damages to the inheritors.
Do you know what podcast cringe is?
Especially in these kind of cases.
No.
It's a phenomenal channel where there's just this guy in South Africa who just makes fun of the whole Joe Rogan verse. He doesn't even make fun of them. He just like plays clips of theirs and talks about like how they're inconsistent and things like that. And there are all types of videos on all these guys. He does like Shane Gillis though. And let me see if I can find it in the subreddit. Shane Gillis.
Okay.
So when you are when you're like in on the joke, they say that you're homeless because that's like a homeless cat. Okay, Shane Gillis homeless. Oh, okay, here it is. Let me see.
He's going to evaluate the position and say, okay, you know what? Shimon's going to live. He's going to live. Obviously, this has to obviously Jason's consulting doctor, which also they're not making their own decisions based on this. But Allah says Ruvain is going to live. Fine. So what do? They assess damages against Ruvain.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So Ari Shafir. This is when the subreddit was smaller. It was only like 20,000 people, but then it grew to like 50,000. And now it's like almost 200,000. All right, check your DMs.
Financially, the case is closed, even if Shimon subsequently dies from his injuries. I feel good. It goes on. Shimon's going to die. So what do we do about it? We incarcerate Ruvain until Shimon dies. In Mace,
I'm going to send you another one where he talks about it.
If Shimon experiences a refuah shalema, now let's get to this. What is actually something that he gets to this out? What is the definition of refuah?
Just watch those two. I mean,
that Shimon walks on his own.
Like that should be enough of a teaser. Like
in that case,
if those guys think it's funny and I think it's funny, we're funny fucking people. And this is funny shit.
We make this a monetary case, assess damages against Reuven, and Reuven goes on his way. Even if Shimon drops dead next day and it's clear that it's a result of his injuries, the judgment is done. If, on the other hand, Beis Din evaluated that Shimon is going to die as a result of this injury, we incarcerate Reuven until the time of death of Shimon. Then we adjudicate this as a capital case. Unless, of course, Shimon has a refuah shalema. The Muslim has defined as walking on his own volition, of his own power, his own power. Outside, then we release Reuven. So listen, how long, does this go on for? Right? In other words, what does this mean that we how long do you incarcerate it for? Until one of two things happens. Until Shimon dies or he gets better. What sounds like interesting enough that Shimon knew this as a result of his injuries. We keep Reuven incarcerated as long as it takes to go ahead and be Mabarak, clarify what this is. Okay, so let's say, so that is the halacha, ultimately again by making evaluations and assessments. Mishnah. This card is very interesting case. This card is not this have a halo, but interesting case. Reuven intended to kill an animal, but he ended up killing a person. Very good. Then his intent is going hunting. Right, he's going hunting. And he ended up killing a person.
Things remind me of Wings of Redemption.
He intended to kill an akum, but instead he killed him. But it falls in the heart of the animal. So he's going to kill a Nathan. This kind of non-viable child. Right? And he kills a regular viable person. Right? In all these cases, therefore,
reactions, and basically the guy just wild and
very hard.
and
Now again, but that type of
basically
injury on the leg would not have caused
his life is
so what ends up happening? He ends up getting Shimon on the heart, and when he hits him on the heart, Shimon dies. Shimon dies.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. To the point where like this guy's life is a sinking ship. What you're saying, but the only way he stays afloat are the trolls who support him. Exactly. And it's hilarious to know that like this of these comedians, like all these comedians, they're like the biggest comedians in comedy, and they're all waiting for something to happen with this guy, and his either the podcast ends or there's a big blow up or whatever. So you should know that it is, you got to get into it. I'm telling you, if Shane Gillis says it's funny, and I hate to say, but if Ari Shaffir is saying it's funny, and that's just two of them. Everybody knows about this. It's like the undiscussed or there's like this silent majority of people who know about it, and it's good stuff. And then once you get in it, there's 5 hours of content a week. You don't have to watch any of it. You just go to fucking that subreddit and people shitting on him and shitting on how he shits on other people. It's absolutely phenomenal. I can tell you this. There was one thing I would say to you up until last week. I couldn't name anything, but Okay, so last week they had the episode that went into the Epstein files, and the guy who's the serial rapist, Brian Callen, he's going in there saying, I don't think anything really that bad. I didn't really look into it too much, but basically, some of these people are like 14 years old, 15 years old. Like that's back in the day, that's not really that bad. And Brendan Schaub's like, who are you? Like, these are children. Like, I can't believe you're even like considering this. You have like daughters that are older than these girls, and you're even saying like, if they went after my daughters, it would be a different story. Like, how are you able to live with yourself? There were all these videos that were made on Brian Callen. The reason why people suspect that he took this stance is he's the son of an international banker, and basically they're wondering like, was his dad tied to it in any way? And basically, like, there's nothing good that came out of those fucking papers, or those files. They're absolutely terrible. There's no one should be proud of anything that's in that. But yet this one guy is like defending the people. The reason why he's defending the people is because he's still trying to work in Hollywood, even though he's like 60 years old. And nobody gives a shit about him anymore, and because he has like all these ties to it, and so he was trying to defend it. And Brendan Schaub came out and was like, "What are you talking about? Like, there's no defending this. You can't defend people who are talking about like some of the things that they talk about." And then like Brian Callen was like, "Well, I didn't really look into it that closely, but I'm just going to give my opinion on it." And they're like, "No, then you have to look into it closely. It's absolutely the most disgusting stuff you'll ever see in your entire life." And so what am I saying? That's the only thing that I've ever seen him say where he I actually took his side and was like, good job standing up to your fucking serial rapist co-host. Yeah. Aside from that, is there like Brendan Schaub? Well, so here's the thing. Brian Callen, he's been in a lot of movies. He was in like The Hangover, and he used to be on Mad TV and some other shit. And he doesn't want to piss off any Hollywood directors. And Woody Allen is in these files, and it's like really bad that they say Woody Allen, like just to be associated with this. And so Brian Callen doesn't want to burn that bridge. So he's like, well, I don't know, I wasn't there. The waters are murky, they're muddy. I don't know exactly what happened. And Brendan Schaub's like, dude, they're talking about 9-year-old children. Like, what are you talking about? Like, there's no murky waters in that. We're not talking about somebody who was 17 and a half years old and it was a leap year and all this other shit. It is seriously like, this is statutory rape. I don't know what you're talking about. And they basically like come out and like attack that. So then there were these other podcasts that were made to say like, yo, things are fucked up in this situation when Brendan Schaub is the voice of reason amongst this like creepy dude. And like here is, I'll send you I know you're sick of seeing this, but this is like another example of this. This is fucking hilarious. This guy. Okay, so we were talking about Snapchat, right? And so there's this other guy named Chris D'Elia, different than Brendan Schaub. So I have to explain. Chris D'Elia? Oh yeah, dude, absolutely. So Brendan Schaub does a podcast with Chris D'Elia as well, and so there's just this classic. It's even like a meme now of someone who like really recognizes that they made a mistake. So let me just make sure I got the right. Because he was caught messaging he was caught messaging a bunch of 17-year-old girls and like 16-year-old girls and trying to manipulate them to, if he didn't want them to suck off Brian Callen, who was like 55 years old at the time, and then he tried to manipulate them to send him like nude pictures, and and also Joe Rogan no longer, like Joe Rogan allows like all the different shows on Spotify, but this one he didn't put out because he doesn't want the backlash, exactly. And exactly. And okay, I don't want. Did it ever get released? Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was released. Yeah, 100%. It was up for many years, and then when this came out about Chris D'Elia, then he pulled it down. And like Joe Rogan, he has his fucking friend who's been accused of rape on there, but not Chris D'Elia's, who has been accused of like. Well, I forget what they called it. They called it, well, grooming of underage girls. Even though he was never like he was never convicted of it. It's just it's. I mean, I'll send you the video. Well, so Chris D'Elia has a lot of money. His dad's a big producer. Here's the thing: with all the people that we've named, you name them, they all have very successful parents. So, just about. Chris D'Elia's dad is a Hollywood producer. Brian Callen's dad is a international banker. Bert Kreischer's dad is the lawyer for the Church of Scientology. Tom Segura's dad, yeah, in Clearwater, Florida. That's why he's from Tampa. Tom Segura's dad was an executive for Merrill Lynch. Whitney Cummings' dad is a venture capitalist, and her mom was an executive at Neiman Marcus. Like, they're all, or Bloomingdale's or something like that. They all. No, that's not it. Here's the thing. Nobody of this group of people, like if you want to be a comedian, you have to either dedicate yourself to it all the time or you have like a side job. The reason why these people were able to do this is because they could go on tour and live off their families when your normal comedian could not. And so that's why they basically were able to differentiate themselves. So I don't know about that one. She's been a bitch recently. I'll just straight up say that. And she bought her exactly. So let's exactly. Now let me see.
The pasuk says literally again that he will lie and wait for him.
Okay, so I'm gonna send you two things because I can't find it in just one video, but they're not long. Everything I'm sending you is short and will cover it really well. Doug, I don't care. This is important shit. This is the. All right, so. Let me know when you hit the first one. I accidentally sent it twice. I accidentally sent it twice. You're gonna watch. I sent two separate videos, and we're gonna watch them together. and you tell me when you hit play, and I'll hit play on the first one, and then we'll do the same for the second one. But then you'll know all about Crystalia and this fucking meme and the backlash. So,
and there's a group of people standing, I throw a stone into a group of people, and the stone kills someone. So the Pasuk teaches me I'm not chayiv for that. Now, when I say I'm not chayiv, I'm not chayiv death. I'm chayiv death penalty for that. So, by the way, what's that case? So that happens to let's say, by the way, just like a more ethical level, it's an interesting case, right? I take a stone, I throw it into a group of people, the stone falls on someone and kills them. The Rabbanan will say, I'm not chayiv for killing someone. Why? Now, the verse, by the way, what's the case? What's the case? If you done it, even if the petition is in the after you saw the name, people will do the person. So we're talking about a case of 9 kusim and 1 yid. So okay, that makes sense. Why? Because again, there was a row of kusim, and therefore one would not be chayiv in a capital way for the death of a kusim. Even if it's half and half. Even if it's half and half, ultimately again, it's a suffix line, whether or not there's capital liability. And therefore, again, I'll be part of wow. What's the case? The case ultimately again is where there were 9 Israel, and 9 Yidden, and 1 Kusi. And 1 Kusi, but nevertheless, on top of what's the shot? Rabbi Kusi Kavua. That was again because since the presence of the Kusi is established, therefore Allah says he's Kavua, right? He's established. And we have a principle called Kavua. Let's say again, this is the famous case of you find a piece of meat, right? And there are nine kosher stores, 1 kosher is reverse case as well. So what's the status of the piece of meat? It depends where you find it. You find it in the public, you find it in the store. We have a concept. Kol kavua, anything that is established within the group essentially switches the group dynamics and makes it 50-50. So even in the case where you have 9 Jews and 1 Kusi, since that Kusi is established in the group, is considered to be like half and half. And now, nevertheless, if I throw a stone into that group and the stone kills someone, I am not liable for that. So again, so therefore, what we have over here is just the point that we are left with this raging rage. I cannot really even underestimate the raging kite or the ragingness of this debate. Right, so again, I will say, literally again, I have in mind to kill Ruvain and I end up killing Shimon. What's my liability? According to the Rabbanan, Chayiv. Why? Because I had in mind to commit premeditated murder, and I ended up murdering someone who is in the quote-unquote same category as my intended victim. Therefore, I'm Chayiv. According to Rabbi Shimon, I'm Potter. I'm Potter from death penalty. Chayiv with a lot of other bad stuff in life. But again, Potter from death penalty. Why? Because according to Rabbi Shimon, in order to be Chayiv for death penalty, number one, there has to be a premeditated act, a desire to kill someone, and my intentions must materialize upon the intended victim. Incredible. So let's analyze more. So this Shlama, that means it's coming out of is that what I guess Chayiv? So great stuff on the say. If I have in mind to kill there, end up killing Shimon, I'm Chayiv.
All right, so that's actually different. So there was that would be not cool, any of that stuff. But there's another level of it where you're going after underage chicks, and that's where he. So I didn't know actually a lot of that, but the reason why I knew that he's called Chris Pedalia or whatever, is because he was asking chicks on Snapchat to like send them naked pictures or whatever, but he didn't know that Snapchats could be saved. Like you could like screenshot or like take a screen record. And so now I want you to watch the second video and let me know when you're starting.
Which the Gemara says, love it. The Mishmar says it doesn't mean capital case. Rather, what does it mean? It means monetary compensation. The intention of Shimon, if you're spending with Shimon with the intention of kill Shimon, and here's a killing someone else, there's not capital liability, but rather what is there? Financial liability. Rabbi says in this case of us over here, when he throws the nefesh, which is talking about the case of where Reuben's fighting with Shimon. Right, Reuben ends up like falling onto her, hitting a pregnant woman. She ends up miscarrying. The pasuk says that asat nefesh takas nefesh. She will give one life for another life. Rabbi says that refers to monetary compensation for the loss of the pregnancy. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Nefesh mamish. You say means money. Maybe it literally means a life for a life. Ne'emar nesina lamata, but ne'emar nesina on the days limalo. It says nesina above and it says nesina below. Ma lahalon mamon afkan mamon. So we'll say both contexts it means monetary compensation. But Rabbi says, "Hi, turn the day." So just so you know, so first of all, we have our machlokes, Rabbi Shimon and the Tanakh. Right, so that is still sitting here. About again, I ended up killing Shimon. Is there liability? Tanakh says yes. Rabbi Shimon says yes. So just hold on to that. Just hold on to that. None of us say the Gemara brought up. So that machlokes, by the way, is really also in how you go ahead and interpret that passage. Where two people are fighting, they end up bumping into a pregnant woman and she ends up miscarrying. So the passage says, "V'nasat nefesh tachas nefesh." So I don't understand that means capital liability. Rabbi Shimon, based on Rabbi, says that means financial liability. Now, by the way, there's another opinion. Rabbi says another opinion. High determines the Bechistiyah, mafka midrabi, mafka midrabanan. This opinion of the Bechistiyah is not like Rabbi, not like the Rabbanon. How so? If you look at Rashi in the second half of the top, all trying to be Bechistiyah, mafka midrabi, Rabbanon. Rabbanon mechayim le'miso, and it's chayim la'alo midrab ha'halakazah. The Rabbi mechayim le'momen. You look at the Bechistiyah, mechayim le'miso. It's fascinating. So there's a bit essentially like the three shittas, right? So when I intend to kill Reuben, but I end up killing Shimon, what's the halacha? So according to the Rabbanon, Chayav Misa, right? According to Rabbi, also the Rabbi Shimon, I'm not Chayav Misa, but I am Chayav what? Monetary compensation. Now there's a third opinion, the Hizkiah. When I have in mind to kill Reuben, I end up killing Shimon, I'm not Chayav Misa, nor am I Chayav Mama. I'm not Chayav anything. I'm not Chayav anything. That's right. So third opinion of you're not going to be chayiv anything. So the Gemara says, now where does that come from? Listen to this. It's fascinating. Maki adam maki benelo. So we'll say, right? Torah speaks about again one who kills an animal, one who goes ahead and kills a person. The pasuk says, maki be'emin yishamena, u'maki adam yumas. So this is very interesting. The Torah equates killing an not that equates, but juxtaposes the death of an animal, or the killing of an animal, the murder of an animal, the murder of a person. And so it says, if I kill an animal, you shall not, I have to pay. And if I kill a person, you must, I'm put to death. Okay, so watch this. So we'll say when it comes to killing an animal, the halacha makes no distinction to whether or not what, on the shogig or a mazik. Also makes no distinction.
You can see that
whether I have kav or don't have kav.
Do with that what you will.
Whether I kill
Crystalia is
up or coming down.
not a good deal.
In all cases,
But yet, Brendan Schaub still, I do too, and I always have. But you still have to understand, Brendan Schaub is so desperate that he still does a podcast with Crystalia, and he does a different podcast with Brian Calvin. One guy has been accused of being a rapist, the other one's being accused of being like a pedophile. And this guy's in the middle, and he's still the biggest punchline in the whole deal. Like, it's fucking. Oh, excellent question. All right. So, to do card content, oh, big time, big time. We could just go to his last. I'll just read you quickly what it says. It's called. Okay, so he mentions this on the Joe Rogan Experience. Drive fast, all gas. It's an anti-electric vehicle. Like he likes gas vehicles. And so he started this this like car channel. And he writes, this was 10 months ago. So he has it He hasn't done anything in 10 months. And the comments are, the first one is, what are we doing here? The next is letting Bappa, that's his nickname. Letting Bappa unscrew stuff is like giving your little brother the controller with no batteries. LMAO. Next is Bappa and the Sun. Then the next is, oh, he's a car guy now. The next is the drive fast, all gas outfits are hilarious. Like a little kid trying to dress up like daddy. The next is, my favorite part is when Brendan didn't show up for half of it. The next is, I'm supposed to pretend that you know stuff about cars now. No dice. I mean, like, everybody just shits on it. Next is, brought to you by Blue Scorpion Venom. If you're like, what is that? It is just like, he's always into like what do you call it? Like experimental nutrients and shit like that. The next thing, there's one thing left to do. Install training wheels. The next one, this video hits harder than Roy Nelson. That's the guy who beat his ass to the face, no head movement. Next is, oh yeah, baby, nothing like some primo drive fast again. Next is, if I wanted a power stroke, I call your mom, dude. The next is always been a gearhead, which is supposed to be gearhead, but you can't pronounce it correctly. Dude, there's not a single positive comment on here. And he doesn't read the comments. Joe Rogan said, don't read the comments. So he never reads the comments, or he says that he doesn't.
Yeah, but do you believe that
No. Yeah, he reads the fucking comments and he's obsessed with them because he has to go in and ban, at least on his Instagram, anybody who says anything. Instagram has like 1.1 million followers, so he's got to keep that like looking good so that he can get more and more sponsors. But they never have any sponsors that last more than a few weeks. And the only reason why he even has sponsors, this goes into lore. I hate that I know this, but there's this company called, I believe, Podcast One that ended up like owing Theo Vaughn a lot of money. And like there was maybe another company that did something similar. They went under. Basically, they ended up owing Theo Vaughn a lot of money. They ended up owing Brendan Schaub a lot of money. And Brendan Schaub, instead of like demanding the money, just said that he would take stock instead. And the stock ended up being like worth nothing. But they, this company still like is able to get some pretty big advertisers. So because of that, they have this network like Theo Vaughn and Brendan Schaub and all these other people who do podcasts and they advertise on there. And so, like, basically the fact that Brendan Schaub owns a lot of their stock means that he keeps getting advertisers, and the fact that he keeps botting his channel means that, like, exactly. And Brendan Schaub and Theo, they used to do a podcast together called The Fighter and the Kid. Or no, pardon me. It used to be called The King and the Sting. And Theo Vaughn got sick of Brendan Schaub and was eventually like, I don't want to do this anymore. And so they rebranded The King and the Sting. Eventually became The King and the Sting and the Wing. And the Wing was Chris D'Elia. And eventually they turned that podcast into what's something called the Golden Hour. And the Golden Hour comes out on Fridays. And that's with Brendan Schaub, who does it via satellite or whatever you want to call it. Like he live streams into the studios in I think North Hollywood. And then Chris D'Elia, and then this other guy, Eric Griffin. Do you know what Workaholics is? Okay, so do you know who Eric Griffin is? He plays what does he play? They have a name for him. I thought you liked that show. Look up Eric Griffin and tell me if you know who this comedian is. I think he was born in Belize or something. His mom's Belizean, and I don't think he ever knew his dad.
Yeah, this guy. He's been on Stevie.
Yeah. So He is. He plays.
They're having
So basically, there are three people in the golden hour, which are Chris D'Elia, Eric Griffin, and Brendan Schaub. And then there's the fighter and the kid, which is Brendan Callen and Brendan Schaub. And then Brendan Schaub has something called the Schaub Show. So here's the schedule. Monday is the Schaub Show. It's 1 hour. It usually comes out like Monday morning. It's usually about like T-ball and MMA. Then there's Tuesday, which is the fighter and the kid. It's an hour. It's usually about T-ball and whatever dates that Brian Callen is trying to plug. There's nothing on Wednesday. On Thursday, there's another fighter and the kid. That's an hour. And Brendan Schaub started another episode of the Schaub Show because he's running low on money and he keeps needing to like create more content. And then on Friday is the golden hour. Another hilarious thing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No. They started a Patreon, which is absolutely hilarious. So, this was such a clusterfuck. Okay, so they didn't do a Patreon for a long time because they used to have a lot of money because they had one of the biggest. Like they had like maybe a top 10 podcast a long time ago. They used to get millions of people watching. And then when there were these accusations that came out about Brendan Callen or Brian Callen, they basically said, their sponsor said, look, you can't do this show with Brian Callen anymore, at least for the time being. He needs to take a break because he has like rape act. Like the Los Angeles Times, not just some random ass chick. The Los Angeles Times comes out with a big article about Brian Callen and how he's like, he's being. No, he didn't. But they basically, I think the statute of limitations is up. No, there were even Whitney Cummings talks about it. That one time Brian Callen asked her to give him a ride to his car from the Comedy Store. And so she's like, yeah, get in my car. And he gets in the car and then he just whips his dick out. And she's like, what are you doing? And like, didn't suck his dick or anything like that. Like, basically, like, extreme sexual harassment. Now, that's not rape. The chicks who said that he raped them, there's like a long list. Well, there are at least 4 girls who say that he like forced himself on them. Whether he did or not, I don't know, but that's not a good look. And
Me too.
oh yeah. And then they make fun of, not make fun of, but like they say that the Me Too movement was like overblown and all this other shit. But in reality, it's like, dude, you were a creep to chicks for like 20 years. You cheated on your wife with these girls. She left you and left you with a $25,000 a month alimony bill. And so you have to do this really shitty podcast in this fucking storage unit known as the fighter and the kid to pay the bills to pay your alimony. It's just the ultimate fucking, like, bad things happening to bad people. Oh, what's the fucking German word Schadenfreude? Like, where you get joy out of seeing the bad things happen to other people. And I'm not the only person who's getting this. This is like all of the fucking internet. And all these people are fucking related. So I won't bore you anymore with their bullshit. But you should just know it's amazing. There's always. Oh yeah. Apologies. The Patreon. Okay. So the advertisers say after these rape accusations, you can't do this show with Brian Callen at least for like a year or 2. So they kept saying that Brian Callen was on vacation, but like he's gone for like a year. And so they had all these other guests fill in. And what they tried to do was start a Patreon where Brendan and Brian could just do a Patreon show without the advertisers that said, like, you can't do this show. But it basically was it wasn't a conflict. It was a conflict of interest, but it was basically a breach of contract with their advertising company. So they started a podcast. They started a Patreon like maybe like 7 years ago or something, and it only ever got like 3 subscribers or something like that. And because they only had it going for one day before the advertisers said, look, you can't do this. You've got to separate yourself. So then just recently they launched the Patreon like in November, and they're like, oh, we're doing all this stuff for the Patreon. We're going to do a question and answer. And they accidentally let the numbers stay out of how many subscribers they had. It was like 28. And like of the 28 subscribers, like 24 of them are people who specifically have channels to comment on their channel and then shit on these guys. So like they didn't really have any real fans. And then they do these question and answers, and like that's the only content that sometimes they say they'll produce like longer podcasts, but they very rarely do. And they just it's basically like a grift. So they're making like maybe I think it's a $5 Patreon, and so maybe over the course of a month they might make $1,000 on it, arguably. So they're each getting $500. It's just not that profitable for them. No. It's grown since then. So I mean, I'm just throwing out some numbers. Like that's when they first started it, but it's still not very big. So do they have a Patreon? Yes, they just started it, and the only people who subscribe to it are basically people from the subreddit who just ask like really inappropriate questions like, hey, why did you cheat on your wife? Like there's all this footage of Brendan Schaub who was given his number on camera on a live stream to like girls while he was married. Like there's a long clip where Brendan Schaub and Mike Tyson do this fight watch together, and Mike Tyson gets Brendan Schaub that like gets up in front of him, eats watermelon in front of him, and sticks his foot on the table and just stares at him like a death stare, like I'm gonna fuck you up because you are annoying as piss. It's loads of content, it's loads of fun, and then the what I enjoy more than their show are the commentary channels on it, because these guys are really funny comedians and they just make fun of these guys and what they do, and it's like, and then you get into the Discord, and then like
the Eric Griffin podcast.
Absolutely. Because that's with Brendan Schaub and Chris D'Elia. They don't really shit on Eric Griffin all that much. They're just like, dude, we understand why you're doing this podcast because you just need the money and nobody knows who you are. So, like, basically, we understand why you're doing it, but you're literally doing it with, like, the biggest punching bag in comedy and some guy who is, like, an accused pedophile. He needs the money. He's not a big comedian, and so he's having to do like gigs like cruise ships, which isn't usually seen as something like a good gig for a comedian. And like I feel like cruise ships would be amazing. I would too. He was talking about it, and but it's like a thing where it doesn't pay really well. I mean, it pays okay, but it's not like. No, you definitely have to pay taxes. They're going to send you basically a W-4, or they're going to send you. They're going to. Yeah, but the things are docked in American ports. So that's how it works. It's wherever the place is docked. Usually, I think their headquarters usually in Miami. That's where like Carnival Cruise Lines is. I think Celebrity Cruise Lines, Royal Caribbean, they're all based out of fucking Miami. Though they do. Is there a job that is exempt? Yeah. A bunch of them. Any not-for-profit, except for religious organizations, not-for-profits. People who don't, at least in the United States, make more than like $12,000 a year. But yeah, the big, well, you mean like exempt from income taxes, federal income taxes? Anyone associated usually with 501c3, which is like a not-for-profit organization, and people who make like a low amount of money, but then you get into the, like, if you get to be super wealthy, then you end up not having to pay taxes for other reasons. So it's really just the people in the middle who are paying taxes. All right, big dog. You want any more Fire and Kid lore?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, so hilarious things that have happened. Well, so I'm just going to name the things that Brendan Schaub, the businesses that he started and that have. Oh, well, hold on. There's this really important. I actually want to watch it with you. It's hilarious. And it is. Okay. It shows what kind of bully Brendan Schaub is. Brendan Schaub, he has a. Hold on.
I sent you a thing. I don't think you watched.
What was it?
This, it'll totally change the topic.
Okay, well,
It was fascinating.
tell me what it was.
Yeah, so there's this. There's a train track that goes from Vancouver to Whistler and then up to Prince George, and I believe also into the interior of British Columbia. And CN Rail is saying that they're stopping. They're discontinuing the train, and so the video was talking about this interesting creative solution to what to do with the train because maintaining train infrastructure is very costly, and so it's like very interesting alternatives. And the downside is framing like the train itself, the track is like an asset, a very big asset. And yeah, people realize that it's an asset, and if they sell it to private ownership, it'll be impossible to ever get the benefits of that asset.
When did you send this to me?
If you scroll from like the line from real.
Oh, did you send it recently?
It's a Facebook link.
Oh, yeah. So there was something wrong with that link.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you have Facebook?
I do, but I can't get no login, and I've been paying a bunch of accounts. You know, there was something to it. Oh, maybe not. Let me see if it shows up. Yeah, I clicked it, and okay, I got it now. Oh, it's 10 minutes long? I'm just being you. I'm just being you. All right, I watched your shit for 10 minutes. I'll watch your shit.
Okay. Let me know when you start. I'll watch it.
Okay, then just wait 1 minute. Let me get my. I'll start it. I'll tell you when I do.
Where it says, right, in general, when people play this game, right, halacha makes it the goal is what? The goal is to throw the ball. What does the thrower want? What does the thrower want? The thrower wants the ball to ricochet back as far as possible. So therefore, your Gemara suggestion is like this. If the ball only goes less than dollar amas, then that's, again, that is not the fulfillment of the desire of the thrower. And therefore, if something happens, ultimately, again, the thrower will be caught.
Also,
the distinction of the intent of the thrower. And therefore, however, myself, he will be chayiv. Okay, now let's say, now we get to the consequence, to which the Gemara says, Amalei, sorry, good, remember, did it be high gavno, kolbo? Now, what's the chap of all this? What's the takeaway of all this? The takeaway of all this is that when Reuben throws the ball against the wall with intent, and that ball goes and kills Shimon, ultimately Reuben's chayiv. Why? Because the act of throwing the ball against the wall and the ball ricocheting off the wall is considered to be Reuben's koach. So remember again, if we have one rule, you can only be chayiv for killing someone if what? If it's your force. That's like, for example, again, we'll see this more today. All of those other cases we had in the Mishnah. For example, I go ahead and I tie Reuben ties Shimon up at night, even though the sun's going to rise the next morning and kill Shimon because of heat stroke. Reuben's not chayiv. Why? Because the death force is not there. It's not his koach.
I am back. And I am ready to let you know when I'm hit things. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Which the Gemara says, really? Is that really considered to be Reuben's koach? After all, listen to this. There's always a kasha. Very interesting research. On the tradition of the Al-Assad, the African in North of the Shekes, possible. So it's a very interesting research. How do you start it?
Did you start it?
You want me to restart?
Go ahead and restart it.
No, it's okay.
You then mix that ash with spring water, which might be China. Right? You go ahead and afterwards, you take that, you mix it, then you sprinkle it. Now, once you clean it up, the ash has to be applied or has to be added with the koach of the individual. Like if the ash drops in by itself, or it doesn't come in with the koach of the individual, then the entire concoction isn't out. You know, there's actually just one. First, the Kaddish. Make Kaddish, the Efer and Sfias, Efer Alamayim. Kari Kiddush is unsaid good. So it's now what happened in this case over here? In this case, Michael Colin Reuben is at the ash. The ash goes ahead and falls out of his hands, and what happens? This again, his hand falls into the water. Or for that matter, again, it falls on the side of the utensil with the water, and then it falls in afterwards. What's that about? Puzzle. It's in Kashmir's puzzle. Why? Because apparently this is considered to be a lack of cocoa. So what is it here? That when something comes out of your hand, hits something else, and then brings you to the final destination, that's not your koach. That's not your koach. Therefore, using that logic, if Reuben throws the ball against the wall, the ball ricochets against off the wall and kills Shimon, what should be the halacha? That also should not be his koach. That shouldn't be his koach. So it's the most what the case over here, it shows this. If you look at actually says over here, the showcase, first white line, and the first white line, no need to have the cross and really showed off, Ellen no Atzmo, Project of Shasas, and Yard over Showcase. Showcase, Kimo, my showcase, what's the rest of this over here? You can imagine this over here, where the ash falls out of the hands of Reuben, and runs to the side of the tree. Stops. Then, a moment or two later, let's see. Okay, that's a very different case. Because in that case, when the ash itself comes to rest, even just momentarily, on the side of the tree, and the koach of Reuben ends, and then the rest of it trickles through afterwards. It's right to end in the both cases. Why? In the both cases, there's no cessation of dynamic activity. The ball leaves Reuben's hand, it hits the wall, and ricochets in the So Reuben's koach never stops. So it's a very interesting distinction. So even though there's an intervening wall, the fact that there is never a cessation of dynamic activities makes it my koach. The moment that there's a cessation of dynamic activity, i.e. ash, sits on the side of the tree, moves from it, or you can see it. Falls on the again, so then just like a second later, slips in, that's no longer my koach. Also, tremendous was the rest going that also. You know, the whole idea of life. This is why perpetual growth and perpetual movement is always necessary. You can slow it down a little bit. Because as long as I'm always going, it's my koach. It's my koach. And so even if it's a little slower at times, but as long as I'm always growing, I'm always moving, it's my initial koach. The moment kind of you stop for a moment, that's the moment when your koach ends. The moment when your koach ends, so stuff moves this way, stuff moves that way, but it's no longer your koach. Incredible. It's not just like that. And then the Gemara says, good. It's like, touch ma, I love it this. Mochat shahayim suna alakha. It's very interesting. You have a needle. The needle is ritually impure. You know, let's say, came in contact with a mace, right? So now you want to go ahead and purify it. How do you purify it? You pour on the sprinkle on the water of Kala Aguma. Okay, so now what happens? My shahayim suna alakha. It's he's allowed. So what do you have? So this is the indigenous eye, the tongue needle, but it's sitting on an urgent with us. So now what happens? You use our round. You sprinkle the water to the paraduma on the needle. Suffolk Allah mechad. Sneeze out, Suffolk Allah. Sneeze out. Right? Who meets Allah has also. Puzzle. So they sprinkle the water. Now show again. Did the water go on the needle? Or perhaps the water hit the utensil and then splashed back on the needle. What's that about? Puzzle. Ultimately, it's possible. That version of this is what we learned that actually should work. Why? Because even if the water sprinkles even if the water splashed back off the klicheres onto the needle, that should still be what? My koach. No different than if I throw the ball against the wall and the ball goes and kills the shilling. That is the same idea. And yet, all you do is you get touches and seals here that when it is an intervening factor, it's no longer control. To which the Gemara says, no. I'm going to put it on you and take it out. Matzah is not mitzvah, we splash back from matzah. Matzah is about to, but also, again, what we're not sure if you look at actually over here. That's matzah is not. Lav Russian mitzvah to have our thoughts off. It's not mitzvah, it means splashing that. Ella. Russian mitzvah. No matter, it's not mitzvah. What's the case of here? The case over here is where we find, all right, I put my water up on your needle. And when you're not sure, but that's how it's out there. Did he get there somehow because there's three possibilities. Possibility one is that the water landed directly on the needle, which was good to go. Possibility two is that the water hit the klicheres and splashed back on the needle, which would also be okay. Is that go? But then it's possibility three. Possibility three, the water hit the klicheres and what? Trickled back onto the needle. That's not good. And if the both said these two attempted approaches, both by Paraduma, to kind of defeat the argument, both fell flat. They both failed. And therefore, Halakha L'Maisa, what he thought originally means that Koko will work. In other words, that we throw a ball against the wall, and that Reuben throws the ball against the wall with intention to kill the shilling, and the ball ricochets off the wall and kills the shilling. Halakha L'Maisa, Reuben will be tired. Reuben will continue to walk, but it's still considered to be Koko. It's not, but still similar cases. Haman the capture the Friday, the Ashkelon did give the mayor, so this is Reuben ties up his friend Shimon. Ties up his friend Shimon, and goes ahead and afterwards releases freshman and ties him up by a dam of water. And afterwards he boils a hole in the dam, he turns boils a hole in the dam, and the water comes and drowns Shimon. That's how the hook. So the Gemara says, here you can even look at it. These are considered to be arrows of Reuben. The most of you've seen this expression before. Here again is another expression for your koach. So this is considered to be the koach of Reuben, and therefore Reuben is kind of the killing Shimon. So let's see, 1 second. How do you mean cross mission? This is only assuming that it's cross mission. Cross mission means mutual force. It means that there is immediacy. So Reuben goes ahead and makes the hole in the can. The water comes directly out immediately, and Shimon is right there. However, about the cross, Shimon is kind of humble. Let's say again, Reuben ties Shimon off, half a mile away from the dam. And we know that over time, the dam water there come and kill Shimon. That's called secondary force, and therefore they will not be liability in that particular case. Very important. Okay. So let me go back. These are externalizing. What's the album? When the stone doesn't come down straight down. You really kind of when the stone kind of comes down and arc. A little bit I'll totally decide. But if the stone were to come directly down, we will not be high. Now listen to this. We must learn my brother. But my time out. What can you do that? We shouldn't be called holy. Because it is cost. But also interestingly enough, the fact that the stone didn't come straight down. So when the stone comes straight down, what is that called? That's called gravity. That's called gravity. Gravity is not the cause of movement. But when the stone comes down a little bit at an arc, right? At an angle that comes down, that's moving. That's what moving is. Moving doesn't contribute to gravity. Moving contributes to the movement of the stone to a different location. So my time you shouldn't be called forward. He's called forward, so he's somewhere else. Or so much interesting. They have also a nice thought, if it's moving thought, which is just moving to go upward. So I'm investing that up 7 years ago. The last co-host, then goes that us. And if it's not his car, then also the action says, you know, okay, so that's
Did it just end?
And all the locations just fall right
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
I mean, you got my vote.
What are your thoughts on that?
Frankly, I think that I like something like this to be a bullet train. I think Japan's been able to show extreme speed and durability and safety in the bullet train. But I understand that there's a lot of freight that runs through this, and bullet trains aren't that efficient for freight.
It's way too curvy. Like you won't be able to get up to speed. It's way too curvy.
Okay, I mean, nobody says that you have to go, like the speed of sound or whatever these things do. It's not that fast, but like 180 kilometers per second. What about just 60 kilometers per or 60 miles per hour?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if these magnetic trains are not like taking corners faster, but because of the curves, like regular trains are not able to go super. I don't know if the maximum. I guess it depends on what section you are. If you're at a curve,
I didn't understand why aren't they using the train tracks anymore?
Like why the train company is no longer
Yeah, Canadian National.
Yeah, I don't know the details as to why they're shutting it down. I'm guessing somehow there's a lack of demand, but I really don't have the answer.
Okay, but
All I know is they're shutting it down. The service down. That's a known fact.
it's like they're shutting it down, but they say that there's still a need for like shipping stuff, right?
In the video, yes, they did say that, and that is a good point. Because where the hell is stuff come from if there's no demand to send it on train now?
Exactly. So I didn't really understand that. If you have people who need to be moved, then perhaps it doesn't have to be bullet trains, but just electric trains that don't move extremely fast, but are just run on electricity. And if it's cargo, then it should be like freight trains. If you don't have any cargo that needs to run anymore, then go back to passenger trains. The thing that I don't like about that is it's still rubber on concrete, and that is extremely inefficient because that means you're going to have wear and tear on the vehicles. Trains don't have nearly that much wear and tear. Like rubber on concrete is a lot of wear and tear, especially when it's going in the same direction 99% of the entire route. I don't know how much of a fan I am of that. What I am a fan of is whatever that.
What do you mean? Like doesn't the car normally, like you're driving to a destination and they're heading in the same direction until you turn around. What is the direction you have to wear?
It's like you don't need the durability or the agility of a car to be able to turn. Like when you're going in just one direction, rails are far more efficient. Like you don't need the ability to turn because you're on rails and it's going in one direction. The thing that makes the tire important is that last mile issue. And I think it's cool that they came up with those ramps that like go right to the business. That's cool. But additionally, this isn't a very populated area. I know that there's like ski lodges and stuff like that, but
Vancouver is a very big popular area.
But that was not Vancouver. That was not Vancouver. That was Squamish to Whistler. They didn't talk about Vancouver.
No, it would also run Vancouver.
Well, but that's in
Vancouver to Whistler, there'd be like public transportation method to get there. That isn't just a private car.
Whistler, Canada.
Currently does not exist.
I understand.
I guess no, they have buses there, but those are not.
Right. Okay, but the population of Whistler, Canada is. Dude, are you fucking? It's 13,000 people. It's 13,000 people. No. Whistler is 13,000 people. That's nothing. That's nothing.
Whistler is not. This isn't built to take the Whistler. Built to take Vancouver people from Whistler.
Okay, but I mean it's just basically a little bit more efficient. I mean, there's already ways to do it. You can take the road, and I understand that on Thursday or Friday morning or whatever, and Sunday night. But like, I mean, frankly, like you guys don't know what fucking traffic is. Try living in LA, where at 3 a.m. you'll get into a fucking traffic jam.
So your solution is stop ditching those traffic.
Well, that's the thing. You have no problems. Like this isn't a problem. It really isn't. It's like you, like now that I mean, I'm thinking Whistler's going to be hundreds of thousands of people. It's 13,000 people. This is a joke. And there's nothing there except skiing. This is a glorified trail to get people to ski in Whistler is what it is, because there's nothing there. I'm thinking like there's an industry. There aren't industries there aside from skiing and maybe lumber. That's it. There's nothing there. Doug, dude, STFU on that. That's skiing or whatever. That's like the warm weather version of skiing. This isn't a big issue. It's just not. Now, what would I advise instead? I would make it a bike trail.
Yeah, but you know how far of a bike that is?
With an electric bike, you could probably do it. It's only a 3 degree grade.
I know, it's still like 40 kilometers.
Oh, dude, that's perfect. That's perfect. Dude, an electric bike's range. Yo, dog, what's an electric bike's range?
but nevertheless, he's dying as a result.
I don't know if you're getting. You're not getting there and back.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you're up there fucking skiing, you let your bike charge.
What electric bike is calling it? He is now on a bike in winter.
Dude, well, that's it.
There's snow on the ground.
Hold on. If it's winter, wait. If it's wait, hold on. If it's winter, I understand. Then take the fucking then take the bus or take the. I mean, really, what you need is just a better train there.
Right.
That's what you need. Not like whatever that guy's proposing, which is like electric vehicles and all kinds of. Just get a better train. You already have the track. Then you don't have to put concrete down. Just have a good train from Vancouver to Whistler.
Right. I think they might, like, as the video stated, like, in order to actually do that cost billions of dollars.
Dude, not as much as fucking making it a road.
No, the road uses like cheap concrete to make the road the track.
Hold on. Okay, fine. But do you know how much upkeep it is on all those individual cars? Versus a train where the upkeep is minimal and it's safer.
Why do you think trains are less maintenance? They still have suspension. They still have components that warehouse.
In comparison to vehicles, like car vehicles, compare train upkeep versus car upkeep, but not just one car, like the equivalent amount of population moving. Okay, when comparing trains to cars for moving large populations, trains are significantly more efficient and cost-effective per passenger mile, especially at scale. Passenger capacity and efficiency. A single train can carry 1,000 people, while a typical car carries 4 to 5 people. Even with only 20% occupancy, a train moves far more people per unit of infrastructure than an equivalent number of cars. High-speed rail can move 12,000 people per hour on a single track, far exceeding road capacity under real-world conditions. Maintenance and operating costs. While individual car maintenance may seem lower, trains drastically reduce per passenger cost with scale. A light rail vehicle carries about 100 passengers with one operator. In contrast, moving the same number of people by car would require 25 times more vehicles and drivers, multiplying labor, maintenance, and infrastructure demands. Structure impact. Roads require vast land, constant repair, and extensive parking. Trains use less space per passenger and generate far less wear on surfaces due to steel on rolling friction, which is far more efficient than rubber on asphalt. That's what I was talking about. Rubber on asphalt is really inefficient. This reduces long-term maintenance costs for cities. Energy and emissions. Trains, especially electric ones, are 50% to 80% more energy efficient than cars per passenger kilometer. On clear grids, so that's France's nuclear-powered rail, emissions drop to 22 grams of CO2 per mile, far below even fully occupied electric cars. Life cycle longevity. Trains last 30 to 40 years, while cars average 12 to 13 years. Like, everything here is saying this should be an electric rail from Vancouver to Whistler. I know that guy came up with like a nice like 3D video, but it's just very inefficient.
I mean, I was trying to lost us. Yeah.
Perhaps. So I've seen this issue in the United States, like freight rail isn't as used as much, and we have it where, like, I think that they should we should have a coast to coast bike highway. And you may say, but who would travel coast to coast on a bike? You wouldn't, but you would travel in parts, in like pieces. So, like, if you want to go from Los Angeles to Riverside, or from perhaps like Jacksonville to Tallahassee, and you could stop on the way, just like we have like coast to coast highways. We have, the reason why I say this is because we have some areas of the United States that are abandoned railroad tracks, and there's nothing there, like except abandoned railroad tracks. But so turn those railroad tracks into a coast to coast bike system. I think could work, because it's like, if not, you run into the issue that guy talks about, where people will parcel it off and it's too expensive ever to do again. I think that was a good point that he made. All right, now back to Bappa. You have to understand his nicknames. He has Brendan, Brandon. You're like, why is it Brandon? Because a lot of times he goes on different shows and people just mess up his name and they call him Brandon. So everybody calls him Brandon. There's Brendan, Brandon, Bappa. If you're like, why Bappa? Because he says, whoa, 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 Bubba, to a lot of people. But then sometimes he messes it up and he says, whoa, 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 Bappa. And it's just kind of, or it's become like Brendan Papa. It's just this like portmanteau of the two. So he's called Bubba, Bappa. He's also called he has a ton of names. But in case you're wondering, like, who the fuck is Bappa? That's who Bappa is. And he has this really a funny fucking thing with his roommate. He has a roommate that he got into it with, but we're just gonna watch. Oh, remember I was saying all these people who get really successful after they leave Brendan Schaub? Theo Vaughn, once he left Brendan Schaub, starts getting like J.D. Vance, like the vice president, on his podcast. He interviews Donald Trump. Like, he actually gets really popular. But that didn't happen until he left Brendan Schaub. Like, there's this theory that Brendan keeps everybody down around him, and that there's some legitimacy in that. And he puts everyone down. No one's better than he is. And if you're like, okay, well, yeah. If you're like, okay, where's... It's a great way to put it. All right. I want to find his... Here it is. So here's Brendan just being Brendan. And like, you're going to notice, you're going to be like, why do they always have like different studios? They've had like, I mean, this has been going since 2012. So they've been going like 14 years. And they, whenever their ratings are low, they change their studios. They're like always trying to find the reason why people aren't watching. So I have sent you the link. You're gonna be like, this is 13 minutes long, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, but it's worth every fucking second. So you tell me when you hit go. Doug, I just watched a fucking 13-minute long video to go to a fucking road to nowhere. 13,000 people. There are 13,000 people, like, arguably in like my neighborhood and the neighboring neighborhood. Like, that's not that big of a population. Okay. I mean, I understand that traffic's bad on Thursday night and Sunday night. Try it when it's bad at 2 o'clock in the morning. You're in a fucking bumper to bumper traffic for 2.5 hours. You're like, what the fuck happened? And there's like an accident where like 3 people died. Like, it can get really bad. All right, let me know when you hit play.
I just started.
Since we make the zone, we cannot consolidate the zone. Therefore, the technicality that can go to that. Okay, example, Robert says, short term is hard time. But that is a moving like a star. A moving star is a trade off. It's a trade off. Like, ultimately, again, a moving trade for star. Yes, the one what's not local. It's kind of the short shot of the trade for star chocolate. But if the owner is a trade off, then ultimately, again, the owner is not liable. If the star is a trade off, the owner is liable. If the owner is a trade off, and you start killing somebody's contract, which again, I will say makes sense because the owner deserves that actually get. Mike Hansen is in Omicron, has Charlie Sackel, the Gamba Arab Lima. The Prophet said, the shore will be stoned and also his owner will be put to death. Calling for the green of the Gamba Arab Lima, calling for the Charlie Sackel, calling for the one coming of the Gamba Arab Lima, no coming of the Charlie Sackel. Those are so essentially it's a combination. Wherever the owner could be put to death, that's when the shore can be executed. And if the owner can't be put to death, then shore is not executed. And therefore, in this case, if the owner is a trade off, the owner can't be put to death. So because the owner can't be put to death, the shore can't be put to death either. The Rashi says, you have to do shore trade of nani, shore potter. Even if the owner is totally fine, but the shore is a trade off, you also can't put the shore to death. Why not? Nighttime off. Even the EU violent public view, shore potter is essentially the Rashi does it like this. Any place where the owner himself will be potter, like the show would also be potter under similar circumstances. It seems the owner would be potter if he is A, if he is a trade off. So therefore, Allah for the Mesa, the owner will also be potter inside. If the owner were a trade off, be potter, so to if the shore is a trade off, the shore will also be potter. Okay, we've got she's the one that got it. So I'm about to buy that. So if you think of the media, I'll let you know that the Singapore always the people not to decide to not like potter. So once we're getting back to the Mishnah, what happened in the Mishnah? We have the interesting thing. So what happens if Buddha takes a snake? He holds the snake's mouth open and he takes the snake's fangs and he plunges it into the snake's head. So what's the halacha? So in that case again, that you need to hold the extra tight. And the Raham said that you're puppet. Now, what's the logic the Gemara says? The Raka said that the straight that you have to say is as follows: that when a snake, the poison, the venom, is already on the tip of the tongue. It's already there. And therefore, essentially, when Uden comes, Uden is directly killing Shimon by inserting the fangs of the snake into the Shimon's fangs. And therefore, again, not just decided. Ultimately, again, Uden is going to be tired, right? He's liable to death by the headache. The Nachash potter. But ultimately, again, the Nachash is potter. Don't think it's the Nachash. Why? Because the Nachash is like a sword. Nachash didn't do anything. Because the venom is just already right there. It's already present. You're going to come to the Muhammad. Oh, that's Nachash and actually nothing. No, that's true. A snake decides to produce its own venom. And therefore, even though we don't take the teeth of the snake and plunging it into the hands of Shimon, it's the snake that produces the venom. And therefore, it's the snake that's producing not moving. And therefore, again, Allah and therefore, the Allah is not which reacts well with my people. Think of Rakhas, the skilo, Bama is Potter. Therefore, Allah again, the snake is going to be executed, but ultimately, again, Ruben is technically Potter. But by the way, the way that I'm asking is Allah so never likely ultimately like the comments that we don't view the venom as being there on the tips of the fangs of the snake. And therefore, in this case, even though Ruben himself is drinking the snake and putting it into the hand of Shimon, we view that as the snake killing Shimon, not Ruben. And therefore, technically speaking, the snake is liable, but Shimon is not. And therefore, Shimon will not be executed again based on a technicality. But I will say, obviously very bad. But the might say again, that's how Mishnah. How about this Harelo? Being the Ego, Bandul and Misas. What's the interesting use of it? Living is Shimon. Right, either with a stone or with a fist. And now what happened was that Shimon definitely died immediately. But these things said, okay, Reuben definitely delivered a death. So in other words, he definitely proved it enough that he's going to die as a result of this instance. Okay, but what happens? Then what occurred? Then Shimon Bar Hashem had a physical recovery, right? He got a little bit better, but then ultimately he succumbed to his wounds. So what's the in this case? So again, Ruben injured Shimon, and based himself in this was an injury that definitely could result in death. Then what ends up happening? Like Shimon has a shtickle for Shlomo, right? But then ultimately he dies. So what's the halacha? Now let's go. Let's say he dies. But definitely gets hit by a bus, right? In other words, he's like, he died, like I literally, he says, as a result, ultimately, again, of these injuries. But again, in the middle there, it was just a little bit of a flaw. So what's the halacha? But he says, Kind of says, ultimately, again, really did retire for tension. Rabbi Yechanya was part of the Saglaim of Davar. And Yechanya says, no, he's part of why? That doesn't need to get some good. So good that what? So good that maybe shouldn't that wasn't solely the result of the injury he sustained from the days. Since we did have a little bit of this, unfortunately. Okay, so as you got from Yechanya, he knuckles his Halish Bakhus on the Shandong. So the Pasuk says, really injures Shimon, and then what happens? Shimon goes ahead and gets back up. He walks outside Amish Anto. And the Gemara says that Amish Anto means of his own strength. So what's that? The Mikal not that. And therefore, Ruben does not have liabilities. He wasn't what? If he's out that talk, Shazema Halik, so it's like, why didn't you have to tell me that if halacha relates to Shimon recovered, that Ruben is not killed? Isn't that obvious? If Ruben is the Shimon, very good Shimon is very badly injured. But then about that time, Shimon goes ahead and he's up and about and he's walking in the marketplace of Revelation. So you don't have to give Ruben. How is it, let's see, if Shimon's there walking around the marketplace, of course you don't have to give Ruben. What's going on? Here we go, hello, just come to all the stuff, the head comes in Shahaya. ולאחר כך חלק זה בני שהוא צ'קר. That was what the Mark said was going to be as follows. So if you read Shimon, amazing says this was the type of injury that could have caused Shimon's death, but then Shimon has a sickle before, and as a result of that before, what happens? Bucky has a little bit of blood, and then afterwards, he succumbs to his injury, that really is popular. Really is popular. What the Bucky is teaching me is, after the injury, the sickle before, there's no other feeling, even if Shimon subsequently succumbs to his injuries, it really is really popular. You might say, Rabbanan, how does it not get my gashi day? So that's the kind of comment. What does Rabbanan do with this Rasha? Rabbanan, Shekot so he's like, what if he's like this? But also, in any case of injury, right, the really injuries Shimon. And now, again, we're not sure what's going to happen. Shimon, the guy's going to recover. Basically, incarcerates Ruben until we see what happens with Shimon. Right? That's the halacha. Incarcerate Ruben until we see what's going to happen with Shimon. Then the hang up, how do you we need to be coming without incarceration. Let's say that this many times before. In the Jewish legal system, there is no concept of incarceration. There's no jail. There's no jail in the Jewish penal code. Why? Because Chazal understood a long time ago that punishments are meant to be rehabilitated. That's the goal, right? Either rehabilitated or they provide atonement. Either they allow you to come back as a functional member of society, or ultimately you can't come back to society or execute you, but the punishment atones for your sin. So in that light, locking someone up in a cell and keeping it for a prolonged amount of time has zero rehabilitative effects on a person. I think this is not a condition. Hold on, this is right from the beginning of time. That's why there's no concept of incarceration. First time we find incarceration is when you don't know what to do with the person. So for example, the Gemara suggests the idea of Ruben injured Shimon, is the injury going to result in death or not? We got to hold them, we got to hold them and figure out what to do. So you must be certain defender. How do you know we're going to defend or not because of incarceration? The other thing, Makoshish. So it was this Makoshish, right? Makoshish was the guy who gathered water, chopped wood on Shabbos. He publicly desecrated Shabbos. Remember again, the Pasuk says that in Shulman Mishmar, they incarcerated him. He learned that off because they didn't know what to do with him. So they got incarceration. Rabbi on the left in Makoshish. So I don't Rabbi also not have Makoshish. There's one says Makoshish, Ba'Talamu, Moshe, Rabbi Yada Kadrin the man. No, Makoshish was different. Usually incarcerated Makoshish, they knew that they were going to execute him. What didn't they know? How to execute it. Now, they that's different than mistakes. Mistakes are moving intershade. We don't know what to do with people. Right? Is it a murder? Is it not a murder? It's a different kind of conversation. I'm going to say, we'll stop over for today. We're going to pick up again this system of incarceration tomorrow, which is really quite interesting. That's an excellent job. Excellent job. Just remember, sometimes it's not about where you end, but it's about where you began. Right? So look at where you began, and I will say, I began with no light. Tremendous accomplishment. Yeah. Let's have a great day, Lord.
Shall I shop sounds German. It's German. It's a German. It's German. Also, Hitler's right man for a long time was a shop. Really? We had a relation? I don't think so. Okay, I have to check the
Fine, come on, say good morning, let us begin. Today I thank you all of our persons for this morning's church to take. Our
What does that mean?
85 the first Mishpachah. We're dedicating all the Shurim and Rothschilds this year in the schus of the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Stephen Terry Zim, in memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. Once we're done, let us begin with a lot ahead of us. Hashem. Today's daf is Ayin Ches 78. We are picking up on daf Ayin Zayin days 77b, about 15 lines down from the top. The Gemara says, "Amarava." We'll see some very interesting things over here. Notice this as follows. Sarat Sreva Kosel, the Chazal Achalea V'Haga Chayes. Listen to this case. Literally translated, someone throws, throw is usually defined as a rock. Someone throws a rock at a wall, and ultimately, again, it springs back and kills someone. One is tired. Okay, so what's the detail? So this is actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi, Rashi is right across to the left. Zark Sreva Kosel, then is Kavin Laharugas Chavero. He has intention to kill his friend. Now, what's the case? The Zarek Svar, the Hikab Akos in the clock, the Chazra Mikoko Lacholeha, the Hargo Chayiv, Zahar Nami Koko. So Rashi points out that we're talking like this of intentionality, but ultimately, again, so Reuben is throwing the rock at the wall with the intention that the relationship is off the wall in order to go ahead and kill Shimon. So such an act, again, even though the stone is ricocheting off the wall, Halacha L'maaseh is considered to be the clock of Reuben, and therefore then it's going to be higher. So the mercy is kind of enough. So the time, so again, we further define this. He goes, Ilu, Hamisachachim Bekadar. So what are we talking about over here? This is the case of those who go ahead and play a game. Everybody play with the ball. Shahar over there. Narab, the children over. They kill someone in
Hilarious.
They're tired. So it's a play game, and we ultimately again go ahead. So what are we look at Rashi, no more Rashi. It was common for children
Any little thing that
go ahead and take the
going
ball,
wrong,
throw it against the wall with immense force.
he's doing some goofy stuff, obviously, like, no, he knows I don't know. I feel like he's from that footage, like he seems super arrogant,
Okay. All right. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. I know I said no more, but just bear with me. One more thing I want to show you. If you're going to say that, I understand what you're saying. And no, you have to watch this. You absolutely have to. I'll even watch. No, not 13 minutes. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. Okay, I found it.
Whatever, whatever it is. You throw the ball.
It's 14 minutes. Oh fuck, man! I got shit to do, dog. Dude, I'll summarize. It goes like this. It goes like this. Brendan is playing at the University of Colorado as a football player. He is living with a roommate. He doesn't respect the roommate and ends up eating all the roommate's food. So the next time the roommate goes to the store, puts the roommate's name on all of the different food so that Brendan knows that like it's not his. Brendan sees this as threatening and eats all of the roommate's food that has the roommate's name all over it. And basically says, what are you going to do about it? The roommate tells his mother, the mother calls Brendan and says, look, you need to not eat all his food. You need to buy him the food back. Brendan says, shut the fuck up, bitch. Hangs up on it. All right. So then,
I want to call it a secondary force because that would be a little bit dangerous to use that. But there is a secondary presence.
Just so
right?
I'm thinking.
Thrower is throwing the ball directly at Shimon and hitting him. There's a wall.
You're going to stop the AI summary.
The idea over here is I would have thought that the presence of the wall essentially makes it that this is no longer the koach of Reuven. Kamash Mavan, even with the wall, is still considered to be the koach of Reuven.
Okay, so
if there's intentionality, Reuven will be chayiv as a
Brendan
and if it's children, will be chayiv almost.
gets pissed off at the guy's mom, hangs up on him. Brendan had a parking spot that he was using, and it was in the lease with the roommate that the roommate got it 50% of the time. But Brendan said, look, you don't have a car, so why should you get the parking spot? The roommate says, look, I don't care that I don't have a spot. If you're going to eat my food, then I'm going to take my 50% of this parking spot. So I'm going to use it half of the days, and I'll park my bicycle there. Brendan says, yeah, okay, whatever, do whatever the fuck you want. Brendan then gets his car broken into, not by the roommate, just by some random person. And comes in and said, that's it, we're done, I'm fucking pissed off, my car's broken into, and I don't have the, I'm not putting up with this shit anymore. That's it. Either you go or I go. The roommate says that's not how it's going to. Pardon me. Brendan says we're going to fight right now, and we're just going to work this out like men. The roommate says I'm not going to fight you. Brendan says we're going to fight. I'm sick of your shit. And then takes a big loogie and spits in the roommate's face. The roommate says, I'm not going to fight you. Brendan, they get into an altercation. Brendan picks the roommate up and throws him through a glass door. And the next day, Brendan goes to football practice and tells everybody on the team that basically he whooped this guy's ass, that he tells a good story, and everybody was like, oh yeah, good job, all this other stuff. The roommate, who is also on the football team, says to the football coach, hey, this guy threw me through a glass plane, like a sliding glass door, and I'm making you aware of it. They do an investigation. The football coach sits Brendan down and says, and Brendan thinks that he's going to lose his scholarship and all this other stuff, or his position on the team. I don't think he was scholarship, but instead the coach is like, we need more people like you, and didn't punish him at all. And so Brendan tells this story on the podcast where basically he sounds like a dick And so then the next day happens. Oh, dude, that was good. The next day happens. The next day occurs, and they get some people who are fans of the show, and they say, look, we normally want to take Brendan's side on stuff. But in this case, it seems like he was the asshole in this situation. And Brendan's like, yeah, whatever, just move on. And I think if you watch it, I know it's like I said, it's like 15 minutes, but it shows him to be a complete dick to people.
Then that's again.
How many years ago?
Oh, it's a long time ago. It was like 2008.
Yeah.
I am.
Okay, that was it. And now we get to the concept, which the Gemara says. Amarle, sorry, good. The name row.
Boy, so you are I can't wait till you actually get to know Brendan Shaw, and I'll see that you're an apologist.
I mean, he did one bad thing like 30 years ago.
No. No. I'm not saying that. I believe everybody deserves a second chance. But you'll learn this guy, he's not nice to people.
Someone, what? For example, again,
listen to this fucking apologist, kids. Listen to this fucking apologist who's down by 6.
Even though the sun's gonna rise and kill Shimon because
It's whatever you want it to be, baby.
Because the death force is not there. It's not his koach. It's not his koach. He incites the dog against Shimon.
Oh, is that true?
Is considered to be
They love that. They absolutely love that.
Is that really considered to be Ruben's koach? After all, listen to this. Very interesting piece here. Hamakadosh v'nafol kiddush al yado o al hatzad v'achar tak nofel v'shokes. Possible. So I'll say very interesting piece here. Paraduma. How do you create para? Remember again. How do you create the paraduma concoction? You take the red apple. We go ahead and we slow it. Keep going. Create ash. You then mix that ash with spring water, with mayim chayim. Right? You go ahead and afterwards, you take that, you mix it, then you sprinkle it. That was an interesting enough. The halacha is the ash has to be applied or has to be added with the koach of the individual. Right? If the ash drops in by itself, it doesn't come in with the koach of the individual, then the entire concoction is legal. So we'll get back in just a moment. Hamakadosh. First of the intermediate marginalizing Rashi Hamakadosh. Mechatas the Ephraim Messias Ephra Alamayim. Kari Kiddush Kizam sounds good. So now what happened in this case over here? In this case, right, we'll call him Ruben, has the ash. The ash goes ahead and falls out of his hand, and what happens? It hits against his hand and falls into the water. Or for that matter, again, it falls on the side of the utensil with the water, and then falls in afterwards. What's that about? Oh, puzzle. The concoction is puzzle. Why? Because apparently this is considered to be a lack of kochom. So what do you see from here? That when something comes out of your hand, hits something else, and then goes into the final destination, that's not your koach. Therefore, using that logic,
Yahweh was good.
The ball against the wall, the ball ricochets against off the wall and kills Shimon. That should be the halacha. That also should not be his koach. That shouldn't be his koach. What's the case over here? The show says. If you look at Rashi, it actually says over here, the show says, first white line, and the first white line, Donitas mikach mefilo rishona, ela me'atzim okaza v'shasas miyado l'shokes. Shoses kimo mayim shosim. So what's the case over here? You can imagine the case over here is where the ash falls out of the hands of Ruben, falls onto the sides of the tree, stops. Then a moment or two later, slips in. Okay, that's a very different case. Because in that case, when the ash itself comes to rest, even just momentarily, on the side of the kli, then the koach of Ruvain ends, and then the rest of it trickles in after. It's very different than the cessation of dynamic activity. The ball leaves Ruvain's hand, it hits the wall, and ricochets in the heel. So Ruvain's koach never stops. So it's a very interesting distinction.
Not really.
So even though there's an intervening wall,
You're doing really well. I'm not able to pull away. Even though I've had some big words. Silty, six, Zed.
Sits on the side of the utensil, do this for a moment, right? You can see it. Falls on the utensil, and then just like a second later, slips in. That's no longer my cough. That's no longer my cough. There's a tremendous Haskell in that also. You know, the whole abode of life. Perpetual movement. Because as long as I'm always going, it's my koach. It's my koach. Right? So even if it's a little bit slower at times, a little bit faster at times, but as long as I'm always going, I'm always moving, it's my initial koach. The moment kind of stop for a moment, that's the moment where your koach ends. The moment where your koach ends, so stuff moves this way, stuff moves that way, but it's no longer your koach. Incredible. Samar goes back there. Yeah. Samar says, good. Tashma, another case. It's a very interesting case. You have a needle. The needle is ritually impure. You let's say came in contact with a mace, right? So now you want to go ahead and purify it. How do you purify it? You pour on, you sprinkle on from the water of Kara Adimo. Okay. So now what happens? So what do you have? So interesting, the case where I have the tummy needle that is sitting on an earthenware vessel. So now what happens? You sprinkle the waters of the paraduma on the needle. Safek ala mechat, safek ala cheres, right? So puzzle. So they sprinkle the water. Now we're not sure again, did the water go on the needle, or perhaps the water hit the klicheres, the earthenware utensil, and then splashed back on the needle. What's the halacha? Puzzle. Ultimately, again, it's puzzle. Now, based on what we learned, that actually should work. Why? Because even if the water even if the water splashed back onto the needle, that should still be what? It still be what? My car. But if I throw the ball against the wall and the ball goes and kills,
what do you want me to do about it?
And yet over here we see that it's possible. So you see over here that when there is an intervening factor, it's no longer control. To which the Gemara says no. I'm going to put about you the Rav, matzah, not mitzvah, which means splash back, but matzah. Matzah means about say that ultimately, again, what we're not sure if you look at Rashi over here. Rashi matzah itmar, lav lashon mitzvah to have a taza. It's not mitzvah, which means splashing back. Ella lashon mitzvah. No, what's the case over here? The case over here is where we find hara aduma water on the needle. And what are we not sure of? We're not sure how it got there. Did it get there somehow? Because there are three possibilities. Possibility one is that the water landed directly on the needle, which we're good to go. Possibility two is that the water hit the klicheres and splashed back on the needle, which would also be okay, because that's koko. But then there's possibility three. What's possibility three? The water hit the klicheres and what? Trickled back onto the needle. That would just not be good. Therefore, these two attempted approaches, both by Paraduma, to kind of diffuse the Gemara's argument, both fell flat. They both failed. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, what we thought originally, namely that kocho will work. In other words, that when you throw a ball against the wall, and that right, Reuben throws the ball against the wall with the intention to kill Shimon, and the ball ricochets off the wall and kills Shimon. Halacha l'maisa, Reuben will be chayiv. Even though there's an intervening wall, but it's still considered to be kocho. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. So Itmar, Amra Papa, still similar cases. Haman the Katze leChavrei, ba'ashkelei bit kedemayo. Listen to this. Reuben ties up his friend Shimon, and he goes ahead and afterwards releases, right? Because let's say he ties him up by a dam of water. But then afterwards, he bores a hole in the dam.
I like how you keep struggling to put down a word. It's
And
like,
the water comes
it's interesting.
around.
It's really interesting.
What's that?
A whoa?
Thank you.
Whoa?
Arrows of Reuben. Also, we've seen this expression before. Healing a day is another expression for koach. So this is considered to be the koach of the day.
I think, no way.
The only issue is that
somehow build up the word.
there's a release. It would really goes ahead and makes the hole in the dam. The water comes gushing out immediately, and Shimon is right there. However, let's say again, Reuben ties Shimon up, away half a mile away from the dam. But we know that over time, the dam water is going to come and kill Shimon. That's called secondary force, and therefore, again, there will not be liability in that particular case. So it's very important. Okay, the word goes like, Reuben throws a stone upward. The whole it's studied. Now the stone does not come directly down. Instead, the stone kind of falls to the side a little bit. Vaharga, it kills Shimon. What's the halacha? Shimon is chayiv. Reuben is chayiv. Reuben is chayiv. Now, this is very interesting. We'll say now, what do you see from this case? Reuben is chayiv. Listen to this case. We'll explain this moment. When is Reuben chayiv? Reuben is chayiv when the stone doesn't come down straight down.
No way.
It's only chayiv when the stone
No way.
comes down
No way.
A little bit towards the side. But if it's directly down,
No way. No way. No way. Oh, that was good.
Because it's his koach. But it's also interestingly enough, the fact that the stone didn't come straight down. So when the stone comes straight down, what is that called? That's called gravity. That's called gravity. Gravity is not the koach of Reuben. But when the stone comes down a little bit at an arc, right, at an angle that comes down, that's Reuben. That's what Reuben doesn't contribute to gravity. Reuben contributes to the movement of the stone to a different location. So the words my time to shoot the koho. E koho tezel el. Well, says this is interesting. If halacha l'maisa, if it's Reuben's koach, it should just continue to go upward and upward and upward. To which ayin chesed medalach 78a be lav koho tezel esachas. And if it's not his koach, then ultimately Rashi says be lo koho tezel esachas. Tipom yad connect of all that's done. Then ultimately it should just fall right down. To which the Gemara says, right?
How many letters are left? Does it say?
So this is not a typical case.
Dude, there's so much of this board that hasn't been used.
Diminished koach. Rashi says over here, koach kafashu. In a koach, chazak.
Yeah, may have called it
Aleksas koach. Yeshkan, v'haydelo azla le'el mishum she'ala koach chozek hazvika, v'eben chozers la'aretz, aval adayin holech zim mitzas koach. So it says, you're right, so inami. Real koach is where the item continues on its way because of your koach. So obviously this is a diminished koach. Why? Because again, Reuben then goes to throw it up. Obviously, Reuben's koach is coming to an end because it's coming back down. But his koach is still felt. Why? Because it's not coming straight down, which would not be Reuben's koach. But rather, it would just be gravity, but it's moving somewhere else. It's coming down somewhere else. So the fact that it's coming down a little bit at an angle, that's Reuben's koach. But again, not a full-blown koach, but rather a koach sas. A little bit of a koach. Okay, incredible. So we'll say, it turns out, by the way, that you begin to see that so far it seems like we have three categories of koach, right? There's what we would call direct koach, which is, Reuben throws an object at Shimon and kills him, okay? Or Reuben holds Shimon down in the water and kills him. There's almost like an indirect koach, which is Reuben throwing the ball against the wall with intention that it ricochets off and kills Shimon, chayiv. And then there's almost what we call diminished koach. Indirect, diminished koach. Reuben throws it up with the intention that it's going to come down over here. So again, when it comes down to the angle of the arc, that's diminished koach. Incredible. So what's an interesting case here? He koach Rabbi Adam Basar Maklos. Listen to this. So 10 people come along and they hit Reuven. They hit Reuven with makos, with staffs, and he dies. He dies. Now, whether they did this so ultimately, again, whether they hit him at once, or they did it one after the other, they are pater. They are pater. Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira says like this. Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira Omer.
That's when you use a fucking S. That was a bad use of an S.
So again, so Tanakama holds
Yeah,
whether they go ahead and
I shouldn't have done that. Probably,
or
but
they hit one after
didn't have the greatest time.
It's his joint responsibility over here. You can't point the finger at one particular individual. And Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira says no. If they go ahead and they do it,
This is just pure dominance.
one after the other. The last guy who hits Reuven, he's going to be tired. Why? Because one thing is clear. He's the one who actively hastened the death of Reuven. Moses, remember, again, in halacha, there is culpability for hastening death. Hastening death is tantamount to bloodshed itself. So therefore, the last guy who goes ahead and hits Reuven, he's going to be chayiv for going ahead and killing Reuven. Or Rabbi Yochanan. This is very interesting. Both the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira darshan the same passage. This is fascinating. Listen to this. V'ish kiyake kol nefesh adam. This is fascinating. So the pasuk is, if a person, listen to the lashon, v'ish, a man, kiyake.
That's bullshit.
Baby.
I have a word.
Will kill the entirety of a nefesh. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, Rabbanon Sabri, kol nefesh, adika kol nefesh. There's only responsibility of what?
You're up, big man.
Entire life.
And you need a big fucking word.
One person has to take the entire life.
J-Lo should be a word.
Why? What is J-Lo?
Therefore, they can't be responsibility.
That's a proper noun, dog.
No. Kol nefesh means any
Yeah,
amount of
but-
nefesh.
Yeah,
If you take any amount of nefesh, there's also the source. Isn't
So
that fascinating? So that
I would like to play a version.
I would too. I would an acronym.
One of many, you're not tired. Then you can say, kol nefesh.
Well, acronyms,
Baby, are you saying that you think that you'd use?
This is very interesting.
I'm just saying.
Let's talk about
There'd be a lot of,
Everybody agrees that if you kill a
anything,
treifa,
make an acronym of it.
Well, popular acronyms.
who's a treifa? Now, if you look at actually just now,
Okay.
she says that we are Hakomo is a treifa. Keep going.
You're playing Pyra.
You're
playing Pyra the other day.
Yeah, I thought it was too, but
Who has
it's a material.
material.
It's a material, dog. It's a material.
Okay, very, very
Okay.
we're going to come to all different terms. That's a treifa. So Rashi's example is, his esophagus or his windpipe is cut. Or he has some type of hole. in the
Dog,
brain.
we're just seeing
Some
pure
type of
dominance here.
From which he is imminently going to die. So listen to this. So Rabbi says,
I don't think I can
everyone
try my
agrees
last
if you kill a
letter.
treifa, you cut it. And listen, why are you punching it to a treifa? Right? Because in halacha, a treifa is considered to be as if he is
If I
dead.
placed down my tile, then I get
Therefore,
yeah.
you kill a treifa.
What letter you have? I'll help you.
The ghost is B'dei Shammai. Shoot. The ghost is Shammai.
You can play an
We
I.
have a ghost is B'dei Shammai. Now, what's a ghost is B'dei Shammai? What's a ghost is? A ghost is someone who is dying.
Good
But
job.
interestingly enough, ghost doesn't have to
All right.
be that someone has an internal injury. Ghost, not ghost.
Back to Brendan Schaub trivia.
Someone is
No, I'm kidding. I won't do that to you.
very ill. Just dying.
All right, I'm good for now.
Sometimes
I got shit I gotta do. I had some people messaging me on Twitter for some fucking reason. They want me to come with this.
There's no.
But I've got some other shit I gotta do with them. So, my friend, until then, spend your 15 minutes, 15 hours sleeping, big dog. And I'll see you soon, God willing, okay? But I want you to review everything, and I'm gonna quiz you on Brendan Schaub trivia next time I see you, okay?
last time
Not even close. I'm gonna just be honest with you. Not even close. You didn't know where William Montgomery went to college. You didn't know where William Montgomery went to college. You didn't know William Montgomery's type of car. What color Volvo, dog? What color Volvo? Incorrect. Guess again, Mister. I know William Montgomery, but I don't. Incorrect. Guess again. You are 0 for 3, son.
Who, let's say, was injured, has an injury, but not a trait for
Silver.
All right. Where do you go to school?
Status. So one opinion says,
Dog, you are dog shit. What color is it?
He's like a treifa.
What color did you think it is? What's the other one?
There's no injury. No one did anything to the person. That's the definition of a goses.
It escapes me.
What the fuck does low power mode have to do with your phone? Or with answering the question? Okay, what color do you think it is?
Orange.
Now, what if I were to say to you, dog's name is Gator?
No, that's not true.
His dog's name is Gator. I follow this fucking dog on Instagram. Oh, okay, yeah. No doubt about that. And I'm not losing credit for that. I follow that fucking dog on Instagram. No, you and I both know. You and I both know that you are not being fair. Of course, his last name's Montgomery. That's his fucking. Yeah, I do. I know that. I know all of that. How tall was it? I want an exact amount of stories. It was like 7 stories, Doug. How about you get it right? Yeah, incorrect. All right. How about this one, B? Where did William Montgomery do comedy before Los Angeles?
Oh, I will say, watch this. What happens if a trait?
Doug, you need me to ask you this fucking question again? Where did William Montgomery do a comedy before Los Angeles? That's incorrect. Guess again. Doug, I want not only a city, I want the name. I want the name of the comedy club. Doug, not only do I want the city, I want the name of the comedy club. The answer is Denver, and the name of the comedy club is the comedy. Get your shit together and get it correct. You think you're a fucking William Montgomery fan. Dog, you don't even know who he is. No, I'm not. I'm fucking live on the stream. No,
When you
I'm
see
not. I just restarted my
something
stream.
wrong, you have to act. You have to act. Something or else they don't-
You can literally look at any of my streams. I did not look it up. I know that. He worked there for a little bit. They had some overlap with Sam Talent.
Not my problem. If you see it, it is your problem. If you
Do
see
you
it,
even know who signed William Montgomery's
baseball player,
baseball
if you see someone doing something terrible, the guy's a
famous
traitor.
baseball
He's
club?
halachically good as dead. I got it. You still have to do something. Now listen, if you see something,
Three guesses. And now I can hear.
I'm not. I'm really restarting my streams. It's at like very close to 12 hours, 11 hours, 43 minutes. Okay, is it a baseball player?
If you wanted me to see it, it's because he wants me to do something about it. Now it's true. I can't necessarily fix every single problem, but I can somehow be.
Do you know the name of the team?
If you see it or if you hear it.
Yeah, of course. Anyone William Montgomery.
You saw this guy moving. He was a trade, but assuming the guy that he's a trade ball, you still have to try to do something incredible. But listen to this.
All right.
Well, let's say Ruben kills Shimon. So Ruben kills Shimon.
William Montgomery.
So now what happens? They bring Ruben the trade ball. Ruben the trade for the base then. So what's the halacha? Ruben's gonna be putter.
Do you know the position of the plate? Do you know the plate?
No, you didn't give me any.
You have to have the ability to be able to aid and sword. Now, what happens ultimately? Reciprocal punishment. It's not going to work over here. Why?
I would say if you're gonna give me 3 guesses, the first guess I would make is Ken Griffey Jr. The second guess I would make is
but if the treifa himself sodomizes someone else, then what's halacha? If he doesn't,
show the team.
Not in the presence of Beis Din. He's part of the first one that I will say. If they Beis Din chayv, it's sugyat armei kenecha. So the presence of Beis Din is going to be chayv. Why? Because once again, I will say, how could Beis Din not take action if they
You know the
something
team.
so terrible happen in their presence? Shalom b'fnei Beis Din pater, but not in the presence of Beis Din. They're pater. I should say Ruben's pater, the treifa's pater. Why?
And it was signed, right? Of course.
Witnesses are not going to be believed to testify vis-a-vis.
Would you know this player without knowing William Montgomery?
Why not? Why not? Because
Yeah,
they're
he's
testifying about a
very,
dead man.
very
So
famous.
because testifying about a dead man, therefore again, there's no hazama possibility. Therefore, Allah they're not chayiv. 1 second. Hasulam, in case. Why do you need both the
Mark
case
McGuire.
of sodomizing, right, and the case of murder, the same you sold?
How did you know that?
I'm fucking smart. Really, the reason why I figured that is he's from Memphis, and Mark McGuire played in St. Louis.
That's the finish over here.
It's actually not.
Oh, I was like, darn. Okay, that was cool. All right. So it's not either of those two.
When you sodomize a corpse. So if you don't know, it's okay, by the way, right?
Well, he might have had a glove that was signed by Ken Griffey Jr., and he might have had a glove that was signed by Mark McGuire. You're saying that he had another glove signed by.
There's no liability for that. So I read a thought that sodomizing a treifa is like sodomizing a corpse. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, again, there's no chiyuv there. Kamashman d'mishum hanohu, but it's there no. Don't you know that as much as the treifa is halachically considered dead, but technically speaking, it is still considered to be relations with a human being, and therefore, again, there's liability for that.
You wouldn't know who this baseball player was without William Montgomery, would you?
Well, listen to this.
No, I would.
Witnesses who testified about a treifa and were then made into Eden Zolman are not put to death, which is what we just said before. A day treifa shit was moved there again. Now let's do this. So witnesses who testified about
You really would?
and then are found out to be liars are not put to death
Yeah,
because again,
yeah.
testifying about a dead man.
Oh,
Or witnesses who themselves are treifas,
Derek Jeter.
right? Witnesses that themselves are treifas, He testified. And
That
then
is incorrect.
can be put to death.
Man, okay, hold on. I can name every fucking Yankee. All right.
Witnesses who are traitors cannot be made for why?
Well, Roger Clemens, but there's an overlap there. Roger Clemens, Mariano Rivera, Danny Johnson, Bernie Williams, did I say Mariano Rivera? None of those guys? Oh, A-Rod?
No,
Why? Because the witnesses that are testifying about themselves are considered allowed to be dead. So
Paulo Neal,
the witnesses who make the
Scott Brocious, Chuck Malbach, Joe Girardi.
Short tray for shard coyotes. What happens if Ruben has a shard? And Ruben's shard is a treifa. It's a treifa. Right? Ultimately, again, a Ruben's tray for shard kills someone.
I said that twice.
The owner is a treifa.
Yeah.
Ultimately, again, the owner is not liable.
I don't think so.
I did. I even said, wait, did I already say that? Mariano Rivera. Look, I go back to my streams, dog. I'm going back to my streams. I want to see how many times I fucking said it.
Plus, it says the shard will be stoned and also is.
All right.
I
did say it. And if I didn't say it, I know I said it.
So essentially, it's a combination. Wherever the owner could be put to death, that's when the shard could be executed. But if the owner can't be put to death, then the shard is not executed. And therefore, in this case, if the owner is a treifa, the owner can't be put to death. If the owner can't be put to death, the shard can't be put to death. Shard even if the owner is totally fine, but the shard is a treifa, you also can't put the shard to death. Why not? My timer.
Hold on. I just said it once.
Essentially, the Rothschild is going to say like this: any case where the owner himself would be butter, like the shard would also be butter under similar circumstances.
I said it twice, dude. I did say it twice.
The owner would be butter.
So you weren't even paying attention.
If he's a treifa,
you didn't even say yes or no, and then you said I didn't name it. All right, so what did he get from his previous employer?
What did he get from the mail previous
Was it a check?
He holds the snake's
check for what?
Takes the snake's fangs.
So it was a check.
Plunges it into Shim's head.
A check for what?
So in that case, again, in that case.
I mean, I answered the question correctly. He got a check.
Now, what's the logic? Gemara says. Shabbat says like this.
No, I remember he got a check.
It's already there. And therefore, I saw essentially when Ruben comes, Ruben is directly.
I want to say
by inserting the
it was something like this. I remember him telling a story because I am his biggest fan. It was something along the lines of.
But ultimately, again.
I want to say it was like during COVID. He was working at the storage place, and they. It was something like he was going to quit and move, and he didn't, or they sent him like back pay or something. But I don't know if that was exactly it. It was and so he moved up. He drove to Austin after quitting that job. It was a storage place, I believe, that paid him, and it was like he was going to take unemployment or something, but they ended up paying him. It was for back pay.
Lemon Paskins ultimately like that in this case, even though
they were a storage place, and then they sent him a check because storage place that got it or like bad practices.
Exactly. It was back pay. Exactly right.
technicality. You know, obviously very bad. But when I say
So I got that right. And I don't know why you wouldn't just be like, yeah, it was back pay. They wouldn't give it to him directly, and they owed him money. That's what that would be.
Right, either with a stone or with
Here you are. I'm like, you're like asking me like what check number it fucking was, and of course it's Gator Montgomery. Are you following Gator Montgomery on Instagram? No.
He's going to die. And what happens? Take number not show up.
Dog, I don't want to call him. I am his biggest fan. Why do I want to connect with him? Dog, here we go. Next question. I mean, I think I've said this like 1,000 times, but okay. Name 2 things that William Montgomery likes at Arby's.
As a result, ultimately, again, of these injuries. But again, in the middle there, it was this little bit of a
No. 2 menu items, dog. No, dog. Come on. Quit fucking around. Name 2 menu items, and they're not value meals, dog. If you're going to come over here and give me shit for fucking not knowing the check number of